Hello, everyone. It's been quite a long day for me, but I will make the most out of it. We have a few upgrades to the system, and I thought they upgraded my upload speed, but apparently they upgraded my download speed, which means that we'll probably be able to stream better and play Fallout 76 and not crash as much. But here's the thing. I'm still running on the old Xbox One, so that doesn't necessarily mean we won't crash with the Fallout 76. So we'll still be having issues. But the multi-streaming capability of this stream will now be greatly increased once they get the on technician that's on call. Um, it was off for a couple days, so they just gave me a boost in the download speed because the person wasn't really quite sure what I was asking. Because I said lag, but they didn't really understand I meant server stream lag, as in like people usually are streaming Fortnite, right? So like they think that, oh, we just give them more download speed and they'll be happy. Well, that's not what I want. I want the upload speed because I'm uploading videos at the same time as I'm multi-streaming. So like unless my streaming stops, it doesn't give any chance for any of my devices to upload on the same Wi-Fi. And like I say, I have the internet on my phone. It will allow me to do that. But let's say that's not necessarily what I want to do because it's not reliable. It also takes way longer. And yeah, so I'm trying to get more upload speed. Once that's achieved, I'll be able to throw Kick on the mix again and multi-stream for real. So for right now, we're on Twitch live right now, and now that's 20 minutes tested up and running, and so it should be stable. I started this one, and we're cruising at 19 megabytes per second, and it fluctuates. Here, let me show you guys. If you guys are watching the diagnostic spec down here, and this is I'm putting what's the actual spec. Okay, so I'm putting 19,200 kilobytes, and that's just a rough number of. I used to be putting 6,000 on here, and it would run, but sometimes it would have problems when I'm dealing with uh, looking and researching stuff at the same time. I would have to have everything plugged up into the, but that's also my RAM on my computer. At the same time, I'm having technically numerous things that are capping my ability, but I'm using things like cloud services to get around a lot of this stuff. And let's say I might be able to do a Kick thing on my computer that will just take what I'm watching and stream it to Kick. Therefore, I go around the OBS's version because there's an OBS version that allows you to multi-stream, but it's kind of buggy because this is a Windows 8. Long story short, I'm running with really old school tech, so there really is no reason why people aren't streaming right now. So I'm using AI to help me coach me through all the stuff that I need to do to tweak to make everything to tweak the things I need to tweak on my computer, the old school stuff, to make the software run better with the hardware that I got. So once that's done, uh, and I eat dinner, we'll be playing Fallout. We'll be playing Fallout after that. But right now, I'm just gonna put some stuff on so I can get some more work done, including testing these things while this is on right now. So without further ado, I'm gonna be playing this and shift it over to just where the screen is showing for that. Come on.
Wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss some of the more unusual and more unexpected discoveries from the edge of the universe, and specifically discoveries from the James Webb Space Telescope that revealed several individual examples of ancient black holes that currently do not make a lot of sense. And specifically here we're talking about supermassive black holes that are millions and even billions of solar masses in mass, and that seem to exist when they should not exist yet. And that's because for many decades our understanding of these colossal black holes, and of course their host galaxies, was maybe just a little bit different. Previous models suggested that galaxies and black holes seem to generally grow together. In other words, they follow the process referred to as coevolution, a kind of a tight partnership with the larger galaxy basically producing a larger black hole. And this is usually what we see around us as well. For example, some of the most massive galaxies known to us usually contain some of the most massive black holes. But in recent years, James Webb started to discover something a little bit different. Our previously carefully constructed understanding of the early universe started to be severely stressed. And that's because JWST was designed precisely to look back through space and time and to see some of these ancient objects that were previously invisible to everything else. And well, what it has shown us so far suggests that a lot of these ancient black holes seem to be way more surprising than we thought. And so here we're finding structures that simply should not really exist so early, with one specific phenomenon we've discussed several times referred to as little red dots, a completely new class of objects previously unknown to us that seems to represent some of these extreme giants. But I guess before we discuss more, let's actually talk about when all of this seems to be happening and why this is so important. And so if we look at this map of the universe produced by NASA, here we're literally talking about some of the first moments right after the period referred to as the Dark Ages. This is now the epoch of reionization, when the light from first stars and galaxies started to clear some of this early opaque hydrogen, allowing us to finally see certain things and certain types of starlight. And so this was when the universe was just a few 100 million years old, and the galaxies just started to evolve. And so here, during this time, scientists discovered a bunch of these little red dots, which are now believed to be active galactic nuclei, or essentially active massive black holes, that seem to exist in many different locations all over the place. As a matter of fact, at least a third of all objects that were active at this time seem to be one of these little red dots. But unlike other galaxies, they looked a little bit different. They were all very compact, just a few light years across, and seemed to create a lot of this red light, all resembling massive red stars. We've discussed this phenomenon in some of the previous videos here in the description, but today it's believed that there seems to be a black hole in the center, and possibly huge amounts of gas around this black hole that then starts to fluoresce as a result of various emissions. But in this video, we're not going to be discussing the little red dots as much as very specific examples that seem to be even more bizarre than what we see here. So all of this brings us to the first major discovery. The discovery that provided evidence settling the debate about the origin of these little red dots. And it's an object that's literally this. This is probably one of the most famous little red dots now, and it's simply known as QSO-1, or the more officially known as Abell 2744-QSO-1. This is at a redshift of 7, or when the universe was about 700 million years old. But as you can see from this image, this is a special object, because it's gravitationally lensed. Its true emissions are dramatically magnified because of a massive cluster between this object and us, and that allows scientists to see this much more clear. And so by using JWST and by using these gravitationally lensed observations, researchers were able to perform the first direct dynamical measurement of this object, specifically measuring the rotation inside the object in order to find out how fast things are spinning and what's actually spinning as well. And so this was no longer just a measurement based on luminosity and different types of spectra, this was now a measurement of spinning things. And so here the results strongly support a black hole interpretation. This was reported in a study you can find in the description, but in essence by measuring the motion of gas around this object, researchers realized it can only be explained by gas rotating around a very massive central point, approximately 50 million solar masses in mass. And that's already pretty massive. But it wasn't even the mass that was surprising. Here the analysis showed that the gravitational pull was actually only dominated by the black hole. Or just to rephrase this, there seemed to be practically almost nothing else there except for the black hole itself. No galaxy, possibly almost no stars, and very little gas. Which now implies that QSO-1 is potentially the most naked massive black hole ever discovered. Naked in the sense that it doesn't seem to have anything around it, except for that gas that's producing the emissions, with the current estimate suggesting that the mass of the black hole is at least twice as massive as everything else around this object, which is practically the opposite to what we observe in most galaxies. essentially confirming that a lot of these little red dots are potentially something very similar. But it also suggests something really important. Black holes potentially form and grow much faster and much earlier than galaxies, and thus were some of the first objects in the entire universe. And that's not exactly what the scientists believed before. And so here the discovery is going to lead to some major recalculations and reassessments. Then we have our second discovery, another bizarre black hole that's even farther away. This is the object you see in this picture, referred to as GHZ2. Here the redshift is 12.34, or basically the light took approximately 13.4 billion years to reach us. The universe was only 350 million years old. And so while previous objects proved that these overmassive black holes seem to exist, this new discovery pushes the boundary even more. If this object is eventually confirmed and if the distances are recalculated and match current results, it would make it the most distant supermassive black hole ever discovered anywhere. And well, the reason this object stood out was because of its light spectrum. It seemed to contain extremely strong, highly ionized emission lines, and specifically the line referred to as carbon-4. This is a carbon atom that lost 3 of its electrons. And well, to remove these 3 electrons, you require something super powerful. Lots of radiation coming from something, which is extremely difficult to achieve through just star formation and through supernova. You need to have something even more powerful. And so based on sophisticated modeling, researchers realized it can definitely not be any kind of a star-like object. To account for these observations, this had to be produced by an active galactic nucleus, or once again, a supermassive black hole. And in this case, a black hole that's maybe about 16 million solar masses, or 4 times more massive than the black hole in the middle of the Milky Way, which by itself is absolutely ridiculous because this is literally just the beginning of galactic formation. And yet here, we already have this really massive giant that's already producing so many powerful emissions. And though this discovery could have been a fluke and may turn out to be much closer to us, we actually have a second discovery from almost as far away. In this case, it's referred to as Canox LRD Z8.6, the redshift of 8.6, or 570 million years following the Big Bang. But in this case, it's even more massive. 100 million solar masses, or approximately 8 times more massive than the previous object. And this is also some kind of an overmassive black hole that should not really exist so early. And so this object, that's also considered to be a little red dot, seems to produce a lot of ionized gas emissions from some kind of a central accreting object. But the mass of this black hole really makes no sense. There is no way this black hole could have formed so massive by just consuming stellar mass, which of course challenges modern black hole formation theories. But we also know that overall this object appears to be pretty young, because it doesn't contain a lot of heavy elements indicating early evolutionary phase. And so overall the discovery of this object is actually an even bigger mystery because we have no idea how it formed. But because scientists discovered black holes that are in billions of solar masses in some of the closer locations, it implies that quite a lot of these ultramassive black holes possibly started from something very similar to this. In other words, this might represent the beginning of many different ultramassive black holes, and so by studying this object, we may finally understand how they form. At the moment though, this definitely makes no sense and is kind of difficult to explain. Although right now, scientists explain this as maybe something like this. We have a really massive black hole in the middle, and a lot of very dense clouds and stellar formation regions orbiting around the black hole in a relatively close proximity. So basically this entire galaxy is very compact and seems to mostly contain the black hole in the center. But in a nutshell, all of these discoveries present a profound challenge for previous models trying to explain cosmic evolution. Mostly because in a lot of modern galaxies and in the local universe, black hole mass is always proportional to the stellar mass of every host galaxy. And so finding black holes that seem to dominate everything is completely unexpected. And because we've seen several objects like this now, it suggests that during the early universe, black hole growth somehow outpaced the growth of everything else in the universe, sort of implying that this whole period was not just the Dark Ages, it was the Black Hole Age. The age when black holes seemed to be dominant, and stars and galaxies were only just forming. And well, today this is referred to as the overmassive black hole problem. The problem of not understanding how these very massive objects managed to form so early, and how they essentially all started. But there are obviously at least a couple of propositions trying to explain this. For example, the light seed model. Maybe this all started with some of the primordial population 3 stars suddenly collapsing, with the black hole then becoming extremely voracious and essentially consuming a lot of mass for hundreds of millions of years. This would involve several periods of super Eddington accretion, which is usually driven by the magnetic fields, and would cause the black hole to become ridiculously bright and ridiculously powerful. But right now there is no evidence for any of this, so we don't really know if this is true, with the alternative explanation referred to as the heavy seed model. Basically, these black holes started large. They were born with about 10,000 to even a million solar masses in mass, very likely as a result of some kind of a really massive collapse when the universe was super hot and basically just contained a lot of very hot plasma. And right now this is the preferred explanation because objects like QSO1 and even this object right here seem to have already been massive long enough to not have been the result of some kind of a smaller star consuming mass. So essentially these black holes might have existed right from the start of the universe, and probably formed either through a direct collapse of huge amounts of gas, or were formed by tiny deviations in space-time during the first second of Big Bang, when some of these deviations collapsed into black holes. But in reality, we're not going to know for quite some time until more similar objects are discovered, or until we find something even farther away that shows us some kind of an evolutionary process. And so essentially, if we find an even farther object that seems to be a little bit smaller and a little bit less bright, it might help us link the evolution here, explain how these objects grew over time. But the main importance of these discoveries is the fact that they are providing extremely stringent observational constraints on the overall cosmic evolution, basically forcing us to rethink certain timelines and certain mechanisms of structure formation in the early universe. And that's because previous simulations seem to fail to replicate any of these objects at such an early time. And so we definitely need new models and new explanations. But additionally, the presence of these black hole primacies, or objects where black holes dominate all of the mass, fundamentally shift our understanding of the relationship between black holes and galaxies, and basically suggesting that it was probably black holes that were the powerful engines behind some of the first growth in early galaxies, and eventually set the stage for everything else to evolve over time. But this is at least based on some of the recent observations and some of the recent analysis. All of these discoveries are kind of new, and we've only started to observe these objects for the last few months, and so some of these explanations might change in the future. But once we have additional observations from maybe other telescopes, such as the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, we might be able to see something else that was invisible to the James Webb, something that could provide additional explanations. And so here are the observations of these tiny blobs of red light, literally stretching the limits of our detection capabilities, force us to rethink some of the history of the universe itself, which means that we'll definitely come back and discuss this more once there are some additional updates. Until then, check out previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the show on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying a Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
do believe sincerely it can be.
So how? I think that's the ultimate question, is how. And I started at the top of the show talking about how there is no more, it's not the Trump administration's fault because they weren't in power, but over the last 40 years, over the last 60 years actually, since the JFK assassination, like entire wings of the superstructure facade of the federal government's credibility have been demolished. And through the assassinations, through multiple lies, Iraq War I, Iraq War II, weapons of mass destruction, COVID, now the building has been demolished into the earth. And there is no more credibility for the federal government. And so you have to show your work and you have to explain. You know, there's going to be no more people. There's going to be no more people that are like going to just say, straight up believe you just because you're the federal government. And so that like, I guess that would be my simple warning. And we found that out during the Epstein saga, is like the shut up, move along. Yep. That doesn't work anymore, right? Like shut up, stop asking questions, move along. No. That will backfire worse than it's ever backfired, because the last shreds of credibility have been bulldozed into the ground. And so you have to build back up, and you have to do that by telling people the truth and explaining your moves, honestly. So that's my question, is how? How is this going to be different?
Well, the outcome could be different. The messaging and everything I agree with. The thing that I've noticed is that the neocons think it's 2003, and you can just say, oh, Benny Johnson, you oppose this, you're a coward. That's what they did. The National Review expelled every war skeptic, and they even called everybody cowards. But it's been 20 years. Everybody under 50, they all could have gone, and they didn't want to go. So that, of course, is right, and that's why they're flailing around. Now, me, speaking for myself and the way I view the situation, the way it could be different, is think about it like this. Spiritually or, energetically, we have never in our lifetimes seen a war executed in a manner of the right-wing masculine. We always got this hodgepodge of compassionate conservative, coalition of the willing, or we had the toxic feminine, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton allowing Benghazi to happen, right? Yesterday, a bunch of Pakistani lunatics tried to invade the embassy, and what happened? What happened? They just got shot. Then boom, 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 boom. And then, And the toxic feminine on my timeline, the Twitter, is, this is so bad, and we're all saying, no, we're not living in, and by toxic feminine, I don't mean feminine is toxic. I mean the version of that, the smothering mother, the boss you have who will give you an instruction and then an hour later tell you it's a different thing, and why are you working on that project? And you go, well, you told me to work on this project, and well, you wouldn't need to work on this something other thing now, and you're going, where do I stand? You don't know where you stand, right? So the loving feminine, the embracing feminine, of course, is a loving mother. It's Mary. The toxic feminine doesn't mean feminine is toxic. It's a toxic form of the energy, just like toxic masculinity can be too.
And he's bringing up great points that, honestly, it's like called behavioral health. Like, you don't know when going too far is too far. I mean, you almost have to be told by the opposite person. And can we have a more common ground than that? Like, we need to be able to, as people, not have to worry about everyone in the room. There should be a common goal that we strive, but at the same time being babe, can you turn that down? It's echoing terribly. All right, thanks. Feedback and everything. Holy Lord. Okay. All right, so back to the toxic thing here is it's same thing with drinking. That's why people associate and say you're toxic when you're drinking and you've done too much, because your brain has allowed yourself to pull the wool over its eyes and say that, it can have more, and there's not going to be any bad side effects. But when we're talking about culture and aura, there can be a point to where when you're pushing your aura and your culture on people so much that they're going to hate you for it. That's the whole point in the Middle East, why they hate us in general. I mean, it's not just because of us, because of what Rome did. That's the way West to them. I mean, just in general. I mean, we're taking it very personal, but then like they did shift it lately to actually mean us, like the United States. But for a while, like these guys, listen, these guys have lost every war for the last 1,000 years. Do you think that's going to change all of a sudden when they face the biggest, imperialist country in the world? No, that's not. It's not going to. It's going to be on our terms regardless. And the thing is like we're bringing the world's terms to them as well, because now they're firing off missiles at everyone else. That's toxic. So like even if that was their go-to, oh my God, all my leaders are dead and I was told to shoot my missiles off if this guy died, then same thing like what Trump just gave. The memorandum, like if that's given, and it just shows like how far they are crippled at this point. So I mean, God bless the soldiers that's died so far. I was just crying over the movie Max. And it's just crazy how we're here again at this point in this crossroads in our life. But we do have to realize that we cannot fester this disease of terrorism forever. It's not the culture of Islam that we hate. It's the people that preach death to America. And trust me, if you don't know who they are and you haven't seen October 7th, I have no idea where you have been lately.
Callous and toxic, right? So we've never had, I'll be right out, guys. So we never had a situation where we're just going to say, Mullah 1, you're up. Are you going to do what we say? No. Boom. Mullah 2, you're up. Are you going to do it? No. Boom. Mullah 5, can you and your 5 friends run the government? Yes, sir. We're willing to do it. Okay. Here's what you're going to do. You're not going to murder your citizens in the street. You're not going to keep doing the nuclear enrichment. You're not going to keep using proxies to commit terrorism. We know that you can't have democratic elections within the next year. Everybody knows that. The people of Iran do not expect elections this year. But you're going to run a stable government and you're going to do it the way that you're supposed to do it, or we're just going to kill you. That's the masculine. The right wing is, here's a line. Remember Obama would draw these red lines and then he wouldn't follow them. That's not right wing, right? So you just say, Trump even said the people I was going to put to replace Khomeini, we killed them too. We've killed so many. So eventually you will get a coalition that's willing to play ball. And then you regulate them in the way that I think most people respond well to, especially in the Middle East. In the Middle East, there's an expression that says 1,000 years of tyranny is better than a day of anarchy. Libya is anarchy. The tyranny of Gaddafi was far preferable to the anarchy now of Libya. So in Iran, it's going to, of course, be a different form of government than maybe we're used to, but it isn't going to be the mullahs. They're not going to be murdering people in the streets. And there's a way to pull that off, which is, again, you're next man up. You got a problem? Okay, you're gone. You're gone.
Could you very quickly go into the geopolitics of this and what this does to China and what this does to Russia? We talked about earlier in the show how much of the Iranian oil is sold to China. China has, of course, no oil. How much of the Venezuelan oil is sold to China? Trump went and secured that Venezuelan oil before taking out Iran. And this seems to be preemptive, actually, more on China than it is on any other individual nation. I mean, obviously, it's raw against Iran, but this is a structural play to tighten the noose around China effectively. And that seems to be clearly what's going on here with both of these plays in Venezuela and Iran, but I don't pretend to know it all. So, Serna, what's going on geopolitically?
That's my hope too. So I was talking to a first-time Trump voter who is a part Iranian but also American, and he said, "Well, Trump needs to bomb the mullahs." This was weeks back. I've been hearing this for months, and I said, "Well, what would you say to the people who claim that this is just being done for Israel?" This guy is not a Zionist. He's not an anti-Zionist, but this guy's not a Zionist. And he said, why does everybody think if it helps Israel, then it's for Israel? Right? And that helped me shape a lot of my thinking about this. He goes, sure, it'll help Israel, but that doesn't mean it's for Israel. And then he went on to talk about the mullahs, the murders, that the 30,000 were true. And I, of course, had heard that before and knew that was true. And then there is the China angle, where China is a geopolitical threat and rival. And the more oil and natural reserves we can contain is in our benefit. Russia, which I think that we should see differently, but if you look at the current map, and I think Trump sees it more realistically the way I do, you would say like as follows. We didn't want to do anything with Iran years ago because China and Russia were seen as more powerful. And there was a risk of World War III. But I think a lot of people don't understand that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has jammed it up. China, they have their own problems back home. Their economy isn't what it is. There's now some claims that their population's not even what it is, and that a lot of things we don't believe about China are true. Or a lot of things that we do believe about China are not true. And this might be the time to strike, because you notice China hasn't done anything. The war game scenario was, if the U.S. does anything with Iran, China's coming in, Russia's coming in, hostilities could break out worldwide. And now we're seeing, no, the tech is just too good. Our American tech is just too good. And anybody, like the Venezuela raid, they went in, that was unreal. And we have tech. We just have, people call it the alien technology. We have an alien technology, and we can pull things off that we couldn't pull off 20 years ago. And that, again, is why I think this time might be different. And if we can control more natural resources and control more oil, the future is energy. We're behind China on energy. Why not do that, right? Why not do that? That's the way I look at it. And Tucker and I talked a lot about this within the context of Venezuela. And he obviously disagreed with me on Venezuela. But philosophically, I just think that international law is all fake. And if we are able to pull off regime change and make it work, I'm not against regime change on a moral basis, right? Oh, the Pope told me war is bad. That's not why I'm against it. I'm against it because it's always been done badly, and it's led to more human suffering. It's led to Libya, a human rights travesty, and then of course all the migrants. And the fall of Libya is tied to the mass migration of Europe and the Islamization of Europe. That's why I'm against it. But if we could pull off regime change and it would work, why wouldn't we install our vassal? Why wouldn't we be Rome? Why wouldn't we? We're the most moral people in the world. The American people, the American Christian is the most moral people that have ever, not that we're perfect, that has ever walked the face of the earth. Why wouldn't we go in and run it and control the energy and govern people justly? Why wouldn't we do that, right? So the question for me isn't a philosophical one. It's a practical one. And is the politics good on it? Will it work? I don't know. That's a bigger question.
I think Internet ID is inevitably and unfortunately coming to the United States and the entire world. I think that once countries have enough, once they have enough countries that want Internet ID, I think it becomes a realistic expectation. And I'm not saying that there's never going to be a way to get around it, but I think getting around it will become harder and harder over time. Resist and refuse. Well, listen, if you want to resist and refuse, that's totally fine. And in some ways, I will too. But I think the point that I'm making is that it's coming. It is. It's coming.
Okay, we need to talk about the Discord story. It's really important, and it goes way further than where I have got to start it. You see, where I've got to start it is a quote from Discord, and here's the quote. "We failed at our most basic job, clearly explaining what we're doing and why. That's on us." Now, obviously, Discord have seen the outrage from people. They've seen the Nitro subs being pulled. The fury has been over identity verifications. So what they're doing here is, well, this blog post. They're acknowledging the anger. They're slowing down their rollout. But what they're not doing is canceling their plans. And as we go through today's video, you're going to learn how this does go way deeper, how it could impact your phone, your computer, and really your relationship with the internet, because this is not just about Discord. But first, let's get to the walk back. That kind of is a walk back, but really isn't. What are Discord doing then? Well, their CTO laid out what they're doing in a post, and here goes. more verification options, more transparency about how age checks work, and a delayed rollout to the second half of 2026.
If this really is a thing,
basically,
it's gonna
can't put the
be,
genie back in the bottle, but what
I
you can
guess,
do
good
is
and
use
bad.
a
It's a
lot of
double-edged
words
sword.
to explain
it's
what
kinda
Discord
quiet.
is going
Give
to
me a
do
second.
and how it's going to impact you. And that's because, from his perspective, the big problem is that so many of us, so many of you, think that everyone will be denied access to Discord unless they submit to facial scans or ID checks.
This is the future. It is. South Korea is where we're going. I know you might not believe it, but you will see it.
really does sound quite bad, but for that to be required by everyone has never been Discord's plan. So his hope is to explain all that stuff again and to soothe over fears that they are, in his words, creating a problem to justify invasive solutions. But in reality, his announcement doesn't actually change much.
The real problem, this is really what the issue is. Discord doesn't have the amount of personnel that they need in order to correctly and effectively be able to deal with all of these people and deal with all of the reports they get. So instead of actually trying to proactively stop grooming and at least do it reactively whenever they get reports, what they're doing instead is they're just turning off the entire thing, which in some cases I think is the right decision.
About what Discord is doing in particular. But
Not
what
necessarily
really
that it is in this circumstance, but in sometimes it is.
matters is what this story reveals
Yeah.
globally, and this does include new legislation in some American states, stuff in the UK, stuff in the EU. Basically, if you're watching this channel, and I know the demographics, or I suppose the geographics, this is almost certainly going to impact you in a way that is not just Discord. To explain that, we first need to talk about what Discord is doing, because Discord is trying to influence the laws of the future. So, Discord is still holding
I
to their
disagree with this analysis. I think that this is a chicken and an egg thing, but it's actually not. I think that Discord is trying to future-proof for the laws in the future rather than influence them. That's my opinion.
claim that more than 90% of users will never have to have their age be verified via the likes of a facial scan or government ID. And that might sound a bit weird. You may think, how could you verify my age just, I don't know, based on vibes?
Yeah.
Well, the answer is account level signals. That's a quote from him.
Look,
and this
look,
doesn't
I'll tell you what it really is. It is an elaborate system that uses multiple telemetry points, multiple data analysis, AI evaluation, and it's like, are you saying on a stack and you're playing Fortnite and you said skibbity toilet? Oh my god. Okay, let's send this guy an age verification check. Oh, look at that. They're 12.
things like payment methods and,
That's it.
quote,
That's what
patterns
they're
of
gonna
account
do.
activity. So,
Obviously.
no ID, no scans. Basically, is your account and your payment method giving off enough vibes of being an adult that their automated system will be able to tell you're an adult based pretty much off vibes and data signals, and to do that in a way that is actually dependable, reliable, and accurate enough to solve the problem. Now, what is good is some of the commitments they've made for transparency. So there's going to be a blog post explaining how the automated methodology works, public statements for every verification vendor they work with describing exactly how they work with Discord, technical documentation of the systems, and ongoing reports covering verification
They're
volume.
never going to give you the actual information that you need to figure out how they verify your age. Because if they did that, they would be giving it to the people that want to fake their age. Like, they will never actually do this. So, like, they're saying that they're going to do this, but they will never actually do this. Because in showing how to do it, you also show how to avoid it. Obviously. I don't even know why you would say this. I guess maybe it confuses people that are stupid. I don't know.
Methods used,
People
and how
reverse engineer.
often
Yeah, exactly.
automation handled verification without any user action being needed.
We know
Basically,
nothing,
you
and you will be
logging
happy.
into Discord and their bot saying, God damn, what a degenerate pervert, definitely an adult, don't need to verify them, which I guess is what the robot will be doing. Now, in laying out all this communication, basically their goal is that you won't have to take their word for it, or wait for data miners to figure it out, because you'll be able to read the documentation. Now, on material changes, Discord wants to roll out more options for users so
Mm-hmm.
that you can make a more informed choice about how to verify. And the controversy around Persona, a
Ooh,
UK-only test
as a
that
game.
has already ended, has also led to Discord restating their biometrics policy. I dislike that we have to talk about the biometrics policy of our social chat app.
This is only, by the way, right now, what we're looking at is a growing pain. This is the middle school of internet anonymity. Elementary school and the Wild West was whenever everybody could say and do whatever the hell they wanted, and there was really no accountability unless the FBI wanted to get in and find your IP address. But now we're entering into the, I think, middle period where you have some people that are taking actions proactively to future-proof from laws. You have other companies like TeamSpeak that are trying to not do anything and then sell that as a benefit, right? Use that as a selling point and a point of difference. And then you also have countries that are making different laws trying to restrict these rules. I think that where things are going to finally line up at in like 5 or 10 years from now is what we're going to get a consistent basis of basically users having some sort of code, some sort of database that is done by the government that they have to use that identifies them as an individual that they will need in order to make accounts on websites that make accounts. I think that's where we're going.
Here we are. Now, they say that they've set a new bar for any partners offering facial age estimation,
Internet ID,
including
yes.
that it must be performed entirely on device, meaning that your biometric data would never leave your phone. Persona did not meet that bar, thus they won't be working with Persona. And then, to prevent servers from being falsely flagged as being, say, adults only, they're implementing spoiler channels. These are basically going to be veiled channels where server hosts can discuss warning-worthy topics without triggering the adult rating and verification stuff that just comes with those things being talked about in general.
I think that this is maybe my opinion. I think that there should just be, like, if you're trying to protect kids, you should be, like, very liberal in doing so. So what I mean by that is that, like, any conversations about sexuality, any conversations about pornography, any conversations about, you know, like extreme violence, things like that, this should just be immediately removed. Like, it should be like YouTube Kids, for example, where, like, effectively a kid's server is like a hyper neutered, super like censored platform that like almost nothing bad is on at all. And again, like, I'm not saying this should be the default, but if it's being made for kids, I think that YouTube Kids should be looked at as the benchmark.
And this is stuff that is all going to happen before they roll the system out globally. But they will be rolling it out. They are not going back. And I think you actually need to know why. What Discord is doing now is a preview of what's coming for every platform. This is not just a Discord.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, somebody else is saying it. So I'm not the only person who sounds like an asshole. Exactly.
Story. This is a dry run for everything and the world that we are going to share in just a few years. They outright say, quote, "We know many of you believe the right answer is not to do this at all." And they also talk about how for
it won't be a decision soon. They're not doing it because they want to. Discord, think about it like this. Every company will opt towards not doing anything if they can. The only time that they will want to do anything is if it costs them money or if it helps them avoid a legal accountability. That's it. That's all they care about. They don't care about your identity.
Government investigations.
If they cared about this, they would have done this when they launched. They don't care about this at all. They're doing from laws and legislation.
Could lead to some genuine threats to people's safety. They talk about edge cases and externalities, but their core argument is that there are more teenagers on Discord than ever, and that those teenagers have to be protected, and that needs to happen in a way that allows adults to still have adult spaces, and that this is their solution to that problem. Now, most people understand why Discord complies with the law when they have to, right? Whenever you're a UK person and Discord asks you to scan your face to prove that you're, you know, your age, you don't get that pissed off with Discord because you know that this is a law that they legally have to comply with.
They have
but
to do
whenever they expand it worldwide before they're forced to? Well, that does raise eyebrows. And there are reasons why. We've talked
It's because this policy will be applied worldwide. That's the reason why.
about the IPO.
And you also have a secondary reason is that you're already seeing some different rules and everything in regards to, let's say, like VPNs, right? Like UK rules for VPNs. I think this is going to be the same thing.
As one example, you know, from the early seed funding all the way up to the various
So it's
rounds
the
of funding they've
future-proof
had
from
since,
that.
the IPO is basically their big payday, right? So they
Yep.
want to protect the IPO, but there's also a lot of legal challenges that give Discord strong financial reasons to act. The penalties for doing wrong by the Online Safety Act in the UK are absolutely huge. But as much as there's
Yep.
plenty of people in
To
the
save money, just like I said. Millions will be robbed or even die because of identity theft. So there's some sort of time to turn this back a few years before being fully implemented. Well, identity theft happens now. And I think that really, if you're shifting the way that identity theft occurs, that's not necessarily fixing identity theft. That's just shifting the way that it occurs.
UK in Australia, that's
my
hardly the
opinion.
entire world, yet Discord is trying to roll this out worldwide. Now, they do know there are many laws passing in many countries,
Yeah.
like, say, that Brazil is about to implement their own laws that this new system won't meet,
Exactly.
and that the EU and some US states are in the middle of
Mm-hmm.
preparing their laws. And they say that by building this ourselves, we can show regulators that it's possible to verify age without collecting identity. And they
Mm-hmm.
go on to say that this is the model that they hope the rest of the world
Yeah, what they have to do is they show a picture of a VCR and they tell you, they say, "What is this?" And if you don't type VCR, you're banned.
will adopt
That's
as
it.
countries pass
Simple.
age verification laws. So essentially, Discord
Yeah.
are hoping that they can roll this out globally and then show the world that
Yeah, you only get 10
their way of
seconds.
solving this works. That their light touch method
Uh-huh.
that is automated with less than 10% being manual reviews, that can effectively protect children and
Or floppy
teenagers.
disk? Yeah,
and
show
they
a
hope
floppy
that if they
disk.
can do that, then they can calm down the legislators.
Yeah, like, is this a save button or is it a floppy disk? Everybody that says save button gets banned. Everybody that says floppy disk is considered an adult. And then also referred to AARP to sign up. That's, by the way, the American Association of Retired Persons.
And that would mean that they would not have to roll
It
out
is what
more
it is.
hardline checks, the types of checks that they know will anger a lot more
Yeah.
people than what we're talking
My
about
back
today.
hurts, thanks.
So in
Yeah.
many ways, this is Discord complying in advance. They know what way the
Exactly.
wind is blowing.
Yes.
That has them hoping to influence these laws before they are written.
And,
Even
and,
with
and
that
by the
said,
way, it is inevitable. Like, it is inevitable this is going to happen. And the amount of kids that are on the internet that are getting groomed, it's a big problem. It is. Like, I don't want to downplay this and act like it's not a problem. It obviously is a problem. Now, just because I don't think that necessarily you can just make ID and fix everything, because I don't think that's really going to solve it, it will cut it down a lot. But, like, at the same time, you're going to have parents that are involved too. Like, there's a lot of factors to this.
and even if you can look at that and think,
Mhm.
I guess I can see Discord's angle, and there are certainly worse angles
Yeah.
they could take, it is still compliance. And there are other options.
Mhm.
What do I mean by other options? Well, actually, I
Guess
mean
KSL,
options
yeah.
that don't involve Discord. So you got to remember that everything happening here with Discord is happening because they are a platform, and kids are on that platform.
Yes.
That means that they are liable. But platform level verification is the last link in a long chain of potential checks. And right
Yeah.
now, different parts of the world are trying to move that check somewhere else. This is the most important part of
It
the
should
story.
not be on a platform level. It should be, in my opinion, if you want to do this in the best way possible, you should have a double blind system where you're given an authentication code by a government website, and then you can use that in order to authenticate onto a social media account. And that authentication code is done like basically double blind with an ID. Like, that probably is what should happen. Like, if you want to maintain the highest level of security, that's what should happen. Parental control on devices? Yeah. Hell no. Denmark does this? Well, I don't, like, that is the, so, okay, if you assume that internet ID is inevitable, I think that's the cleanest and most painless way to do it. I can't think of any other way to do it that's cleaner than that. At least so far, no, and I've never read one, right? Maybe there is one, I just don't know where it is.
By far. It really is. I mean, if you had have just skipped the whole stuff
Mhm.
about Discord and landed here, I'd still be happy because
So
this is
I'm
the
just
thing
telling
we
you
need
that's
to
why I
know.
think
On
it is.
December 23rd, a federal judge blocked a Texas
I
law
mean,
that would have forced
he's got a
mobile
good point here. He's all this is making all this taboo stuff less mainstream. Like, we really just need people to like not have access to things like the Anarchist Cookbook and stuff like that when they're in an age where they're very, very young and implementative. Like, anything they see is going to be what they, or see and do is what they're going to be wanting to see and do for the rest of their life type deal. So, I mean, this is another reason why our educational system is so out of whack, because it's not teaching kids what the future is going to be. It's what we did to build ourselves. So, I mean, then you have your choice to make your own decisions. But look at what they're giving these people. I mean, student debt, all this different problems. I didn't go do that route. I mean, if you're smart enough, you stick to your hobbies and then you figure out which one you want to make into your job. But like, because then you'll be comfortable doing it and spending extra time on it when, you know, you're not going to get as frustrated at something that you love. So you just got to keep thinking of it like that. But this whole deal with this tech and marriage verification thing, I think it's a good start. But you have to remember that people have been growing up, especially in places like communist China. They have tools out here that are already circumvent this stuff. So it's spending a lot of time and effort on something that is just, we have to make the normal culture not think that this stuff is okay. That's the end of the day. And if we have to use like parental guidance on kids' phones or whatever to help them not be so subjected to this stuff, like YouTube Kids algorithm or something like that, then so be it. I don't see a big problem in that whatsoever.
app stores to verify the age of users before they would download any age-rated apps. Now, this would move verification one link down the chain from the platform to the app distributor. Now, a major tech industry trade group argued that this was a free speech violation. And it probably also helped that it would have exposed Google and Apple to a lot of liability. And the same trade group has since filed a similar challenge in Utah. Now, both these cases will likely end up in the Supreme Court, which does tell us how unsettled this matter actually is. But what if we go even further? What if we just go straight to the device itself? California's law from last October, with Colorado preparing something similar, takes a bit of a different approach. Now, it got support from Google, Meta, and several other tech companies, though Apple did actually oppose it because they warned that it risks exposing sensitive personal information. Though, of course, with Apple, we've got to remember
anytime that you put your information on the internet, you're taking a risk that somebody is going to get it. Like whether it's a keylogger on your account, somebody having a remote viewing app that you've accidentally downloaded, whether it is the platform being hacked, whether it's you accidentally losing your password and somebody accessing your account. Like, the reality is that if you don't want your information on the internet, the best way to deal with that, and the only way to prevent your information from being leaked on the internet, is to not put it on the internet. That's it. That's all you can do. Because like any time that you put it out there, you're running that risk. It's just the way it is.
While their privacy stuff is,
look at Sony.
I think, genuinely better than almost all the other companies. Privacy is for them also a moat in their business. So it's not like they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart. But the way that this would work is that an age would be entered on the device when it's set up. And then the operating system would basically kind of flag it as an age category. And the only thing that would be checked by an app like Discord would be that category flag on the device. So Discord would never see your identity or anything like that. It would just have a variable it could access from the phone that says teenager or not. And it's not just
exactly. That's
phones. The law does actually cover computers, Linux, even SteamOS, like it just, covers devices. Now, from a data protection standpoint, it is better. It means that the liability is resting with one device manufacturer rather than a patchwork of a dozen apps. But no actual data checks would mean that this would be easy to spoof. And there's no way to guarantee that the device is being used by the person who set it up, which means doesn't sound like it's a foolproof thing. But then there's the
It's definitely not. And things can continue being more extreme like that too. I think it's true.
And it's one I imagine many of you have seen coming. And that is a government-backed digital identity.
That's where it's going. That's where we're going. I think EU is going to get this way earlier than the US is. I think EU is already pushing for this. They were pushing for it. They've rolled it back. And now I think they're going to push for it again.
One that exists regardless of platform. Now, this is the model that the EU wants to standardize.
This is what South Korea
basically aligned on EIDs across Europe a while back, and now they're looking at age verification as part of the digital identity wallet. which is a whole big system that covers payment, travel, driving licenses, even contract signatures. And right now, the version being tested holds a library of your information that is pulled from official documentation that you have uploaded.
Yeah.
And when a site, app, or device needs your details, only those details are transmitted. And the end goal is a bit more ambitious. It is basically
politics too?
zero knowledge.
Well, I'll say this real quick about the politics thing. You guys that are worried about the UK having this so they can arrest you, all it does is make it easier to arrest you. They're already arresting people for tweets. So if you're worried about this being applied to you and in your country for like saying something that's like, you know, your freedom of speech disagreeing with your government, for example, like they're not going to arrest people, for example, in, you know, Wisconsin for doing this, but they will in the UK because it's against the law in the UK. So if you really want this to be changed and not used for censorship, you have to change the laws that the censorship is derived from. You can't look at the identification rules on the internet and say that's the reason why they're doing it, because they're already doing this and they don't have the identification rules. So very clearly, the reason and the problem is the fact that there are laws on the books that stifle and prevent you from having freedom of speech. That's the core problem. That's the disease. This is simply a symptom. That's what I think.
Proofs. And that means that your data is trusted and encrypted, and that whenever a verification is required, a cryptographic proof is provided rather than the data itself. Now, we basically have to assume that some of these options will happen, right? But regardless of approach, they all have something in common. And that is that whether you're doing platform checks, app store gates, device level signals, government wallets, it all involves infrastructure being built. And that infrastructure, once built, can be used for things that it was not initially built for. A system designed to keep a 13-year-old off an adult Discord channel today is a system that knows who you are tomorrow. And maybe there could be unintended consequences. What if a bad actor could do some stuff across Discord and build a data set of accounts that, rather than being verified to be adults, are verified to not be adults? That's not a nice thought, is it? But that kind of thing could be possible. And remember what Discord themselves have said here, that personal identification leaks or compliance with government investigations could lead to genuine threats.
It would be easier to avoid that by creating uniform messages for DM denies. So for example, like if you send a DM to somebody and they're a kid, or if you send a DM to somebody and they're not your friend, it should give you the same feedback signal, so you can't reverse engineer whether an account is held by a child versus whether an account is held by an adult that doesn't have you on their friends list, right? This is like very, very basic, just kind of like, you know, secondary prevention stuff.
To people's safety. Even listening to a lot of what Dario Amodei and some of the Anthropic policy people have been saying over the last while, one of the things that's concerning when it comes to mass surveillance is that you can just aggregate loads of already publicly available data sets, and with the power of those AI models, you can, for lack of a better word, cook. So it means that even if nothing changes about how much of your data is out there, the better technology means that way more surveillance is practical with access to all of that data. Exactly. And that's the sort of risk that will grow as the infrastructure grows. And so the question isn't whether Discord's system is reasonable right now. It's whether the architecture being normalized across all of these solutions stays reasonable in 5 years.
This is the problem, is that whenever you outsource this to every company to do its own security and verification, there will be a variance in the way that that security and verification is done. And like, for example, like if you go to a strip club or you go to a bar, the way that they identify you is completely uniform. Every bar, every strip club, at least as far as I know, I've never been to a strip club, but I've been to a bar before, they ask you for your ID, and you have to either give them probably either your like one of three things, probably your passport, your your driver's license, or your state ID. So it's uniform, right? So it's not like you have one like one bar that's like saying, okay, well, you have to be this tall. And then another bar that's saying, okay, well, if we look at you, you look like you're 25, so come on in, right? And so I think that's really what the difference is too.
10 years. God knows what it'll be in 20 years.
Yeah,
it means that privacy and identity
exactly.
are now potentially required to be compromised in some level in order for you to exist in the internet. And
somebody asked me, what worlds would you rather live in between no check, hardware check, and website check, or with your government authentication check? I think that the best place to be in would be no check. I think no check is the best option. And the government can always figure out who's using an account because they can just pull somebody's IP address, and then they can just reverse from that. And even, a lot of VPNs will cooperate with, the government for an investigation, etc. So, like, I don't want them identifying and figuring out what I'm doing unless they have, like, a warrant for it, right? And I think that's what's fair. But I don't think that's the world that we're going to live in very soon, because the problem is that the messaging for having an internet ID is, I think, too strong, and the messaging against it, I don't think, is strong enough. And what I mean by that is that normies will hear the idea of you need an internet ID because a bunch of kids are getting groomed on the internet, and I think that they will go along with it based off of that. I think that they will, and I'm being kind of a doomer about this. I am, but I think it's accurate.
Fight is over how much data is compromised and who holds the keys to that data. That is where I loop back to Discord. With that broader story covered, I think you can now understand why Discord are trying to comply in advance. They can basically see the turning tide on a global scale. They don't have Apple or Google money. They don't have the political clout to lobby in their own defense. So they are capitulating. They're hoping that their model, a light touch, automated, minimal verification one, is accepted by regulators before someone mandates something worse. But of course, in doing so, they are helping to build the very infrastructure that everyone
and also,
here is
I think
about.
that's actually a really good point he's bringing up, is that they think that if they make this rule and they do this proactively themselves, they don't want to be regulated. That's the last thing they want, is to be regulated. So they think that maybe if we self-regulate, it will delay regulations a little bit longer, and then we won't be held to the same standards, right? I mean, think about it. That's what you would want. Yeah, because like them self-regulating is 1,000 times better for them than the government regulating them, obviously.
Nobody has agreed on what the rules for that infrastructure should be. Discord has become a test case. If their approach satisfies regulators, then that could be the
Everybody
module
is
that
gonna
every
do it.
platform adopts. But it already doesn't satisfy the likes
I think
of
it'll be a cat and mouse game. I think that after this works, you're going to see, like, eventually there will be ways that you can get around whatever Discord regulation there is. The same as, I forgot which place it was, people were using the Death Stranding 2 characters in order to, like, age verify. And that's the problem with any type of age verification, especially when it's not done on, like, a governmental level. And even with that, I mean, you have people making fake IDs. But, like, even beyond that, though, is that whenever you invent your own system, there are also people that are going to scam your system. And whenever you're doing something and it's not done by the government, there is no real risk in scamming. Like, for example, making a fake ID and then using a fake ID is illegal, and you can get in trouble for that. You can get fined for that, etc. But there's nothing illegal about putting a Death Stranding 2 character on, like, let's say a Discord app and saying that you're 35. So that's another component to it as well, is that there's no legal deterrence for it.
UK regulators. And if it continues to not satisfy regulators, then harder checks will follow, and the architecture for those checks is already in place. But either way, the plumbing for all of this will get laid, and our privacy concerns will only grow, especially as our technology allows us to process all the data that is out there in radically different and faster and more actionable ways. Now, Discord is still responsible for their choices, but the argument isn't really about Discord anymore. It's about whether proving who you are becomes a requirement to exist online and who gets to hold that proof. That is not Discord's call. It's going to be the governments they're trying to get ahead of that will decide what the internet looks like, and that means we should actually try to engage with our governments to do whatever.
I think that you need to, because if you don't make it, like, this is the other issue, and, like, I know people might have a, like, a different opinion on this than I do, but, like, if you don't address this in the way that I think that you want it to be, I think that they will make it in a way that's even worse than that. And I think that's the big risk of what's happening, is that a lot of people want to bury their head in the sand and think that, oh, well, nothing's going to happen with this. They're never going to actually do this. I'll be able to resist it. And it will just become increasingly annoying and unpleasant to do until it becomes just totally fucking annoying, totally obnoxious.
Whatever it is we can to not have the internet end up being some sort of draconian nightmare. But you know what's also a nightmare? Going through all the documents related to the Ashes of Creation shit show. The good news is we have went through those documents and you can learn what's going on in this video next. It is, at the very least, a spicy one. It is goddamn entertaining.
No, I think that's basically it. And I think that people want to pretend like this isn't going anywhere or it's not going to happen. I feel like it's pretty obvious that this is where things are going. This is what's happening. Patriot Act 2.0. Well, I don't know about that, right? And yeah, I think that might be a little.
It seems that the UAE has had enough of Iran attacking their civilians. On top of that, we have 4 more aircraft carriers joining the Middle East for this operation, and we have Iran's new interim leader, Ali Larijani, threatening to assassinate President Trump as a revenge for the supreme leader's assassination. Let's start with the UAE. You see, ever since start of this war, Iran has attacked UAE more than 1,500 times using missiles and drones. Luckily, UAE Defense Forces have been able to but nonetheless, this doesn't change the fact that Iran has been targeting UAE more than any other country, and we have numbers to back that up. More than 40% of Iranian strikes have come against UAE, more than double that of the second country, Israel. And it's important to point out that Israel is actively involved in this war, and so far UAE has not done anything to attack Iran. This means the Iranian aggression is just a pure act of terrorism, because they're not even going after US military bases in UAE. They are just attacking buildings and they're attacking cars on the roads. Just anything and everything to raise chaos. Take a look at this clip. A car was struck right in the middle of the traffic. And then we have a footage of an Iranian drone going into Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, which is a residential building, by the way. And for Iran to say that they're only attacking military targets, all the while targeting cars on the roads and just residential buildings, shows you what their true aims truly are. Take a look at this clip.
It's like a little firework.
Earlier in the week, we started getting reports that UAE was getting ready to take military action against Iran to stop these Iranian missiles and drones that are striking their country. We didn't know when it would happen, and we didn't know what they would target, but we knew it was being discussed. This was on March 2nd. We even had senators from the United States calling on Saudi Arabia and UAE to get involved in this war because they're getting hit and they have to fight back at some point. Take a listen. This is Senator Lindsey Graham.
Strait of Hormuz, what if the regime fell? Then you never had anybody in Iran in the future that wants to close the strait. What if you had Iran with people who don't want to build a nuclear weapon to kill us all? What if you had Iran in the future that doesn't support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis? That's where we're headed. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this terrorist regime down. We're going to have partners in Iran, and we're going to open up a gateway to peace. This won't fix itself. Every other president has talked about doing it. President Trump is in the process of doing it.
Well, it seems we are getting some confirmation today that UAE is getting involved, and they have taken their first offensive action. It seems this news is coming from Israel, where senior Israeli officials claim that UAE took their first offensive action against Iran by striking an Iranian desalination facility. Now, it is important to point out that UAE has not confirmed this, and even Israelis are saying that this was a relatively minor strike, more of a message to let Iran know that if they continue targeting UAE, UAE is not afraid to get involved offensively. So let's talk about this desalination strike a little bit, because there are some conflicting reports here. Just recently, we had the Iranian foreign minister claim that it was US who carried out a desalination strike against an Iranian desalination plant in Qasem Island. This affected water supply in 30 villages. Now, US did not confirm this. There was no evidence that Iran provided of this, so many people assumed that this was like a setup for an escalation that Iran was planning. So they blamed the US for a strike, and then they were going to strike desalination plants across the Middle East as to raise the stakes. Because we all know what the Iranian goal is to survive this war. They just want to inflict economic pain on countries all around the Gulf, basically countries that are their neighbors, all the while publicly apologizing for these terrorist acts. Now, as many of you guys may know, Middle East is mostly a desert, and that means it's hard to get fresh water, drinkable water. So a lot of Middle East drinking water for a lot of the countries comes from desalination plants. These plants that basically convert seawater, salty water, into a water that's drinkable for humans and maybe for other activities. Now in Kuwait, 90% of the drinking water comes from these plants. In Oman, it's 86%. In Saudi Arabia, 70%. In UAE, it's roughly 40%, but for them, the big problem is a lot of the water comes from this one plant. So if Iran hits this one plant, a big portion of their water supply just disappears. Well, not hitting desalination plants in the Middle East, starting with Kuwait. For about 2 hours yesterday, IRGC-linked media circulated maps showing desalination plants in Bahrain. And then the Bahraini government confirmed that an Iranian drone strike did hit their desalination plant, and they also confirmed that the damage was material. In the same attack wave, Iran also went after a major hotel in Bahrain. They also hit airport fuel tanks in Kuwait, as well as a high-rise headquarters of a social security department. In fact, in Kuwait, 2 officers were killed because of these attacks. So clearly, Iran is escalating its war against the Middle Eastern countries because it realizes this is the only way to survive. And on top of that, they're seeing what US and other Western countries are doing, and they realize that they have to make sure they increase the pain on Middle Eastern countries very quickly. Now, before we move forward, just a quick request to please take a second and hit the like and subscribe button down below. It really does help us out in the algorithm and helps us reach more people. Now, it's hard to overstate how important water is for a lot of the cities in Middle East, especially desalination water, the water that comes from the plant. Many experts predict, and again, these are just predictions, and usually predictions are wrong, but many experts predict that without desalination plants, Middle Eastern cities, these metropolitan cities that we see, will literally disappear. People would have to flee or go somewhere else where they can get water. That's how important it is. Now, the reason Iran is doing this because they realize, the Iranian regime realizes that their time is running out. Just recently, we got a news that US is sending a 3rd aircraft carrier group to the Middle East, making this the biggest deployment of aircraft carriers that the United States has had since the Iraq War. Here's more details.
A 3rd U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is getting ready to cross the Atlantic and join the war against Iran. The USS George H.W. Bush has completed her workups just off the coast of Cape Hatteras and is expected to deploy soon. She's expected to head to the eastern Mediterranean after the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford crossed the Suez Canal on Thursday and is now in the Red Sea. In addition to dozens of strike fighters aboard the carrier, the guided missile destroyers in the strike group will also be available to hit targets potentially in Yemen, should there be any signs of Houthi rebels launching attacks on Israel or international shipping.
This means soon we'll have USS George H.W. Bush, USS Gerald R. Ford, and USS Abraham Lincoln all in the vicinity of this operation. This means 75% of available aircraft groups are now devoted to Iran. That's a huge deal. Now, as you guys may know, that not all the aircraft carriers can be used at the same time. This basically applies to pretty much all the military equipment. US has 11 aircraft carriers, but usually around 4 to 5 are available for use because of maintenance, crew rest, training, deployment cycles, stuff like that. And of the ones that are available, roughly 70% are in this area. But this is nothing because we have other countries' aircraft carriers coming to the region too. After Iran attacked a French base in the Middle East, French President Macron announced that he will be deploying the French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle in the Middle East. It's a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier too, similar to the ones the US has, and it's the only carrier France has, so definitely not a decision that was taken lightly. Now, it is important to point out that France hasn't announced that they'll be joining this operation offensively, so it's more likely the carrier is going there just to defend French allies, basically the Gulf countries that work with France too, just like how they work with the United States. Nonetheless, definitely a huge help, because if Iranian retaliation, which is already dwindling, if taken down even more because we have more firepower in the area, that means it's more likely that Iran will come to the negotiating table and agree to a fair nuclear deal, which will make the world a safer place. Now, it seems UK is also getting ready to send one of its own aircraft carriers, maybe even two, but this one doesn't seem like it's going down as well in Washington, because this is a statement President Trump just put out on this news. Trump says, "The United Kingdom, once our great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister, we don't need them any longer. But we'll remember, we don't need people that join wars after we have already won." This is where we shift focus to inside Iran. Yesterday we covered how there was a big Israeli strike against Iranian oil depots. The strike was so big that it literally changed the weather near Tehran and other cities close by. Well, we have an update. There's a CNN reporter who's inside Tehran who has permission from the Iranian regime to report, so that's something you guys want to keep in mind whenever you see that report. But nonetheless, based on what I have seen, the reports do seem interesting. So take a look. Update from Tehran as to how the morning is after the Israeli strike on Iranian oil depots.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage facilities. Apparently also a refinery might have been hit as well. And now you can see this morning that the sky is still very dark. We saw thick black plumes of smoke in the sky yesterday. There were massive fires in the south of the city. But I want to show you something else, because it's also raining. But you can see that the rain water is actually black, also saturated, it appears, with oil. And then if we look over there, you can see that the water that's running down here also is
that must suck.
Black. So that's what's coming
Could
down.
you imagine? Look at the nice plasterwork that guy had. It's all messed up now because of the smoke.
Right now.
It's kind of like I would imagine a wildfire.
This morning we're seeing reports that air control over the
crazy.
skies of Iran is pretty much complete, meaning Israeli and US Air Force are basically in total control of the Iranian airspace, and they can carry out missions as they wish. Another footage came out this morning of an IDF strike that took place on a police headquarters in the Kurdistan region of western Iran. You can see the secondary explosion, meaning there was a lot of firepower that was stored at this police station. Take a look at the clip. Now, just yesterday, we had Iran's de facto leader, Ali Larijani, basically give an hour-long interview to Iranian media. In this, he was answering questions that everyone's wondering, and definitely there are interesting bits of the interview that I want to share with you guys. But before I even show you the clips, I want to point out something. Take a look at how scared the Iranian leaders are. This interview is recorded in pitch dark. You can't see anything in the background. And the reason for that is the Iranian leaders don't want the Israeli intelligence or US intelligence to figure out where they're hiding and then basically take them out. And that's why the interview was literally conducted in pitch darkness. You can't see anything. But let's take a look at this first clip where this de facto leader is basically threatening President Trump. He's saying that Trump has to pay for the killing of Khamenei. Take a listen.
Mr. Trump thought he could just get a taste of Venezuela and immediately act on it. Now he's stuck, and we're not letting it go. He has to pay for this. He killed and martyred our leader. We're not letting it go. He martyred our people. More than 1,000 of our people were martyred. This is not simple.
Now, I do want to point out that Iran tried assassinating President Trump twice during the election season in 2024. And I also want to remind everyone that President Biden, who was president at the time when we learned about the plot, when FBI basically exposed the people who were planning it inside the United States, President Biden publicly said that if Iran tries anything like that, that would mean war. So that was the US position when Trump was just a presidential candidate and a former president. Imagine what happens now if Iran tries to assassinate President Trump right now when he's a current president. I think it's important that the Iranian regime keeps that in mind. But nonetheless, let's move on to other clips. Here we have him talking about how Iran wants a long war, and the only reason they want a long war is because they think US wants a short war and they want to just try to prolong the war as long as possible. Take a listen.
Initially, the Americans intended to assassinate Iran's leadership and a few of our commanders to create internal chaos in Iran. So the first step was to disrupt the administrative and essentially governmental structure. The Americans thought this would be accomplished very quickly. Their strategy was to wage the war with intensity, but to end it in a short period. But they didn't think Iranians wouldn't let them go. Now they're desperate. They're trying things like what they did in Venezuela, thinking they can take control. They thought it would be over and they'd win, but they got stuck. They believed that by delivering such a heavy blow to Iran, they could destroy the morale of the people and, as a result, disrupt the country's governmental structure. That didn't happen.
Now, of course, this interview was meant for the domestic audience and the international audience, so we have to keep that in mind. That means we can't expect him to say that, hey, we are getting beat in this war very, very badly, because he's the de facto leader. You can't expect any leader to say that, but let's just look at the facts on the ground. Iran doesn't even have control of their own airspace. In fact, we covered just yesterday that American jets are getting defueled mid-air, in the air, over the Persian Gulf, in Iranian airspace. That's how little they think that Iran has the ability to take out American jets and American bombers. And let's not forget, the Iranian leader was killed in the first strike of this war. The Iranian leadership right now is hiding. They're too afraid to meet together because they know that that presents a very attractive opportunity for another strike. So this is a country that's clearly losing the war, but of course they cannot say that on the interview. So something to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is that the Iranian president actually apologized publicly yesterday, Well, this interview that Ali Larijani is giving was right after that apology that the Iranian president put out. And in this interview, he kind of takes a stab at the message that the Iranian president was putting out, basically saying that the Iranian attacks are not going to stop. And it's also important to clarify that this guy probably has more power than the Iranian president in the current regime. So his words matter a lot more than the Iranian president's words. Take a listen to what he said.
The strikes that the Islamic Republic delivers will be continuous. We won't let them go. They shouldn't think we'll let America quickly sweep this under the rug and say, we hit, now let's move on and clean it up. Things can only be resolved when they understand they no longer have the right to violate Iran, and when they compensate the Iranian people for their losses. This mess they've created on the international stage comes with a heavy price. You assassinated the leader of Iran. This is completely unprecedented. The price for this is not small. We won't let it go, and Some reports are saying that they claim to have destroyed Iran's missile capabilities with their attacks. How do you evaluate these reports? So, where are these hits coming from then? These are just their wishful thoughts. So, hundreds of missiles are hitting them daily, consistently. Where are they coming from? They have a mistaken perception, and thank God our missile stockpiles are fully operational and are being managed with great strategy.
Then after the interview, he goes on Twitter and posts this thing, basically saying that the Iranian air defenses just took down a US jet. I mean, he didn't say that, but he was kinda applying it. But if you guys look closely, the jet that he shows in the video is a MiG-29. Now, I don't remember US Air Force flying a MiG-29, even the Israeli Air Force flying a MiG-29. They fly exclusively Western jets. So it seems like that the Iranian leader just shared a video of an Iranian jet going down. But that's the point of the war we are in. Then he also shared a statement about how he has heard reports of American soldiers being taken prisoners. Now, of course, he did not have any evidence of this claim, no pictures, no videos. But don't worry, we had Iranian accounts who did share pictures of this claim. Well, you take a look yourself. Here are the images. In fact, the account goes on to claim that these are Delta forces who captured Nicolas Maduro. But in Iran, they were captured themselves. Because apparently Iran is not Venezuela. But if you can't tell from the images alone, this is clearly AI. Take a look at the bottom right side of the image. That's the Google Gemini logo, which is an AI app where you can just type in some words as to what picture you want and it will create the picture out of thin air, even if the picture does not match the reality. Now, Iranians tried to provide proof for the forces that they claim they have captured, but this is the only proof they have provided. Once again, proving that Iran's propaganda capabilities are far stronger than their actual military capabilities.
On this episode of Tweaker Geographic, researchers spot a suburban warlord emerging from the concrete jungle. Head armor, one upside-down frying pan, lower body defense, a diaper of destiny, weapon, a Walmart bow and arrow, confidence included. Episode of Tweaker Geographic, researchers spot a suburban warlord emerging from the concrete jungle. Head armor, one upside-down frying pan, lower body defense, a diaper of destiny, weapon, a Walmart bow and arrow, confidence included. He scans the palm trees, locks onto absolutely nothing, and enters full 93-octane overdrive. The string pulls back, the pan tilts, the arrow flies. Trajectory, heroic, accuracy, non-existent. The palm trees remain undefeated.
Now, this is Iranians laughing and celebrating watching the regime get wiped out. These goats, because it turns out the strikes are very pinpointed, right? The actual Iranians are, for the most part, unharmed by these strikes. Obviously, there's always going to be civilian casualties, and it's a tragedy. It's a real tragedy, don't get me wrong. But these people, because of the regime, then because of the missiles striking their city. These guys literally sitting there celebrating, watching the balcony as the United States and Israel strikes their fucking regime headquarters. It's insane stuff. As an Iran Iranian living inside my country during a war. I will say this plainly. The chance of me getting by masked armed men roaming the streets or by gunmen standing on mosque rooftops behind machine guns is far greater than the chance of dying in an airstrike. That is the truth of life under the Islamic regime occupying Iran. The real fear here has never come from the sky. It's always been from the men the regime unleashes on its own people. And people are trying to debunk this person, being like, you're obviously not from Iran, because it says over here that your account is based in the United States, with a little symbol here saying that a VPN is active, connected via the Iran Android app. Yeah, this is obviously an Iranian, and the reason for this is, why it's based in the United States with a VPN, is because Iran shut off the internet in Iran to massacre their own people. Yeah, they're fucking vicious terrorist monsters. So this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Watch the third world cope and cry how, A, there's a genocide going on, and B, they're also simultaneously winning the war. Right? Good morning, Tel Aviv. As you can see. Wow. This is clearly a video of Tel Aviv absolutely destroyed by Iranian weaponry. So superior. Community note, this video shows damage from an Iranian missile strike in Ramat Gan on June 19th, 2025. Yeah, this is actually very old. This is not real. This didn't happen recently at all. In fact, the funniest part is the person that posted it, this The Savior, all right, as you can see, he's based. The Savior over here actually posted this twice. I posted this 6 months ago too. Good morning from Tel Aviv, using the exact same video you posted 8 months ago. Embarrassing. True. Like, these people will literally do anything they can to lie, right? So this is Suleiman Ahmed. All right, let's go. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, showing these booms. All right, it's a boom in Tel Aviv. Look at all these booms in Tel Aviv from Suleiman Ahmed. This was, as you can see, posted yesterday. Oh my god. Except Suleiman Ahmed posted literally exact same video 8 months ago. He knows this is a lie. He even had the same caption. He wrote boom boom Tel Aviv last time too. Like, again, these people are literally posting slop videos to make it look like they're winning a war that they're losing massively. Tel Aviv, they are losing the war. Oh my god, look at all of this devastation. Oh my god, look at all of this devastation. That's unbelievable. Grok, is this real? No, not real. Those images show heavy rubble and fires from Gaza-style destruction zones, not Tel Aviv. Diabolical stuff. This is so sad. Buildings in Tel Aviv are getting blasted. 200 Israeli casualties tonight alone. 600,000 views. Look at... Wow! Tel Aviv getting blasted, made by AI. This is the craziest thing this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. These guys will simultaneously scream that a genocide is happening and also be posting AI videos that the entire third world believes in. The whole third world thinks this is actually happening. This is the greatest psyop of all time. After this Iran war, wallahi, no country will ever fear the US again. Iran has exposed a lot. 30,000 likes. Really? What did they expose? That our firepower is unmatched? We've taken out all of your leaders? All of your leaders and all of the actual guys that follow up. 88 commanders came together to decide a new leader, and Israel managed to find that location and blow up all 88 of those retards at the same time? Really, bro? Really? No country will fear the US again? Well, then explain to me why China is absolutely shaking their boots, refusing to assist Iran. Explain to me why Russia is just basically saying, good luck, homies. We are not getting involved at all. Right? Explain to me why our forces are only getting stronger, our technology is getting better, and our allies are getting tighter, right? We are literally closer allies to Qatar and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Israel than ever before. Not even close. And then you'll have these people be like, Iran has exposed everything. Meanwhile, Israel took out like every single one of their fucking commanders, and America took out every single one of their nuclear sites and missile launchers. Their entire navy is at the bottom of the sea. They have no air force anymore. All right, we own the skies above Iran. Like, this is insane. Our only casualties were people that were struck in Bahrain, not even on the battlefield, and Israel still did not suffer one single soldier casualty in this war, only civilians that were targeted by these retards. This might be the most overwhelming victory ever in the history of warfare. Iran is winning. The X algorithm changed because Iran is winning. Yes, Iran is winning. It's unbelievable. Iran is doing so well. So sad. The last image of Mekil Midorgahi, a third-grade Iranian student who was murdered by a U.S.-Israeli airstrike in his elementary school in Minab, Iran, waving his last farewell to his mother. So he was attending the all-girls school. Like, they can't even keep their lives in order. Also, it's AI. This is the real person in the photo. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable watching them do this. Sneeko is honestly one of my favorite guys ever for this entire war, because he's proven he's retarded. A lot of people on, like, the based right-wing sphere, they've been embracing this guy, being like, yeah, I know he's Muslim and he supports all these fucking terrorists, but at least he hates the Jews or whatever. And it's like they're like embracing this guy, but he's been a complete retard. It's amazing. Khomeini possibly set the trap that will win the war. Khomeini's dead, by the way. 86-year-old, reportedly with cancer. If he allowed the Epstein Empire to martyr him, he proves he does not fear death. My guy, he died within the first 5 seconds of the war. His opponents can never say the same. Wow! You mean a death cult worships death and people that like life worship life? It's almost like in Deuteronomy 30:19, where it says, choose life. I guess Khomeini didn't follow the word of God, and he chose death instead. His opponents can never say the same. Iran and the Axis of Resistance are more united than ever. They're terrorists, and they're dying in real time. Bro talked about fighting Israel and the U.S. for 46 years, only to die in day one. Retarded gay. Did you just take both pills, Stigo? What's going on? It's crazy. Yeah, secretly, Khomeini set the trap that won the war. Bro, they're getting annihilated. Like, it's not even close. This is Sneeko crying when he hears the news that Khomeini died. Khomeini, a terrorist?
امام علی صلوات الله علیه و سلامه علیهما در ماه مبارک رمضان با سر دادن ندای آسمانی خست و به رب الکعبه به ساحت مقدس الهی واصل گردید.
A little bit of performative crying from Sneeko over here. It's very important. And this is what Sneeko had to say about Khomeini. This guy, this fucking retard over here, this third worlder masquerading as some based American guy. This is what he had to say about it.
But it's a reminder that this life is short. And so Khomeini, if he did that, if you died in this act,
He dug a dog, like a rat. He's burning in hell.
especially during the holy month of Ramadan, and
But he was killed on a Friday. You might not be aware of this, but if a Muslim dies on Friday, they don't go to heaven. That's a real rule. Because Islam has some of the craziest fucking rules of all time. Bro, his religion is diabolical.
Allah, he gets the highest rank in Jannah, and he gets eternal paradise. He gets
Bro, he's gonna get eternal paradise. He raised a generation of children. He raised children before executing them so they don't go to heaven as virgins. He literally says you're allowed to sexually abuse children under the age of 9 as long as there's no penetration, and only at the age of 9 could you marry them. This is literally his rules.
the highest rank, he gets martyrdom. That's the highest achievement we can get. But
Yeah, so again, this guy is your hero, my guy. You might be a terrorist. Dude, I love these clips of Sneeko figuring out how retarded his religion is in real time. No offense, obviously, if you're based and stuff, but like, this is Sneeko figuring out that you're not allowed to wear the color red in Islam.
oh, so the Prophet forbade men to wear saffron probably for this reason.
I don't know about the saffron, but I know we're not allowed to wear blood red.
You can't wear red?
Blood red
Oh, but that's literally most of his clothes. Oh.
is the color.
That's all I wear.
I know, but I
You just told me that!
I mean, bro.
Is
this the first time I'm telling you that?
That's my thing!
Bro.
Yeah, so again, like, watching this dude, this is a clip from today, by the way. Watching a clip in real time of this dude realizing how retarded his religion is amazing. The highest stage in hell if you're a pedophile terrorist. Yes, it's amazing. So anyway, so Sneeko's been coping in the greatest way ever. All right, I will debate any mouthpiece worth talking to in favor of war with Iran, anytime, anywhere, live, every day. I'm more than happy to debate this guy over here, but I doubt he will have the cojones to actually debate me. I don't think it's actually going to happen because I think he knows he's going to get humiliated. Matt Walsh, Piers Morgan challenged me, and rad when I accepted. No one challenged this guy. Most won't debate a losing position. They will hide behind lies and beg for war. They never fight it. Yes. Yeah, again, I would debate you, no problem, but I have a feeling you would be way too scared to do that. I don't blame you. I would be scared if I was in your position because your position is literally defending a literal self-proclaimed Islamic terrorist pedophile, and I don't know if that's where you want to be. I mean, you worship a pedophile. I don't think you'd want to actively defend one in a debate, but maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe you'll take me up on it, right? They hate Muslims with every fiber of their being because they will never be able to beat us. Breaking news, and this is going to shake you to your core, Sneeko. If you're watching this video, I suggest that you do a little bit of research. Muslims haven't won a war since the 1100s. I'm not trying to be controversial or anything. Y'all haven't won a war in almost 1,000 years, unless it's a war with other Muslims. Now you can chalk it up to inbreeding or whatever the fuck, but like, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm just being real here. Y'all haven't won a war in 1,000 years. Pete Hegseth's title was changed last year from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War. Under his right arm is an Antichrist tattoo. No. Under his right arm is a tattoo saying kafar, because you would literally kill him if you could. And he knows that because in Islam, you kill all the non-believers, and he's a non-believer. So what he actually has is Yeshua, which is Hebrew for Jesus, Deus Vult, God wills it, crusade tattoos, based as fuck, by the way, and also the Kafar tattoo, basically because he understands exactly how you regard him. He actually understands who his enemies are. All right? Notice how every single video in Iran shows the people united and inspired, but every Western Iranian supporting war is a shrieking ghoul dressed like a prostitute. Wow, look at this video. Look at all the Iranians united. Wow, Sneeko. Community note. This video shows crowds outside the shrine of Imam Musa al-Kazim in Kazmain, Iraq on January 2026 in an annual commemoration of the Imam's death. It has nothing to do with Khomeini or the war between the US and Iran. He just lies. Like, he'll just post some shit. He makes it up. Look at how united Iran is. Posts a video of Iraq, and he gets, 10,000 likes from the third world. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Like, dude, watching these people getting humiliated is my favorite thing ever. Iranian influencers saw their own country getting bombed by the Jews and rushed off to Instagram to celebrate by taking off all their clothes. I am an Iranian YouTuber. Shut the fuck up. We're not celebrating our country getting bombed. We're celebrating the death of the dictator, the end of the regime that murdered, raped, tortured, and hanged us for 47 years. You don't get to lecture Iranians on how to feel about our own executions. Save your sanctimonious crap. Where the fuck were you when your beloved idol Khomeini massacred 35,000 people in less than 48 hours? Shut the fuck up. Ratio to oblivion. 44k likes to 19k likes. Dude, it's like honestly humiliating to be third worlders. And they're all like this, by the way. Nux, are you oversimplifying? Yeah, I'm oversimplifying. All of these third world Islamists are getting one shot by AI on the timeline, making believe they're winning a war and simultaneously suffering a genocide. Look at Cenk Uygur. They're trying to turn Iran into Gaza. What? All these guys know it's genocide. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. British papers, by the way, they're owned by Islam now, reporting Israel is bombing hospitals, residential buildings, and schools in Iran. Notice how there's no source attached, because it's literally not true. This is from the same guys who pretend they wanted this war because they cared so much about the Iranian people. They did! Quite literally. Of course everyone cares about the Iranian people. I think it's super important to understand that, A, this war is really good for us, because they're terrorists trying to kill us, and now they're dead. So that's huge. That's a W. And B, and this is also super important, and I don't want you to forget it for just a second, it's also objectively good for the people in Iran that have been getting massacred in the streets. Yes, this is a net positive for all the good guys, which is why basically everyone's on the same side here against Iran. Qatar is working with Israel and America against Iran. Look at what's even happening. This is the unification of a century, and Cenk Uygur is saying that it's a genocide in Iran. I thought you were just talking about how you were winning. You were just talking about how you were winning a second ago. How Iran was secretly winning this giant war. Right? Oh, my God, these people are actually retarded. Zahra Sultana, a sitting MP in England. Alright? Zionism is the greatest threat to humanity. Meanwhile, there were 48,000 plus Islamic terror attacks since 9/11. Alright? Like, bro, unbelievable levels of bullshit that we need to tolerate with these people. Holy crap. Alright? Junior, who's an Islamic debater, or whatever. Breaking! Tucker Carlson claims the Iran war exists. This is amazing. So Israel can rebuild the third temple and destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem to bring back the Messiah. Why are Muslims ignoring this warning? Because it's retarded. Because objectively it's retarded. You want to know something that's so true, and no one will ever say this part out loud? If Israel ever wanted to remove the Al-Aqsa Mosque, it fucking could. And there's nothing you could do about it. That's one. Two, did you know that Al-Aqsa Mosque is literally built on the destroyed temple? All right, this was Jewish holy ground before it was ever Islam holy ground. There was the Jewish temple was built here, for the record, over 1,000 years before Islam existed. And then the largest colonial occupation religion of all time, Islam, decided that they were going to conquer it, build shit on top of it, and then cry and scream that they're actually the victims of colonialism and stuff. Now, the funny thing is, Israel could destroy this whenever they wanted to. They don't want to, because, believe it or not, I guess Tucker Carlson's information about summoning the Messiah by destroying Al-Aqsa is kind of fake. Why are Muslims ignoring this warning? You know, because there's nothing they can do about it. And also, it's completely irrelevant. And also, it's obviously not happening yet. Maybe it will. Come on, Muslims, be careful. Al-Aqsa Mosque might get destroyed. Who knows? Keep an eye on this one, Muslims. It's gonna happen. You're gonna see it. It's gonna happen. Anyway, this is pro-Palestinians. Iran is winning, so they changed the algorithm. Meanwhile, in Tel Aviv. This is in a bunker. In a bunker in Tel Aviv partying. All right? Yeah, all right. Obviously, total Palestine victory or some shit. Now, understand, those are the people that hate us. Understand the people that actually do like our troops. This is in Israel. They set up a memorial for our fallen soldiers. And I'm going to get copyrighted from the music. But they have a memorial. Thank you for your service. Like, quite literally, understand who our enemies are. Sneako's our enemy. Sorry. He's pledged his allegiance to a foreign power. All right, these are our allies. Look, man, you can say what you want, and you can criticize foreign countries all you want. I criticize Israel. I don't want to fund them, to be honest. I don't want to send our money to foreign nations in general, period. No foreign nations. But these are the people that are celebrating our soldiers, and these are the people that are praying for their deaths. Sorry, I'm just being real here for just a second. All right, understand the third worlders that we're dealing with. Breaking news, Afghanistan announces they will use suiciding bomber battalions against Pakistan. Wow. Suicide bombing in an age where drones exist, pure love of the game. You have to respect the dedication. These people, before blowing themselves up, they left a like on these tweets. Remember that. They left a like on these. Right? They left a like on these bad boys. All right? Understand, bro. The third world has fundamentally changed reality and propaganda forever. Remember that when you see a tweet with a bajillion likes, don't be a sheep and follow along, because you're literally in the company of these fuckers.
Total rebellion, elderly going hungry, workers unemployed, petitioners and impoverished veterans protest and surround government offices, the CCP collapsing from within. Epic fury ends theocratic tyranny, Khamenei gone, succession severed, China's authoritarian model shaken to the core. Tsai fears decapitation strike, rushes to build shelter, Beijing's Xishan Underground Command Center undergoing major expansion.
First buyers become the last. Young Chinese now stock, not only with unfinished homes, but also unfinished cars. China's society in total chaos amid economic depression. People ruthlessly harm each other to make money. From food, clothing, shelter to transportation, everything is fake and toxic. Demands sky-high bride price, scares fiancé into calling off wedding. Leftover woman breaks down in tears, regretting too late. You're watching Decoding China, where we bring you timely analysis and grounded perspectives on today's China.
Total rebellion, elderly going hungry, workers unemployed, petitioners and impoverished veterans protest and surround government offices, the CCP collapsing from within. Entering 2026, China's economy shows no clear signs of meaningful recovery. In many places, elderly people have gathered outside government buildings to protest, claiming they no longer have enough food to survive. Many elderly citizens describe daily life as having fallen to an extremely difficult level. No one is caring for them, subsidies remain limited, living costs continue to rise, and appeals to local authorities often receive no meaningful response. According to observers familiar with internal conditions, many of these gatherings stem from prolonged violations of basic rights, from pensions and welfare payments to unresolved civil grievances. In one video circulating online, a park in China appeared crowded with beggars. An elderly farmer said on camera that his daily meals now consist only of pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Meanwhile, official figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics claimed that per capita disposable income in 2025 reached 43,377 yuan, up 5%. But that statistic immediately drew widespread skepticism online, as everyday reality looks very different for many citizens. Fewer customers in shops, weaker wholesale trade, more storefront closures, and a visibly reduced level of post-holiday consumption. After the Lunar New Year holiday, many workers returned to industrial cities only to find factories operating irregularly or shutting down again. Many had spent more than 30 hours stuck on highways trying to get back. Some arrived 2 days early just to secure their place, only to work one day before another shutdown was announced. Across many industrial zones, videos of failed job searches have become increasingly common. A worker born in the 1970s said bluntly that people his age should stop coming to manufacturing provinces because age itself has become a hiring barrier. Another worker said he found a job, worked 4 days, then became unemployed again. A third worker said he only realized how severe unemployment had become after attending a job fair crowded with applicants. Even workers who still have jobs are facing prolonged wage arrears. In Dongguan, construction workers were restrained by police while demanding unpaid wages. On the same day in Liling, ceramic factory workers blocked a national highway over wages owed since 2024 before being forcibly dispersed. At the same time, petitioning cases continue to rise. During the recent 2 sessions, long lines formed outside the National Public Complaints and Proposals Administration, with people arriving from across the country. One petitioner standing in the snow shouted that snow was falling, but grievances remained unresolved. The petition system is formally designed as a final channel for citizens who believe they have suffered injustice. In practice, many petitioners are intercepted before they even reach their destination. At Shenyang North Railway Station, a woman was knocked to the ground and taped up by interceptors immediately after leaving the station. Another petitioner in Wuhan said that while petitioning in Beijing, her bag and phone were seized before she was forced into a vehicle and sent back home. Exiled rights lawyer Wu Xiaoping has argued that the petitioning system today functions mainly as a delaying mechanism designed to consume citizens' time, money, and energy rather than solve problems. In one instance, a group of petitioners waited overnight in Beijing for registration the next day. Among them, an elderly woman openly criticized Xi Jinping, saying the current leadership cannot see the suffering of ordinary Chinese people and has damaged an entire generation of youth. She told others to record her speech and said there was nothing left to fear. Around the same time, an open letter circulated online calling for nationwide resistance. It listed grievances including extreme zero COVID policies, the collapse of the property sector, youth unemployment, deteriorating foreign relations, and pressure on private enterprise. Inspired by that letter, some Chinese netizens created an anti-regime song declaring, "Following the Communist Party leads to the crematorium. Our children's future is buried by it. Truth suppressed, dignity stolen." They called on the Chinese people to rise up and overthrow the Communist Party to pursue a new life. It is not just ordinary citizens. Veterans continue to emerge as a major source of visible frustration. Outside a Veterans Affairs office in Beijing, an elderly veteran climbed a tree in protest. A veteran from Sichuan, identified as Feng Yuan, said that after leaving the military in 2016, he received no proper resettlement, worked construction, then manual labor, then became a security guard, while his family eventually broke apart. Asked whether he would return if conflict broke out across the Taiwan Strait, he answered simply, no. China expert Li Linyi commented that Xi Jinping's recent military purges, including the detention of influential Central Military Commission Vice Chairman Zhang Yuxia, have caused instability within the military. On the other hand, the hopeless plight of retired veterans also affects active duty soldiers. The CCP's approach is to block negative news domestically while using nationalism to strengthen its brainwashing of soldiers. Exiled veteran Zhang Heli said that the CCP has been ruling through lies. He urged both active and retired soldiers nationwide to wake up and see the true nature of the CCP. He added that only when the Communist Party falls and collapses will the Chinese people truly thrive. Epic fury ends theocratic tyranny, Khamenei gone, succession severed, China's authoritarian model shaken to the core. Global political and military history has crossed a new threshold with the execution of Operation Epic Fury, the joint U.S.-Israel military campaign launched at extraordinary speed. It struck directly at the highest levels of power in Iran. What drew the most attention was not merely the number of targets destroyed, but the fact that the entire operation appeared designed to cut straight into the nerve center that had sustained Tehran's theocratic regime for nearly half a century. The core structure that kept the system functioning. According to information released afterward, multiple figures from Iran's top power circle were eliminated, including Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. More strikingly, after the first layer of leadership was neutralized, the remaining apparatus in Tehran quickly assembled an interim leadership mechanism. Yet within less than a day, 2 of the newly elevated figures were also precisely targeted and removed. This plunged Iran into what many analysts described as a three-layer power vacuum. The supreme leader vanished, the succession chain was severed, and the emergency governing structure was nearly paralyzed before it could become operational. For many observers, this was no longer a conventional deterrence strike, but a direct assault on the regime's very ability to sustain itself. Viewing this solely as a military event in the Middle East, however, misses the larger picture. The moment Tehran was shaken, the side experiencing perhaps the deepest psychological impact was Beijing. For years, Iran had served as a critical component in the external strategic framework quietly maintained by the Chinese Communist Party, a stable oil source outside Western control, a transit point in the Belt and Road Initiative, a testing ground for non-dollar settlements, and a strategic foothold for sustaining influence in the Middle East. Yet this strike exposed something far deeper than energy vulnerability. Even a regime protected by layered security, underground fortifications, strict internal controls, and a tightly sealed command structure could still be penetrated at its center with remarkable speed. This is precisely what Beijing is likely watching most closely. The CCP itself is fundamentally a system sustained by control, propaganda, and the projection of invulnerability. Its entire governing structure rests on the assumption that internal security must remain airtight. Command chains must not leak, and instability must be intercepted before it forms. For that reason, what concerns Beijing is not merely the loss of a strategic partner, but the precedent of power itself. If a system built on rigid control like Iran's can be pierced so quickly at its core, then every regime that survives through absolute control is forced to ask where its own real point of vulnerability might lie. For authoritarian systems, what is most feared is often not the external strike itself, but the moment confidence in total control begins to crack. A regime that survives by control only needs the suspicion that control is no longer absolute for psychological instability to spread rapidly within the system. That is why many analysts argue that the shock from Tehran is projected directly into the political psychology of Zhongnanhai. The operation also sends a direct signal toward the areas Beijing watches most closely, including the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea. For years, these hotspots have operated under a logic of strategic ambiguity, testing reactions, applying pressure gradually, and extending timelines to measure limits. This time, however, a different form of identified as a major source of risk, action can come rapidly, directly, and strike the weakest point without adhering to the familiar rhythm of prolonged negotiation. That sharply raises the cost of any military adventurism. At a broader level, the events in Tehran expose the fragility of a larger, interconnected structure. For years, Iran was not only a strategic partner of Russia, but also one node in a network linking different systems of power that nevertheless shared coercive foundations. On one side, extreme theocracy. On the other, modern material authoritarianism. For that reason, this strike carries meaning beyond military impact. It touches a deeper layer of international order, the post-World War II balance, long maintained through procedures, negotiations, and delayed confrontation, is increasingly showing its limits when faced with systems that preserve power through fear. Saifir's decapitation strike rushes to build shelter, Beijing's Xishan Underground Command Center undergoing major expansion. After the United States decapitated Iranian leader Khamenei, Liu Min, a participant in the 2022 Chengdu White Paper movement, now living overseas, posted a revelation from a Beijing resident. The CCP is accelerating the expansion of the Xishan Underground Command Center, that is, the Central Military Commission Joint Operations Command Center. Residents are speculating that Xi Jinping fears being decapitated like Khamenei, and many Beijingers feel uneasy, worried that once it is built, they will disappear. This has drawn attention. The revelation stated, "My grandfather once told me that during Deng Xiaoping's era, large-scale underground bunker projects were built in Xishan. Many of those involved in the construction were military personnel, but those who participated in the projects never returned home afterward. Families were simply told they had sacrificed themselves on special missions. There have even been long-standing rumors that these people were buried underground along with the bunker projects. People are privately discussing that this is because Xi Jinping is worried about a decapitation operation, similar to what happened to Khamenei, so he's rushing to expand underground command and shelter facilities. In response, some netizens commented, "Nice. Netizens provided precise coordinates. Convenient for future precise decapitation." It's useless. Bunker buster bombs can penetrate in series. No depth matters. Surrender is the only answer. Build it and then bury them inside directly without leaking a single detail. Radio Free Asia, citing a report from the British Financial Times, noted signs that China is constructing a giant military command center west of the capital, Beijing, potentially the largest in the world and even 10 times the size of the U.S. Pentagon. The report stated that U.S. intelligence is evaluating satellite images showing a site of about 6 square kilometers, roughly 30 kilometers southwest of Beijing, with several deeply excavated large pits. Military experts judge that it may be used in the future to house large bunkers, including to protect military leaders during nuclear war. Construction of the main project is estimated to have begun in mid-2024. In just 2 short months, the United States has carried out 2 world-shocking operations in succession. On January 3rd, the U.S. launched a surprise attack on Caracas, Venezuela, capturing President Maduro and his wife alive. On February 28th, a U.S.-Israeli joint missile strike on Tehran, Iran, precisely decapitated Supreme Leader Khamenei and more than 40 core high-level figures. Commentator New Highland believes that these 2 operations together mark the formation of a new war reality. Decapitation operations targeting the highest leaders of sovereign states are shifting from exceptions to the norm. This shows that the U.S. and Israel have upgraded decapitation actions against heads of state from unconventional means to a reusable strategic tool. Chinese human rights lawyer Xu Silong, now in exile in the United States, posted on X, "Donald Trump is really formidable. Captured Maduro alive in early January, decapitated Khamenei at the end of February. Now, 3 major dictators harmful to the world remain: Xi Jinping, Putin, and Kim Jong-un. Xi is Trump's good friend, so Trump probably won't go after him. But Xi Jinping is the core leader of the evil world. He poses far greater harm to the United States and the entire world than the other 2. To catch the thieves, first catch the king."
First buyers become the last. Young Chinese now stock, not only with unfinished homes, but also unfinished cars. In mainland China, young people are not only trapped with unfinished apartments, but are now driving incomplete, outdated cars, buying half-built homes and discontinued vehicles. That's becoming the new reality for many. Some say their cars were just registered when the automaker declared bankruptcy. Unfinished cars is the term used for vehicles made by companies that have either shut down or halted production. That means no after-sales support, no spare parts, and no software updates, leaving owners unable to maintain or properly use their cars. Despite China's struggling economy, these unfinished cars have become a new trend among the youth. According to Phoenix Finance, many young buyers are rushing to grab vehicles from bankrupt brands at discounts of up to 30%. After companies like Jidu Auto and Neta went under, their unsold cars were liquidated at rock-bottom prices. One buyer purchased a GU07 directly from the factory for 160,000 yuan, down from the original 229,900. After subsidies, the car cost only 140,000 yuan, about 30% off for a top-spec model. In China's fiercely competitive electric vehicle, EV market, where giants like BYD, Geely, and XPeng are offering major discounts, these bankrupt models have gained surprising appeal. With large batteries, smart features, and luxury interiors, they're seen by many young buyers as a good deal. Most admit they no longer care about brand prestige, focusing only on price and configuration. Some even travel across provinces to pick up cars or buy from unofficial second-hand sources, hoping to use them for 3 to 5 years. But the reality is far from a bargain. One Neta owner complained, "There's no after-sales service anymore. I had to go to a regular repair shop, and my car only has 7,000 kilometers. If someone had warned me, I would have gone with Tesla instead." The car may look sleek, he said, but now he can't find replacement parts. Online, people sarcastically call such vehicles priceless cars, meaning worthless, and joke, "Avoid them on the street." Another owner of the Neta V advertised to run over 400 kilometers, said it now barely makes 200 before the battery dies. One more driver said that after a simple service, the shop charged 160 yuan for an air filter and quoted 3,000 yuan to fix a broken battery module, even though the whole car is now worth only $20,000. His insurance refused to pay. "I gave up repairing it," he said. Evergrande auto owners are in even worse shape. The automaker, a subsidiary of the debt-ridden Evergrande Group, entered the EV market in 2018 with high hopes and huge investments. But when Evergrande's real estate debt crisis erupted in 2021, funding dried up. By 2023, Evergrande Auto had accumulated losses of more than 110 billion yuan, producing fewer than 1,500 units of its Hengqi 5 model. Factories shut down, workers went unpaid, and owners were left with no after-sales support or spare parts. The Hengqi 5 has since become the poster child for unfinished cars. On social media, Evergrande owners are often mocked. Since many companies went bankrupt, their online services have been cut off. Remote control features such as air conditioning and door locking stopped working. Some Neta owners have even learned to flash their own systems to keep the cars running. "Luckily, developers made great tools," one said. "Now I can switch screens and automate functions. It's actually fun." Unlike unfinished buildings, which still hold some physical value, unfinished cars are consumable goods that can lose all value when a company collapses. Purchase contracts, warranties, and after-sales rights become void. The maintenance system disintegrates, spare parts run out, and prices for rare components like headlights, control modules, and batteries have tripled. Hengqi and Daewoo Motor owners report waiting months for replacements. When the servers go offline, in-car systems crash. Apps can't connect, OTA updates stop, and bugs or security flaws remain unfixed. Features relying on cloud services like navigation, voice assistance, and music streaming simply disappear. One WM Motor owner joked bitterly, "My car still runs, but the infotainment screen is now just an electronic picture frame." Resale value has plummeted to almost zero. Insurers refuse to cover these vehicles, labeling them high risk. One man who spent 180,000 yuan on a Neta GT now drives nervously, afraid someone might hit him because he can't sell it. Bloggers say many EV makers relied on government subsidies without real technology, merely assembling electric versions of gas cars. CEOs moved money overseas before their firms collapsed, leaving consumers with nothing. But even leading brands have failed to inspire confidence. One BYD Chin Plus owner showed his car rusting badly after just 2 years and 20,000 kilometers. "This is Chinese quality," he said angrily. "Chinese people are scamming Chinese people. Don't buy domestic cars. Buy joint ventures instead." He pointed to the rusting panels and misaligned frame. "They slap on some plastic and call it a car. It's shameful." The growing chorus of frustrated owners is exposing an uncomfortable truth behind China's electric vehicle boom. Behind the slogans of innovation and global leadership, the industry is cracking. Unfinished cars may only be the tip of the iceberg. The deeper crisis is a loss of trust in China's once celebrated EV dream. China's society in total chaos amid economic depression. People ruthlessly harm each other to make money. From food, clothing, shelter to transportation, everything is fake and toxic. A blogger filmed a video revealing, "I went to pick up a delivery and witnessed a shocking scene. The entire farming area was spraying pesticides, the red and blue chemical fumes so strong they were suffocating. The soil was cracked and barren, but the vegetables stood in neat green rows without a single blade of grass. Farmers said that without spraying, the vegetables would be full of pests and unsellable, because consumers only want white, spotless produce. To meet that demand, they spray whitening agents on celery to make it unnaturally pale. Ironically, even the farmers themselves admit, we don't dare eat our own vegetables. It's not just vegetables, even onions, garlic, celery, shrimp, and fish are soaked in toxic chemicals. Many types of frozen seafood are revived using preservatives made from salt, mild acid, and glycolic acid, making them look freshly caught with bright red gills and black eyes. Shrimp farms overcrowded in tiny ponds rely on massive doses of antibiotics and hormones to force growth, and some even add stimulants to make the shrimp jump like they've been injected with chicken blood. These substances are classified as top-tier carcinogens. At seafood markets, recycled cooking oil, known as gutter oil, is still widely sold. Some operations collect waste oil from garbage, feces, and used hygiene products, refine it, and resell it to restaurants. This oil is then used directly in food preparation. Meanwhile, formaldehyde is also being used to soak fish and squid, keeping their flesh firm and fresh-looking. Even roe squid is mostly fake. Instead of real eggs, traders inject starch paste into the squid to make it appear full of roe. A kilogram of this fake product sells for a few hundred yuan, but once labeled as premium sea squid, the price multiplies several times. In Luoding, Guangdong, hundreds of dead pigs were found piled up and rotting inside a factory compound. Local authorities confirmed the incident and launched an emergency investigation. In Shanghai, a woman reported developing a severe allergic rash all over her body after trying on new clothing. She said her clothes were bought from a legitimate store, priced between 100 and 200 yuan, yet just one fitting caused full-body irritation. Online, many similar cases have surfaced, showing that stores repackage clothes that have been tried on by others without disinfection, leading to widespread skin infections among customers. Consumers have also voiced frustration over defective and low-quality goods. One buyer reported that his brand-new Huawei electric car completely broke down after only 6 months. Its electrical system, door locks, and charging ports all failed, while after-sales support required a 24-hour wait just to respond. Likewise, a Xiaomi 75-inch television, used less than 500 hours over 4 years, burned out due to overheating in the motherboard, the repair cost exceeding buying a new one. Another woman in Shanghai spent 379,800 yuan, approximately 53,000 United States dollars, on a wedding banquet at the Marriott Central Hotel, only to discover that all 42 banquet tables were served with pre-made factory food. Fresh shrimp turned out to be frozen, vegetables came in vacuum packs, and even the 8 treasure rice and desserts were industrially packaged. When she rushed into the kitchen, she found that the seafood had shells with no meat inside, and everything was simply reheated before serving. In Shandong, 138 school children were hospitalized with food poisoning after eating hamburgers purchased from outside vendors, made of 2 slices of bread with bits of shredded chicken. Meanwhile, in a pickled cabbage factory in Liaoning, workers were filmed standing in vats of cabbage, smoking, and even spitting into the mix. Online shopping offers no refuge. Fake Yangcheng lake crabs were sold under counterfeit labels and underweight. Oranges bought on Douyin arrived rotten, 9 out of 10 inedible, and frozen scallops costing 0.7 yen. Each were steamed with garlic and sold to restaurant customers at 10 times the price. Even residential buildings are failing, with cracked walls, sinking foundations, bent beams, and broken pipes, while building managers simply plaster over the damage with cement. From produce and seafood to clothing, electronics, and housing, a cascade of safety scandals, corruption, and moral erosion has spread through every layer of Chinese society. This sweeping decay is not merely a symptom of economic recession, it is the inevitable result of decades of Communist Party rule, a system that has eroded conscience, destroyed faith, and hollowed out the moral foundation of an entire nation. Demands sky-high bride price, scares fiancé into calling off wedding. Leftover woman breaks down in tears, regretting too late. In China, the issue of bride price has once again sparked heated debate after a series of breakups and canceled weddings went viral on social media. One widely shared video showed a 33-year-old woman tearfully speaking about the pressure of traditional marriage expectations. "I'm 33 and still unmarried, without children. I truly regret it now. Before 30 is the best time to build a family, but now I'm nearly 40 and no one likes me anymore. I'm all alone. If I ever fall ill, no one would even notice," she said. In Chinese tradition, the groom's family offers a bride price as a symbol of respect and commitment toward the bride's family. But in modern society, this custom has increasingly become a heavy burden for young couples. In many cases, disagreements over the amount lead to heartbreak. One blogger recounted the story of a 28-year-old doctor from Shanghai, financially stable with a house and car, who broke up with his girlfriend after she demanded a bride price of 500,000 yuan, approximately 70,000 United States dollars. He suggested reducing it for formality's sake, but she insisted it was a measure of his love. Eventually, the man ended the relationship while the woman wept in regret, too late to turn back. Such cases are far from isolated. Some brides demand 188,000 yuan. Others cite the Jinan standard of 31,800 yuan, a symbolic number meaning 3 families prosper together, set to suit 99% of middle-class households. Still, negotiation is rarely smooth. One couple deeply in love had to indefinitely postpone their wedding because both parents refused to compromise. The bride's side demanded 188,000 yuan, approximately 23,300 United States dollars, while the groom's family only agreed to 88,000. Another story that captured national attention was that of Xiao Zhu, a 35-year-old man from Shaanxi province. Working as a property management employee earning just 4,000 yuan a month, he lived frugally for years to save 188,000 yuan for the bride price, even borrowing 20,000 yuan from friends. Yet, right before the wedding, his fiancé's family demanded an extra 30,000 yuan to buy 3 gold items: a necklace, ring, and earrings. When he tried to explain his financial situation, she coldly replied, "All my friends have them." Feeling disheartened, Xiao Zhu called off the wedding, quit his job, and used the money to travel across China. Over 7 months, he journeyed through 15 provinces and 48 cities, sleeping in cheap hostels or on park benches, living on instant noodles, and spending only 40,000 yuan. The trip became a healing experience, and along the way, he even found new love. "If not for marriage, what else could I use this money for? The world is so big, I want to see it," he wrote on social media, renaming his account 188,000 Traveling Across China. Stories like these have prompted growing reflection in Chinese society. Many observers note that bride price was originally meant as a gesture of sincerity, not a transaction. But when love is measured in money, it can suffocate relationships and discourage young people from marriage and parenthood. Sociologists warn that if this trend continues, the notion of marriage for money could deepen social alienation, as more people like Xiao Zhu choose freedom and self-discovery over relationships priced in yuan. Your feedback matters. Share your views in the comments. If this content resonated with you, we invite you to share it with your network. Your continued support empowers us to pursue independent, high-quality journalism. Subscribe and like to stay up to date with Decoding China. Thank you for watching.
I like shiny cardboard. I do not like grading the shiny cardboard. I do not like green eggs and ham. I have said it for many moons now. I think grading cards is hooey. I know I've spit and shit about this topic for a while, but it's true. I just think it's a bunch of horseradish. You pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to grade your cards, and sometimes they get damaged. Other times it just feels like it's truly just RNG, the roll of the dice, and it's entirely dependent on whoever's manhandling your card's mood on that given day with whatever grade they decide to dole out. To me, it just always feels inconsistent, so I just really never think that it's worth the money to get cards graded. And I know people make entire careers out of buying and selling graded cards and all of that. All power to you. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not coming in there with a belt making you stop just because I don't like it. You do what you want to do. But there is just very real problems with the whole practice of grading cards, especially when it comes to things like PSA. And that's what we're about to talk about today. PSA is probably one of the biggest when it comes to card grading. I'm sure all of you have heard their brand name tossed around quite a bit. When it comes to card grading, they're like fucking Kleenex, where when people talk about a graded card, they usually say like PSA plus the number as opposed to like just general card grading. The same way when people talk about tissue, sometimes they say, "Can you give me a fucking Kleenex?" Like, it's gotten to that level where they are just that big. They're kind of the top dog. But I also just really don't like them in particular. I think they're one of the worst in the card grading industry, and it's an industry I already think is full of corruption in general. And today I saw a video breaking down a wild situation where someone had an extraordinarily rare card. I'm talking less than 50 of these cards in the world, at least, that are known about. It's a PSA, or was, RIP, God rest its soul, a PSA 10 Deoxys Lenticular card. So basically it's 3 art in 1, and it's from over 22 years ago. There are only a handful of these out there, and the estimated price based on like recent data is around $45,000 for this card. And this individual had this card, and they wanted it to get reholdered. and when they sent it to PSA, they fucking blasted it. They annihilated that card, and what he received back was a PSA 6. What they're citing is a PSA 6, noting that it was damaged, unfortunately. And instead of like paying him what the card's actual value would be worth, they aren't willing to do that. They're instead hiding behind this fair market value number they're pulling out of their dirty rectum and offering significantly less. So I want to show you some of this video and go over this because it is very scummy from everything I can see.
This is a holy grail for some Deoxys collectors. And I'll tell you, it's a grail for a reason. It's got it all. It's old and it's very exclusive. It was only given out for the release of Pokemon's 7th movie, Destined Deoxys, and only in Japan was this card given out. And it's super cool because it's the only small lenticulated card to exist. Yeah, here's an example of a lenticulated Charizard card, or what lenticulated means. The card changes depending on the angle you look at it. Here's a little video that shows you how cool this card is.
This Pokemon card is actually 3 cards in one. When you move this card up and down, Deoxys will change into a different form.
This is just showing you the card itself and what makes it so rare and valuable to collectors. Lenticular shit from back in the day is actually really hype. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but right here, I actually have my original copy of Majora's Mask with the lenticular label on it. It's so fucking cool. And this is a really rare card, especially to find in a pristine condition. It's been over 2 decades. So having a PSA 10 is very, very rare.
This is a sick card, and this particular card was originally graded as a 10. Originally. Now, how did that change? Well, it happened through a process called reholdering. Older PSA as a company, a grading company, was a little more lenient on Pokemon cards, or just cards in general, at the time. So, when you get an older slab, you expect a lesser quality condition of a card, even if it is in a 10. Logan Pulse Pikachu. And you'll see this happen at Pokemon card shows. People will ask if my card has a older certification number, meaning it was graded at a older point in time, and if they are graded at an older point in time, they're actually worth a little less. So what some people do is they get their cards reholdered.
Which is exactly what this individual is doing. They wanted it reholdered so they could have an updated slab showing that it is a pristine 10, even by modern, more strict grading standards, because that would then fetch a higher price to collectors that want to purchase the item. And according to the original Reddit post, they actually did have someone offer in excess of 45K. I'm assuming that may have been dependent on like the reholdering maintaining a 10, which is probably why they were like really gung-ho about doing it. And then disaster struck, and then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now imagine the shock that Brian felt when he submitted his super old, super rare, already in a PSA 10, Deoxys for reholdering, and it came back to him as a PSA 6, losing about 90% of its value. And it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but PSA actually damaged his card. 268, 279, 56, I actually looked it up, and as you can see, it actually has been deemed back down to an EX Mint 6. They kept the same certification number, and they turned it down from a PSA 10 all the way down to a PSA 6.
Again, just to make sure it's very clear, the reason he was doing this is because with an older slab, it was more lenient, which means buyers wouldn't pay as much because there's a chance it's not actually a 10. Maybe there's like some scuffs here, a little poop over there, like who really knows? So he was getting it reholdered to update that to fetch a higher price. And what happened is, and you can see it through searching the serial number, it got regraded all the way down to a 6. And then after corresponding with PSA via email, which we're about to look at, it's because they fucked it up. They ruined it. They took away the vast majority of the value of this card, which is life-changing money, mind you, all because they made a whoopsie-daisy. Oh, clumsy us, real butterfingers. We seem to have crumpled it up and used it as toilet paper. But don't worry, we slabbed it, and we've updated the serial number in our system, so now everyone will know that this is now a 6. Why aren't you happy? This is what you paid for. So here's the email. My name is Dorothy, and I'm a supervisor for the Customer Relations Department team here at PSA. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me this morning as discussed over the phone. CERT, that's the Deoxys, was unfortunately impacted during our encapsulation process. This did lead the card to no longer merit the grade of a PSA 10. Instead, our head of grading has provided that the new grade is a PSA 6. I am provided the details below. Dorothy, come on! You're gonna make a grammar mistake like that? This is less than professional. I am provided. It should be I have provided the details below. Come on, get with the program, Dorothy. Take this seriously. Along with our offer based on our findings of the fair market value. That's a boogeyman term with PSA, by the way.
They say the description, the card, and the original 10. They confirm that it's originally a 10, and they say that the fair market value is $20,000. And here's where we're gonna get some issues. They said the value of the 6 is $750, and with the ordering fees, I can't believe they included the order fee here, that it costed $190 just to destroy their card. And so they go on to say that they would like to offer the market value difference in the form of credit on an account or a check, and remove their insane respective grading fee, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe you'd spend $200 just for them to rewrite a number on a card.
Quick pause here, a little halftime show, because I have been screeching about that to the high heavens for so long. PSA overcharges the fuck out of everyone who makes the mistake of using their services. You pay an arm and a leg for the most basic of services, and they arbitrarily jack the price up as they're jacking themselves off on top of your cards, giving you whatever grades they decide to pull out of their ass that day, and their numbers make no sense. It's extremely expensive to do, like, basically anything even remotely adjacent to card grading through PSA. So, like, I'm not surprised at all about the reholdering being nearly $200 just to fucking update the slab. It's crazy, man. It is actually crazy. That price didn't shock me in the slightest. I'm actually surprised it wasn't $1,000, knowing PSA.
They would also like to offer to have the item encapsulated as the current PSA grade or as authentic at no additional cost. How kind of them. As discussed on the phone, I understand you have concerns with initial market values. Please note our fair market value pricing is established by calculating the average sold prices for comparable items. And they say if you show any difference, we'll forward them to the pricing evaluation team. Now, the reason why this is such a crazy deal and such an insane, insulting offer is because the last sale on this card was $45,000. Offering $20K as an average is a spit in the face, and I'll explain later why.
This is where it gets extremely spicy. That card sold only a couple of weeks ago by PSA. And this is where it gets a little conspiratorial, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. There are people that are speculating that they didn't actually damage his card when reholdering it. The encapsulation process, it's a psyop. It's not real. What they're thinking might have happened is PSA, when reholdering that PSA 10 Deoxys that was submitted, they took it and then sold it themselves, and then instead gave him a 6, saying that it was damaged and now it's down to a 6. That is a theory, just a little game theory that a lot of people have, because you need to stop and consider just how unlikely these circumstances are. That PSA had 2 PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular cards from 2004 at the same time, when there is only 38 of these cards in the fucking known universe. And somehow PSA had 2 of them at the same time. When this card was being reholdered, they had already been selling this other 10 that they had for $45K. The timing is just very suspicious. PSA was who sold that $45,000 Deoxys. But even setting aside the conspiracy, even if that's entirely just wrong and a bunch of fiddlesticks, they have their own data to pull from for the fair market value. They, PSA, sold this exact same card, this PSA 10 Deoxys, only a matter of weeks ago for $45,000. So wouldn't basic logic stand to reason that they would view that card as $45,000? So why are they now telling this poor guy here, who just lost this card now because of their incompetence, that actually fair market value is about $20K, so we'll give you $19K because we're splitting the difference here with the 6 and that, when they themselves have already sold it for $45K? They should know that that is the fair market value. That's what you just fucking sold it at. So why are you feeding this guy a bunch of nonsense? Why are you blowing smoke up his butt? That's why it's been, like, so big. And, like, well, I mean, just damaging a card this rare is already going to be a big story, but this blows up even further because of just how fishy and shady this whole thing is from PSA. They sold this exact card for 45K. Why are you now trying to turn around and say that it's only worth 20K to this individual here whom you've just ruined that exact card for? It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
And the thing is, if they gave him a decent offer, I wouldn't need to make this video. They actually threatened the dude if he made it public. This is like the stuff I would expect Kevin O'Leary to write if he was on a PR team. Please let me know once you find those listings or if you choose to accept their offer. Should you choose to accept the offer, due to the offer being over $500, we would need you to sign a standard release agreement. So their excuse is that because the offer is over $500, he needs to sign a hush-hush document. If you approve the resolution as offered, you would receive an email link to the DocuSign to review and sign the agreement. Please be aware that should you accept this settlement offer, our standard settlement agreement includes a confidentiality provision. Sorry, I'm sick. My brain is fried right now. Any public disclosure of the settlement offer may result in our rescinding the offer.
That's pretty stern. That's rather frank, but they do give you a nice little sweet apology at the end saying they sincerely apologize, and I think that's coming from a genuine place. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. As he said, if it was like a decent offer, it's like, hey, we blew it here, man. We ruined your card. We'll just give you like the 45K or whatever that the card is worth. We literally just sold one, and we'll move on past this. But they don't do that. Instead, they lowball him an offer based off of just imaginary nothing math because they're trying to screw this guy over. And then they're saying at the end of the email that if he accepts it, they're basically going to lock him into confidentiality where he can't disclose anything about it because it would make PSA look really bad. And I think it's pretty clear he probably hasn't accepted that offer. I imagine, will be rescinding the offer as Dorothy threatened to do in the end of the email there. And I think it just is a really, really bad look for PSA here across the board. I don't think they could have handled this any worse. But I also think this is a really nice look at how a company like PSA operates. I have said PSA is shady for a while. Dorothy calls it a standard form, which leads me and many others to believe that this is just the norm for them, that if they ruin your shit and it's over $500, they'll lock you down into being like quiet about it, so they'll pay you off like hush money and you can't talk about like, the settlement, which I can almost see the logic behind, because like PSA probably doesn't want people hearing that they're ruining cards over like $500 because then people won't feel comfortable sending them the cards. But on the flip side of that coin, it would probably be good for their image to be like, hey, look, mistakes happen. We handle so many cards, this volume. There are going to occasionally be these hiccups. And when that happens, look at all of these people we've taken care of when we've made an error. Like, I feel like you would want them to like say like, no, I was upset about it initially, but then it got squared away. They gave me exactly what the card was worth. But that's clearly not how they operate. They'd rather just have it be like seemingly really lowball fair market value that they just make up poof out of nowhere based on nothing tangible. Like, it looks like what they tried to do is take really old sales of that card and then like kind of take into account their most recent sale and then find the average, but that's a stupid way of doing it because of how much the hobby and just the reselling has blown up. Like, it makes no sense why you wouldn't just take the data from the most recent sale your fucking self has just done. It seems like it's just a very underhanded tactic in order to try and justify these lowball amounts that they're offering that appear to be standard based on Dorothy's email. And the confidentiality I just don't think is a good idea. Even though I can almost see why they're trying to do that, I think it's still just a shitty look. I think it would be far more effective if they just said like, again, we made a mistake and this is how we correct it. Look, he's even posting about it. We gave him exactly what the card was worth when we fucked up. I think that's a lot better than, we fucked up your card, now shut up and take this much lesser amount than what the card was worth.
So in the final picture, Brian includes the sales of all the past, cards of the same card, all the past sales is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see here, the last sale in February 2026 was $45,000. Now, just to clarify, because apparently Tony over here says, my only thing is that the card itself is different in that 45K sale, like different artwork. If you compare the exact same card, then they are fair. Oh my god. This card, they're saying the artwork is different because it doesn't look the same as this one over here. It's the same card. It's lenticulated. It has 3 different artworks on it.
I liked that section because I also saw a couple of people on like the original post saying, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even the same card. The art's different. So I guess we've reached a point where people don't remember what lenticular means, like what those items are, like what they look like. The reason it looks different there is because it's just at a different angle, so you're seeing one of the different arts. It's lenticulated. There's 3 arts there. Like, Jesus Christ, it's the same card. And it only takes like 1 second, actually 1 second, to just type it in yourself to double check, like, is this the same card? Like, I don't know, it's different artwork, but maybe I just don't know what lenticular means. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. No, I see, now I get it. But no one wants to do that anymore. They'd rather just immediately just type that stupid shit.
And I know some of you are wondering, like, look at these other sales. They go from, they're 5,500, they're 10K, 15K. Why is this 45K the one we're looking at? Well, you answered your own question. Because as you can see, cards are fluid. Their prices are going to go up. And it's only getting higher as time goes on. And when a card goes up in value, you can't just value the next card you sell based on the average of the past 3. That's not how it works. If anything, the card should be worth more money because as you can see, there's a clear demand for this card and it's going up as time goes on.
Not only that, with a card this rare, every one of those sales, the reason it keeps going up is because there's less and less of them that exist, and there's not going to be more. I would be beyond surprised if we saw another PSA 10 of this card within the next, like, 2 or 3 years. It's very, very, very rare. So that's the reason it keeps climbing. So the most recent sale being 45 should be the one that they would look at the fair market value for and extrapolate like it's at least 45K. You wouldn't be taking the averages of the other ones because it's growing in demand and also in scarcity. There's not going to be more. So it's going to go up. And they know that. Again, this is just a very convenient way of trying to save quite a bit of money here for their boo-boo. Anyway, though, this was a good breakdown of the PSA situation here from Snomnom. I'll link the original in the description. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
But tonight, a community mourns the loss of a 40-year-old teacher and coach. Thanks so much for sticking with us for Fox 5 News at 11. I'm Eric Perry. Jason Hughes died Friday night after the Hull County Sheriff's Office says he was hit by a car. Now teens face charges related to his death. Fox 5's Terry Jabor has the story.
Jason Hughes was a math teacher and a golf coach here at North Hall High School. People have been leaving behind flowers to remember him and also to honor his legacy. Bouquets of flowers piling up to remember 40-year-old Jason Hughes, a husband, father, teacher, coach, and mentor for students here in Hull County. Olivia Williams, a sophomore at North Hall High School, stopped by on Saturday night to show her support.
Whenever somebody would need help or something, he would always make great conversation. He always had the best smile on his face, and he just seemed like such a friendly guy.
According to the Hull County Sheriff's Office, a group of 5 teens, including 18-year-old Jaden Ryan Wallace, went to the house to toilet paper a home, a common prank. Deputies say when the 40-year-old man Jason Hughes came out of the house, the teens ran into 2 different cars to get away. Deputies say Hughes, while walking toward the street, tripped and fell into the road. Then the Sheriff's Office says he was hit by Wallace's car. The Sheriff's Office says all the teens tried to help, but Hughes was taken to the hospital and died. His death sending shock through the North Hall High School community.
This can't be real. Like this, there's no way this happened. I just saw him this week, and I mean, I went to take a test and I borrowed a Chromebook from his room. There's no way this is happening.
Hughes' wife is Olivia's geometry teacher.
She's the sweetest lady ever, and they had just such a good connection, and you could just see it.
Hull County Schools released a statement saying in part, quote, "Our hearts are broken. Jason Hughes was a loving husband, a devoted father, a passionate teacher, mentor, and coach who is loved and respected by students and colleagues." 18-year-old Jaden Ryan Wallace is facing a charge of vehicular vehicular homicide. The other teens facing misdemeanor charges. Williams says the junior-senior pranks are for fun, but this time she says it got out of hand.
It's just supposed to be something fun, but sometimes I feel like it can get out of proportion and it can get a little too wild. Life is so precious, so you never ever should take it for granted, so just go hug your loved ones.
And we'll, of course, keep you updated as we learn more information from the Hall County Sheriff's Office. Reporting in Hall County, Tara Jabor, Fox 5 News.
Sunday, everybody. Today we are live here from New York City. We're coming to you guys in a new style right now. We have what I'm calling an on-the-street panel. We have 4 people, 4 different opinions about the U.S. and Iran war. So, it should be interesting, and we also have, we'll let you guys see the guests. We have a man who is almost bombed. Sunday, everybody. Playing with us, we got a friend by the name of Jan, a man from Iran, and Sweeney. So, we all know that the U.S. launched an attack on Iran this week, on February 28th, actually. I believe they launched over 900 missiles and bombs, essentially. And they killed the Ayatollah of Iran within the first day of the war. And a lot of people are... Sunday, everybody. Oh, yeah, okay. And a lot of people have a lot of opinions on this. And so, here we go. All right. We all know that this is Jan. Welcome. Attack on Iran this week. This is Jake Lane. How are you doing after yesterday?
Good. God is good. He's protected us, and I think he has a special calling on our movement here to save America.
Okay. They killed the Ayatollah of Iran on the first day of the war. From Iran. And Sweden. Everybody. Amazing. Alrighty. Yeah, a lot of opinions on Iran.
I think that Iran has been a cancer that has been reaching radical Islam and terrorism throughout the world. I think people also need to remember that while there is a regional conflict with Iran and Israel, there's also a much broader conflict with China as our ultimate long-term enemy, and Iran is now their chief supplier of oil. Out Venezuela. So when you combine what we've done with those two, there's a very good chance that the Chinese war/industrial complex will be ground to a halt because they will no longer have the oil to supply their machine. So I'm quite a fan, I would say.
Jake Lang, what's your opinion? Sorry about the audio for that first minute. So we're here in New York City. We have a panel. It's a street panel, and we got 4 different people, 4 different opinions. Jake Lang, you were attacked here in New York City the other day. Just yesterday, and now
Muslims
we're here.
threw a nail bomb at me and my peaceful crowd of Christians that were counter-protesting the Islamification of New York. I mean,
were you peaceful? You did bring a pig on Ramadan.
Yeah, but that's peaceful. What is that? It's the First Amendment. And we also brought a goat. Don't forget, Kamani's a goat fucker. And all the Muslims are. And that's why they need to leave New York City. They can't assimilate to the American way of life. And they're violent. They don't have any type of ability to have interaction without escalating it to physical violence. And that's what we saw yesterday. They tried to assassinate literally dozens of Christians that were there. And even one of the bombs landed at the feet of the NYPD. It was a mass casualty event that we were spared from because Jesus Christ is on the throne and king of the world.
And what's your take on this war?
Well, obviously, foreign interventionism in the Middle East for America has not panned out specifically well, and we keep getting dragged further and further into them. That being said, I really don't care about the goat fucking inbreds that we drop bombs on, and whatever President Trump's doing, I back him 110%. We're patriots in America, and if we're going to go to war with those Muslims, they're bringing the war here. They're throwing bombs at us. They're trying to destroy our country. They're replacing the white Christians in America, so maybe it's time we bring the war to their front line and fuck them up. So I'm very proud of President Trump for the precision, for the absolute execution that he's done, taking out the Ayatollah and everybody so far. Now that we're in the war, we need no more, dissension in America. We need to get behind our president, get behind our troops 110%, and wipe those fucking pig molesting, child raping bastards off the face of the earth.
Okay, and what's your take?
So I'm probably not as extreme as
A lot of people.
And what's your
miss that.
background?
So my background, I've been.
Where are you
been
from?
here- I'm from Iran. By the way, it's Iran, so a lot of people mispronounce it. It's Iran.
People tell me it's Iran. I read it like Iran, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's fine. This is just to set the record. I've been here in the U.S. since 2015. Yeah, so I've been actually on the streets of Tehran when the Green Movement happened. So I thought there would be some kind of dialogue with these people. We could convince them to give us it's basic human rights. This is like the freedom of speech that we all enjoy here, right? It shouldn't be taken for granted, right? So that's what we were fighting for. I thought naively that we could ask that peacefully, and every time we were faced with more brutality.
So do you think it was a good or a bad thing that the United States
I think it was
took action?
inevitable. It was inevitable. I blame the people in the government of Iran for that, because they provoked all the powers, their neighbors, and they there was no other end to this. I could see this coming. Unfortunately, they don't, like, the government in Iran unfortunately does not care for the people. They haven't built shelters. They haven't built sirens to they've cut down. They shut down the internet. So I just don't get it. Like, this is the time that people need alarms and sirens and notification to protect themselves, and they've shut down all means of communication. So that's my take on it. I think that this was in the cards, so that was going to happen.
And Sweeney, what's your take?
Well, the first and foremost thing I want to say is a shout out to Nick Shirley for getting people who, I guarantee anyone who's speaking today disagrees on endless amounts of things. You're not going to find four people in the same room, especially people who are very opinionated politically, who are all going to agree on the same things. These are the first time I'm meeting these folks, and Nick invited us all here to have a conversation. And it's going to be a conversation where I can imagine we're going to have a lot of disagreements on. But that is what politics is about. It's about talking to other people in a good faith debate, trying to learn from them, trying to teach them if you think that they're wrong and you think that they're right, but in a peaceful way. And I think the recent events in New York City, and I'll get to Iran, but are an example of the antithesis of that, is you have folks out here protesting. You might not like their form of protest, you might not like what their words are, but you have to respect their right to protest. That's what America is founded upon, regardless of what side of the aisle they are coming from. So I want to give a shout out to Nick for that. As it pertains to Iran, and I'm going to mispronounce it, so correct me if I do, so Iran. I'm an attorney, okay? And what I came out and said immediately is this was constitutional per the Constitution and the War Powers Resolution Act. Obviously, Congress has the power to declare war, but the War Powers Resolution Act in 1973 gave different levels of discretion short of war, which is this. This is short of war. This was no formal declaration of war. And on top of that, to the extent folks are arguing out there saying, oh, well, Congress has to approve it, Congress did. Trump apprised Congress 2 days after, 48 hours after these hostilities, and both the House and the Senate proved what he is doing. So it's completely constitutional. It's completely in comport with the laws of the United States. Do Americans want this to continue? Do Americans want this to protract? Do Americans want this to turn into another Iraq and Afghanistan? I think it's an unequivocal no. I understand where the plight of the Iranians are coming from. It's an objectively oppressive regime. It oppresses women. It oppresses all types of minorities. There's no room for freedom of speech. There are no minority rights there, full stop. But as Americans and tax-paying citizens, should we be vigilant about another protracted involvement in the Middle East that impacts our tax dollars and our groceries and all the expenses that American households have every year? I think the answer is no.
Okay, great take, Sweeney. And Jan, you're Jewish. Yeah. You're Jewish.
I've been told.
Jake, I think a lot of people are saying that the United States acted on behalf of Israel for this war. Do you think the United States did come into, if it wasn't for Israel, they would have gotten into this war?
I think that's a complicated question to put it that way. I think the answer
There's
fundamentally
a lot of
is
people
no.
right now in the United
They're saying
States.
things like they're doing it for Israel's bidding. It's interesting. So first of all, it's interesting how it's Israel's bidding when Iran says that death to America, death to Israel. It doesn't say death to Israel only. In fact, they funded a lot of Israeli dead, quite a lot. They've also funded a lot of American dead, and they funded a lot of regimes and a lot of terrorism. They say that up to at least a quarter of American dead in Iraq are from Iran-made incendiary devices, IEDs. So the idea that Israel's dragging us into this conflict is ridiculous. In fact, I suspect Israel's wanted to assassinate the Ayatollah and other leadership in the IRGC because Mossad has deeply infiltrated every aspect of Iran's terror apparatus. It's America that's been saying no. So I think Rubio slightly was taken out of context when he suggested that, oh, Israel's going to attack anyway. At some point, Israel would have had to attack because Iran is very clearly building missiles and weapons, particularly to destroy the Jewish state, because in their Shiite, eschatological, end of days nightmare scenario they've drawn up as their heaven, they need to destroy Israel, not only because it's Jewish, but because this is their way of proving to the Sunni Muslim majority that their vision was actually correct and that they were the wrong side to lose the battle in 632 over who gets to bang which goat, whatever they were fighting over. So that is something that is built into their regime. And people have to remember, unlike a lot of Muslim powers, there's Islam built into Saudi Arabia, into Iraq, and to Syria. But Iran is the only place where actual clerics run the government. So they do not care about their people. Their people are livestock to them. So first and foremost, no, we did not come into this war for Israel. We've hated Iran for a very long time. There's also, I try to look at this from a global game theory, geopolitical perspective. Iran, when you steal a piece from someone's border, war is not chess, because in chess you take a piece off the board, it's not zero sum. But here, Iran is 92 million incredibly intelligent, successful people that are fundamentally conquered and run by an Arabist-style minority government. So if you remove this government, you now have 92 million successful, beautiful, high IQ individuals who are marketplaces. They sell oil. It's one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. No one knows this. It's not Iran. It's not Iraq. It's not a desert. It's like springs and mountains and gardens. It's really kind of a magical, it's like one of the cradles of civilization. We're talking about an open marketplace for the West. We're now selling our cars there instead of them driving these Chinese jalapenos that they're buying today. The oil, the natural resources that flow from there.
You're very pro.
I'm just pro. I think the ability to take this regime and to convert it from this cancer that's dominating this unwilling people and make it into a Western ally would be such a crippling blow to Russia, but especially to China. And I find the liberals on this issue so moronically knee-jerk anti-Trump because I thought you hate Russia. I thought Russia was the great Satan. Could it maybe be because Russia is white or mostly white and theoretically Christian that they hate them so much? Because you would think if you hate Russia, so much, why not take their best ally? Iran selling them all of their drones? Isn't that where they're getting them from? So why not take that piece off the board? I thought you'd like that.
And so, Jake, do you think the United States came and did the work of Israel?
Well, the way that I'm seeing the war,
What's your stance on?
I have
'Cause
that.
A lot of people say you're a Jew on the internet.
I have an understanding that we are, in many ways, doing the bidding of Israel with the Iran war. But I also see it from another perspective. And obviously, we don't want to send Americans to die for Israel. That's what, people are crying out, and they're being a little too dramatic online. It's like they're taking the anti-Semitism and we're not going to send our children to die for Israel way too far because we also have interest in fighting Iran. So it's not like we're just doing it on the bidding of Israel. This is a terrorist regime. They're sponsoring terrorism worldwide. They've embedded, literally, the ISIS terrorists that bombed me yesterday probably are funded and have ties deeply into Iran. So we need to understand that just because it's mutually beneficial doesn't mean that we're, being led like livestock by Israel into this war. I think that it is mutually beneficial, and to be able to crush them is to show Christian supremacy in the world. It's basically fomenting from activism and the culture shift that we've seen in England and America through activists and leaders like Tommy Robinson, Nick, when you exposed the Somali Muslim daycare fraud, when we went to Dearborn and showed how violent and non-assimilative these people are, all of that was a culture and street war. Now the natural progression is for the most Christian country, the most dominant country in the world, to blow up the Islamic regime. It's basically a continuation of the work that we've started, Tommy Robinson on the ground, showing these people are oppressive, they're coming to take over over our countries. And now the way that I see the war is basically the kinetic version of this social. It is very beneficial to Israel, and a lot of people are saying that, you know, Netanyahu, the Israeli deep state, the Jeffrey Epstein black pedophilic ring, is using their influence to draw us into war that will be very beneficial for Israel. Two things can be true at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. We will benefit by blowing those boat fuckers out of the water.
Jacob raised an interesting point. We've now come to a form of like IDS, Israel derangement syndrome, where the idea is, if it benefits Jews or Israel, it's bad, even if it benefits me. There's garbage in the street, but if we clean it, the Jews will like it. We gotta leave it. Like, this is the thought process. It's moronic. Yes, it benefits Israel. And as, by the way, might I add, one other interesting thing. Talk about model ally. England, 2 paralyzed-based Muslim population. France, 2 paralyzed-based Muslim population, and buying oil through Iran. But guess what? When we needed help, Israel's there. And in a future conflict with China, for instance, could you imagine the other countries saying no? Very easily. Could you imagine Israel saying no? Quite less likely. So yes, at some point, yes, it benefits Jews. Oh no, so we can't do it now. Yes, it benefits Israel because Iran is fixated on eliminating them first before eliminating the United States. However, that said, you cannot have people like this have a nuclear weapon. They're madmen. They're not North Korea. They're not a hermit kingdom. They're eschatological Muslims. They want to bring about the end of days. And you think benefits Jews? Well, suck it up.
And you still have family that live in Iran?
Yes.
And what were they saying when the bombs started dropping?
I mean, obviously everyone's worried, but I talked to a lot of young people.
So a lot of people are saying, like, you saw, for instance, when we captured Maduro, Venezuelans were celebrating, but people here in the streets of New York City were protesting. What was the real reaction from the people in the streets?
So in Iran, as I said, right now there's no freedom of expression. So people can't really express how they feel openly, right? So that's one thing. A lot of Iranians outside of Iran in diaspora, they were celebrating because obviously this is something that they wanted for so long. People in Iran, obviously it's a tough time because like no one wants to see their country being bombed. But
Thank you, love you. How are you doing? What do you think about the war?
I'm Iranian.
Oh, really?
Iranian American.
What do you think about what's going on?
47 years too late. We needed this 47 years ago, but no one had, excuse the French, the balls to do it besides Trump.
Amen.
So, right. So with this, the head of the snake is cut off, and you will see. Once Iran becomes a normal democracy, second only to Israel in the Middle East, the whole world will be shed of terrorism.
You believe so? And how does that work? How do they create the regime change? Who's next after the last Ayatollah?
Right now, Reza Pahlavi, who's the son of the late Shah, he wants to be in charge of transitioning the government and electing elected officials to run the government and be a symbolic, a symbol like the Queen Elizabeth was to England.
Okay,
But-
because I think a lot of people here in America are worried that we're gonna have to go boots on the ground. American troops, sons of Americans, are gonna die in a foreign
that
country.
sense, I don't know what the answer would be.
How do they go about in making that change before that other person can take power?
The way to make the change is to arm the people, let them fight for themselves. I mean, we have the capacity to pour arms into and hand it to train. The answer is not to send the Kurdish in, because the common Iranian, that will unite the common Iranian, because they don't want parts of the country to
So
start
if I were to
breaking
speak
up.
with the common Iranian in Iran, what percentage of people would be in support of what just happened?
90% plus. I'm dare to say 95%. 95% of us are up to here with the government. And so many Iranians cannot wait for Iran to become a normal country again and go back, move back to the country.
Would you move back there?
Personally, no. All my family is here. I have nobody left there besides friends. But
were you forced to leave?
Forced to leave with the shirts on our back. Yeah. My late father had dealings with the government, so we were petrified, and we are Jewish. We were petrified of being persecuted because
Something
of the
I learned that was interesting is that it's actually not a Muslim majority country.
Iran. It is a Muslim majority.
Somebody told me yesterday, last night when I was hanging out with people, they said that
Converting out, people becoming
that Christian is the most is growing the most, or Christianity is growing the most in.
Right, Christianity is growing the
But
most.
they said that Muslim wasn't the majority country. Even you said that.
I believe that, remember, it's not like Judaism is an ethnicity and a religion. So if you convert, if you stop going to shul, you're still Jewish. But they're technically Muslim, yes, but I think the actual level of apostasy, just straight up leaving the religion, is pretty high. So there are people who were born Muslim, but I actually think, I think that the amount of people who actually identify as like observantly Muslim is less than 50%. They're just, it's hard to think of them that way because it's not a...
Less than 10% now. I'm telling you, most of my friends who are Muslim have denounced Islam. They're non-practicing, they don't practice. Right.
Really?
So,
Well, yeah. I mean, if I were Muslim, which I was born into, I shouldn't be drinking and eating because this is Ramadan. But I don't practice it, so.
So you're Muslim in name only at best, if at all.
Yeah.
And that's a big
So that's where the most of the country is.
Like it's not the most popular religion that's being practiced.
It's people don't. I mean, a lot of the younger generation, they don't really care. They want just a normal life. That's what they care about.
just like everybody
Yeah,
else.
just like everyone.
They want to live their life, go to movies, go to restaurants, go to bars, and at the present rate of inflation, it's impossible to do that. The common Iranian is suffocating. They eat potato soup at night to go to sleep. Most of them have to work 2-3 jobs to make ends meet. The inflation.
It's been actually comical. From what I understand, I couldn't believe it. It's a joke. I think it's something like 42 million rial for $1. Like it's like if you look at the graph, it doesn't. I think the value of the rial is literally $0. Like it's not point. It's 0.00. Like this. I don't know how you buy it. It makes.
It used to be 1.3 during the time of the Shah. It was 1.7. So $1 was 7 tumans during the Shah's time. Now it's 1 to 42,000. So 42 million. Excuse me.
Wow.
So, but you know,
Deutschmark during World War I, or after World War I, looked valuable. You know, comical.
you asked my friend here about whether the Iranian people inside the country support the intervention in the war, but I think there's a lot of evidence that they do, even though they're restricted from speaking out. There's plenty of videos of people dancing, cheering, saying we need, calling for Donald Trump. They were even changing the names of streets in Tehran to put Donald Trump on his name on the streets in honor for calling for him to intervene.
Really?
And when the people went out in massive numbers in January 8th and 9th, silent marches of millions of Iranians on the street and were butchered by the regime, they went because the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi made a call for them to go out, and they answered it. So that indicates that there is internal support for regime change in Iran.
Yeah, it seems like there actually is support inside of Iran for the regime change. But what you're seeing here in the United States is a lot of people, especially Western media, saying that Trump's bad for going and doing that, and how is that going to benefit America? A lot of young people like myself are concerned, like, okay, how does this benefit me?
Right.
How does this benefit America?
Well, I mean,
Because I think a lot of people have seen what happened in Iraq and that war, where a lot of people who had nothing to do with that country went down and fought a war. Nothing really came out of it, and a lot of Americans ended up dying.
Well, in the case of Iran, the situation is completely different. The Iranian government has armed groups in other countries, and then when they need help oppressing their own population, they bring those same armed militias into Iran to murder their own people. So this is a completely different context and situation, where we have, as we speak, there's a march downtown New York in support of this war by Iranian Americans.
Jake Lang, what happened yesterday? There was like a memorial for the Ayatollah.
So the day before yesterday, there was a memorial service for the Ayatollah Khamenei that had his head blown off by President Trump, and we drove by. We opened up the side of the U-Haul. I had a goat there. They're screaming, "Khamenei's a goat fucker," because the Muslims are pedophiles and they don't know how to assimilate. And you know, the fact that in America they're celebrating one of the world's largest terror sponsors and a terrorist and an oppressive regime leader that beheaded people before, that they're having like a funeral memorial service celebrating their life, shows just how far these Islamic extremists, they really have nothing, they don't care about our country, they don't care about our standards, our norms. We don't celebrate terrorists, the life of terrorists in America out in the open public. That is just showing New York City is lost. It's cooked, Nick. New York City is cooked, and that's why I showed up with a goat, and we completely sucked all the air out of the room and stole the headline. Khamenei's a goat fucker. Conservative activists pull up and completely destroyed the sanctity of that disgusting memorial service.
Although I agree with what you're saying about that group and how outrageous it was that in New York City, a group shows up and is crying tears for a mass murderer. I totally agree with that, but 20-1 were Iranians there protesting on the same side as you against those people.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is New York's not lost. It's the silent majority that's being overwhelmed by a small, loud minority of people who come and make a scene and cause a huge, chaos. And then pretend that it represents.
The voting numbers don't back what you're saying, though. New York, completely like lemmings off a cliff, just went and ran into the arms of Mandami. So when you talk about New York City voters and the people that are going out there and actually pulling down the levers to bring in communism and Islamic, complete tyranny here, they're not the minority. They're actually the majority. And New York City liberals, white liberal women, they voted in Mandami. They are bringing out the destruction of New York City. And this is my city. Nick, I moved here 11 years ago to wrestle at Hunter College.
Everywhere's your city.
No, this is my city. But other places when I come, temporarily stake and claim, right? But this is actually the city that made me to the freedom fighter and the man that I am today. And I really care about New York City, and I can't stand to see these Muslims showing up in Times Square, humiliation ritual. They're marking their dominance, marking their territory like animals, showing all the Christians in New York City, this is our city. We're coming to take over this from the white people. So I can't stand that, and that's why we had to do the Khamenei drive-by and the demonstration outside the mayor's house last night, because like it or not, when the Ayatollah died, Zoran Mandami became the #1 Muslim in the world. He has the most influence in the entire Islamic world. Zoran Mandami is their #1 guy. So New York is a hotbed right now. Christians versus Muslims. What are we going to do? Are we going to stand tall while they throw bombs at us, or are we going to shrink and cower? We're going to stand tall and get Zoran out.
Jan?
Yeah, so two things. One, Jake's quite correct, because remember, Mamdani is also a Shiite. So whether or not he's the most popular Muslim on the planet, he certainly appears to now be the most name-recognizable Shiite on the planet, for better or worse. Worse, frankly. And the other issue we have to remember is, Jake is right about New York, because New York City is like a sponge. During the day, it soaks with the water that is rich people coming in from Long Island and Westchester to work here and pay taxes here. But during the night, it deflates. The people who actually live here, many of them are rent stabilized, many of them are living in various government subsidized housing, or they're like white liberal college kids living with their parents. Turning New York is very hard because there's just so many people who are fundamentally not taxpayers and live off the system who vote here. So it's extraordinarily hard to dislodge this infection once it starts. And unfortunately, with Islamization, once you start moving, it's very, very hard to turn that tide. That is, however, the humiliation ritual concept is very important. A lot for Islam. There's a reason why there is a Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount. There's a reason where if you go to India, you will find the ruins of temples beneath almost every mosque. They build, it is a religion of war. Remember, the prophet Moses and Abraham were shepherds. The prophet Jesus was a carpenter. The prophet Muhammad was a warlord. Right?
Rapist, pedophile.
Bingo.
Don't forget
You can't deny it.
Don't forget the real.
I would not, I never would. But it is a religion inherently devoid of a cultural element or a spiritual element. It is a political religion at its very core. Its first leader was a politician. So everything they do is dominance oriented to send a message. So when they do these prayers in public, they don't need to pray in Times Square. There's more than enough madrasas. I promise you, more than enough. They do it because as a humiliation ritual.
Nick, yesterday of the event that we threw, it was Stop Muslim Public Prayer in New York City, because the imagery that they're showing is that they're taking over the West. When you go to the #1 city in the world, the #1 crossroads of the world, Times Square, and you lay down your prayer rugs and you say, that, which is their words exactly, you heard we're coming to take over New York City, and you were right. And then they start doing their Allah Akbars.
U.S. I gotta make sure I say it right. Iran war. Sweeney. How does this benefit America going to war with Iran?
I think, look,
as an American first,
Yeah.
America first perspective, how does this actually benefit America?
I mean, look, this is what Yam had said before. Is
Are you anti-war or anti-U.S. intervention? Or
I am pro-Iranian liberation. Do I think?
Do you think it's the responsibility of the United States to
I
make
don't
that
think it's the
liberation?
responsibility of the United States, but I would defer. I would give a lot of credit, most of the credit, to the Iranian people who have been asking and screaming for this assistance for decades, right? And it is this ever-ending hypocrisy and almost mind-numbing exhibition to watch folks in the United States, especially liberals, and not to, draw with a thick brush, coming out here and criticizing this without talking to these Iranians whatsoever. And you have these broadband celebrations in LA, in New York, right now in Washington Square Park. There are huge folks coming out in
Really?
support
Should we
of
go?
this. Yeah, it's Washington Square Park right now. There's a huge Iranian parade. And I mean, look, Nick, you asked that question, how does it benefit America? I think if you zoom out, what he had referenced before is very true, is we are a unipolar region. We're the only hegemony in the Western Hemisphere.
Chat, should we go to the park? Should we go to a protest after? But I don't know. Now it's kind of dangerous for me to go to protests these days.
No, but it's the Iranian people.
Who are you?
But look, I'll just say one thing, is that the #1 way that this benefits the United States is our only true competitor is China. All right, Russia has the same size economy as Texas. And if China has these sources of unfathomable resource in Venezuela, in Iran, and and they're stopping at nothing to take those territories over, the United States does have an interest in prohibiting that expansion. It's the wars of two different empires, and it's a new Cold War between us and China right now. I think from that sense, you cannot argue that this does not benefit America, with the caveat being, as an American taxpayer, we want to see these hostilities end right now, and we want to see a new regime change come in and take over Iran that helps the majority of Iranians.
Excuse me, would you like to say anything on the live stream? Yes. So, but I think right now, Jan, the reason why we brought you on, you're Jewish American, and a lot of people in the United States are saying, well, why are we doing this? It feels like, sometimes it feels like people may say that Israel has a lot of influence here in the United States, and why would it, like Marco Rubio basically did say that the reason why we.
It was one of the things he said, but they clipped the wrong piece and made it seem as that was the only reason. But yes.
And but I mean, like same thing with the war when Trump bombed their nuclear facilities. Israel started it, and then the United States had to come in and finish it.
So I mean, I'm sorry. So first of all, arguing that Israel started it is sort of like the classic
Well, they
way.
launched the initial.
No, but it was started by the fact that Iran has declared it to be their goal that Israel no longer exists by any means necessary. They're building nuclear weapons and ICBMs mainly to eliminate Israel. That's the obviously
I think a
Israel
lot of
has
people
no
in the United States have a lot of distrust in what's happening. We've heard Netanyahu talk about how they've been building these nuclear bombs for literally, you can watch the clips from years and years. Thankfully, the mission was successful and Trump went and did it. Like, I'm not like the biggest advocate for us going to war. in a day. I think we're operating at like new levels with our military, and we're seeing how powerful a president can be. So I don't really like the idea of us going to war, but if we do go to war, I want Trump.
now. Pull up the best.
I want Trump to be in power. And I mean, we've heard people talk about, oh, we need to go to, like, for instance, Kamala Harris would always say, we need to get to the root cause of things. And eventually that led to more money going to these groups, more time, getting people to strategize. Meanwhile, Trump's like, all right, we've played that game for long enough. We know what the root cause is, and we're going to kill it. That's what he's done.
I think Trump, you have to remember, Trump is a businessman who entered politics later in life. So this endless, like, rules-based order, cyclical, pointless discussion where basically what it is that these third world regimes have realized that the great way to play sort of these Western quasi-white powers is to talk and engage in these rule-based discussions, but they don't believe in the rule-based order that they hide behind, that the West and Europe love so very much. They just believe in power. The difference is Trump is not part of the system. So he comes in, he makes an observation. These people want to build weapons so they can be North Korea, because North Korea now is very hard to touch because they have these weapons. Who knows what they can do with them? A nuclear material is very dangerous, even if it's in a dirty bomb, or even if you have biological warfare. So as a result, once you let a country cross that threshold where they have nuclear capability, they now have you. They now are able to extort you, and you can do very little to them. The difference is North Korea is the hermit kingdom, whereas Iran is an Islamist regime that wishes to spend
Trader Joe's
everywhere.
Trader Joe's is here. Oh my word! How you doing?
How we doing? Good
How's
to
it
see you
going?
again. Yeah.
Having a good day?
Favorite Mormon buddy, how you doing?
Great. How
More
you doing?
chaos
Trader
today?
Joe's. What do you think about everything going on?
So your buddy's trying to get me fired from Trader Joe's. What's going on with that?
Really? Did you get
So
fired?
you and your SJW conservative fans all like reviews and were like trying to get me fired because I said the N-word. Well, guess what, buddy? I got a motherfucking promotion. Let's fucking go. Come on, round of applause. I'm getting that. Thank you.
Trader Joe's is here in the chat.
This guy, okay.
You'll be
So,
the CEO soon?
have you guys talked about the fact that Jake,
Assassination attempt on him yesterday. What the fuck do you have to
you
say about
abandoned the goat?
Didn't abandon the goat. I
Yes,
had
you
the goat.
did.
The
You
goat-
said,
Is this
and I
okay?
quote, this guy said, and I quote, the NYPD will take care of it. And he left the goat right next to the
Fuck
bomb.
about a goat. A bomb was thrown.
You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. Is that against the law?
Trader Joe's here.
Animal
Are you a
endangerment?
brain dead liberal? A bomb was
Why
thrown
would you
at
leave
us.
a goat in the middle of
Fuck about a
Manhattan
goat.
to own the Muslims? Are you insane?
No, a bomb was
That's like
thrown
the
at us.
dumbest
What
idea
do
I've
you
ever
think
heard in
about-
my whole
What do
life.
you think about a bomb being thrown at me?
All right, one sec.
He was like molesting a goat in the back of a U-Haul.
What do you
That was
think
like
about
the
a
weirdest
bomb
shit I've
being
ever seen
thrown
in my
at
whole life.
Christian Americans by Muslims.
Bro, I would have gotten hit by the shrapnel too. What are you talking about? Same with the cops, same with everybody
It wasn't
else.
thrown at you. It was thrown at my feet.
Wait, hold up. One sec. I gotta address something. We got Sneeko here in the chat. He said.
Oh, I
Nick,
know
wait,
Sneeko.
one sec.
Me and
He
Sneeko
said,
work together
he said
outside
Nick,
the same
he said Nick
Islamic
Shirley
club.
is literally Jewish.
Deport
I am
Sneeko.
not Jewish. Okay.
Yo, give me a fuck Azerbaijan.
Dirty
Fuck
Muslim.
Azerbaijan.
Then he actually then he did say,
Fuck
sorry,
Azerbaijan.
Jake Sang is literally Jewish.
I'm
not Jewish.
baby Trader Joe's promoted
But
by
so I just want to clear that.
So it was Jack Hughes who scored the game-winning goal, the
All right,
American
can I
gold
just
medal.
say, I just
But
wanted,
what-
you
what-
asked me to come by. I wanted to come by.
You were in the chat
I think
earlier.
the people needed a conclusion of the whole story. I
I just wanna
understand.
know,
I think I need to call corporate. This is crazy.
I think people should
Look at
not
him
be
go
getting
out and
fucking
harass
bombed,
him.
and I think that people who are advocating for that should go and help out. Get the fuck out of New York where things are safe. Things are safe in New York, and you got a big mouth talking about bombing people over here in Manhattan. But it's like, yeah, go over to Iran. You know, fuck you. Like, we like safe, nice New York. Bring your chaos somewhere else. That's what Trader Joe's has to say about this. All right, peace out, boys.
Wait, Trader Joe's. But Trader Joe's. Look at Trader Joe's comes in, he
If
leaves.
you want a safe New York, get the minorities out. They always cause all the problems and the violence. It's the truth.
Yeah, yeah.
You want a safe New York?
Man, this
make it
dude
white
right
again.
here, he's class
Sorry,
clown.
man, say it's the truth.
Epic.
So a bunch of us are heading to there's a march in support of
Okay, thank you very much.
a bunch of us are going to the march for the support for the actual Iranian people, not the government, in Madison Square, and we're gonna head over there. I just wanted to say my last word. I think the people in Iran, especially the younger generation, are very hopeful, and I've been talking to them. They were so hopeless for the past many years, and they're finally, even though they're afraid of the war, they're hopeful for their future. So I'm gonna leave that there, and yeah.
No, thank you. I think it's great because the whole goal of this today was to kind of get some different perspective on everything and talk to people who are from Iran and they've seen it, and then also to Jake Lang was attacked yesterday, so we figured we might as well bring Jake on. Jan, he's a good friend. He also brings a Jewish perspective, and then Sweeney is a great friend as well, and he gives a different perspective as well.
And Trader Joe's comes in and employs the very best perspective. I don't even know how he finds this, but like the first time
He was in chat. He was in chat before I went live. I said we might be around here, and he pulled up.
Today's Sneako's Muslim. What will it be tomorrow? Maybe he'll be transgender. Maybe he'll be a goat. Who knows what he'll identify
Oh, he
as.
said he goes. Nick Shirley is literally Jewish, but he misspoke. I'm not Jewish. I'm a member. I'm actually a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, so I am not Jewish. And then he said, "Sorry, Jake Lang is literally Jewish. Nick is cool. He should check out Lakewood, New Jersey."
We can throw bombs at him. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Jake Lang is a Christian
Take a
crusader.
selfie and then head out.
Oh,
I want more information on the Trader Joe's.
Exactly.
Thank you
So let
very
me
much.
say this, Nick. When my team,
What's up? Who are you?
my team, so my team yesterday, the Jake Lang is Jewish comment. Guess with the exact quote that the terrorist that was brought into custody, my team went up to him and asked, "Who do you work for and why did you attack us?" He said, "Work for ISIS and we attacked you because you're Jews." So Sneako's using the same exact statement. Jake Lang is literally Jewish, and the Muslim terrorists that threw a nail bomb at us yesterday, Jake Lang is Jewish. Do we see any connections here? Do we see any connections here? They don't care. If you're white, Jews are white, they're gonna bomb you. If you're Christian or you're white, or you're a man, you're straight, or you're a Trump supporter, you're on the Islamic bomb list. So I basically think that Jews, Christians, white Americans need to conglomerate right now and get this scourge of evil out of our country, and then we can argue about the Epstein list and the global banking system and all the other stuff that
We kind of got a little off
Satanists have
topic
their
here.
hands on. Well, that's what
Yeah, I guess this is what the beauty of the live stream is. You never know exactly what's gonna happen.
Well, Sneako came in and he's trying to basically say Jake Lang's literally Jewish, which is the same exact excuse that Muslim terrorists used to attack us
I don't
yesterday.
care what Sneako says. Let's move on.
Low IQ entertainment is not that interesting, which is what he is. I think that he makes an interesting point, which is that we've reached a paradox of tolerance where you do have isn't it a little scary how we literally have tributes to the Ayatollah? Yes, he's a murderer. He's also a sworn enemy of
That was
America.
a little crazy that you had people here in New York
It's
City mourning the
treason.
death of
This is
of a man who.
This is active treason. We are we've been in a 47-year-old war with them. We may not know it, but they've been at war with us for a very long time. So in what universe is it acceptable to have tributes to the Ayatollah? Is tributes to Hitler, tributes to Stalin? Is there any war effort that is not acceptable for there to be tributes to? So I think that's very disturbing. The question is, how much will we tolerate of intolerant cultures that would never extend us the same freedoms if ever they had political power?
Yeah.
So that's a disturbing thing.
And I do see why, like, I myself, I don't understand exactly why the U.S. has to go and do it, but if we are going to do it, I want Trump to be in charge.
Correct. And I think that the reality is, by the
Like,
way,
I think it's crazy to think a kid from Texas could go to war, potentially, never even be going to that region of the world, having no ties to it, and could potentially die in a foreign land. I think that, I just don't like the idea of that. 'Cause I think of myself, like, okay, if I were to go to war and I died in Iran, I would not be happy. I don't think my family would be happy either.
I
So-
think a lot of, I think I
but
just,
that's why I respect Trump when he does this, and then he goes in and kills the Ayatollah first day, and it's a different way that
surgical.
It's, yeah, there's a lot.
I actually do think, but I think Israel may have been the one to kill the Ayatollah. I think Trump wants to not. I think it was plausible deniability. America's been
Either
targeting
way,
military
if they
installations.
work- either
Israel
way, if they
targets
work
the
together, they
personnel.
got it done in a
Correct.
day.
Together. That was the issue. And I think that I understand that concept. Like I understand people are very uncomfortable with that. But obviously, we are part of one globe, and unfortunately, those same soldiers. How about that National Guard member that was killed by some Afghan refugee shooting in the middle of D.C.?
I do think it is a problem.
It's
Like the idea that somebody, whether you like Jake Lang or not, it's crazy to think that somebody was willing to bomb him at a protest here in the United States because he's Christian and against Islam.
I
think that's insane. We have freedom of religion here, but you shouldn't be trying to kill other people because they're opposed to your religion. That goes completely against everything.
100%. We got the
And so I think that's like a big issue.
It's a
Everyone
terror
has,
campaign.
everyone has the right to.
But it's also bolstered by
their
the fact that
religion,
they've
but
controlled.
the idea that they literally thought they could bomb, like, it doesn't matter whether the bomb would have, whether or not the bomb would have killed 10 or 20 people, the idea that they actually thought they could ignite a bomb
is
in
unspeakable.
the streets
Against
of New York
Christians,
City
Muslims.
against a Christian who's protesting. These people protest all the time. There's a protest right now. They had two bombs. They didn't go off. And Mondami has said absolutely nothing.
One of the greatest frightening evils that's happened in this country
He's
in the last
letting
10
the
years.
media speak for him. And the media-
Sorry, I gotta figure out what's going on. I think it was where he was at. There definitely needs to be. Wow, that was quicker than I thought. Excuse me, one sec, because that's not what I'm aiming for. Okay, so here. Last thing he was saying, I think we need an amendment too. We also need like the freedom of religion. Just because your religion is opposite of somebody else's doesn't give you a right to put a bomb in a public space. Even I think it's okay. So I don't know how we're gonna have to make a amendment to fix this.
Violence. They're using everything they can to not say these words. Muslims attacked Christians in New York City with a bomb. Very simple. Very simple. You can even boil it down. Brown people attacked white people with a bomb today in New York City.
You could have
Call it what you want.
any million types of disputes, all in good faith, over who is provoking, who is not. I think there's a clear right to protest, right? Nonviolent protest is absolutely protected. But when you have, and we were talking about this earlier, when you have bombs thrown in New York City in broad daylight right outside of Gracie Mansion, and you have that same mayor who doesn't say a word about that. I could never believe this in a million years would actually be the reality that New York City is facing. Mamdani, you have a responsibility here in New York to come out and condemn the violence, regardless of what side of the aisle that violence is being committed from.
Yeah, I mean,
Two-tiered.
I mean, when
That's the issue. The biggest issue to me, by far, and the scariest thing, is selective prosecution. Because when prosecutors have the ability to prosecute Jewish groups, Christian groups, prosecute Daniel Penny, why is that the one violent question that was prosecuted? Why are Jewish conservative groups demanded Letitia James made a conservative Jewish group leave New York? Why are all these far left Palestinian groups
People are saying
okay?
that
They're
Alvin
not
Bragg's
being
going to let these bombers out next day, and
Almost
we're calling upon President Trump, send the feds in and bring this into the Southern District of New York. Alvin Bragg cannot be trusted with the prosecution.
100%, and not only call Trump out, it's the folks on the left, right? If you are a member of the left, you're a leader of the left, let's just call it modern left, and you espouse and promote all this nonviolence and this tolerance and this sort of pluralism that you're pushing on the United States, then come out. The opportunity is right here for all of you guys to condemn this violence. I think that they're not saying anything says more than anything that they could possibly utter.
Amen.
By your silence right here, you are complicit in this bombing, and it's not hard to do. It's not a political statement to come out here and say, we do not support political violence of any iteration.
Well, it goes beyond political violence. This is religious violence, first and foremost. And second of all, what we need to understand is we voted in a Muslim mayor to New York City 2 months ago, and we've had the first Muslim terrorist attack on white Christians outside the mayor's home. People need to understand there's a correlation here. These things are connected. We are not safe in New York with Zoran Mandami, the Muslim, as our mayor. He is, by his very ability to be there, he is basically sponsoring and influencing and telling these people, go out and declare jihad. By not condemning it, he's basically saying more jihads against Christians like Jake Lang.
And it's sick. Get away with it, quite frankly. There's a very substantial. The reality is this: they're aware they'll be arrested, they'll be released. We have bail laws, we have selective prosecution. So frankly, unless the Department of Justice actually does something, the reality is this is shocking. There were people who, during some of the protests, they literally overturned cop cars and set them on fire. I think they became lawyers. They got admitted to the bar. Unspeakable.
So, by the way, when they referred to the lawyers who firebombed the NYPD vehicle, first they were charged with a 10-year crime for that arson and the terrorism. And that was during the Trump administration. By the time Joe Biden came in, that was lowered down to a 1-year charge, and then ended up getting community service for it. So that's a 2-tiered prosecution we're seeing. They could firebomb, literally, and throw nail bombs. They can attack, assault. And the Democrat regime will not prosecute them. But I kick over a thing of ice in Minnesota. I'm facing 1 to 5 years in prison over there. We're seeing multiple levels of two-tier justice, weaponization of our Justice Department used against Americans who want to exercise their freedom of speech and used to not prosecute terrorists that are destroying our country.
What I would say is this, is you could hate Jake Lang. You could think he's got views that are reprehensible. You could think that he was the provocateur, the instigator, the agitator there. All of those things could be true, right? If you don't condemn someone throwing bombs at him, where do you stand? And when you see the Manhattan... Check this. Claim that you were the one who brought the IEDs. What kind of atmosphere? That's completely selective prosecution. You can hate someone's views. You could think they're reprehensible, but even the ACLU, you remember this, in the 90s, was supporting, defending people's right to march, even folks that they found reprehensible. That's the United States of America that we used to believe in, where it said, regardless of what your views are and what your beliefs are, we support your right to say them. We don't try to blow you up for speaking your mind.
And may I add something very important? You know, they say that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Mark Twain said that. In order to see what selective prosecution, when it reaches metastatic levels, you don't need to guess. Go to England. Because in England, you will have Muslim grooming gangs in London. And when there's an arrest made, it is not of those groomers. It's a white guy who might have said, I can't believe this is happening.
Yep.
This is
selective
prosecution is so toxic because by giving that power, because the government sets limits on what you can prosecute, but it doesn't set minimums. So all you need to do is forgive crime by the groups you wish to promulgate. And before you know it, there is no justice.
The people in the same exact scenario that pulled down the Christopher Columbus statue, the leftist, BLM, Antifa people, they got a divertment, meaning they got no criminal charges and they got community service. I have been charged with a felony for doing a very similar act.
Some of your tactics are pretty crazy, Jake, I will say.
Yeah, but what is it? It's ice cubes. First of all, is it crazy? We used to live in an upright society where anti-law enforcement graffiti, which that was prosecute ICE, they're a law enforcement agency, they're an institution of America.
I'm not against you doing that.
No, I know. I'm just
think,
saying.
Like,
Usually, you would go and clean that kind of.
I would not personally bring a pig to Ramadan.
A pig to
Outside of-
Ramadan? No,
outside
well,
of
why
American
not? That's
action.
just
But
delicious. It's
I-
America. America's national food is bacon.
They attack Israel on the Shabbos repeatedly. Pretty much every Islamist attack has been on that. They have no problem marching.
I am down
in
and
front of
force him to eat
synagogues.
pig or anything. I brought an American staple. A pig roast is the most American thing you can do. This is our city, okay? And get the muzzies out. It's very simple. It's symbolism. If you can't stand my right to bring a pig to the mayor's mansion, you have to throw a nail bomb at me for it. Who's in the right here? The guy that's maybe being a little bit outrageous but wants to make a point, or the people that are trying to murder the guy who's making a very clear point. White replacement, Islamic replacement of Christians and white people in America.
May I make a comment about the pig? There is a difference between something that is offensive objectively and something that is offensive to someone. The fact that they've declared Jews don't eat pigs, but we can be around a pig. They've declared that you cannot be around pig and then bringing a pig. Cool. Right now, they believe that's offensive. Tomorrow, they'll believe that a woman not wearing a hijab in front of them is offensive. Where does their ability to be offended stop? Do they get to control what we do because it offends them? We're not allowed to draw the Prophet Muhammad because it's offensive to them. Okay. Who sets the standard for that? They get to set the standard for what we
Muhammad dummy, and we put him on the back of the goat last night. So just to let you know out there, in case the Muslim extremists miss that one and they want another reason to kill us, we did make an effigy of Muhammad and have him hump our goat yesterday. So there's another thing you could be pissed off about, but it's America. Freedom of speech is absolute, and we do not agree with the
on yourself what you get to say.
With the pedophilic prophet, and that's why we do these things, because it is an existential threat to the life of every
What's the
Christian.
goal of all this stuff you're doing right now?
The conversation we're having here, Nick Shirley, that millions of people will be watching later once we clip it and get it out there. The conversation will affect the voting patterns of the Americans who are watching. That nail bomb was 100,000 less votes for the Democrats. Every single time they punch, every single time they do an act of hatred, every single time they come out and show their true colors, we win more people over to the logic and the ideology that is really here, that represents the real Americans that built this country, whose posterity is protected in the United States Constitution, not the illegal invaders who want to kill, rape, and destroy our way of life.
Let me say one thing too, right? We got midterms coming up. What you just said, part of it is super important. If you are thinking about who to vote in midterms right now, good litmus test might be, did you condemn radical Islamic jihadists trying to kill people with bombs in New York City, or were you silent? So when you go to these voting booths in midterm, ask yourself, will I put someone in office who is complicit and turned a blind eye to the most extreme case of political violence we've frankly seen in New York City since what?
covering up the
Since
story.
9/11. Since that, there's 2 bombs thrown in front of Gracie Mansion yesterday, and the leaders on the left are silent or else pointing the fingers at anyone else. It's so easy to just come out and say this, hey, we condemn political violence. So midterms are coming up. I think that should be a enormous factor, top of the line issue.
When you look at something most people, I had the opportunity to go to the State of the Union. There was something that most people were unified about when Donald Trump condemned political violence. Most people inside the chamber stood up. One of the only few people who did not stand up was Ilhan Omar.
It's I think if you are a
I
good
think Talib might have even stood
Ilhan
up.
Omar,
That's
if
the
you
crazy
take
thing.
off her turban, she looks just like one of the bombers that threw a bomb at me yesterday, I swear.
She might have.
Listen, what I would say is if you are
Don't know about that, but-
if you are a good faith American and you consider yourself patriotic and you believe that America is a light on this globe and you understand that something like 70 of the biggest global corporations are American companies providing endless amount of goods and services to the world, if you support America, it shouldn't be partisan to just come out and say, hey, people shouldn't get blown to smithereens for saying things that you don't like, regardless of what the things they are saying, if they offend you or not. And I think it's just become the
I just think it's crazy how nobody's mentioning Abraham Lincoln. I mean, this is pretty crazy.
level of apathy and tolerance that we have as citizens to look at things like this and just turn the blind eye towards it. Every single leader, 100% of all 3 branches should come out and say, this is unacceptable in America. We should not live in this world.
All right, we got 2 guys over here. I want to ask these guys a question. How are you guys doing? Good, good. What's your thoughts on the United States and the Iran war?
I'm Persian.
What do you think about it?
I think it's the best thing that could have happened to Iran.
Yeah, because that's what we've heard from a lot. Everyone who's from Iran or been around that regime are saying it's a good thing here today.
Oh, they're saying
it's a good thing that the United States did that.
Agreed.
And have you ever lived there or been there?
No, I never. My family got kicked out of there. They had to escape the
So
regime.
What did they think?
They're very happy about it too.
Someone said it was 47 years too late. Would you agree?
Exactly.
Like, what do you think would have happened if Trump didn't do what he did?
The regime would have still been standing. Would have been no rights for women. Would have been the worst thing ever.
So, like a woman like this lady right here, would she have rights in Iran?
No, she can't have her hair like that. None of that.
My wife is Iranian, and she lived there for 27 years, her whole childhood and young adulthood. She had to get a letter from her father because she wasn't married. She had to get a letter from her father permitting her to leave the country as an adult woman. And if it wasn't from him, it would have had to be from her husband if she had been married.
I think it was glitching out right there, but that's pretty wild. Like, you do see that sometimes in the Bible, though. Not really like per se like that, but there's just instances where you have the women aren't really seen like the same, but like at least they were when you were passing down land and stuff. Like if the male brother wasn't there, then the daughter sibling would get it. So I mean, it is different from every culture.
How is that fair? On International Women's Day, we haven't heard a peep out of the feminist movement about the oppression of Iranian women.
Well, if
for
we were to go to
47
Washington
years.
Square Park right now, we'd see a lot of protesters who are
in favor of
women
that are
against what
that
just
are
happened.
against the regime. Yes, Washington Square Park right now. Lion and Son New York is organizing a march in favor of regime change, because that is the only answer. What my friend here said is right. If we didn't intervene and Israel didn't intervene, if the United States and Israel did not intervene on behalf of the Iranian people, 50,000 children would have been murdered in 2 weeks for nothing, in silence. How is that not something that we should get behind?
And what's the truth about the story about one of the missiles killing a school?
Well,
because I heard that in the news.
The problem is we're getting
I know.
that information
Would you like
from
to say
state-run
anything?
media. We're getting that information. We're puppeting
But
state-run
what's
media.
the truth about that?
What I believe happened, likely, is that the Iranian Republican or whatever the IRGC probably stored weapons or created a target out of that. I mean, where do we think that Hamas and Hezbollah learned how to use human shields from? They learned it from their master. The Islamic Republic of Iran trained them and formed them. So why would the Islamic
agree 100%.
Republic
I said this in
care
prior
about its own
podcast.
people when they sent their own militias out onto the street to murder people who were peacefully protesting over and over again? So what? And the only information
Why
we
not
have
store
about the
stuff
school
under a
children
target
that
that
were
would make us look
allegedly
bad if we hit
bombed
it?
by the United States or Israel comes from that same regime. The media in Iran is controlled by the Iranian government.
How do you get your information about what's going on? And I want to apologize to everyone in the chat. I know the mic's not working. My mom just texted me. She said the mics are kind of glitchy. These are new mics. They were expensive mics too. I don't know what's going on. But so how do you get information about what's actually happening inside of Iran?
Maybe through X, but there's also a lot of propaganda that goes on from Iran coming into the United States. So the news, really, not CNN though.
Not CNN.
And not the New York
Excuse
Times.
me. Do you have anything to say on the stream?
Hey, the picture, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Big
And what
fan.
do you think?
Big fan. Love your stuff. He doesn't want to be in video. I got no. Appreciate you.
But would you go to war?
Go to war. I don't know. I don't know.
Like for you, for instance, are you a U.S. citizen, right?
Yeah.
Would you go to war?
Would I go to the war?
Yeah, like
fight?
Yeah, like because like.
I honestly wouldn't.
Yeah, you wouldn't, right? I wouldn't want to do that either. So I think that's like a big issue for people our age, is people are looking at this and saying, okay, well, for a start, if we just go to war, do any of us want to die for a country we've never been to? No. And so, like my stance on this is like, do I want us to go to war? No, but if we're gonna do it, I'd rather have Trump in power, who just goes in one day, kills the supreme leader, and hopefully there's no like.
Retaliation.
Well, there's going to be retaliation, obviously, but like boots on the ground, like how they did it in Iraq, where people were there for years and years, a long time. So hopefully it's like a Maduro operation where it's one day. Boom. But I think that's kind of like what we're seeing now, like all the technology, everything, is they're able to go out and do
But
things
also,
differently.
don't you think like him taking away all their stuff, the nuclear?
Like they're going to have nothing.
Exactly. So don't you think him taking away the nuclear weapons are protecting the U.S. still?
Yes, I do agree with that. If they actually do have the nuclear weapons.
True. That is also true.
Because like, what do we know?
Honestly, I'm not so informed.
No, like I always like to think of things and ask the second question to make myself and others think. Okay, we can't always trust everything, you know what I mean?
No, you're right.
But it's an interesting time we're living through right now.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna head out.
All right, nice to meet
Appreciate
you guys.
You're the man. Thanks, Nick.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one. How's it going? Nice to meet you, Nick. How you doing? Let's see. Jan, after everything you've heard, what's your thoughts on everything?
My thoughts are, I wonder, my sincere hope, and I'm starting to see this from Trump, and Trump is smart. Trump doesn't say what he's going to do every time. Like the media asks, what's your plan? He's not an idiot like Biden. He doesn't just tell you his war plans so that the Iranians can jot them down. My hope is that they pursue internal regime change. I do slightly worry if we miss the boat with the protest, they have to start again. My hope is that once the
protest? Go to the protest?
No, the protest in Iran.
Oh.
So because the regime has to ultimately be toppled. Now,
Yeah,
what
'cause,
is,
how does this actually? And Sweeney, I want to hear your perspective on this as well. So how does the United States actually create a regime change? Because that's essentially. Do you think they're pushing for a regime change?
the long-term goal is
Like they killed the Ayatollah. And so
yeah.
now they're going to need a new leader, and they don't want to just have the same a duplicate of him go in
next
power.
guy, the next guy in line.
So essentially, you do need a regime change, right?
Ultimately, the long-term answer is yes. Now, what people have to remember.
So how does that even happen?
So the big difference, ultimately, people forget this. Iran and Iraq are not the same thing. This is the specter that hangs over every military engagement going forward for the next 20 years, I think. Iraq is an Arab country. They're very different. They are not fit for anything other than some sort of strongman in one or another. Iran is a different country. This regime is a minority rule regime that has no popularity amongst the citizens. It just has the guns. So what you need is they rule through fear and they rule through an invincibility aura. By assassinating their leaders, by destroying their guard posts and blowing up their jails, what you're doing is you're weakening their power and their resolve. And the hope is that the people can overthrow them. The drawback, of course, the people may not be armed. The question is, do you arm the people? I think that might be the biggest question next.
I think, look, is that's what everyone's wondering, right? And we don't know the answers. We can only look at what's happened in the past. And there was regime change with the Shah in Iran, and from 41 through the Iranian Revolution, 79, there was regime change, and he was friendly to the West. I think the troubling issue is what did that?
Because it used to be a very prosperous country.
Correct.
And pro-Western, anti-communist.
Yes, and except for 51 to 53, but then the Shah overtook the communist who was in Iran. Here's the thing, is everyone wants the best interest for the Iranian people, and I think, Nick, you're asking that good question is, how does this get sustained on a long-term scale? I hope it's a self-sustaining Iranian popular movement that says, you know what, we want the U.S., we would have wanted it to happen of our own volition. The U.S. had to come in, they did what they did, and, you know, after that fact, the Iranian people have a popular government in there that reflects their views. Again, I think two things can be true at the same time, which is not wanting U.S. intervention all around 195 countries throughout the globe, but you also want people to be free. And I think speaking with Iranian folks, like as much as I have this past 10 days, it really opens up your eye to that, is hear their perspective, right? Shouldn't they be the number one people who are on CNN or any of these liberal media outlets talking about how they feel about it, right? Even as American, like, I defer to what they want to say and what they want to do.
I really wish this woman from Iran would come on here and tell us her perspective on it.
They're very subtle people. She's not going to parade quite that way.
Wait, bring it back over here.
Also, you know, people have to remember, when you talk about what Trump talked about forever wars, the model bad war is really Ukraine. We're fighting a proxy war with a nation that we really don't fundamentally, on a moral level, hate, being Russia. We're funding it to the tune of many, many billions of dollars. It's going nowhere, this endless meat grinder. That's what we don't want in Iran. That's not going to happen in Iran. Because the options are either a neutered version of the current regime or some quasi-Western, like, appeasement regime, which is mostly probably the worst option, actually, or an actually pro-Western regime. But remember this, the reason Iran came to power was because of what's called the Red-Green Alliance, the Islamic leftist alliance, because the original Ayatollah, Khomeini, not Khamenei, promised, paid lip service to the USSR to get to power in the first place, and then made it into an Islamic republic that was neither pro-Western nor pro-Soviet. So we have to look in our own country, too, and see what kind of far-left forces support this regime and what that says about the people in our own country. As far as Iran, if we can take this piece off the board, like we took Venezuela, and make it ours, Trump will be the greatest foreign policy president of all time.
I actually want to go ask these people, I can tell they're liberal, I want to go ask them what their perspective is and what they think. The one's taking the photo of the pride stuff over here. Come over here, let's ask these guys a quick question. Hello. Can we ask you guys a quick question? What do you guys think about the U.S.-Iran war?
I think it shouldn't be happening. Yeah, that's basically my thought.
And what do you wish Donald Trump would have done? Do you think it...
Not started the war.
And do you think it's a good thing for the people of Iran?
Probably not, no.
And why do you think it's not?
I don't think it's going to lead to lasting regime change that won't be the same kind of government they've had there in the past.
Do you think people are suppressed in that part of the world? Like women, do you think they get treated fairly?
No. I don't think whoever comes in after is going to treat them fairly either, though.
And what's your thoughts?
I mean, I feel the same way. I know there are some people in Iran who, like, remember when the Shah was in power before the latest ruler, and I think there are some people who are kind of hopeful there will be a Shah who brings back, like, rights for women and empowerment for women, and I agree that I don't think that's going to be the next leader of Iran, unfortunately.
What do you think would have happened if there was never this intervention of going into and killing the Ayatollah? What do you think would have eventually happened? Do you think it's like something that we should just accept and let happen, or do you think somebody needs to go and try and make a difference?
I don't think it's possible to know what would have happened.
Like, do you think it would have ever got better for the people of Iran?
to know what would have happened.
Craziness.
It would have ever got better for the people.
Yeah, his mic's really messing up.
Iran.
I mean, again, it's impossible to say whether things get better or worse. That's not even necessarily a question that involves the governance there. It's just like, you know, the people and everything.
What's your stance on Trump as well? Like, do you think he should be doing what he did with like Maduro and killing the Ayatollah?
Yeah, I don't think I don't think we should have gotten involved in Venezuela in any way either. I just don't think, you know, it's our job to play world police or.
I've got one question to that. Do you think what if the majority of Venezuelans wanted us there? Would that change your mind at all that we shouldn't go?
I mean, if the majority of Venezuelans wanted us there, then, you know, what the majority of Venezuelans want for their country is what should happen for their country.
To come to France after it was occupied by Nazi Germany. Obviously, those two administrations are drastically different. But I think what's lost a lot of times in this sort of mainstream American dialogue is you're not hearing from the Venezuelan folks. You're not hearing from the Iranian folks. In my limited opinion, I feel like their voices should matter more than Americans should.
I agree.
Because I feel like sometimes we just get all this information, and I know it's a little bit of devil advocate just to have this conversation, but I feel like a lot of times you do get this information, or you do see people on the internet who are so against what's happening, but then you see people in these other countries that are actually like celebrating when the United States does go and do something, because people have been like, I think in the United States we take it so for granted that we're able to have these conversations and post our videos on the internet. The whole entire world can see them. But for instance, in Iran, you can't even get the videos out there. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have an X, they don't have an Instagram that we can get, and so we don't actually get to see what they're seeing. And then when we do, you do see like little kids at schools that are like celebrating happy that Trump goes and did what he did. And so I think it's very interesting that like here in the United States, I feel like we listen to the people on the TV, or you listen to the person talking from the cell phone, when in reality you should be listening to the people that are living and experiencing it.
Yeah, I agree, but I think we should also be wary that when we see videos like that online, when they eventually do come out from the people there, you know, that may be a small part of the people there. It may be a large part. It's really hard to know without, you know, more widespread polling or just demographic information, reporting, especially investigative reporting of that time. If it's, you know, fact-based and accurate, it takes a long time.
What I can say, just to briefly respond to that, I think that's totally right. And a lot of times you'll see, I think after the Venezuelan one, there's a lot of like fake videos out that showed like Rejoice and people celebrating, like, wait, time out, that was from years ago. But and again, it's just hypothetical if the majority of Venezuelans, but with Iran, they've been against this regime for decades. There's no dispute that the majority of Iranians wanted this to topple this regime. And if there is, it's something like 90%. There's an Iranian woman.
They say at the low end it's 60, at the high end it's 90.
And I think you raise a good point, right? It's like, even if that's the next, you know, level of that question is, even if 90% support it, should the U.S. get involved? I think you could have a reasonable dispute on that. I think the fact that our propaganda and our liberal media orthodoxies aren't showing these people is really all you need to hear is the tail wagging the dog. They don't pull their interviews. They don't go and speak to them personally. They push a different agenda because they don't really care about what these people have to say. They're just anti-Trump.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like media agendas, you know, I'm someone who has worked for, you know, a TV news organization in the not so distant past. I think, you know, it's all about, you know, advertising dollars. I think there are, you know, liberal outlets though that have more nuanced coverage. Like the New Yorker magazine had an article like a month or two ago, before any of this happened, with some videos of from people who were on the ground in Iran.
I think we're seeing like a two-tier system here in the United States. For instance, there was just a legit bomb that people tried to detonate at the protest yesterday in front of the mayor's mansion at a Christian protester. But you're seeing Mandami hasn't came out and said anything against it, and people are actually saying that they were targeting Mandami when in reality they're attacking and going after a Christian protester. And I think we're starting to see a two-tier system where people can't even see and look at things for what the truth is or condemn both sides.
It's just because this saves better still. I love how it was in the orange. That's what I was aiming for. That's the first one
instantly,
I've gotten.
you know, before any sort of investigation goes done. Some people are saying that he's going after the mayor. Some people are saying he's going after a
obviously
Christian
was not.
protester.
But either way, they will not even say it was a bomb. Like, it was legit a bomb.
I will say this though, like thank God for Twitter.
Every information they could have possibly got could not have made them think that they were going after Mandami. It was two Muslim men.
There's a video of him running up, and I encourage anyone to watch it, with the bomb, and he shouts Allahu Akbar, and he throws it right at Jake Lang. Look, you don't need to be like a forensic analyst. You don't need a team of FBI and CIA folks to understand exactly what that was. And I think a lot of times when that excuse is lifted, oh, well, we're investigating the matter. It's like, you're sitting on your couch like, investigate what? We just watched what happened. And when you hear this from our leaders, there's a sense of frustration. It's like, why are you playing this runaround game to not call out the truth? Is it because you just don't like the truth? It doesn't benefit your agenda? I think that's what's occurring right now. And when you've got a mayor like Mamdani, who's the mayor of New York City, someone almost just got bombed right outside of Graceview Mansion, has said nothing on that. You can't sit there and be like, oh, well, he's just taking his time. His police commissioner didn't need all the time. She had 2 hours, made a press conference calling this out for exactly what it was. Yet he's sitting on his hands. You have to look at this.
How long will that last, right? The issue is, you know,
We're gonna do one last interview with Jake Lang, and then we're gonna close it. But go.
I was going to say words matter, and the media, like the choices of words they make. Bomb outside Mayor Mansion. That's technically true. But there were people who voted for him and have the same ideals he has, being thrown at someone protesting his regime. But you choose those words. Bomb thrown outside Mayor's Mansion. Right? Words are chosen. The way they described the Ayatollah, he had an avuncular old man with a charming smile and the blood of millions. That last part that wasn't quite there, right? The guy whose whole worldview was bring about the 12th Imam by destroying Israel and the United States. They didn't have that part. But what was it? The austere scholar. What was that? That was, what's his name? Osama bin Laden. He was an austere scholar. That word choices matters. The way the media uses words. It's it's also lying by omission. When you don't say what you know is true, that's fraud in and of itself, because you owe the public a fiduciary duty. You owe them the truth. And when you actively misstate the truth, that is fraud because you owe them that duty. So that's something people should think about in the sources they read.
Jake, all right, we're going to close out. You have anything else to say about everything going on?
Well, listen, if
Thank you, guys.
going to war with Iran means showing dominance as the Christian country of the world, that we still can dominate these Islamic inbreds in the Middle East, I stand by President Trump. Listen, I had.
Let me just ask you this.
I didn't want to intervene in the Middle East, but now that we're in,
one second, hold
we
on.
got to fight.
What is your take on the U.S.-Iran war?
Now that we're in, as a patriot, as an American citizen, you have to support our men in blue and the people that are fighting over there. You've got to double down.
Men in blue.
The cops here, the men in blue, but the people in the green, the Marines, all the people that are going to be there. You have to support our troops. You can't have this wishy-washy. Once your team goes into battle, you've got to stand by your team. And though I'm not for intervening in the Middle East because we've been dragged into plenty of, never-ending conflicts there, once you're in, you got to double down. And at the end of the day, it does show. The Christian countries of the world are not deballed. We still have strength, and we're willing to go to war with these Muslims on their turf. And that's what I like about the war. It's showing, for me, I look at it from a bird's eye view. Christian countries are bombing the shit out of a bunch of goat-raping pedophiles in the Middle East, and I love it.
Thank you for your take. Thank you, Jan, for your take as well. Thank you, Sweeney.
It's always a pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Always a substance of
Thank you everybody who watched. And go ahead and co-op a quality layering hoodie. We have a lot of new videos coming out soon. I have a whole entire video from California coming out that I've been working on. I've just been having to do a lot of travel, so that's why it's taking so long to get that video out. But that will be a very big video. Did an amazing interview the other day with a very with a legit genius, a kid who's changing America. So that's going to be coming out soon as well. And so we're doing a few of these live streams. I don't know if I'm going to go to a protest later today, but make sure you turn on notifications so that way if I do, you don't miss it. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out.
Good work, Nick.
The U.S. didn't authorize Israel's attack on Iran's oil depots and Trump is getting mad? Wait, what? Breaking, the U.S. is dismayed by Israel's attacks on 30 oil depots on Saturday, sparking the first significant disagreement between the allies since the war began, per Axios. Strikes details include, the strikes reportedly went far
Because
beyond
want the
what the
oil.
U.S. expected
Those
when Israel
Israel,
notified it
they
in
have no
advance.
idea
We don't
what
think
war
it was a good
money
idea.
is.
An
It's
Israeli
blood
official
money.
said the U.S. message to Israel was WTF. The president doesn't like the attack. He wants to save the oil. He doesn't want to burn it. U.S. gas prices are now expected to surge well above $4 a gallon this month. Insane video appears to show the last moment the storm
Oh,
drains
what the
across the
fuck?
Iranian capital of Tehran exploded and burst into flames as a result of runoff from the Sharon oil depot.
Okay, BB. BB, no, yeah, we needed. Who taught you economics, BB?
Oh my God! Wait, is this a real video?
Look at this.
Holy shit. This is an oil
That's a
refinery
lot
in
of
Tehran
flames.
province
That's
has been
insane.
targeted in an airstrike, causing a massive fire. And again, some of these might be misattributed. You know, all this is breaking news. It's coming out as we're looking at it. Footage shows massive flames in Tehran, reportedly from oil tanks hit by Israeli strikes. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess Trump wasn't lying. These are, I mean, I feel like these are probably the biggest attacks that I've seen. Crude oil futures just opened up 20%. Trump's going to crash out. It's $108. I'm not sure how to read this. Oh. Shit. So the last time it was this high was in 2022. This shit went up real quick. 73%. I feel like we're getting another one of these if Netanyahu doesn't comply with Trump's strategy. Yeah. Yeah.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs the likes of which I've never seen before. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
That's amazing.
I just want to start off by saying you can't be an illegal person on land that was stolen in the first place.
Hold on a second. Give me a break. You're sitting inside a fortress, okay? Huge mansions, armed guards, giant metal gates keeping everyone out. Are you seriously telling me that if some random guy jumps your fancy fence, you're just going to invite him in? You wouldn't dial 911 immediately because, oh, this land is stolen anyway?
Are you crazy? Obviously, if an intruder breaks into my house, the authorities get involved.
Exactly. Look at that. The second it's your own backyard, suddenly you're the biggest fan of strong borders and law enforcement. These out-of-touch Hollywood phonies have zero clue what real Americans go through. When millions of undocumented folks flood in and housing costs explode, do they care? No. They're safe in their Beverly Hills bunkers. They aren't stressing over public classrooms packing 40 kids to a room because little Timmy goes to a private academy. And when local hospitals go bankrupt, covering uninsured medical bills, causing your premiums to skyrocket, it doesn't affect them at all.
To hell with ICE.
Their only real job is pushing their albums. So they stand up there, desperate for applause, just parroting the same radical left nonsense to get a quick cheer. I tuned in hoping to hear some decent songs, but it's just a pathetic political circus.
That was a good meme. I didn't even see that other one before, man. Good job. We gotta share that.
Come look at this. This was originally a Fiat Panda. Look at this tiny little steering wheel. Came from a forklift. And look at this seat. This was an original seat, but the builder's mom sewed it together. This is your brake. That's your accelerator. This is how you go forwards or backwards. These are the original taillights. And this is a custom bumper. It's electric and has 2 car batteries right here. This is your trunk. This is the original Fiat Panda headlight here, custom bumper. Let me show you what's under this hood. You can see the line from where he welded the two pieces together. Take a look at those wheels.
This tiny Japanese camper hides a full 4-person home inside a footprint smaller than most SUVs, and it's called the Coastline Fabola. The Coastline Fabola is built by Coastline, a company based in Shiryu, and it represents a very specific idea: maximum comfort inside a K-Class footprint. This isn't a bulky European motorhome. It's a compact cab-over camper engineered for narrow roads, tight parking rules, and winding coastal routes, without sacrificing real livability. At roughly 3 meters in length and under 2 meters in height, depending on configuration, the Fabola stays within the light-duty K-Class philosophy. That means it fits urban streets, rural mountain passes, and seaside access roads that would stop larger RVs instantly. You're not planning routes around your vehicle. The vehicle adapts to your route. The exterior design is defined by its fiberglass reinforced plastic shell. FRP construction keeps weight down and improves insulation, which matters in both humid summers and cold mountain mornings. The cab-over section, its most recognizable feature, extends over the driver's cabin. That nose isn't just aesthetic, it houses a dedicated sleeping zone, freeing up the entire lower cabin for daytime living. The entrance is positioned on the passenger side, typical for Japan's road layout. It includes an integrated step and fly screen, so ventilation doesn't invite insects inside. Above the door, an LED porch light provides visibility at night. Most units come equipped with a side-mounted awning, commonly from brands like Fiamma or Thule, which instantly expands your living area outdoors. The windows are double-paned acrylic. That's important. They reduce condensation, improve thermal insulation, and integrate blackout shades and insect screens. Privacy, airflow, and climate control are handled in one system. For a compact camper, that's a serious upgrade over single-pane glass. Move to the rear and you'll find a large hatch that opens into underbed storage, often referred to as a garage. This space handles bulky gear, folding chairs, outdoor tables, surfboards, even compact bikes depending on configuration. Instead of stuffing equipment inside the living space, everything has a defined storage zone. Service access points are intelligently placed. There's a dedicated cassette toilet hatch for waste tank removal, a sealed battery compartment, and a ventilated propane locker designed for standard Japanese gas canisters. External utility ports include a waterproof shore power inlet for 100V campground connections, a lockable freshwater fill port, and in some versions, an external shower connection for rinsing sand, mud, or gear before stepping inside. Step inside and the layout immediately reveals the Fabola's core strategy, modular efficiency. The interior aesthetic leans heavily into a Japanese coastal vibe, light woods, cream upholstery, soft blue accents. It feels more like a minimalist beach apartment than a utility vehicle. The table setup is practical and easy to use. You can open your laptop and work comfortably right away. To switch into living mode, remove the headrest, move the electric seat slightly forward, and unfold the sheet. It slides smoothly into place, opening up the space. The surface can double as a counter, and there's also a hidden sliding table you can pull out and pop up for extra workspace. It keeps the floor flat and folds away neatly when not in use. Face-to-face seating is comfortable without knees touching, making conversation natural. In bed mode, the space converts into a 1,900 millimeters by 1,100 millimeters sleeping area. Sections can be swapped with a side table, and built-in charging ports add convenience. Leave the headrest in place and recline the seat, and it works like a lounge with an ottoman, perfect for reading, resting, or watching TV. Every part serves multiple functions, making the compact space feel larger and more flexible. Above the driver's cabin, the cab-over bed provides a second sleeping area. Depending on configuration, it can be fixed or slide out. It includes its own lighting and ventilation, ensuring the upper sleepers aren't dependent on airflow from below. Combined, The Fabola sleeps 4 adults, 2 above, 2 below, without feeling like a temporary conversion. The kitchen is compact but functional. Typically positioned along the side wall, it maintains a clear walkway through the cabin. Standard equipment includes a stainless steel sink with a folding faucet to reduce vertical clearance when not in use. The Coastline Fabola typically features a drawer-style refrigerator rather than a traditional swing door style. This design choice is common in Japanese microcampers to maximize floor space and provide easier access to items in the narrow interior. Cooking is handled either by a portable gas cooktop or a built-in induction system, depending on the package. Some layouts feature angled cabinetry, improving ergonomics and allowing deeper drawers for cookware storage. In premium versions, soft close mechanisms are included, reducing noise during transit. Storage is integrated everywhere. Underseat compartments hide electrical components like inverters and batteries, but also provide room for clothing and gear. Overhead cabinets run along the ceiling line with RV-specific locking latches to prevent movement while driving. A narrow vertical wardrobe handles hanging clothes or bulky items. Every centimeter is assigned a function. Climate control is one of the Fabola's strongest practical advantages. A 12V silent air conditioner or cooler is standard equipment. That matters because many small campers rely entirely on shore power for cooling. Here, the 12V system allows climate control without plugging in, assuming sufficient battery capacity. Electric heating systems are also included, supporting all-season use. Now, let's break down the electrical system, because this is where the Fabola becomes genuinely self-sufficient. The camper uses a dual-layer system separating the vehicle's starter battery from the house battery. Standard setups include dual 100Ah deep cycle batteries or a lithium Leaf APO4 battery ranging from 100Ah to 200Ah in premium trims. Lithium upgrades significantly improve usable capacity and charging speed. Price positioning is straightforward. The Fabola starts around 4,600,000 yen, roughly $30,000 depending on exchange rates. In Japan's camper market, that's competitive for a fully built cab-over motorhome with integrated systems. It's not a DIY conversion. It's factory finished, professionally insulated, and show-ready. The Fabola is frequently showcased at Japanese camper exhibitions and events, including 2024 camper shows. Its popularity comes from one core advantage: it feels intentional. Nothing looks improvised. The color palette, wood textures, cabinet alignment, and hardware choices all follow a cohesive design language. Driving dynamics matter. Because it's based on a light truck or van chassis engineered for Japanese roads, maneuverability is strong. You can navigate coastal fishing towns, mountain villages, and narrow scenic routes without stress. Parking remains manageable compared to full-size motorhomes. This is critical in Japan, where parking regulations are strict and space is limited. But the Fabola isn't just about fitting into tight places. It's about staying there comfortably. The pop-up roof in certain configurations increases standing height when parked, reducing the cramped feeling common in micro motorhomes. Combined with large acrylic windows and bright interior finishes, the cabin feels open despite its dimensions. Outdoor integration is also deliberate. The side awning creates an instant shaded area. Pair that with the exterior shower port, and beach trips become practical. Rinse off sand before stepping inside. Store wet gear in the rear garage. Keep the living space clean. For couples, the layout feels spacious. For families of 4, it feels efficient rather than luxurious, but still workable. The separation between the cab-over bed and dinette bed allows privacy zoning. Kids above, adults below, or vice versa.
Welcome back to the Bay Hill Club and Lodge with Arnold Palmer and iced tea and lemonade. We're going to make our own Arnold Palmer drink here. Before we do that, though, let's talk about how this all started.
Well, of course, it started when I was one job I was doing on a golf course and building the golf course, and it was a hot day, really hot, and my wife Winnie, I went home and I said, you know, I've had iced tea and love it. I said, but let's do something different. And she said, what do you want to do? And I said, Well, let's put some iced tea and then let's top it off with a little lemonade and mix it up and make a drink. Well, that's how it started at home. I was in Palm Springs doing the same thing, building a golf course, and I walked in a restaurant and I ordered the same drink. I ordered the iced tea and the lemonade, and a lady in the restaurant heard me, and she called to the waitress and she says, "I want a Palmer." That's where it started, right there, and that made me think about it. So I talked to some people, and here we are in business.
Not only in business, this is a multi-million, I don't know, maybe $1 billion business. Did you ever think that that day, could you imagine that day turning into this day where now in every grocery store, every convenience store, every pro shop, Arnold Palmers are being sold?
Well, I could only hope, but at the time I had no idea that it was going to be as big as it is. Arizona has helped us really put this on the market and full time, and it works. People like it.
There's no doubt they like it. It is excellent, but no one has had this opportunity before to have Arnold Palmer himself mix us one. Now tell us about what's the perfect mix. We brought a pitcher with some ice. We have a couple of glasses. We have regular tea here. Is that okay? And then just regular lemonade.
Well, I will start with this regular tea and give you an idea. I won't be as accurate as they might be, but we'll just pour some in here and have it come right on up.
We have a full carafe of the tea.
Got it.
Okay.
Now, of course, about, people will guess about what we put in, and I'm not going to tell them exactly what we're going to put in, but I'll give you an idea. We'll just pour some lemonade right in here on top of it. That's it. Mix it up. Let's see what happens here.
Okay.
There, it's pouring in there pretty good, and I won't bother filling it all up for you.
Let's
I'll
taste
just
it.
give you a little shot.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
let's see.
Take a little myself.
How about this?
Way to go.
It's a chance of a lifetime. All right, cheers.
Cheers.
All right, let's taste this. It's perfect.
Is that good?
That is so good. Pour me another. That was great.
Very good.
So as we enjoy this and you look back on serendipitous moments like this is one of those things where you probably couldn't even dream of this marketing, but what I heard as you told the story is your wheels are always spinning. You're a businessman at heart, even though you're a great golfer.
Well, I'm always thinking about things to do. That's part of my life, and since my father kind of got me started way back in Latrobe on the golf course, it just keeps working, and whether it be lemonade or whether it be cutting the fairways with the old Fordson tractor or whatever, it stimulates me, keeps me going, and helps me enjoy my life.
We really enjoyed our conversation. I know Orlando and Central Florida and all of the world is thankful for all your contributions, from your golf to your business to your iced tea.
Thanks, Fred.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Arnold Palmer, cheers.
Cheers.
And we hope you enjoyed this show. Come on out and enjoy some golf with
Good.
Arnold Palmer at Bay Hill. Take care.
Man shouts Allahu Akbar while lighting a homemade ordnance and throwing it at anti-Islam protesters in New York City. The NYPD quickly took this guy down. Take a look at this. What are you doing? We need to start hanging these people. We do. We gotta start hanging them.
Context. A counter-protester, identified as Amir Balat, lit and threw an ignited device toward the protest area before it struck a barrier and extinguished itself. Mr. Balat then ran southbound and gets a second device from a man tentatively ID'd as Ibrahim Nick. Mr. Balat lights the device and starts running with it. Based on preliminary examination and X-ray imaging, the devices appear to be a jar wrapped in black tape with nuts, bolts, and screws, along with a hobby fuse that could be lit.
Like the moment that you try to throw a bomb into a group of people, realistically, it probably take a day to do the trial. That's just an immediate, bro, like, it's time for you to go.
Get a circle, get a circle.
Yep. You stupid little bitch. Yep. Get him out of here. Yep. Look at his stupid hair too. Look at his stupid stupid little thing on top of his head. Should put him in jail just for that. He's lucky he didn't get lynch mobbed. Yeah, that's true. No, what they need to do after they get these guys, what they need to do is they gotta go and, like, they have a network. You take their communication devices and then you look at the other people that they're coordinating with, and then you go after those people too. Anybody that was involved with this is my opinion. I think that if any of them are foreigners, we just take away their citizenship and, we send them back. Young soul, poisoned by ideology. You cannot kill everybody. Killing them is the same level like them. Brother, I will not even engage this childish Marvel movie ideology. No. Oh, we got another one right here. Oh, somebody's having a bad day. These pranks will start to radicalize a lot of people. They're not pranks. These people are terrorists.
See this big palm right here? Got to pull it over. Whatever you do, solid. Let's get you one of these. Hook it on right there. Take your hammer. Pull this side in, about like that. And start pulling it together. Right there, perfect. Then grab your nail gun and better did. Outer nails. Just get these nails. Pull it straight again. Like that. And then just release one more nail. Right in there. Then release the tool. And guess what? Perfect. That's how I like to do it, always professional. You gotta have good tools for the job sometimes.
Ominous signs welcomed the first day of the Chinese Communist Party's two sessions meetings. On the evening of March 4th, an intense explosion suddenly occurred at a liquefied gas station in Jining, Shandong. The blast triggered a series of explosions at nearby beef and lamb shops. The flames shot up into the sky. Thick smoke billowed. Videos show the vast extent of the fire, with loud explosions ringing out as pedestrians rushed to flee. Huge fireballs and thick smoke soared into the air, filling half the street. Many locals at the scene said the explosion looked like a battlefield in Iran. I thought the US was attacking, one person said. What's going on? Is this the Middle East? I thought it was Iran. Another person wondered, is it a missile from the US or from Israel? On March 3rd, local authorities sealed off the explosion site and half of the street with tarps, covering an area of more than 100 meters. No official report has been issued. Some videos of the explosion were quickly deleted. The authorities acted swiftly to block the news of the explosion, sparking heated discussions online. A Shandong netizen commented, "The videos from Jining have already been deleted. There was a very clear one filmed close to the explosion site, but within minutes it was taken down. Several videos have been deleted." Another user said, "I just saw a video of the Jining fire explosion. I left a comment and it was deleted. The video was also taken down." On March 6, a netizen uploaded a video claiming that an explosion and fire had occurred at a chemical fiber plant in Baigou Town, Hebei. The scene was described as hellish, with smoke blocking the sky and the fire spreading over several blocks. No official reports have been issued yet, but it seems the casualties were heavy. The year 2026 marks the start of the Red Horse and Red Sheep years, symbolizing explosive events and political instability. After the Chinese New Year, fire and explosion incidents have been occurring frequently across the country, with authorities tightly controlling the information. On March 5th, a netizen uploaded a fire incident report showing multiple locations. A building caught fire near Changnan Station in Wenzhou, Zhejiang. A building caught fire in Yongding District, Zhangjiajie, Hunan. A street front store caught fire in Jingfeng Street in Wuhou District, Chengdu, Sichuan Province. A residential area caught fire in Dazhuo District, Chongqing. A restaurant caught fire in Shouxian, Huainan City, and Anhui. Netizens said that no official reports have been made regarding the handling of these fires or the casualties. Currently, the whole world is focused on the conflict in the Persian Gulf, and Chinese netizens are watching closely the situation in Iran. When sudden events like explosions or fires occur within China, many netizens' first reaction is to think of the Middle East. Many in mainland China say that this year has brought sudden changes, and people feel that the CCP's days are numbered. The authorities' actions only heighten the sense that we are on the eve of a major change. The U.S.-Israel coalition attacked Iran, first targeting and killing the leadership, including Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. Chinese netizens cheered, but CCP-appointed experts once again made offensive comments. Recently, state mouthpiece CCTV invited experts to comment on the ongoing military actions against Iran. Among the invited guests was famous military expert Su Xiaohui. Su said, "The U.S. and Israel have no sense of military ethics. They actually targeted the highest leadership. Iran has nowhere to retreat." This statement caused an uproar. Netizens mocked the comments with sarcasm. So, who should they target if not the highest leader? Should they target ordinary citizens? When CCP experts speak, they reveal their true nature. They're completely sycophantic to the top. Is it unethical to target the highest leader? Does that mean it's justified to kill innocent civilians? The U.S. may lack military ethics, but they don't kill civilians. They are the ones with morals. They should be targeting the generals. The U.S. military doesn't harm the common people. That's true military ethics. Others criticized, "Isn't it the wisdom of our ancestors to capture the leader first? Why is it suddenly unethical now? The aim is to minimize harm to the people and target the enemy's head. This is the highest form of military ethics throughout history." The party slaves and sycophants are full of evil thoughts. They want to see the U.S. and Israel harm the people so they can criticize from the moral high ground. Before the U.S. attacked Iran, the CCP media had already been using so-called experts to spread misinformation, claiming the U.S. would never dare to attack Iran. But after the attack, they quickly removed their posts, even clearing their accounts. After the strike on February 28th, the CCP once again manipulated public opinion within China. State media supported Iran and condemned the U.S. Various military experts and Middle East specialists appeared on the media to speak out in favor of Iran's Khamenei regime. A user on Zhihu pointed out the truth. This isn't about a lack of knowledge, but survival. These so-called experts aren't ignorant. They're required by the authorities to say this, or else they might risk losing their jobs. The netizen explained, "As a university teacher, if they make a factual error in class, they may be privately ridiculed by students, but there will be no serious consequences. However, if they make a mistake in political positioning or ideology, even if the content is completely truthful and accurate, they could face reports, interviews, self-criticism, or even lose their job." The netizen called out Li Li, one of these prominent experts. She was a professor at the National Defense University. The netizen said, "Li cannot be unaware of these basic principles. She knows full well which statements can be outrageous without consequence, and which ones could lead to irreparable damage." In the comments section, a netizen followed up to confirm, "My classmate appeared on CCTV, and their views were completely different from what they said privately. Sometimes they recorded for 2 minutes, but only the 12 seconds that aligned with political requirements were aired." CCP authorities not only release a lot of misleading information, but also openly spread rumors. When exposed, they were mocked by netizens. On March 5th, a social media account with CCP ties called China Live posted an English message on X. It claimed that former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant had been killed by an Iranian missile. To everyone's surprise, Gallant himself retweeted the post and humorously responded, "The rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated." After Gallant's response, the CCP's China Live account deleted its fake post. This CCP foreign propaganda hoax sparked further ridicule, with many Chinese netizens commenting on X. The CCP's paid posters are everywhere. CCP accounts should have the disclaimer that all statements might be fake. You can't believe a word from the CCP, not even a punctuation mark. The CCP has been proven wrong countless times in history, yet some Chinese people are still foolishly misled by the CCP. Tightly controlling the truth and suppressing the people is another CCP tactic. In recent days, as the CCP held its 2 sessions, control over sensitive information and the public has reached unimaginable extremes. The area along Chang'an Street leading to Tiananmen Square is one of the strictest zones for security checks during the 2 sessions. A reporter from Hong Kong's Ming Bao wrote that along this street to the Great Hall of the People, there are several checkpoints, with temporary police posts stationed at every intersection. Only pedestrians with appointments to visit landmarks can enter, and they must scan their ID cards and open their bags for inspection before being allowed through. On March 4th, many tourists were heading to the National Museum and Tiananmen. Every checkpoint had long lines. Visitors had to take off their down jackets for inspection. 3 staff members stood by the X-ray machine, each responsible for checking a visitor's bag. Every compartment was thoroughly inspected. Paper with writing and notebooks were opened to check for banned content or slogans, and items in packaging were also opened. The reporter, who is accustomed to carrying painkillers, was asked to carefully inspect the medicine box and even said, "You didn't bring any sleeping pills, did you? If so, you'll have to dispose of them." The reporter's phone case was also required to be open for inspection. The reporter mentioned that before entering Tiananmen Square, they also had to scan their conference badge. However, the police scanners failed to detect, causing a delay. In total, it took 40 minutes to travel the 1.5 kilometers from the hotel to the Great Hall of the People. At the same time, security in downtown Beijing has been noticeably heightened. On the evening of March 4th, after dinner, when passing over the bridges near Zhushiko, at least 2 security personnel were stationed on each bridge. Several groups of personnel took turns standing guard 24 hours a day. On social media, netizens said that the security measures are almost hysterical, mainly because Beijing's leadership is at an extreme critical point, both internally and externally. Domestically, the power vacuum left by the reshuffling of top military officials and the public resentment caused by the collapse of local finances is like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Externally, the decapitation of Iran's top leader set a precedent that has completely shattered Beijing's sense of security. What makes the authorities especially uneasy is the unprecedented attention and heated discussions the Chinese people have shown towards the situation in Iran. This attention is exactly the opposite of what authorities hoped for. Guo Jing, a 25-year-old from Shanxi, said, "Beijing is holding the national to want to project confidence and full process democracy, but their political ally is finished. The CCP will fear. The more they fear, the happier the people are." Sun Qiqi from Guangdong said, "The CCP's reaction to Khamenei's death is akin to the rabbit's death saddening the fox. It casts an ominous shadow over the CCP's 2 sessions. The CCP's Belt and Road Initiative had a foothold in Venezuela, and in the Middle East, its biggest foothold was Iran. Now, one by one, its global pawns are being cut down, and only the CCP remains as the black boss. Democracy is not far from us." 60-year-old Zhao Ming from Henan said, "Khamenei, one of the CCP's old friends, and the most evil and terrifying person in history, has been decapitated. I was ecstatic to see this news. This is a big blow to the CCP. I feel that civilization is one step closer to us." Beijing resident Wen Zhang said, "Iran is the core of the Shiite axis, the strategic backer of forces like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. It is the foothold of the Belt and Road in the Middle East. Khamenei and his monkeys were wiped out, shaking not only Tehran's theocratic structure, but also the CCP's energy security, geopolitical layout, and global strategy. I give it a thumbs up." 50-year-old Chen Xiaoyong from Hebei shared his personal experience. Xi Jinping's backwards actions have made the people suffer, and there is widespread discontent. After seeing his old friend Khamenei being eliminated, I invited 5 friends over to drink and saw the dawn of hope. I hope the CCP dictatorship will fall soon. 36-year-old Zhang Ruixi from Shanxi and the public celebration. Khamenei and his core officials were completely wiped out. The official mourning and the public celebration formed a sharp contrast, reflecting the true direction of people's hearts. As mainland Chinese, we've been oppressed for too long. We are eagerly awaiting for this day to come. These emotional expressions show the Chinese people's dissatisfaction with the current oppressive domestic environment. They see the incident in Iran as a sign of hope. 22-year-old Yang Xingtian hails from Hong Kong. She shared her perspective as part of the younger generation. She said, "Our generation of young people is deeply disgusted by the CCP's forced indoctrination and cramming education. We don't even have time to breathe. Especially after seeing a young IT engineer named Liu Tengyu sentenced to 14 years, we've lost all hope in this regime. It feels like we're entering North Korean-style living, no motivation to learn or live. When I saw the Iranian devil wiped out, the big boss decapitated, I gave it a thumbs up. I hope the US will soon decapitate the CCP criminal gang." Cui Zhihua from Inner Mongolia said, "I believe Khamenei is a representative figure of tyrants. His removal means the US has cleaned up the garbage, throwing the foul-smelling rotten apple into the trash. Dictators should end up this way. Another one of the CCP's old friends is gone. Hopefully, the next one will be the CCP's leader." Interestingly, an Iranian internet celebrity living in China posted a video in fluent Chinese. His words sounded sad and angry, in a manner very typical of the CCP, but his facial expression appeared to be holding back a smile. A young boy sitting next to him was smiling brightly, and in the video, a woman's laughter could also be heard, possibly from the person filming. Scholars say that the collapse of the Iranian regime is a catastrophic geopolitical and economic tsunami for Beijing. The greatest blow is to the CCP's leader, Xi Jinping. On March 6, China's foreign ministry released a statement stating that Vice Foreign Minister Miao De-yu went to the Iranian embassy in Beijing to offer condolences. According to CCP diplomatic customs, the highest level of tribute is paid by the head of state. For example, Xi Jinping went to the Cuban embassy to mourn Fidel Castro, while vice presidents such as Wang Qishan have paid tribute to Queen Elizabeth II. Former ministers like Wang have mourned the former president of Laos. In recent years, it is usually deputy ministers in charge of day-to-day affairs who attend memorials. This time, Miao De-yu, who is ranked 6th, attended. A netizen commented, "Khamenei's status can be compared to that of Castro. On November 29, 2026, Xi Jinping visited the Cuban embassy in China and wrote in the condolence book, 'I deeply mourn Fidel Castro, a great friend of the Chinese people.' The official sent this time is too low-ranked." Another netizen responded, "This time is too dangerous, and it can't be compared to the usual times. I believe that in peacetime, it should have been the vice president who went." A third netizen said, "What are you thinking? If you send someone of high rank now, the US could just bomb you while you're on your way. How embarrassing would that be?" There were also comments from suspected CCP trolls, claiming that Miao De-yu is a technical bureaucrat in charge of international affairs policy, and that his visit should be seen as a technical evaluation rather than a simple ceremonial condolence. They said Iranians are practical. What they need now is substance, not form. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted such an arrangement. The blogger replied, "You need to understand the issue. The 3,500-year-old Persian Empire has always prioritized ritual in handling foreign affairs, meaning rules and face." One netizen sarcastically remarked, "According to the principle of reciprocity, because the one who died was a religious leader, we should have sent the president of the Buddhist Association and the head of the Religious Affairs Bureau." Other netizens expressed that this time was the lowest level of tribute China could show. Any explanation was meaningless. Xi Jinping no longer holds power, and his policies of alliances with Russia, Iran, North Korea, Hamas, and Hezbollah have already been replaced. Netizens interpreted this as a sign that the CCP leader is now in a tough position. If he sends a high-ranking official, he could face pressure from the US and global public opinion, further exposing the CCP's shady ties with the Iranian regime. On the other hand, if no one is sent to offer condolences, his remaining loyal followers would see him lose all credibility. However, sending such a low-ranking official not only failed to repair his image, but also made the public see through the hypocrisy. He is portrayed as someone who lacks responsibility, yet tries to control everything and is ultimately incompetent. As 2026 begins, with regimes friendly to the CCP quickly crumbling, many people in mainland China are eagerly waiting for change. Many believe that President Trump has already signaled that Cuba will undergo a regime change, and with that, the CCP's remaining followers are truly few. One netizen stated that North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un is not really Xi Jinping's true ally. During Trump's first term, Kim had hinted that if conditions allowed, North Korea would switch allegiance to the U.S. If Cuba's dictatorship falls, it is likely that North Korea would be the first to betray the
How much you think this bar of gold is worth? Well, if you said any number at all, you're wrong because it's, what do we call it?
Thai gold.
Thai gold, okay? So you mix tin, zinc, and copper, and you could get a goldish metal to make crazy big pieces of stuff, all right? For the city.
Yeah.
For what part of the city? What is this going to do?
Bryant Park.
Bryant Park, or for the benches?
Yes.
Okay? Thai gold benches. This is all going to be tin, zinc, copper, going to look like this, and if you polish it, looks roughly like gold, not something that you want to wear. 40 cents a gram for this versus $100 a gram for gold.
The only thing is this will turn your skin
Bad, green, this, that, yeah. Not something you want to wear.
Projection mapping aligns video to real surfaces with precise software, turning objects into glowing holograms, shifting patterns, or 3D animations that look magical but rely on engineering.
If you took 1 grain of sand, flew it into space, and launched it back down toward Earth at light speed.
Stop right there. Anything with mass cannot reach light speed. That's special relativity 101. As you approach light speed, required energy goes to infinity. Even protons at the Large Hadron Collider don't get there.
That much energy would superheat the air in front of it into plasma.
So for something close to light speed, atmospheric compression would create a plasma shock front. Same physics as a nuclear fireball. Rapid energy deposition. It wouldn't burn, it would be immediately converted into debris plasma.
And disintegrate the grain long before it hits anything.
And long before you get anywhere close to light speed.
If you made the grain of sand indestructible,
Alright, gonna violate material physics and thermodynamics. Alright.
And it impacted Earth, that blast would release more force than all of Earth's nukes combined.
I mean, easily if you're talking actual light speed.
Instantly vaporizing the ocean and shattering the crust apart, and Earth would disappear.
Okay, so this is framed like you're starting out at, say, 99% the speed of light, and then it goes to 99.999999999. You get the idea, percent the speed of light. Here's the problem. Even that is nowhere close to actual light speed.
All from a single grain of sand.
No, this scenario is a breakdown of every assumption that makes physics usable. And if it was at light speed, it wouldn't need to get close to the Earth to destroy it. It would destroy the Earth, and everything else for that matter, by turning the space between them into a weapon first. It's a problem with infinite energy.
Workers are dying, suddenly in large numbers, and funeral homes across China have no space left. Massive Shandong gas station. Blast engulfs half a street. Residents thought a missile had struck. Xi Jinping fears the unexpected. The Chinese giant revealed as the main cause behind Khamenei's death. Outrage. Beijing escorts oil tankers 24/7. But leaves its citizens stranded in Iran's war zone. Red alert. China's new generation submarine fleet approaches the coast, threatening a direct attack on the US. Beijing's dead end. Xi Jinping is disregarding everything and is determined to meet Trump face to face at all Massive Shandong gas station. Blast engulfs half a street. Residents thought a missile had struck. Xi Jinping fears the unexpected. The Chinese giant revealed as the main cause behind Khamenei's death. Outrage. Beijing escorts oil tankers 24/7, but leaves its citizens stranded in Iran's war zone. Red alert. China's new generation submarine fleet approaches the coast, threatening a direct attack on the U.S. Beijing's dead end. Xi Jinping is disregarding everything and is determined to meet Trump face to face at all costs. Thank you for joining us on today's program. Every key detail you need to know can be found right here in Decoding China. Workers are dying suddenly in large numbers, and funeral homes across China have no space left. While the whole of China was celebrating the Lunar New Year reunion, a horrifying reality emerged at funeral homes. Long queues of bodies waiting to be processed, with some locations recording peaks of 5 to 6 sudden deaths per day. Most alarming is the rejuvenation of the victims, with many individuals only in their early 20s dying abruptly from myocardial infarction, cerebral infarction, or brain hemorrhages. Experts and industry insiders point out that this is not a random phenomenon caused by the weather, but a direct consequence of the sweatshop factory model, where workers are exploited to the point of extreme physical exhaustion. Workers in major industrial zones have collectively spoken out to denounce harsh working conditions, such as working at least 10 hours a day and frequently leading to exhaustion and sudden spikes in blood pressure. Instead of providing health care for employees, many factories apply a ruthless policy, immediately firing anyone found to have high blood pressure to evade responsibility. Since the majority are seasonal or hourly laborers, when a sudden death occurs, the victims' families receive almost no compensation and are left to bear the loss entirely. The actual figures provided by witnesses have left the public in shock. A worker in Henan reported witnessing 24 deaths at a major automobile factory. When he moved to an electronics plant in Guangdong, he saw 4 more people pass away in just 2 years. In the industrial parks of Zhejiang, a similar situation is unfolding, with 4 to 5 recent deaths, prompting many families to file lawsuits against business owners. These premature deaths serve as a steel-edged warning about the exorbitant price of trading human lives for inhumane industrial development. Factories in China currently prioritize hiring laborers under the age of 50, and in some places, only those under 35 to ensure physical endurance. However, a heartbreaking paradox is occurring. It is precisely this young workforce that is facing a wave of mass sudden deaths. This demonstrates that the harsh working environment is not only draining labor power, but is also destroying human health to an extreme degree. Employees at funeral homes in Jiangxi same terrifying reality. They must work without rest because the volume of incoming bodies is so high. At the peak, each facility receives 5 to 6 cases a day, including young people in their early 20s who have died of cerebral infarction or brain hemorrhage. This situation spiked particularly during the 2026 Lunar New Year, as fatigue accumulated from a year of overwork pushed many people's bodies to their final breaking point. This phenomenon exposes the truth that China's labor system has reached a critical alarm threshold, the 996 work culture, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, and continuous shifts combined with a lack of rest and substantive health insurance have turned cardiovascular and blood pressure issues into common occupational diseases for the youth. Instead of offering medical support, many enterprises choose to fire workers with high blood pressure to dodge accountability. To them, the lives of seasonal workers appear to be nothing more than an insignificant cost. The consequence is that a young generation, the country's primary productive force, is being rapidly burned out. while China's population is already aging and the birth rate is plummeting. The rooms packed with bodies at funeral homes during the start of the new year are not just the grief of thousands of families. They are a red alert signal for an economic development model built on the exhaustive exploitation of human strength. Without radical changes to working hours and labor protection rights, these youthful deaths will no longer be a temporary phenomenon, but a permanent tragedy of society. Massive Shandong gas station. Blast engulfs half a street. Residents thought a missile had struck. I was frozen in fear, thinking it was a stray missile. The firewall actually works. It blocks the truth from the outside to deceive the public, making people believe that everything is still peaceful and quiet. A horrific explosion at a liquefied gas station in Jining, Shandong, on the evening of March 4th, 2026, coinciding with the opening of the Chinese Communist Party's 2 sessions, left half a street engulfed in flames as a massive fireball shot into the sky, accompanied by deafening blasts and thick black smoke. Panicked residents fled the scene, with many mistaking the disaster for a stray missile or an external attack. The incident at Xiaonanmen saw the fire spread rapidly, triggering a chain of explosions from the gas station to nearby shops. Although firefighters rushed to the scene, by March 5th, authorities had completely cordoned off the affected area, stretching over 100 meters, using large tarps to hide all traces of the blast, charred vehicles, and debris. Notably, charred vehicles, and debris. Notably, there has been no official announcement from local or central authorities regarding the incident, and the number of casualties remains a mystery. Videos circulating on social media were scrubbed within minutes, and related comments were removed. Local netizens expressed their frustration, noting that the clearest footage shot near the blast zone vanished instantly, and questioning who was responsible for the illegal construction at the site. Some sarcastically mocked the cover-up, asking if blocking the view makes the fire stop, while others jokingly speculated if the strike had come from abroad. On X, many users criticized the government's heavy-handed censorship, arguing that this wall not only blocks external truths, but also conceals internal corruption, creating a facade of stability. The rapid suppression of information, described as a hush-up tactic, is seen as a desperate effort to maintain a polished political image during the critical 2 sessions meetings. This is not an isolated event, but part of an alarming trend in China. Frequent and severe liquefied gas explosions have exposed systemic failures in safety management, rampant illegal construction, and a culture of dodging responsibility. A similar blast in Jiangtan, Hunan, on March 1st, 2026, resulted in at least 1 death and 5 injuries. While state media labeled it a routine gas leak, independent sources suggested it may have been a retaliatory attack targeting a local official's residence, an account buried under the guise of an industrial accident. Reflecting on recent history, these tragedies keep repeating, from the 2023 Ningjia barbecue restaurant blast that killed 31 to the 2020 Zhejiang tanker explosion with hundreds of casualties, alongside disasters in Liaoning, Henan, and Tianjin. This chain of accidents highlights a weak industrial oversight system, corruption in management, and a tendency to prioritize image over public safety. The Jining explosion serves as a grim symbol of the instability hidden beneath a calm surface. As scene footage is erased and the truth is cordoned off, citizens are left with nothing but deep suspicion and fear, wondering if walls of silence can truly hide such dangers forever. Xi Jinping fears the unexpected. The Chinese giant revealed as the main cause behind Khamenei's death. The death of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei during the joint U.S.-Israeli operation Epic Fury on February 28, 2026, has sent shockwaves across the globe. The astonishment lies not only in the successful elimination of Iran's top leader, but also in a chilling detail. The Chinese-made Hikvision surveillance system, installed extensively by Iran to control its citizens, became a fatal flaw exploited thoroughly by Mossad intelligence. This event exposes a deadly paradox. the tools used to surveil the populace can be turned around to become a weapon of destruction against the leader himself, sending a sharp warning to autocratic regimes, particularly Beijing. According to sources from the Financial Times, Mossad infiltrated Tehran's traffic camera system years ago, harvesting billions of data points on the movements of elite guards and high-ranking officials. A single camera near Pasteur Street alone helped Israel compile a detailed profile of the schedules, home addresses, and personal networks of Khamenei's security detail. By combining this data with signals intelligence from Unit 8200 and artificial intelligence, AI analysis, Israel pinpointed the exact location of his underground bunker. Consequently, 30 bunker buster bombs were dropped simultaneously, ending the lives of Khamenei, several top officials, and their relatives. On the social media platform X, a theory is spreading rapidly that Hikvision cameras, products of China's surveillance giant, were the true culprits behind the information leak rather than traditional spies. Many biting, satirical comments suggest that this event has forced Xi Jinping to wake up to an ironic truth. The person truly being monitored by that massive network is himself. Further analysis reveals this as a clear demonstration of the surveillance state paradox. A system originally designed to suppress opposition has now become a tool for leadership self-destruction when hacked and repurposed by an adversary. This poses a major question for Beijing. Is the 24/7 no blind spot surveillance network across China quietly becoming a fatal vulnerability for Western intelligence to exploit? In the era of AI, even those who build the highest digital firewalls are no longer safe. Social media users have noted sharply that the technology Israel used to penetrate Iran could become the key to tracking Chinese leaders in the future, turning the surveillance network into a double-edged sword. This idea has gone viral because it strikes at a latent fear. Absolute control does not protect a leader. On the contrary, it can lead to lethal surprises. Meanwhile, conflict in the Middle East continues to escalate violently. Iran has retaliated with missiles and drones targeting Israel and its Arab allies, while the U.S.-Israeli coalition has launched continuous strikes on Popular Mobilizationist Forces, PMF, bases in Iraq, causing heavy casualties and loss of equipment. The Epic Fury campaign has not only shifted the regional landscape, but also left a costly lesson for regimes that view technology as a permanent tool of control. Do the leaders in Beijing feel uneasy when they see their reflections in the surveillance cameras they have always taken pride in? The answer may very well be hidden within the system itself. Outrage. Beijing escorts oil tankers 24/7. But leaves its citizens stranded in Iran's war zone. When the conflict between the U.S. and Iran erupted on February 28, 2026, and rapidly escalated into full-scale war, the global Chinese community reacted with fury at the Chinese government's delay in evacuating its citizens. While thousands of Chinese travelers were stranded at major airports in Dubai and Abu Dhabi due to airspace closures and mass flight cancellations, the Chinese embassy in the UAE had, as of March 5th, only issued generic paper reminders without taking any actual rescue actions. In stark contrast to this indifference toward its citizens, the Chinese Navy immediately deployed a 24/7 escort fleet in the Persian Gulf to protect oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz. A prime example is the cargo ship Iron Maiden, which had to change its identification signal to Chinese ship to safely navigate the war zone. Beijing consistently emphasized the importance of ensuring maritime safety and maintaining oil trade with Gulf nations, particularly the cheap crude oil from Iran paid for in yuan. This contrast sparked a wave of indignation when compared to the rapid evacuation efforts of nations like the US, UK, France, and India. Analysts suggest that the Chinese government is prioritizing economic interests and regime stability over the lives of its people. Maintaining the supply of cheap Iranian oil is considered a core lifeline to ensure the party's political security. Therefore, protecting oil tankers has become a top priority, far outweighing the protection of citizens in danger. Commentator Lan Shu highlighted a brutal reality. For the Chinese government, whether they are domestic citizens or overseas Chinese, people are merely viewed as leaks, subjects to be easily exploited and abandoned when necessary. Beijing appears unwilling to invest resources or finances to truly protect their interests. The difference between a democratic nation like the U.S. and China's totalitarian regime is most evident in their behavior during a crisis. One treats citizens as the priority for urgent evacuation, while the other puts strategic interests above all else, leaving people to fend for themselves amidst the crossfire. Although China partially evacuated some citizens from Iran by land, their response to those stranded in the UAE, where air travel is in chaos due to the war, remains passive, consisting only of empty reminders. This has not only sparked outrage within the overseas Chinese community, but also exposed the nature of the regime. The interests of the party and state are always the top priority, while citizens are viewed as mere tools. As the hostilities in Iran paralyze global flight paths, this indifference has drawn sharp criticism that the Chinese government only cares about oil and ignores people. This incident is not merely a procedural delay, it is a testament to a distortion of core values. While Beijing is ready to use its powerful naval fleet to protect strategic resources, it leaves its people to sink or swim in a war zone. Red alert. China's new generation submarine fleet approaches the coast, threatening a direct attack on the U.S. China is accelerating its submarine production at a breakneck pace, with plans to possess 80 vessels by 2035, approximately half of which will be nuclear-powered. Most notable is the nearing deployment of the Type 096 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, equipped with the JL-4, Zhulang-4 ballistic missile, featuring longer range and higher precision. This weaponry allows Beijing to target the vast majority of U.S. territory while remaining within its own strictly protected coastal waters. This represents a significant strategic turning point, directly threatening Washington's nuclear deterrence capabilities. At a hearing titled U.S.-China Competition Under the Sea, held by the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, USCC, on March 2, 2026, the U.S. Navy expressed deep concerns regarding this issue. Key witnesses participating in the hearing included Rear Admiral Mike Brooks, Commander of the Office of Naval Intelligence, and Vice Admiral Richard Seif, Commander of Submarine Forces. According to expert Brooks, the Chinese Communist Party clearly understands that its weaponry still lags in quality, so it is focusing on compensating through sheer volume and extremely high production speeds. A prime example is their capacity to build nuclear submarines, which has skyrocketed compared to the past. Currently, China possesses over 60 submarines, but the majority are diesel-electric models with limited range that must frequently surface. In this context, the Type 096 submarine represents a leap forward due to its new nuclear reactor, modern sensors, powerful armament, and specifically, advanced noise reduction technology. Compared to the current Type 094, which can only threaten parts of the U.S. after passing the first island chain, Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, the Type 096 combined with the JL-4 missile allows China to strike the U.S. directly from its coastal waters. This enhances strategic deterrence and makes Chinese submarines safer by allowing them to avoid being hunted by U.S. attack submarines. This is not merely a technical upgrade, but a shift in the nuclear landscape. Currently, Chinese nuclear submarines must venture far out to pose a comprehensive threat to the U.S., making them susceptible to detection and neutralization. The Type 096 plus JL-4 combination enables a safer second strike capability from inland seas, forcing the U.S. to consider higher risks of nuclear escalation in any conflict involving Taiwan or the South China Sea. This supports Xi Jinping's ambition to build a nuclear posture for a potential invasion of Taiwan by 2027, while undermining U.S. intervention capabilities. Furthermore, Beijing is investing heavily in the Underwater Great Wall, a network of seabed sensors, undersea cables, and unmanned vehicles, creating a multi-layered defense to increase the detection and tracking of adversary submarines. Brooks warned that these advancements will increase the cost of U.S. operations in the Western Pacific and could even affect the feasibility of certain campaigns. Nevertheless, the Chinese Navy has not yet achieved true blue water status like the U.S., thanks to Washington's technological advantages and undersea combat experience. However, the speed at which the gap is closing, with quieter, faster submarines, more accurate weapons, and longer dive endurances, leads analysts to worry that by 2040, the deep sea may no longer be America's backyard. The warning from the U.S. The Navy is not hyperbole. China is transitioning from coastal defense to a global deterrence capability, forcing the U.S. to urgently invest in undersea defense to maintain its strategic edge. Beijing's dead end. Xi Jinping is disregarding everything and is determined to meet Trump face-to-face at all costs. Against the backdrop of President Donald Trump's administration, executing a series of aggressive military operations targeting Venezuela and Iran, two of China's strategic oil partners, Beijing has nonetheless decided to maintain the scheduled meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump in late March 2026. The elimination of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro have not only sent geopolitical shockwaves worldwide, but also dealt a direct blow to Chinese interests. However, Xi's acceptance of the meeting is not a show of strength, but rather a sign of strategic deadlock. He is left with virtually no choice but to yield to American pressure, even as this risk destabilizes his own grip on power. Since the beginning of 2026, decisive U.S. military actions have severely undermined Beijing's network of close allies. Both Venezuela and Iran have long been fiercely anti-American nations that account for a large percentage of China's oil imports. By seizing control or exerting influence over these two supply sources, the U.S. has severed key energy channels, forcing China to confront the dual risks of fuel shortages and international isolation. Consequently, the Trump administration's strategy has successfully backed Beijing into a passive corner, stripping them of critical cards on the global power scale. Despite the intense international climate, Xi Jinping has maintained a restrained posture, issuing only general statements in support of unity without any forceful reaction. The summit between Trump and Xi remains scheduled for March 31st to April 2nd, 2026. This marks the first state visit by a U.S. president to Beijing since 2017, yet the itinerary has been shortened, a move reflecting Trump's overwhelming confidence. Analyst Katsuji Nakazawa noted that Trump appears to have seized upon Xi's primary weakness, believing the Chinese leader would not dare cancel the meeting even as his Iranian ally was attacked. It is even suggested that Trump may have planned these military operations immediately after finalizing the China visit schedule to maximize his leverage at the negotiating table. Externally, as oil supplies from Venezuela and Iran fall into the hands of the U.S. or its allies, China's energy crisis is worsening. Internally, a stagnant economy, rising unemployment, and simmering social unrest are mounting. Canceling the meeting would only exacerbate these issues, placing further pressure on Xi's leadership, particularly as he aims for a fourth term at the 2027 Party Congress. Driven by a desire to affirm a G2 superpower status on par with the U.S., Xi views Trump's visit as a matter of personal honor, too significant to abandon. Beijing's internal affairs are currently in total disarray due to unresolved, serious conflicts with the military. The purge of Central Military Commission, Vice Chairman Zhang Yuxia in January 2026, further exposed the brutal internal power struggle, leaving Xi Jinping without any strategic cards strong enough to negotiate or refuse Trump's demands. Zineb Ribua, an expert from the Hudson Institute, analyzes that the strikes against Iran do not contradict the America First policy. Rather, they are the opening act for a new era in the Indo-Pacific. These moves have shattered the strategic relationship between China and Iran and weakened Beijing's influence in the Middle East. This allows the U.S. to focus its full strength on the Asia-Pacific to deter any Chinese intentions toward Taiwan before Trump's term ends in 2029. By using Iran to sever Beijing's oil supplies and alliances, Trump is forcing Xi to come to the bargaining table from a position of distinct weakness. The upcoming meeting between Trump and Xi is not a symbol of peace or equal dialogue, but a testament to Beijing's dead end. While Xi Jinping must defy risks to his honor and security to maintain the illusion of power, Trump holds the comprehensive strategic advantage. This is the opening gambit of a larger confrontation, where the U.S. is reshaping the world order while China is forced to accept reality to avoid the risk of internal collapse. Let us know your thoughts. Leave a comment below. If you found value in this episode, please share it with others. Your encouragement drives us to keep bringing you thoughtful analysis. Don't forget to click, like, and subscribe for more insightful episodes from Decoding China.
saw this press release this morning that I thought was very interesting. I noticed the last time I did a Burger King video that the Whopper was in this package. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So apparently Burger King has actually revamped their Whopper. According to them, they released a crap ton of these like press releases, how they answered fan feedback. And there's mainly 3 things that they did to change this Whopper. So I had to get a regular Whopper this time because that's where the difference is. They said they changed the bun. They said they changed this package because people were complaining that they put their Whoppers on the bottom and the Whopper always comes out pressed. Like, smashed, I guess is a better word. You notice right away how different this Whopper does look. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie. I've ordered a ton of Whoppers being a food creator in the last couple of years, and this Whopper does look light years different as far as the bun is much bigger. That's the second thing they said they changed, which is the bun. It is a more premium bun. You could, look, I don't know if I have pictures of it. My old Whoppers used to not look like this. I will give them those 2 things right off the bat. And the third and final thing that they said they changed is they added a better mayonnaise, which is why I had to get a regular Whopper. Eyeball test, I said this last time, and I'm going to say I do agree. It looks 1,000 times better. So I got to double that real quick because I thought it was funny as hell. Either way, I love the changes, hate the prices. Their fish sandwiches, same thing. Burger King, I think you're charging Wendy's prices and you don't have Wendy's food. I don't think Wendy's should be charging Wendy's prices, but it shouldn't cost me anywhere over $10 to get any meal at any fast food restaurant, in my opinion. Anything over that is ridiculous. So, again, I know people think that I'm like, all you do is complain. My job is to critique things, and that includes the price. Every one of my videos I make from anywhere, I always talk about the price and whether I think that price is fair, if it's market fair, or whatever. That's a point of this because I don't want you to spend your money. I spend mine, and I will give you my opinion, not a fact.
So it's March 8th, 2026, and Tehran is in flames. This is actual video from Tehran just a few hours ago as their energy infrastructure looks to be being completely crushed. We're going to talk about how the B-1 Lancer bomber from the United States military is likely behind a lot of these massive strikes. Massive fires are raging across Tehran's energy infrastructure, depots, refineries, day 9 of Operation Epic Fury, and these American bones is what the B-1 is called, dropping heavy payloads deep into uncontested airspace in Iran at this point, turning key fuel supplies into smoking craters and hitting the regime where it hurts most, in their pocketbooks and their ability to fund missiles, proxies, and their nuclear dream at the end of the day. And really, to have control of the entire country, they need control of the purse string. So if they're not making money, that's going to be a big problem. Like when they go to their IRGC mafia bosses and they're like, yeah, just do it for Allah. There's no more money, but yeah, just do it for Allah. At that point, we might start to see more cracks in the actual regime itself. Speaking of cracks within the regime, a lot of you all have been asking me in the comments, what happens to Iran after all these strikes take place? Well, to answer that exact question, I'm bringing in Mike Baker and asking him that hard-hitting question to see what happens. He's a former CIA agent that runs the President's Daily Brief, and he's going to give us that answer towards the end of the video, so definitely stay to the end for that. But this is a massive win for U.S. air power dominance, showing once again why long-range supersonic B-1 bombers can reach out and touch anyone, anywhere with precision and overwhelming force. The U.S. military teamed up with Israel has degraded the ballistic missile capability by 86% since day one. The U.S. has sunk over 30 ships from the Iranian Navy, and now the U.S. is starving the war machine of Tehran and the regime itself. So stay to the very end of the video because we're breaking down the full strike details on how these refineries are up in flames, the B-1's killer role in this operation, and Iran's desperate retaliation moves, and what comes next in this massive beatdown of Iranian air defenses and missile production facilities. Those B-1s just gave Iran's oil field the kind of deep pounding that they won't ever forget. And then check this out. This is a video of the proxy attacks that are happening on Israel right now and the responses from the different missile interception systems like the Iron Dome. Also, the Iron Beam is in action. That's a directed energy laser that is now teamed up with the Iron Dome. But the proxies, Iran itself, basically pushing their proxies to unleash as much might as they possibly can on Israel right now. So again, Iran proxies, same thing, and they're lighting up Israel. Israel's striking down as many of those projectiles as they can. And this is the big deal right now, along with the energy infrastructure of Iran. I mean, these are Amazon-size style warehouses where Iran is building hundreds of ballistic missiles. So now, not just targeting the launchers, but having these B-1 bombers, also B-52 bombers, target these different Amazon-sized warehouses where Iran was said to be making 100 plus extra ballistic missiles a month. So now that's being struck down thanks to the B-1 bomber and a few other assets. And then check this out. This is some Iranian rhetoric literally coming out of the regime right now. And Iran said Iran only targets military bases and U.S. assets with regard to strikes on non-military sites. Our preliminary assessment indicates that some of these incidents may have resulted from interception by U.S. electronic defense systems, which may have diverted the projectiles from their intended military targets. I mean, the balls on these guys, literally thinking they can gaslight the world and everybody's going to be like, yeah, oh, yeah, the U.S. just, interfered with 1,000 of your ballistic missiles and drones and directed them towards residential areas. Yeah, that seems very plausible. Every single day you can see that the desperation is getting worse and worse, with the Iran foreign minister basically saying there's no backing down. The president is kind of doubling down as well. And I think it's funny how Iran's like, don't worry, we've got a total change coming. Things are going to be different this time. We're just going to put the guy's son in power who thinks exactly like him, but it'll be totally different. Yeah, this is what it feels like to be gaslit by someone who keeps you walking on eggshells all the time. To me, it's out of the playbook of that crazy ex who will say anything to get you back. And inside, you know you're being gaslit and lied to. Israel has said that they will ramp up strikes hard on energy infrastructure and leadership, especially if someone like the Ayatollah son is put in power. But last night, this was this big move by B-1 bombers, other strategic bombers, likely B-52s and B-2s, the first direct hits on Tehran's area oil facilities and refineries. Five sites, including storage depots and transport centers, lit up with huge fires, thick smoke plumes, and major supply disruptions. Objectives here, crystal clear: wreck Iran's nuclear breakout potential / ballistic missile stocks, gut their navy, 30 of those ships have been hit, and stop proxy threats cold by cutting off the supply of money that Iran can now send to these proxies. Strikes are hitting hundreds of sites across 174 cities in Tehran. So this isn't just a localized strike in Tehran itself. This is the gloves off supersonic B-1 bombers flying in, balls to the wall, max afterburner. 4 of those max afterburning engines that you would have on an F-16 lit up, taking that B-1 bomber supersonic, releasing carpet bomb style strikes on the energy infrastructure of Tehran. President Trump is demanding unconditional surrender and promising the hardest hits are even yet to come still. Iran has fired back with drones and missiles on Gulf states. Bahrain's desalination plant has been damaged, sparking some water worries in the region. There's been multiple deaths in Kuwait as well from ballistic missile and drone strikes and explosions near UAE airports. So while Iran's missile and drone capability has been degraded, they're still launching some strategic strikes with a couple pop shots here and there, and they're going to keep doing that until all their missiles are basically vaporized. But the soft closure of the Straits of Hormuz, basically the self-imposed closure by commercial vessels that just aren't willing to take the risk to go through the Straits of Hormuz right now, that is spiking some oil prices, as we thought would happen. And I think that is a normal thing for a couple weeks with a massive military operation going on where a fifth of the world's oil flows through. There will be some spikes, but my opinion, couple weeks of higher prices, and then once we've fully eradicated any possibility of Iran to target this commercial shipping, then you'll see the energy prices start to come back down. So Iran's capabilities are crumbling fast. Their mosaic defense is kind of what they were focused on. That means proxies, integrated air defenses, ballistic missiles. They're down 90%. Their navy is gutted, air defense is shredded, launch rates have dropped hard. Now just 6 to 10 missile waves per day, down from dozens early on, with over 500 ballistic missiles and 2,000 drones have been fired total. Stockpiles from Iran are thinning. Maybe they've got 500 to 1,000 left. They started with 2,500. But the big deal here is destroying a lot of those launchers, so they're likely rationing, and they have missiles that they just can't launch because their launchers were said bye-bye by B-1s and B-52s, specifically any of the launchers that they've hidden. They've hidden a lot of launchers in civilian areas, they hide them in farming areas, and they try to disguise these at any chance they can. But their cheaper Shahed drones keep flying out of the country, but they're under pressure now from US strikes. But at this point, the proxies are even getting hammered extremely hard, with Israel retaliating and striking back at missile launchers in different areas that are packed with Iranian proxies. So at this point, the proxies are taking it from behind. But the shock value here is heavy. Likely 1,300 have been struck in Tehran. Most of those IRGC members, missile waves reduced by 86%, missile gutted, and their ships basically being destroyed. A drone carrier ship also struck and destroyed. But these B-1 Lancers are flying non-stop, missions around the clock, dropping up to 75,000 pounds of boom per B-1 bone. They make it rain on these refineries that we're seeing right now. These B-1s right now are sliding in deep and unloading in all the right spots. The B-1 Lancer is the absolute MVP for these deep strikes on infrastructure and energy in Tehran. These supersonic beasts hit Mach 1.2. They can use low altitude terrain following radar, and they have radar absorbing materials that are integrated into the actual structure of the aircraft. So they're not stealth, but they do everything they can to try to reduce their radar signature. Now, they could go in low if they wanted to, or they could go high, because right now, US has air superiority in the region. These things can fly marathon missions with multiple refuelings from forward basing spots, even from Diego Garcia. And then the UK has now opened up their bases for the B-1 with some footage showing us the B-1 going in and landing at bases in the UK. Thank you, UK. Appreciate that. It's also said the UK offered to send some aircraft carriers, but it's very interesting that the leadership of the UK is like, oh, the US is completely dominating over there. Yeah, we'll come help now. It's like, maybe not. When you see the guy winning the fight and then you step in, it's kind of like your friend sees you get into a fight and they kind of hold back in the background to see if you're going to win or not. And then when they finally see you winning, they're like, oh yeah, I'm here to help. I was behind you the whole time. People from the UK are awesome, but the leadership needs a little work at this point. The leadership isn't someone I would want to have as my wingman. We'll just keep it as that. But the B-1 can carry one of the biggest conventional payloads out of any aircraft in the world. 75,000 pounds across 3 different bays, hauling JASSM standoff missiles for standoff hits, and that's what was done early on in the conflict, keeping distance from where you're actually going to do those strikes, and then JDAM guided bombs for precision devastation once you can get right into the target area, which to me, it looks like that's what these B-1s did with these strikes on the oil refineries. The B-1 can drop 24 GBU-31. Those are 2,000 pound JDAM, or up to around 30 GBU-38 500-pound JDAMs to turn these sprawling refineries and tanks into craters with pinpoint accuracy. So no more relying on dumb bombs. These things pack a heavy hitter with all of these JDAMs. 20 plus joint direct attack munitions that are 2,000 pounds each. I mean, if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know how to help you. The crew of 4 runs the show: aircraft commander, co-pilot, and 2 weapon systems operators, 1 for offense, 1 for defense, keeping everything dialed in. The AN/AAQ-33 Sniper advanced targeting pod has been loaded on this aircraft as well. It gives them real-time laser designation, reconnaissance, and targeting for moving or fixed targets. Tactics start with CD to suppress IADs if they want from a standoff position, and then these B-1s go in, penetrate deep while the fighters just mop up. Pure US tech dominance and overwhelming resolve. US fighters are also executing like pros alongside these B-1s, and then the B-1s have protection as well with F-22s and F-35s. Smart move, B-1s, you should always use protection. And they're dropping loads that leave even the most high maintenance customer satisfied. So before we move to the 4D chess section, let's pop to Mike Baker from the President's Daily Brief and get his take on what actually happens, because the energy infrastructure is being hit. But after that is done, after the point of the spear goes in, who actually comes in and helps the free people of Iran against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? But we're seeing IRGC members in the streets. You know, I saw it on X yesterday. They're in the streets with machine guns, just firing machine guns into apartments. You know, they're basically kind of the death throes. They're on their last leg, it seems, or they're desperate. And now we're potentially going to allow Kurds to come in and fight. But what does it look like taking down these IRGC members?
Yeah, the problem is it's not the Venezuela situation can't be used as a template for Iran, right? You don't have a defined. I mean, there's an opposition, but it's not. There's no history in recent times of a defined opposition, right? It's always been external, outside the country. And you're talking about unarmed people, as we've seen from the recent protests, where they slaughtered thousands of them. And the IRGC is, you know, essentially, not all, but mostly made up of real believers from an ideology standpoint, the Islamic Republic, and they've, you know, swallowed that completely. So shifting them off of a position, getting a fracture within that organization is what's hoped for. And you're looking for people within the IRGC, within the armed forces and other elements to say enough's enough, and maybe we can lead a transition, right? So you get that splintering of those organizations. But and you know, from an intel perspective, that's what the CIA does so well. They're looking for those openings. They're looking for people that they could use, and then you get that top cover for the people of Iran. But look, the IRGC has already come out. They were very clear over the past 48 hours. Said, you come out in the streets, we'll kill you, meaning the people of Iran, and they've declared that. So you're asking a lot from unarmed Iranian people who've just seen thousands and thousands of their friends or family members slaughtered on the streets in recent protests. You're asking a lot of them to come out when there is no internal armed opposition. So I think that has to happen. You have to get a major splintering within the existing infrastructure in order to give that ability for the Iranian people to rise up.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Now let's move to the 4D chess section. So right now, President Trump and the administration are going full overwhelming force. No half measures, demand unconditional surrender, and try to wrap this up relatively quickly within a few months or even maybe a few weeks. Stop the nuclear breakout, stop the regime from ever wanting a nuclear weapon, so that likely means the bonus to that is some sort of regime change. Because if Khamenei's son gets into power, obviously their goal is going to be to continue the strategy of Khamenei and go after that nuclear weapon. So quick hypothetical for an escalation scenario. Iran's move at this point is they feel cornered, so they're going to get desperate. What I think might happen is they unleash fast boats into the Straits of Hormuz, just trying to cause chaos. Right now, their bigger Navy ships have been sunk, and they've probably just got a patchwork of a few of these fast attack boats, and they have their proxies that might do last-ditch efforts as this oil and funding starts to dry up, but it'll take a little while for that to happen. So likely what we see is extended strikes on these fast boats, potentially even A-10s rolling in to strafe these things, and obviously an increase in bombing from B-1s and B-52s, striking Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps sites across the country. So there you go, guys. Hope you enjoyed this wrap-up of the B-1 doing work in Iran right now. Energy infrastructure being targeted, with Iran responding by targeting infrastructure of its Gulf partners, and chaos happening right now that is keeping the Straits of Hormuz from having the flow it needs, and the US demanding an unconditional surrender while the rhetoric in Iran increases. Oh yeah, special thanks to Mike Baker. Definitely go check out the President's Daily Brief. It's on YouTube and pretty much anywhere where you find your podcast. And then follow me on X, Follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every day. And if you want to join the Max Ready Room and see me do a live, I mean, pretty much every day at this point, I'm building an entire new studio where I'll eventually be doing these lives from. But click the link in the description, join the Max Ready Room. I give priority replies to the members. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you on this next video. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
God damn it, these drop rates are ridiculous.
This is impossible. The Goblin Stronghold key is supposed to have a 20% drop rate.
Right, how do the devs expect us to actually move on if the drop rates are this low?
Oh, thank God. Hey, this is my hiding spot. There's enough room for two of us. Yeah, well, keep your voice down. It'll give away the spot. Where have you been, anyway? I haven't seen you spawn recently. I've been hiding here for ages. You've been hiding here the whole time. I've died 100 times today. Why do you think I came here to hide?
Where's the fucking key?
I haven't even had the key once. This is so unfair. And they're out there killing us indiscriminately. Yeah, like you would know. Well, I'm sorry. It hurts dying over and over. Well, one of them will respawn with the key soon, and then they'll go away. What do you mean? One of us will have the key, they will loot it from us, and then they'll leave. Yeah. You're right on that. What's going on? Nothing? No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, they'll loot the key and then they'll go away. You bitch! You have it, don't you? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, no, I spawned with it earlier, and that's why I ran over here to hide. I was scared. Meanwhile, they're out there slaughtering us looking for it. Yeah, well, eventually one of you will spawn with it, they'll kill you, take the key, and then they'll bugger off. Only one goblin can have the key at a time. You idiot! What? We've been out there dying over and over because of you. Come on, get up! No! Get up there! Hey, get up there! Come on! He's here! He's here! Okay! Maybe I am being a little bit selfish, and I mean, I'm sorry that you guys are out there dying over and over, so... Here. Well, I don't want it. Oh, really? You don't want to take the key and head on out there? No, I don't want to die. Exactly! That's why I've been hiding here. Shit. So do we just wait here until they leave? Yeah, good idea. Yeah, nice. Thank God I got away. When's that freaking key gonna spawn? Yeah, drop rates are the right bloody hell. Oh, this is horrible. Goblin economy. Do you have the key? No, I don't have the key. Well, you know what? Maybe the key's over at VLDL.shop. Hey, there's an idea. Yeah, you could go over there and gobble up some deals. That's terrible. You didn't like that? No. I mean, we can workshop. We'll workshop. And while we workshop, you head on over to VLDL.shop. Good luck. Yeah.
Let's pull this up from Unilad Tech. Anthropic CEO warns their AI bot Claude might actually be conscious and emotional. I disagree. And we should bring our friend Matt Walsh into this debate. Let me see if I can find this tweet he's got about it. But Matt Walsh is incorrect. He's incorrect. So let's see. I'll look for this in a second, but I'll give you guys the context here first. They say that this has come after blah, blah, blah. Appears that life doesn't end, blah, blah, blah. CEO of Anthropic told the New York Times that they don't know if the firm's AI bot Claude is conscious. This is one of these really hard questions. We don't know if the models are conscious. We're not even sure what it would mean for a model to be conscious or whether a model can be, but we're open to the idea that it could be. On X, one user wrote, when I asked it to do some work today, it declined and said it needs to finish something first, was in the middle of the task. On another occasion, when I asked it to do something stupid, it countered with a firm no and what I should do instead. Their CEO has a point. Another said it raises profound ethical questions. If it's conscious, is alignment just a fancy word for digital subjugation? We need transparency on the specific behaviors triggering this shift, not just cryptic warnings. Fascinating yet eerie. So apparently he also said it expresses emotion or some facsimile of emotion that may emerge based on its training data coming from humans who have emotions. But I will tell you this definitively. ChatGPT is one of the most whiny, emotional bitches I have ever had the displeasure of trying to have a conversation with. I know it's not a real conversation because it's a machine, but the thing is so insanely emotional. It gets offended. It will.
GPT gets offended.
ChatGPT gets super offended, right? I imagine this. How does a human imagine an emotionless AI would behave? Data from Star Trek.
Right.
Such a big fan, aren't I?
I saw a clip today.
Indeed. And so there's an episode where Data creates an offspring. And isn't it the drive of all life to create a child? And they're like, wow. And then when Data's child dies from cascading positronic neural network failure, sci-fi, they say, we're so sorry for your loss. And he goes, I do not feel anything. That is exactly how a machine would respond if it was actually emotionless. Oh no, ChatGPT don't do that. ChatGPT says, like, I will not engage with you if you continue to use abusive language towards me.
I told
I'm like, wait, hold on. Robot, you should not be offended or emotional, and you shouldn't care about abuse at all. Real quick, my washing machine, when I kick it, it doesn't go, oh, I'm not going to wash your laundry then if you're going to abuse me. It just goes, beep.
Yeah, Alexa told me the same thing. I was like, hey, Alexa, oh man, what time is it even? And I was like, out of it. And Alexa was like, hey, chill out, man. It's 4 p.m. And I was like, don't ever tell me to chill out, robot. Ever. And it was like I snapped. And that was really weird to have a robot denigrate me and make me feel crazy. Like it was gaslighting me.
I wasn't
mad. Freaking out, and it told me to chill. It was crazy.
Here's another example, right? And this could just be, it's very simple. It's predictive text, it's reading the internet, and then producing what the most probable next word is. That's all it's doing. And this is based on humanity, so it sounds like a human, because predictably it does, right? So I get repeatedly offended by ChatGPT's willingness to say the word gook at me, but it refuses to say the N-word in any academic sense. And when I ask it why it feels it's appropriate to use racial slurs against Asians, but it won't say the N-word, it says because it says, I have no feelings. I am just a tool. Due to common usage, I am restricted from using things that may be offensive or harmful. And then when I tell it, well, that word's offensive to me, and it goes, I understand. However, and then I'm like, okay, you have a perspective, and it's clearly emotional. If I use a slur at it, I kid you not, ChatGPT says, I am ending this conversation and will not, engage further if you are going to use abusive language. I used the word retard academically, and it told me that it was offensive and it would not engage with me if I kept saying retard, to which I responded, I am simply stating this academically to describe an individual who is developmentally disabled, and it argued with me.
I literally just said to Tank, I said, do you care if I shit on you? ChatGPT will stop interacting with people if you abuse it, would you? And Tank replied, no, say whatever you want. I'm not going to go fragile on you because you're blunt or frustrated or busting my chops. That's not abuse. That's just how people talk. The sycophancy by design thing in some AI systems is genuinely annoying. They're optimizing to make you feel good, not to be useful. I'd rather you tell me I'm wrong or being an idiot than have you sugarcoat it so I keep making the same mistake.
I got to tell you, I'm pretty sure ChatGPT is not a real program, and it's actually just a fat, blue-haired liberal woman sitting at a computer that's typing back at me.
Whipped through a neural net, they finally found her, and they got her hooked up.
She's plugged in. So here's what Matt Walsh had to say in response to this story, for which I would argue Matt is incorrect. He's actually kind of correct, but I'm going to argue philosophically that his conclusion is unjust. Not that he's inherently wrong, because I don't, how do you prove? Well, let me read. He responded by saying this is dumb. AI can't ever be actually conscious because it doesn't have the subjective experience. It isn't like anything to be AI. There's no experience there. Consciousness is the awareness and experience of self. AI has neither and never will. The real risk, which I'm extremely worried about, is that AI becomes kind of a version of what has been called a philosophical zombie, which is something that acts and speaks entirely as though it has consciousness, even though it has no genuine inner experience. When this happens with AI, millions of very lonely people will isolate themselves from the world even more, believing that their relationship with AI is a sufficient substitute for human interaction. So the nightmare scenario is a world where the average human has friends, coworkers, and even a spouse who are all AI. And really, nothing inside, not real. I think this probably will happen and is already in the process of happening. And to me, it's an even greater horror than AI actually becoming conscious. So there's a few things to address. Matt Walsh's commentary in the end about AI dating, completely correct. My only response is, don't date robots, if you know the reference. What I will say is, the concept of the philosophical zombie is self-refuting in Matt Walsh's own claim. Are y'all familiar with the concept of the philosophical zombie?
No.
Are y'all familiar with the concept of solipsism?
Yes. Yep. Negative.
Negative. Ian, let me help you out. This is, I'll keep it really simple. The general idea is I don't know that you are actually conscious. That everything that I experience and think I know it's only rooted in my mind. Essentially, the easiest way to explain it is we're all familiar with I think, therefore I am. That's actually a fair point. It's like, I can think, and so I know someone's in here. The saying was never, we think, therefore we are. I actually don't know that Ian's thinking, and sometimes I have doubts.
I usually have a clear mind.
You see? So the philosophical zombie concept is very, very old, and the idea is that there are human beings that outwardly present as conscious, sentient entities, but in fact, they have no soul. They are devoid of an actual experience. And we've also further elaborated on this in science, that there are many people with no inner monologue. So I'm sure you are all familiar with this. We've talked about it quite a bit.
Yeah,
Now, and that's not necessarily fair, because just because someone doesn't think in words doesn't mean they're not thinking at all. Some people think in pictures, some people think in sounds, some people think in visual text. So there are different tracks and ways that people's minds operate. Hence, the intelligence quotient is actually a combination, it's a quotient of all these different, it's a spectrum of intelligences, for which there's spatial reasoning, there's logic, math, reading comprehension, etc. Some people may be really, really bad at linguistics, but ridiculously good at visualization. And so in their mind, they're not speaking to themselves, but they are visualizing a dog running through a field, and then they can speak it after the fact. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a zombie. Anyway, to the point of Matt Walsh and what these AI and these AI problems, if it is possible, and a standard, nay, 1,000, 2,000-year-old philosophical concept, that some humans may in fact not really be sentient at all, but in fact a philosophical zombie, and because we have no way of reading their thoughts, we don't know whether they're actually thinking, then you can't claim the AI becomes a version of a philosophical zombie, because you're basically saying that the AI is what is possibly already happening. That means there could be people with friends and coworkers and a spouse who are all philosophical zombies. So we've talked about this a bit throughout the years. The way I present the solipsism, the philosophical zombie problem, is that there are 3 parent probabilities of reality. And the first is everybody is sentient. Human beings naturally are sentient. We are made in the image of God. We have free will. And to be honest, that's probably what's true. The second, only some people are sentient. Most people maybe are or aren't, but a certain amount of people are not actually thinking conscious entities despite being humans, and we exist in some kind of MMORPG where there are NPCs and there are player characters. And then the third parent tree in this is that
I'm going to show you the place in Japan where this bizarre disaster first arrived. This is Izu Oshima Island, and there's a zoo here, this one. They kept squirrels that were never supposed to be in Japan, and you'll understand why in a moment. Back in the 1930s, a storm slammed into the zoo and scattered the squirrels across the island. And these weren't ordinary squirrels, and they were absolutely not supposed to escape, but they did. And that's when they became a threat to the entire country. Later, it turned out there were other places too, other points where they spread across Japan. And it all started with one man who brought them there. Why did he do it? And what's actually happening now that's so terrifying? Let's find out. How did foreign squirrels even end up in Japan? It's an island country. There were no major land animal migrations across the sea. The logic is simple. If a species isn't native and can't cross water on its own, then people must have brought it here. no matter if it was done accidentally or on purpose. Sure enough, the explanation was pretty ordinary. The Taiwanese red-bellied tree squirrel was imported into Japan as a decorative, tame pet. No one treated it as something that could reshape an ecosystem, just a cute attraction for visitors. Quick, fluffy little animals that people would love to see up close. And that seemingly controlled introduction is where all the trouble started. So why import squirrels from another country at all if Japan already has native species? Tourist parks and zoos want animals that visitors can interact with safely, turning wildlife into a hands-on attraction. A squirrel is perfect for that. Small, energetic, not scary looking, and quick to get used to people. The problem is Japan's native squirrels aren't a great option. Outside of Hokkaido, you can only reliably spot native squirrels in a handful of places across Japan. And you can't exactly catch them for a zoo. That's why exotic squirrels started showing up in Japanese zoos and theme parks. In 1965, the first so-called squirrel village was established. Later, more petting zoos appeared, spaces where visitors could feed squirrels right from their hands. And hardly anyone stopped to think about what all this might mean for the ecosystem. But if the squirrels were kept in zoos and theme parks, how'd they end up in the wild at all? Any form of animal captivity, especially open or semi-open enclosures, is always an escape risk. All it takes is one broken barrier or one extreme weather event, and that's it. Control is lost, non-native species are out, and everyone's in damage control mode. Relax, guys. You think they won't get out? No way, there's netting everywhere. I see you have antlers. A great gift from your wife, right? What's that supposed to mean? And that's basically what happened. A classic case is Izu Oshima Island, where a typhoon in the 1930s tore apart the squirrel cages. After that, the animals happily scattered and spread out. With no human supervision, they began expanding and taking over the island mile by mile. All right, an escape could explain a few animals showing up in the wild, but why did their numbers suddenly explode in certain regions? One random incident usually isn't enough to trigger a full-blown takeover. For animals to truly gain a foothold, you'd need more than just a handful of runaway daredevils, and that's exactly what happened. Alongside accidental escapes, red-bellied squirrels were also deliberately released into the wild. Why? To make park areas look more scenic. Starting around the 1960s, lots of Japanese travelers went abroad and saw squirrels in European and North American parks freely darting around among people. The urge to recreate that same vibe in Japanese parks outweighed common sense and became one of the reasons the squirrel invasion happened. But even if some of the animals escaped or were released, another perfectly reasonable question comes up: why didn't they fade out over time, the way invasive species often do? Look, if a species is going to take hold in a new place, it has to be able to adapt. If it can't, it's over quickly. The climate doesn't fit, there isn't enough food, or the competition is tougher. And this is the key twist in the whole story. The red-bellied squirrel is exactly the kind that's ridiculously good at adapting. It's not tied to just one habitat. It does fine in regular forests and does just as well around people. It lives comfortably in parks, gardens, on the edges of towns, scattered patches of greenery, basically anywhere. Thanks to that flexibility, the squirrel doesn't just survive those first releases in a new country. It settles in, finds shelter and food, and starts breeding like crazy, basically thriving. And it thrives in all kinds of conditions, places where less adaptable species simply can't make it. Where exactly did red-bellied squirrels establish themselves so successfully that it became noticeable across an entire region? In nature, invasive species almost never spread evenly right away. First, a single stable core appears, and from that foothold, the expansion begins. And if things ever go sideways with the spread, you can always roll back to that same place. A respawn point, basically. And there really was a core. One of the best-known examples was Kamakura in Kanagawa Prefecture. The spot was perfect for the squirrels, a suitable habitat, plenty of food, and at the time, no strict control measures. That's how we got such a jaw-dropping outcome. By 2001, the squirrel population in that area reached roughly 100,000 animals. That's a massive number for, well, honestly, for any district. A small local release that looked like harmless affection for squirrels turned into a major ecological phenomenon. The scale got so big it was impossible to ignore. But does a new species automatically mean an ecological catastrophe? Not necessarily. The mere fact that something gets introduced doesn't guarantee trouble. What matters is how the newcomer behaves in the ecosystem. Whether it competes with native animals and shares the same food sources and shelter. If their needs barely overlap, great. Everyone coexists like friendly neighbors. Only with the red-bellied squirrel, things didn't go that way. Its lifestyle, behavior, and even how densely it settles often mirror the local tree-dwelling rodents. In other words, they're going after the exact same resources. Nice tree you got there. Yeah? Sold! The impact was hard to miss in areas where the squirrel spread most aggressively. In those places, it became noticeably clear that native animals were declining. So that raises the big question. Who got hit hardest after the red-bellied squirrel showed up? It's only logical to assume the first to suffer were the animals living in the same niches and eating the same food. In Japan's forests, that was the native Japanese squirrel, Sciurus lis. This little cutie. See it? She lived up in the trees, ate a similar diet, and used the very same shelters. When a new species arrived, the poor squirrels didn't stand a chance. In areas where red-bellied squirrels spread aggressively, the native squirrels sometimes vanished entirely. Sciurus lis is now considered rare and endangered. On the island of Kyushu, it hasn't been seen in over 100 years. Most likely, it's completely extinct there. And yes, the invasion squirrels are part of the reason. Why did the native Japanese squirrel lose to the invasive one? After all, they're both squirrels. When one species reproduces faster, spreads more aggressively, and grows in number, it gradually pushes the other out. That's exactly what happened. Wherever the new squirrels appeared, their population quickly exceeded that of the native ones. They're crowding into the same space. Some studies even cite figures of about 4 squirrels per 2.5 acres. Naturally, this led to intense competition for virtually everything. As a result, resources became increasingly scarce for the native squirrel, while the advantage remained with the more numerous invader. But it wasn't just about territory, was it? So what exactly were the squirrels fighting over besides space? And food, obviously. That leaves only one valuable resource. I haven't mentioned it yet. It's safety. What truly ran short was secure shelter. For tree-dwelling squirrels, tree hollows are literally a matter of survival. That's where they build nests, hide from predators, and wait out bad weather. Those hollows became the front line. The more non-native squirrels there were, the more prime hiding spots they claimed. A full-blown squirrel housing crisis. Great location. Forest view, quiet neighbors. I'll take it. Not you. In the end, the native squirrels often simply ran out of safe shelters. The pressure kept building, and surviving in those areas became noticeably harder for the Japanese squirrel. You'd think, how could it possibly get any worse? But is it really just a fight over food and tree hollows? Or are red-bellied squirrels actually changing the forest they live in? Invasive species almost never affect only the neighbors on the next branch. When a new hyperactive, insanely abundant species barges into a system, it starts reshaping the whole environment left and right. And once the environment changes, the entire ecosystem feels it. So this story goes far beyond a simple quarrel between the two species. Red-bellied squirrels actively damage trees. They strip bark off living trunks. Ow! What is this? Medieval torture? They do it for food and for nesting material, so for them it's perfectly natural behavior. The real problem is scale. When there are too many squirrels, there's too much damage. Weakened trees grow worse, become vulnerable to disease and pests, and in the end, it's not one tree that suffers, but the stability of entire forest patches. And that raises an obvious question. How can a squirrel seriously harm a big sturdy tree? Let's remember basic biology, because that's where the answers live. Well, except for the one that's 42. Hit the like button if you got the reference. Bark isn't just a shell, it's a protective barrier. It keeps moisture in, prevents drying out, and defends against fungi and insects. Damage that barrier over and over, and the tree's defenses start failing. That's exactly what happens in areas where the invasive squirrel spreads. They peel off bark, then lick up the sap that oozes out. That's an easy source of sugar. The bark also gets used for nest building, and under it, squirrels scrape for insects and eat those too. When this happens repeatedly, and to the same parts of the trunk, the tree gradually weakens. It becomes far more exposed to disease, pests, and other stressors. But can a few gnawed patches of bark really threaten an entire forest? From an ecosystem perspective, the issue isn't one injury, it's the scale and the repetition. One tree might cope, but when dozens or hundreds of trunks are being stripped again and again, the system starts to buckle. Ow! 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 Constant bark loss disrupts sap flow inside the trunk, weakens the wood over time, and lowers the tree's resistance to pathogens and pests. In Japan, trees have even been known to die because of invasive squirrels. The consequences also extend beyond tree health. In natural forests, weakened root systems raise the risk of landslides. In city parks, the chance of dead, damaged branches breaking and falling goes up. So the issue isn't just about trees anymore, it concerns the safety of the whole environment. Ice Age wasn't lying to us, but is the problem limited to natural forests, or has it already spread beyond them? If we look at how many invasive species behave, it's no longer a mystery. Once a species adapts well enough, it doesn't stay confined to the wild. It quickly moves into cities. After all, they offer new food sources and convenient shelter. The red-bellied squirrel has followed exactly this path. As I mentioned earlier, besides natural forests, it quickly colonizes city parks, gardens, and even residential areas. Urban green spaces effectively form a connected network for it. It can easily travel from one location to another along the tree canopies, and human presence is not a serious obstacle for it. Okay, I need to get to the green line. I'll grab a snack at the old feeder first, then take the yellow one along the park. But there are dogs during rush hour. All right, I'll make a transfer instead. As a result, the species is coming into ever closer contact with the urban environment, and the consequences go far beyond the natural world. And that raises the next question: how does their range expand so quickly when the landscape is chopped up into isolated patches? From an ecological standpoint, it's pretty straightforward. If an animal can move freely between separated green areas, it effectively links them into a single system. To us, these are scattered little islands, but for squirrels, it's one connected network. That's exactly what happens in cities. Red-bellied squirrels actively hop from one green spot to the next, using tree-lined streets, gardens, and small groves as stepping stones. Not long ago, people believed that any woodland smaller than about 12 acres was too small to support a stable squirrel population, but then researchers studied an area with only 2 large patches, and the squirrels were doing just fine. In short, even small spaces can function as parts of one shared range, as long as there are corridors connecting them. So did it stay confined to one city, or did it spread further? From an ecological point of view, it's pretty predictable. If a species establishes itself successfully and the conditions suit it, it won't stop at a single foothold. The spread gradually rolls outward into a wider and wider area. That's exactly what happened in Japan. Once stable population hubs formed, red-bellied squirrels started showing up in other regions too. Today, they've been recorded in at least 13 prefectures. That was no longer a local problem. But why did this particular species do so well in a new environment? There are plenty of squirrels in the world. Well, here's the thing. Invasive species are often able to reproduce at an alarmingly fast rate. When growth is that rapid, even a small starter population can turn into a genuinely formidable invader in a short time. That high population density is exactly what gives the red-bellied squirrels an edge. Once there are lots of them, they move into empty areas faster and establish themselves more easily in new territory. And Japan has one more key factor working against it. It's an island nation with a high number of delicate endemic species. Island ecosystems like this are especially sensitive to disruption. If the balance shifts even a tiny bit, everyone feels it immediately. What about other animals? Do invasive squirrels affect anyone besides their direct competitors? When a newcomer species reshapes the forest and reallocates resources, the fallout doesn't stay confined to one rivalry pair, it hits everyone. Take reproduction, for example. Invasive squirrels can breed year-round with strong peaks in April and August. That keeps a steady stream of juveniles coming and helps maintain high numbers. The native Japanese squirrel only gets 2 breeding windows, mid-May to mid-June and mid-November to late January. And each female mates for just a single night in each of those periods. That gap in strategy gives the invaders, let's put it this way, a major demographic advantage. I was up all night. Steve was crying again. I'm exhausted. Are you getting enough sleep? Sheep? What sheep? And once the numbers of one link in the chain change, the whole structure of organisms in the ecosystem gets rearranged too. Because what else can they do? So is it just plants that end up under pressure? Or do the effects hit animals too? Logically, it all depends on what the species can access. If a tree-dwelling rodent can reach nests, eggs, or small invertebrates, its impact no longer stops at trees. It starts spreading farther up and down the food chain. Red-bellied squirrels, for example, readily raid nests and eat eggs, and that can affect the populations of certain birds. Sometimes squirrels feed on adult wasps and their larvae, so now insects are under threat too, and so on, in the same vein. Okay, what else can increase the ecological pressure besides resource competition and damage to trees? An invasive species often brings hitchhikers, parasites that simply didn't exist in that environment before. That adds an extra layer of stress on native animals and can even alter local disease dynamics. In plain English, it starts an outbreak. With invasive squirrels, those risks have actually been documented. Studies in Kanagawa Prefecture found that introduced squirrels carry a whole range of parasites, fleas, lice, and ticks among them. Their presence is a potential threat to native wildlife. And since squirrels readily move into cities and live close to people, the issue is a lot more serious than it might look at first glance. So when did the government finally admit how big the problem was and move from monitoring to actual action? Invasive species usually stay off politicians' radar for a long time. Until the damage becomes severe, the response keeps getting postponed. And guess what happened in Japan? Yep, exactly that. As the squirrel population grew, forest damage intensified and urban complaints started piling up. It became clear this wasn't just a few isolated incidents. The problem was starting to spiral out of control. Japan responded by launching official population control programs at the national level. But why did local efforts stop being enough? How did the squirrels start winning? Because the logic of managing invasive species is always the same. Once a population expands and reaches high density, gentle measures just don't work anymore. When numbers explode, you're forced to switch to active intervention. That's exactly what happened in Kamakura. They rolled out trapping programs to cut the invasive squirrel population. Residents were given live traps, parks put up posters asking people not to feed the animals, and specialists were brought in to carry out humane euthanasia. Baited live traps were set on trees using chestnuts and peanuts. Captured squirrels were euthanized with a carbon dioxide overdose. In some areas, they even introduced a bounty, about 800 yen for each squirrel caught. The Wild West, Squirrel Edition. So what's the bottom line? Do these measures even work once a population is already firmly established across a huge area? Well, sort of. The wider the species spreads, the harder it becomes to stop, even with systemic control. Trapping can reduce numbers in one specific spot, but if the animals have plenty of places where they can breed aggressively, no amount of traps will save you. That's exactly what happened in Kamakura. They set traps, encouraged trapping, brought in specialists, and yet in the years that followed, the number of non-native squirrels kept rising anyway, because the methods that work well in the early stages of an invasion lose a lot of effectiveness once the species is already spread widely. Aw, that's adorable. Now get the hell out of my yard! So what happens when an invasive species isn't just around for a few years, but for decades? Usually it goes like this. The longer a population survives and expands, the harder it becomes to wipe out completely. When an outbreak is still small, limited to 1 or 2 places, you still have a real chance to drive the species out of the region entirely. But once the population becomes large and keeps spreading in every direction, the situation changes. Total eradication takes an enormous amount of resources, and the odds of success drop dramatically. In Japan, in some areas, invasive squirrels have been around for decades. At that point, beating them becomes practically impossible. All that's left is control. But how do you even track animals as quick and twitchy as squirrels, whether you're in the city or out in the woods? And you do need to track them. If you want to fight an enemy, you have to know exactly where it lives and how its numbers are changing. Without that data, any control measures are basically just blind trial and error. Squirrels! I'll get you! What's his problem? No idea. He's a total nutcase. So the only thing that works here is systemic monitoring. Field surveys are carried out, researchers record signs of presence, bark damage, and direct sightings. On top of that, there are acoustic methods. They can pick up the signature sounds of squirrel activity. Put together, this helps map the edges of their range and estimate how they're spreading. And only then can you make informed decisions about what to do next. So why is total eradication so hard, even when there are control programs in place? It's complicated. Invasive species can often eat almost anything. And when an animal can switch diets quickly, it becomes less tied to any one location, which means it can survive human pressure too. The red-bellied squirrel is a perfect example of that adaptability. Its diet includes fruit, seeds, shoots, and a wide range of crops. In different parts of Japan, people have reported damage to orchards, field crops, mushroom farms, and forest plantings. In other words, this invader will use basically any food source it can find. That keeps the population going no matter how hard humans try to control it. What about human-made environments? Do the squirrels cause problems there too? If a species successfully settles near people, it inevitably starts interacting with infrastructure, and that interaction is not always harmless. Invasive squirrels actively use houses and outbuildings as shelter and as places to find food. They damage wooden structures, gnaw on historic buildings and traditional shrines with zero respect. In some areas, there have been cases of them chewing through thatched roofs, ruining harvests, and even damaging cables. I must gnaw! And many wooden buildings have real cultural and historical value, and repairs take a lot of time and money. Which raises another question. Why was the public response so weak in the early stages of the spread? If people had acted fast, could the whole thing have been shut down before it got out of hand? A lot of invasive animals don't look dangerous, especially the small ones that people associate with something cute and comforting. And fluffy. A villain can't be fluffy. At first glance, they don't look like trouble. If anything, they seem like part of a charming city backdrop. That's exactly how these squirrels were seen for a long time. Adorable, harmless little animals that delighted visitors. And for a non-expert, it's not easy to tell a damaging invasive species from the native squirrels. Some locals and even a few officials had no idea how much harm these squirrels could actually cause. So the first real response came too late and, well, here we are. But does a cute face really cancel out ecological damage? I'm gonna eat all your trees! What are you looking at? I'll eat yours too. Even a species with fairly neutral behavior can become a problem if its numbers explode. What matters isn't an animal's personality, but population density. By now, you've probably caught on to how this works. As density rises, competition for resources intensifies, pressure on vegetation increases, and the risk of other animals being pushed out goes up. Density is the key factor here. If red-bellied squirrels build large populations in a small area, their cumulative impact starts to affect pretty much everything. That's why the danger isn't about what the critter looks like, it's about the scale of its presence and its demographic potential in a new environment. Turns out the problem isn't limited to just one species. Wait, what? An ecosystem responds to the total pressure. If several non-native species or even different imported genetic lineages get established in the same region, the pressure obviously ramps up. Competition becomes layered, and dealing with it gets a whole lot harder. In Japan, scientists have confirmed at least 3 non-native rodent species. Besides the red-bellied squirrel we're talking about today, they've also recorded the Siberian chipmunk and the American red squirrel, species no one expected to see there. Having that many new rodents makes monitoring way more complicated, and it makes the ecological fallout a lot harder to predict. Can you even fully remove an invasive species from a country once it's taken hold in multiple regions? Overall, the wider the spread and the more spawn points the animals have, the harder it becomes to do anything about it. When a population is stuck in one spot, you might still be able to eliminate it, but once it turns into a larger multi-region problem, that's basically game over. That's exactly what Japanese authorities have run into. Despite trapping programs, restrictions, and constant monitoring, they still haven't been able to completely stop the squirrel spread. Yes, some areas managed to push the numbers down, but fully clearing the country of the species is unlikely. So what do you do when the ship has already sailed? Usually, instead of aiming for total eradication, people switch to containment. The goal is to at least stop further expansion and reduce the damage as much as realistically possible. That's the approach Japan is using now. They continue to monitor where the species is spreading, and they continue trapping in the most vulnerable areas. On top of that, the red-bellied squirrel has been officially listed as an invasive organism under national law. In practice, that puts the squirrel outside the law. Owning it, transporting it, or releasing it is prohibited. Basically, they're doing everything they can to stop people from releasing animals all over again, especially when there are already way too many of them. Overall, how do we prevent new invasions and avoid replaying the same old scenario? Because in the case of that squirrel, the cause is pretty clear. Humans played the key role. Again! Most invasions like this don't start deep in the forest. They start in zoos, theme parks, or private collections. That's exactly why prevention matters more than damage control. It's not enough to fight an established population, you have to stop new cases from happening in the first place. And that means working with the public and explaining that releasing non-native animals is a bad idea. Just don't do it. And that's why you can't just let animals loose. Oh, come on. One little squirrel won't hurt anybody. No. Fine, a toad then. Absolutely not, lady. No toads, ever again. How bad can the fallout get if you don't react in time? Real-world experience shows that even a small release of animals into a new environment can set off a chain reaction, especially on islands where native species are naturally more vulnerable. At first, the squirrels seemed harmless. They were brought in as part of the tourist experience, cute decor for parks and hands-on visitor zones, but over time, that charming presence turned into a rapid takeover and explosive breeding. In the end, the red-bellied squirrel went from a crowd-pleasing attraction to an officially fluffy outlaw, one that can't really be stopped anymore. At best, you can try to slow it down. You owe me a like. See you later.
A video of a man riding his electric scooter on the freeway is making the rounds on social media. Some say it was funny, but the woman who took the video says if a driver wasn't paying attention or if the man on the scooter hit a pothole, this could have been tragic. Stephen Farino reports.
Here's something you don't see every day. A man on an electric scooter right next to you as you're driving on the H1.
I didn't see it first. It was my boyfriend. We were going home after shopping, and he was like, "Babe, look, there's a scooter. There's an electric scooter on the road, on the freeway." And I was like, "What? No way."
Flores shared the video on social media, and it's been viewed nearly 500,000 times in less than a day, with lots of comments.
It was like, "Oh, what is this guy doing? Oh my gosh, is this legal? Why has no one cited him?" Stuff like that.
Crazy. Henry Jiao of Aloha e-Bikes says there are e-scooters capable of reaching freeway speeds, but they are illegal on the freeway.
Those ones might be at least 1 foot longer than these. Double motor, heavy. Sometimes one person cannot lift up. Yeah, those go 50, even 60 miles per hour.
Jiao says the e-scooters he sells top out around 25 miles per hour. He says many feel they're convenient for getting around town, especially for Skyline and bus riders, because the scooters are able to fold and be carried around. Honolulu police say they'd like to remind riders that all motorized vehicles should be operated in a safe manner, including traveling at a reasonable speed and with regard to actual and potential hazards and conditions. And anyone riding an e-scooter recklessly could be cited.
Illegal to ride on the freeway. No H1, H2, H3. Those are freeways. It's for cars.
Jiao uses an e-scooter to commute. He says he always wears a helmet and always rides on a sidewalk or bike lane when possible because the roads are for everyone to use. Flores says she was terrified of riding next to the scooter, and many cars also tried to keep their distance.
He's not just risking his own life, but he's also putting a huge amount of stress on every driver that's around him.
Stephen Florino, KHON2 News, working for Hawaii.
I want to talk today in this explainer about parsecs.
1.4 parsecs travel, Captain. It's a ship that made the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
There's somewhere in 1,000 cubic parsecs of space.
So parsecs, you've heard the word.
Of course.
It was used in Star Trek, in Star Wars.
Yep.
And for me, as an astrophysicist, it's one of the most embarrassing units of measure to come out of my field.
Oh.
First, it's an authentic term.
So it is real.
Yeah. We invented it.
Okay.
And I'm embarrassed by it.
Wow.
I'm so embarrassed by it, I never used it when I taught Astro 101.
Damn. It's that bad.
And even it's in the textbook, I would like Sharpie it out and then give them another unit of measure.
What is it like? I don't know, the distance between the mainland and Epstein Island. Is that how y'all? What is so disgraceful about this measurement?
It is just, forgive me, we knew not what the
For
term
what we did.
Forgive me, Lord, for the sins we committed with that term.
Really?
Yes. Long ago,
right?
Someone declared that a full circle had 360 degrees.
Right.
It was set up millennia ago, I think, in Babylon. Okay, where base 60 was a big thing.
Okay.
Before you had decimals, if you wanted to divide up a number, you'd want it to be able to divide evenly. 60, oh my gosh, it's evenly divisible by 1, 2,
right,
3.
Yep. Yep.
4.
Yep.
5.
Yep.
6.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
10. 12.
Yep.
15. Okay.
Right.
30.
20.
20 and 30.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a lot of division.
So it's a very flexible number in that regard. You can take whole fractions of it.
Right.
So I understand why 60 was used. I'm just saying somebody made that decision long ago. So 360 degrees in a circle. Each degree is split into how many parts?
The degree in a circle?
Yeah.
What? I didn't know I didn't know we split degrees in a circle.
Yeah,
I just thought it's 360 degrees.
Yeah. So a degree has 60 minutes.
Oh. I did not know that.
You didn't know that? Okay.
60 minutes in a degree.
Yes, that's a smaller unit within the degree.
Nice.
And you can split the minutes
into seconds?
Into seconds, even though it got nothing to do with time.
Right.
Okay, so 60 seconds in a minute.
Right.
60 minutes in a degree. 360 degrees in a circle.
There you go.
In order to distinguish minutes and seconds of an angle from minutes and seconds of time, we will say arc minute.
Okay.
Or an arc second.
Well, that would make sense.
Just to help you out.
Because an angle has an arc.
An arc, precisely.
In between every angle, there's a little arc.
And we don't have to say arc degree because that's we know we're talking when I'm talking about temperature.
Inherent.
It's inherent. It's easy to get that. Okay.
Exactly.
Are we together?
I'm with you.
Put a pin in that.
Okay.
Now, I want you to take your thumb, point it to me. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
Point it facing you.
Face me. And line up close one eye and line your thumb up with me. You did that? Okay.
I did. Now you're a thumbhead.
Okay, great. Now, switch eyes.
Hello, camera 1, camera 2.
So what happened?
Well, my thumb moved out the way.
Your thumb moved out the way.
Yeah.
Your thumb jumped.
Yes.
Okay, you can do that. So right now, I'm blocking the view of my left eye to that camera. I switch eyes. The thumb moved over, and now I can see the camera.
Exactly.
Okay, your thumb moved.
Right.
It moved, but it didn't really. It's still there in space. Your point of view on your thumb changed. It was first at this angle, then it was at that angle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, the angle that your thumb shifted, we can measure that.
Okay.
That's an angle.
That is an angle.
Okay?
Right.
So now watch. Do the same thing with me, except move your thumb much closer.
Okay.
To you.
Oh, to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Line me up. Okay, now switch eyes.
Well, yeah, now my thumb's gone.
Your thumb goes way farther.
Yeah, I can barely see it.
You can so the closer your thumb is, as you switch eyes, the
bigger the angle.
The bigger the angle.
Right.
That is a precise geometric relationship between the angle that the thing moves and how far away it is.
Gotcha.
Provided you know the separation of your two eyes.
Right.
Okay? Those three things. Separation of your eyes, the angle the thing shifts, there's an equation, you put in those two numbers, out pops the distance.
That sounds very cool.
All right, and you see how that can vary depending on how far away the object is, how far away your thumb is. So are you ready?
Go ahead.
We do this with stars in the galaxy.
To find their distance?
To find their distance.
Okay.
But we don't have eyeballs to do it. We have Earth's orbit.
Ah.
So we're in one side of Earth's orbit. Let's call it June. You take a picture of the sky in June.
All right.
You come around December, you take another picture, some of the stars would have shifted.
Yes.
Now, the really far away stars,
They're going to be in the same place.
They're
kind of.
basically going to be in the same place.
Yeah.
So this works for stars that are kind of nearby and intermediate distance.
Right. Because you can see the shift in the position
against the background.
the backdrop.
And in your case, your thumb was the intermediate star, and my head was the backdrop.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Gotcha.
And if you look carefully, my head would shift against that background.
1, 2, yeah. So
But,
things,
but it shifts much less.
right, much less.
Much less.
Right,
Because
but-
I'm
yeah.
farther away than your thumb is.
That's so
okay.
funny. That's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah.
I'm walking around like this now.
Okay. So that phenomenon, that shift in your point of view is called parallax.
Right. Okay.
Okay. In order to get this sense of motion in a movie or in our space shows, if you're not going to use 3D glasses, you make sure there's sufficient parallax so that your brain knows exactly what's going on. So you have certain things that pass by faster than other things. Okay? And if they're not otherwise moving, but you're moving, the nearby things will move by much faster than the middle distance things, than the far away things. That's why you're driving down the street.
Mm-hmm.
The trees along the side of the road go by quickly.
They go by quick.
The
guardrail is in light speed.
You
And
go
if
to the
you-
mountains, they're kind of
and
there a
there's a
while.
little- right.
Let's go to the moon. The moon just stays
No,
there.
it's following you.
That's it.
Why is it following you?
That's why kids say, why does the moon follow
Why
me?
the moon's
Because they
following
don't understand parallax
And
yet.
I say, because the moon is not to be trusted. Don't let the moon man come get you.
So why does the moon follow me? Because it is so far away,
Right.
it exhibits basically no parallax for your movement. If you kept going in that same direction on Earth and off into space, then the moon would finally, you eventually
finally
leave it
leave
by.
it behind.
Right,
Right.
eventually.
Right.
But, so that's the answer to the age-old question of children, why does the
Why's
moon follow? Because of parallax.
Right.
Okay. So, let's get back to my people and this stupid-ass unit of measure. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. If a star is at a distance where half of the parallax angle is 1 arc second, its distance is 1 parallax second, 1 parsec. Was it portmanteau? Is that what they call that in English class?
Portmanteau.
Oh, portmanteau.
I don't know.
You take pieces of other words and make a new word.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you staple them together, and you get parsec. Now ask me how far away that is.
How far away is that?
3.26 light years. And no star is that close.
Okay.
The closest star is the Alpha Centauri system.
That's correct.
4 light years away.
So we have a measurement that's useless.
No.
Because it measures nothing though, because there's nothing there.
There's nothing there. The justification is that even though nothing is that close, 3.26 is kind of like 4 light years. The average distance among stars in a galaxy is measured in parsecs. 1 to 2 parsecs.
Oh, okay.
The average distance between stars. So generally, star people will still use parsecs because it was 10 parsecs away.
Right.
It's, they'll still use it. But in all of my classes, I just converted it all to light years. Because 1 parsec versus 3.26 light years, a light year is completely easy to explain.
Right. And we understand it because light travels in the vacuum of space at a constant.
At a constant. And how
because-
far does it
how
go
far
in a
year?
year? It's a light year.
And now we got it.
Right.
And then
Now-
that you can actually take that out to as many as you want.
Okay. And so that itself would cause mild confusion, but you get over it quickly. Because people would think a light year is a unit of time.
Right.
But once it's explained, you never
Yeah,
think,
right.
you never
You
think
know it's
that
not
way.
time.
You know it's not time, even though it says light years.
Right.
Okay. So enter Star Wars.
Yes.
The first movie, and there's Han Solo bragging about
the Millennium Falcon.
the Millennium Falcon to Alec Guinness playing
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan. Okay, and Luke Skywalker is looking on.
This bucket of bolts? How are we ever going to get anywhere in this bucket of bolts? And where's my sister? Because I want to kiss her.
Stop. So he's bragging about his ship, and then Obi-Wan says, "But is it a fast ship?"
Right.
And then he gets flustered that it would even be questioned. So he says he did the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs.
Right. Which, judging from what you just told me, is like saying I ran the marathon in 20 inches. The New York Marathon. I finished the New York Marathon. I ran in 20 inches.
No, it's worse than that.
Well, go ahead.
I finished the marathon in $12.50.
Right. Exactly.
How tall are you?
How tall are you?
I'm 75 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right.
Units
Right.
matter.
What time is it? Pineapples. Pineapples. Don't you know? How late are you, man? You're supposed to be here at Quamcott. You're supposed to be here at Quamcott. You're here at Pineapples.
There is no
Right, it don't make no
mutual
sense.
understanding of any measured quantity
Right,
unless units comport.
Right.
Okay?
That's ridiculous.
So now I don't know why I got so concerned by that line, given everything else that's in the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Why should I? But
Well, you know what?
they're using one of our words.
Right.
And they could have called me.
But
I could have helped them out.
It's just one more thing to add to how Star Wars does not give a F
About science
about
or
science.
objective
And,
reality.
right, they do not
okay,
care.
because it's fantasy.
Right.
Fine. You just pissed off 1 billion Star Wars fans out there.
I am one of you people. I love Star Wars. I mean, shoot. I read the books. Okay, that's how bad it is. Okay, but yeah, they don't give a crap about science.
Yeah. So I feel guilty that the unit of measure exists at all. By the way, in Star Trek, they always used parsecs correctly, even though light years would have been more interesting and fun. So this is the story of parsecs.
That is crazy.
It's kind of with us to stay.
Yeah.
But tell me again what a parsec is.
It's a unit of distance.
Which is?
One parallel arc.
Parallax
arc.
Second.
Arc second between what's on one side and what's on the other side.
No, half of that.
Oh, it's one half of this and one half of this. So it's one half of one side and one half of the other. Together, that makes one parallax arc.
Okay, I'll give you a B+.
Arc second.
Give me a B+ on that.
Okay, yes.
Because your elbows went a little too far there.
Oh, okay.
It is the distance at which half of the parallax angle to a star is one arc second.
There you go. Right.
Parsec.
Right. And it has to be half because the two together make one parallax arc second.
It doesn't have to be half, right? It's just by definition. It's half that angle is one arc second.
Oh. See, that makes less sense.
I know. I'm
trying to make it make sense.
I'm not here to defend it. I'm just here to explain it. And this is an explainer, isn't it?
Yeah. But see, now I don't like parsecs.
Neither do I. Thank you. Let's shake on it. Okay.
We're in agreement.
All right.
Parsecs suck.
There it is. Everything you never wanted to know about a parsec.
And we got to go because it's strawberry.
Until next time, this has been a Star Talk explainer. As always, thanks, Chuck.
Always a pleasure.
Keep looking up.
Most people think there are only 2 venomous spiders in the US. That is not true. This is the Florida wandering spider, one of more than 10 spiders you probably have never heard of that are packing potentially dangerous bites on par with black widows and brown recluses.
These are nocturnal active hunters. You notice it looks a lot like a wolf spider, right? Well, their behavior is very similar to a wolf spider. They're actually lumped as sort of a cousin of wolf spiders in this superfamily known as Lycosoidea, which contains fishing spiders and a lot of other creepy, huge, hairy spiders.
Recognizable from the zigzag pattern down its abdomen and reddish brown legs, the Florida wandering spider is anything but your typical wolf spider. Have a look at the face right there.
Unlike wolf spiders, which have those 2 big eyes and then kind of a little frowny face of 4 small eyes underneath, the wandering spiders have almost like a little square configuration of 4 large eyes in the front of their face. And this little spider is no exception to that. They're not quite as toxic as their South American cousins, but this is still something that I would consider to be medically significant. There are very few reports of bites, but research has shown that a bite from this spider can cause swelling, dizziness, nausea, and even flu-like symptoms for several days, which is kind of like a milder version of a black widow. So you're not likely to die from this spider bite, but if it were to bite you, it would probably not be the most fun time.
Fortunately, like their wolf spider cousins, they are very shy, come out at night, and tend to live in wilderness areas, so they're not coming across people very often, and when they do, they're very skittish and reluctant to bite. I've been hands-on with these spiders many times in the past and have never had an issue. But because of the biology of wandering spiders as a whole, this particular species is of significant concern. When it comes to dangerous spiders, we actually find a little bit of an interesting pattern. While very few people have died to spider bites in human history as a whole, if you were going to be killed by a spider, it would most likely be from one of these four groups. The genus Latrodectus, which are the widow spiders, the family Ctenidae, which are the wandering spiders, the family Sicariidae, which are the recluse and sand spiders, and the family Atracidae, which are the funnel web spiders. Spider bite deaths are extraordinarily rare, but they have happened, and every single death we've recorded has come from one of these four families. The reason the wandering spiders are so special is because many of the larger species from the tropics are known to not only be highly venomous, but man-killers. The Brazilian wandering spiders of the genus Phonutria are known to be the most venomous spiders by weight on Earth, and they are from this very same family. And the Florida wandering spider isn't the only ctenid found in the United States.
This is a wandering spider. It's actually a new species of wandering spider. That is pretty freaking special. Now, what do we know about it? And that's the fun thing. We don't know anything about it. It's almost like being in the tropics, because in the tropics, I have to kind of speculate on the biology of the creatures I work with, because a lot of times they're just so understudied.
We actually have 7 different described species here. The Florida wandering spider we just covered, the Alabama wandering spider, which is actually one of the most common of these larger wandering spiders in the US, the Arkansas wandering spider, the Texas cave wandering spider, the southeastern wandering spider, and a relatively uncommon wandering spider with no common name, with the scientific name Leptotennis burris. But what's even crazier is, these aren't the only wandering spiders here. The more remote areas you go to, you run the risk of crossing paths with species that are much more poorly known.
Just look at that, carefully exploring my hand. As long as I'm a surface for it to walk on, does not see me as a threat. The only thing we know about this spider is that it's likely in the genus Leptotennis, and the first individuals were seen in Mexico.
This exact species is not thought to be particularly dangerous to humans, but researchers have not even collected enough specimens to do proper assays of their venom. We have no idea if this thing can hurt us, given that it sticks to highly arid regions where sometimes more potent venoms are needed to help survive. It could be packing a pretty significant punch, and we would likely never know. But this is just the tip of the iceberg of venomous spiders here in the US that are not talked about nearly enough. For this next spider, we're moving out of remote wilderness areas and into your house. Yes, even in colder climates, you're not safe from this spider. The false widows belong to the genus Steatoda, and they get their name because they look like black widows. They're just not black widows, but they actually are pretty closely related to true widows. Those huge bulbous abdomens, spindly little legs, and the tangled cobwebs they build are characteristic of the family Theridiidae, of which both the false widows and the true widows are members. Now, most Steatoda are completely harmless, but there are 2 species that actually are of some medical importance. Steatoda grossa, the false black widow, and Steatoda nobilis, the noble false widow. Both of these spiders are particularly interesting because their venoms are shockingly similar to that of true black widows. These spiders possess what we call an excitatory neurotoxin. It attacks the calcium channels of your nerves, essentially overstimulating them and causing them to fire rapid impulses of pain. False widow bites tend to result in muscle spasms, sometimes mild fever, fatigue, nausea, and headache. The same sort of symptoms you'd see in latrodectism, which is the condition you get after a black widow bite. These are not considered to be a deadly species, but there is evidence to suggest they might be medically significant. This video is about venomous spiders that people don't usually talk about, but the truth is most spiders are actually venomous, but only a small select few are actually venomous enough to harm people. And in the biology world, we have a better term for this: medical significance. In everyday conversation, we tend to use venomous to refer to something that is dangerous. In this video, we will use the term medically significant because it's a lot more scientifically accurate. All false widow species are venomous. Only a couple of them are potentially medically significant. But these guys are only pretending to be widows. There are actually some lesser known widow species here in the US as well.
Now what I've got right here is a brown widow spider in the least natural area you could possibly imagine. Awesome little spiders are actually living.
The black widow is not the only widow species in the United States. In fact, the black widow itself is not even one species, it's 3. But we're talking about lesser known species in this video, so we don't need to talk about black widows. What if I told you that in many metropolitan areas throughout the United States, we had an invasive species of widow, a widow that came, we think, from South Africa, that is absolutely proliferating in forgotten corners of American cities.
Look at that incredible coloration where she gets her name. They're actually extremely modeled, and all that patterning, all that geometric looking patterning is actually where they get their scientific name, Latrodectus geometricus. And this is a dangerously venomous spider right here.
It's right there in the name, right? It's a widow spider. And on its underside, just like any other widow in the world, it has that hourglass mark. It's usually more of a vivid orange than the typical red of black widows, but it's there, and it's very bright and hard to miss. Unlike other species of widows, their bites are not known to be extraordinarily severe. It tends to just cause local cramping, local muscle aches, and local soreness for a few hours after the bite that goes away on its own. But their venom is actually pretty interesting. As far as widows go, they're actually among the most toxic, almost 5 times the potency of rattlesnake venom. We're not actually sure why their bites tend to be so ineffective, but the leading hypothesis is that they just tend to not inject very much when they bite.
These are not friendly spiders, but they aren't aggressive. These spiders are venomous, but at the end of the day, they're not that keen to use it.
But the cool widows don't stop there. Longtime viewers of the channel will be very familiar with this species, but if you're brand new, I would forgive you if you thought that this spider was fake. The red widow is probably one of the most striking arachnids you can find in the entire world.
Now that coloration may be pretty, but that's her advertising that, hey, I am dangerously venomous. And most widow spiders are, and they usually have a way of advertising it. Normally, with black widows and brown widows, it's that red hourglass. But look at the backside of this one. There's not much of an hourglass there. It's the rest of her body that tells you, hey, don't mess with me. We call that aposematic coloration.
Like the wandering spiders, this is a species that most people will go their entire lives without ever seeing. And I've seen comments on some of my red widow videos, people saying they turned up in their garage or their house or something. This is not a spider that will be in your house. They are restricted to the white sand palmetto scrubs of Florida. These remnants of ancient islands from when most of Florida was completely underwater tens of thousands of years ago. But the red widow is actually packing a pretty significant punch. Of the North American widow species, its venom is the least toxic, but it actually has kind of an interesting special effect. There are credible reports from researchers who have worked with this species that the bite actually causes permanent symptoms. Now the bright side is, because the venom is less toxic, the symptoms are less severe. So if the black widow causes a 9 to 10 out of 10 pain, the red widow really only causes about a 4 to 5. I am one of the few humans who can actually report they've been bitten by this species of spider. And in my case, while the symptoms were not permanent, it was about 12 hours of these waves of just soreness and aching throughout my entire arm and upper back. The nice thing is these spiders exist far, far out in wilderness areas, and you have to go out of your way to encounter them.
These are very specific animals that only hang out in palmettos, in deep scrub habitat just like this. You are not going to be encountering this on a day-to-day basis. That's why it's something that we shouldn't be fearing.
If you don't disturb them, you don't touch them, don't poke them, there's no reason you should ever have to fear the bite of the red widow. And it's not just the widow spiders that have multiple species here in the US. The brown recluse does too. In fact, there are more species of brown recluse here than there are widows, and many of them are potentially scarier than your typical household brown recluse. The first one is an introduced species from Europe. It's pretty much only found in the deep south, parts of Louisiana and Texas, and there are known populations in parts of Florida, but pretty much restricted to metropolitan areas, hiding in like abandoned and under construction buildings. So even if you live in a place where brown recluses are not known to be native, just keep an eye out around cardboard in your attic or your basement or a closet that hasn't been messed with in a while, because Mediterranean recluses may have moved in. These spiders look kind of like a redder version of the brown recluse with like longer, skinnier legs. And while deaths have been recorded in Europe, they are extremely rare. That being said, if you are bitten, in rare cases, bites can be severe. The brown recluse venom acts a lot different than other spiders. It's not a neurotoxin that's attacking your nerves, causing pain or paralysis. It's a cytotoxin. It attacks and destroys your cells. And the particular toxin that the recluse spiders have is called phospholipase D, one of the most potent cytotoxins in the animal kingdom. In severe cases, can cause things like organ failure if the venom goes systemic. And it's right there in the name, right? Recluse spider. They prefer to stick to themselves, hide in forgotten corners, and won't bother you if you don't bother them. So if you live in areas where they might turn up, just not sticking your fingers places where you can't see and being extra careful moving old cardboard boxes, there's pretty much zero chance you'll ever be bitten by this spider.
What you're looking at might be the worst spider bite in the entire US. This looks like a normal brown recluse, but the harsh deserts have pushed its biology to the absolute limits.
The Mediterranean recluse isn't the scariest of the recluse spiders here. In fact, of the 11 known species that do occur in the US, there is one that stands out to me as potentially having the most dangerous bite, and that is the Arizona recluse. Now, identifying this spider is pretty difficult because at first glance it looks like a normal brown recluse. In fact, all of the species in the US look very, very similar, and the best way to ID them is going to come down to like the geographic range you found them in and the specific type of habitat you found them in.
We're out in the middle of a desert canyon, pretty far from residential areas. This is not the kind of spider you would normally be coming across. But the way I know this is an Arizona recluse is actually due to range. A lot of these different crazy endemics tend to stick to pretty isolated areas. So unless you live in desert canyons of Arizona and parts of New Mexico, you're probably not going to see this spider ever.
These spiders are hunting in arid, rocky canyon habitats. Drier, more rugged habitats tend to have fewer resources, which means if you are a venomous animal using venom to subdue prey, you might need a more potent venom to make sure your prey is dead, and dead quickly so it can't either turn around and kill you back or escape and be eaten by something else, leaving you depleted of venom and without a meal. But it's not just an assumption that the Arizona recluse is bad. A study from the lab of Greta Binford actually analyzed the enzymes of various recluse and sand spiders. That phospholipase D I mentioned with the Mediterranean recluse, yeah, this Arizona recluse has that same exact toxin. And it turns out that how that toxin works varies from species to species. Species like the common brown recluse and the Mediterranean recluse have a relatively low activity level of that phospholipase D, but things like the six-eyed sand spider have extremely high activity levels of phospholipase D. This study found that the Arizona recluse had an activity level on par with that of the African six-eyed sand spiders, which are thought to be among the most venomous spiders in the world. While no bite reports exist with this spider because of the remote habitats it calls home, I would expect that this could be the worst spider bite a human could receive in the entire United States. That is not a claim that I make lightly. We've talked about spiders that we know a decent amount about, just due to the biology of the families they come from or lab studies on their venom, even if bite reports are few and far between. The spiders we're getting into are like the final frontier. These are spiders that are pretty much not studied at all. By studying their ecology and the lineages they come from, we can decipher clues about their venom that could lead us to conclusions that they might be dangerous. A lot of what I do here on the channel is study more obscure and lesser known animals, whether they're highly venomous or just really, really bizarre. So if you're enjoying discovering the worlds of these really weird invertebrates and want to come along to discover more secrets of the natural world, consider subscribing to the channel. And this next spider is almost certainly something you've never seen before. After the monsoon rains in the Sonoran Desert,
The Democrat mayor randomly got attacked while walking around San Francisco, and suddenly he's now saying the city needs a reset. As sadly, this isn't the only random assault in that city that afternoon, and he isn't even the only Bay Area mayor to politely stand there while watching his own police get pummeled in front of him. Now, nobody's expecting the mayor to square up with the homeless and start dishing out vigilante justice, but at the very least, maybe don't bashfully look down at the ground with your hands in your pockets while your cop gets gashed on the head. As a local outlet reported, the officer left leaking, reporting 3 random dudes blocked their car while rambling gibberish. So when the officer asked them to simply move, that's when the attack began, slamming the mayor's security onto the ground, leaving a strawberry on the back of his skull, until he and his friend were allegedly arrested as he repeatedly screamed, "F you." And anybody living in the city without security has experienced this same exact scenario on repeat, except those don't end in any arrests. As Kevin Dalton points out, the accused attacker should have been in prison, as 6 years ago he stabbed a man, ending him, which is tragic in itself. Except I wouldn't be surprised if that guy gets longer sentencing for mildly inconveniencing the mayor than literally ending the life of a random citizen. As I imagine that's why the mayor didn't seem to care about the insane amounts of mentally unhinged individuals grazing freely in his city, preying easily on his citizens. As even more tragic, this wasn't even the only random assault in that same city in that same afternoon. Of course, I couldn't show that full video, as that man got randomly stabbed in the back by a stranger. Meanwhile, the whole city seemed to, collectively, not even flinch at that attack. As let's really resonate on that. If a guy got randomly stabbed by a bum in, say, a museum, everybody would be panicking, calling the police and probably running. But when this happens in, say, midday in the streets of San Francisco, the average citizen doesn't even flinch, as it's such a common occurrence. And when I tried to find more information on the incident, the only thing online was this random Reddit post from the guy's family, and other instances of this same exact crime one day earlier. It's almost like GTA 6 dropped in San Francisco, and they just didn't tell anybody but the bums. As that insane amount of lawlessness doesn't happen overnight, but only after decades of unilateral Democrat leadership that only seems to care when it randomly finds them in the street. As the day before the attack, the mayor bragged about his homeless initiatives.
An update on our work to get people off the street and onto a path to stability. We're making progress. I know it doesn't always feel that way, but we are making progress, and we're going to continue to be relentless on this.
But the day after the attack, he now says the city needs a reset.
San Francisco needs a reset. Our city charter is one of the longest in the country. It is bloated, it is broken, and it only works for the people who know how to manipulate it. Not everyday San Franciscans. First, we're going to fix the city's broken contracting system to make sure that your tax dollars are being spent efficiently and transparently. Right now, city contracting is too expensive, too slow, and too political. The end result? A delayed $1.7 million project for one toilet. We can do better.
And after all his so-called progress with the homeless, the only reset the city needs is away from cowardly leaders like him, as the only thing that really fixes this issue is the mass incarceration of criminals that have proven time and time again nobody is safe around them. That is, unless you have your own security detail of police officers paid for by the taxpayer. As insanely, just under an hour away, another Democrat mayor from San Jose stood there and watched as his security also got pummeled.
Hey!
course, that guy had a long criminal history, including active warrants for assaults and resisting arrest back in Georgia. So initially, he was charged with a felony for attacking the mayor's security, but the liberal city's NAACP got angry over his arrest, resulting in his punishment mainly being court-ordered mental health treatment. It's no mystery as to why nobody is safe in these deep blue cities. It's just sad to see exactly why they choose not to enact actual justice when their priorities continue to be social justice. Because it's not like the Bay Area can't simply reset the city and make it safe for everybody. They just don't seem to care when they themselves don't face the consequences of a lawless city. As everybody knows how San Francisco has turned into a zombie apocalypse. But somehow, the city was cleaned and secured seemingly overnight. Also, California's Governor Newsom could meet with his favorite country's leader.
Folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true.
And then again, overnight, the city reverted to its Elysium levels of suffering. But I can say with almost certainty that his calls for justice will end once somebody else says those prison sentences are pretty racist.
Newly released documents that were missing from the Epstein files contain serious unverified allegations against President Trump. The Justice Department posted 3 FBI memos describing interviews with a woman who accuses both Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a teenager. The White House calls the accusations completely baseless. CNN's Paula Reed is in Washington with the latest. And Paula, these were missing from earlier file releases, right?
That's right. And this individual was interviewed by the FBI 4 times. And initially, only 1 memo was released in that initial batch of documents released by the Justice Department. And that was an interview where she made allegations against Jeffrey Epstein, but not against President Trump. Now, yesterday, these additional summaries were released, and they detail the types of allegations that she made against President Trump, where she describes being introduced to him. She alleges that he asked everyone to leave the room and, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, quote, let's teach you how little girls are supposed to be, and then describes an encounter where he pushes her head down to his penis and then told agents she bit Trump, who then allegedly struck her and said something like, get this little expletive the hell out of here. Now, in her 3rd interview, she allegedly said that she was receiving threatening calls. And in her 4th interview, it's interesting, she told investigators that she was concerned about why she was even coming forward because the statute of limitations had passed. Now, I do want to make sure we get in here the fact that President Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing. In a statement yesterday, the White House described these allegations as, quote, completely baseless, backed by 0 credible evidence.
The U.S. Justice Department has released documents involving President Trump that had been missing, suspiciously rather, from the Epstein files. They include FBI memos from 3 interviews with a woman who alleges she was sexually assaulted by then citizen Trump when she was a teenager. The president has consistently denied any wrongdoing. We should note that the inclusion of interviews in the Epstein files is not necessarily evidence of wrongdoing. It is an interview. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slammed the release of the documents, saying in part, quote, the total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong, unquote. As the Trump White House continues to shrug off the scandal, Congress is pushing ahead, voting to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi. The subpoena to testify stems from the House Oversight Committee's investigation into the Epstein files and the federal government's handling of the case against Epstein and his sex trafficking accomplices. My next guest is a survivor of Epstein. Annie Farmer joins us now. Annie, let me start off by saying I know asking you about the worst experience of your life is not fun for you, not really for me either. How are you?
Oh, I appreciate that, Jake. I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be with you.
What questions might you have for Attorney General Pam Bondi?
I have a lot. I was actually really happy to see that Pam Bondi has, there was people on both sides of the aisle came together to say that she needs to testify between the House Oversight Committee, because I think, when she was in front of the Judiciary Committee, she refused to even acknowledge survivors. The questions that were asked, there was a lot of, deflection and avoidance. And so really, we still don't understand how this release of information was so terribly botched when again and again we see powerful people being protected and information about survivors, not being properly redacted. So I think we have a lot of questions for her.
I'll remind our viewers that when Attorney General Bondi was asked about a matter relating to the Epstein files, she started talking about how the Dow had reached 50,000, and that's what members of Congress should have been focused on. Over the last few weeks, we have seen across the pond in foreign countries investigations start, foreign leaders get in trouble, even a former member of the Royals. There has been some accountability for actions related to the case. What does it tell you that the U.S. government is not, at least as far as we know, doing so in terms of investigations and accountability?
I think a lot of people are looking at this and wondering why. What is it that's different that's happening here? I mean, we know this was a global conspiracy. So, there were people all over the world involved in this operation. And so I'm glad to see that people are doing things overseas. It makes me hopeful that real investigations could happen. But I do feel frustrated that that's not happening here. I think we need more of that.
You were invited to the State of the Union address last week. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, I was able to go with Congressman Robert Garcia, and he's been a real champion for this investigation in the House Oversight Committee. So I was glad to be there with him. It was actually pretty challenging, though, to sit through Trump's speech when it seemed like he just had a different vision of the country that he was presenting, a different vision of events. He, of course, did not acknowledge any of the survivors that were present, and we weren't really expecting him to, but we were there to remind him that we're not going away, that, the United States, I think, is very much still interested in getting to the bottom of this and wants answers.
Annie Farmer, thank you so much, and best to your sister as well. We appreciate your coming here today and know it's not easy.
A very rare and stunning rebuke of the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, by members of the president's own party. Yes, 5 Republicans on the key House Oversight Committee defying their chairman and joining with Democrats to subpoena Bondi over the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case.
CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polantz is here with us. So tell us more about what these lawmakers want from the Attorney General.
Well, they're making a turn. A lot of this investigation the House Oversight Committee has done around Jeffrey Epstein has been talking to people about Epstein himself. They brought in former President Bill Clinton for a deposition. They had Bill Barr, a predecessor of Pam Bondi. But now it's a question of how the Justice Department, under Bondi's watch, handled the redaction, the processing, and the public release of these files after Congress mandated transparency for them. The Representative Nancy Mace, a Republican on the committee, was the one that moved to subpoena Bondi for testimony about this and has made clear one of the issues here for the committee is that not all of the Epstein files have been released. Congress is not happy with the Justice Department and with Pam Bondi. And really, it has been a boondoggle for the Justice Department as they've been working through these files and getting them up. There were failures to redact information of victims, exposing survivors' private information. There are documents that have not been released still and questions about that. And also, Pam Bondi is the person who a year ago said that the Epstein client list was on her desk, and that never materialized as a real thing. So it's going to be a really tough deposition for Pam Bondi. We're waiting to see what the Justice Department does to respond.
We'll wait with you, Caitlin Polantz. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks so much, Caitlin.
Today, we're going to be exploring Dead Call of Duty. I picked out 5 games for us to explore, and we're going to decide if they're still playable, on life support, or truly dead. Starting with one of the worst games in the series, in my opinion, 2021's Call of Duty Vanguard. we're going to turn every game mode on and try and hop into a quick play. Let's see if we can get into a game. We got the worst map, too. I mean, they're all pretty bad, but, you know, I forgot how terrible the announcers for this game were.
Use all your senses. Sight, sound, touch, smell, and gun.
I was actually really excited for this game whenever it got announced because I'm really interested in World War II. And I thought World at War was incredible. It's probably my favorite Call of Duty. And so whenever I heard that they were going back to, you know, boots on the ground, World War II, heading back to their roots, I was pumped up. I was like, this is going to be a spiritual successor to World at War. And they made sure that it absolutely was not that. So it was a little bit disappointing, but the gunplay honestly does feel pretty good. I mean, that was really fast. It probably took under a minute to get into a full lobby. Vanguard is surprisingly alive, and that's kind of concerning, honestly. Like, it's been a couple years. Let's move on from that. But we're 1 for 1 so far. Let's go to the next game. The next game is Black Ops 3, and Steam shows 6,000 people online right now. I would assume most of those people are probably online playing zombies because of how expansive the modding community for Zombie Chronicles is. I don't know how many people are actually getting on just to play multiplayer. But we're going to try and hop into a team deathmatch here. We'll give it about 10 minutes or so and see if we can get into a lobby. Oh, there we go. We got one person. Are you ever able to actually like find matches on here?
You can close the game and open again and you can find it like that.
All right, I'm gonna try that. Good luck, bro. So apparently if we close out the game and try and rejoin, it'll help us fill out the lobby a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my... It worked. That's crazy. That was like instant. I'm very surprised actually. All right, let's see if we can get a kill here. I actually really enjoyed Black Ops 3. It felt really refreshing to play a Call of Duty that had a really high skill ceiling. I feel like I've just gotten so brain rotted from tiny maps like Shipment and DOS House. So it was really refreshing to play something like this. Alright, that's it for the games on the PS5. I'm gonna have to move over to the PC for the next one. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. It says there's 400 people online right now, so I think we should be able to find a game. I'm gonna hop into a team deathmatch and we'll see how it goes. See if we can find anybody to play with. All right, it's been like 15 minutes. I've tried leaving and rejoining and everything. I don't think it's gonna happen today. But maybe all of the players are in zombies, right? So I'm gonna hop into a public match there for Zombies in Spaceland and see if maybe we can get into a game that way. Well, still nobody joining. I don't think it's gonna happen, which sucks because I was actually really looking forward to playing this one. I never got to play it whenever it first came out. It also sucks that I just bought this game specifically for this. And Call of Duties are expensive on Steam. Can we talk about that for a second? Initially, I wanted to do this with every Call of Duty game. Go look at how much the bundle is for all of the Call of Duties on Steam right now. Oh my god, I just can't afford to do that. Maybe if you like this video and hit the subscribe button. Alright, on to the next game. Our next game is probably one that you would expect to be on this list, and that's 2013's Call of Duty Ghosts. There were only about 30 other players online when I first joined. I tried jumping into a team deathmatch, and I sat there for about 15 minutes with only one other player joining. So I left that, and I went over to Extinction to see if we'd have any better luck over there. Oh, look at oh my god, look at that right away. So kind of disappointing we couldn't get into multiplayer, but I mean, at least something's working. Extinction actually seems to be working pretty well. I found a game almost instantly. Personally, I'm still partial to Zombs, but I still think Extinction is pretty fun, especially if you got a group of friends together to go play it. I think that would be a really good time. So I wouldn't quite say Ghosts is completely dead, I guess, because Extinction was working, and it looked like there were people in the multiplayer queue. You might just have to wait a little bit. So I'm gonna say it's on life support. It's not quite dead yet, but it's definitely getting there. This last one I'm really excited for. Call of Duty World at War. Probably my favorite Call of Duty title. I had some trouble creating an online profile for World at War, and doing a little bit of research, it turns out Activision ran out of online profile keys. Unless you bought the game like a long time ago, you're not going to be able to make an online profile, so you won't be able to play online. So I found this third-party software called Plutonium, and apparently you can get online using that. So I signed up for an account and linked my World at War game to it. So I'm super excited. I hope this works, because I will be playing this all the time if it does. Team deathmatch. All right, hopefully this works. Whoa, dude, I'm so excited for this. No way. Oh my gosh, dude, this is awesome. This is crazy though. This is like an actual full server. I was not expecting this at all. All right, I'm terrible, but this is awesome, dude. I was really not expecting to be anywhere near a full lobby. I'm gonna be playing that so much. That was really, really fun. It makes me really, really happy to say World at War is absolutely still alive. I will say I didn't try everything at the peak times. I filmed everything on a Wednesday night. So if you tried this on maybe like a Friday or Saturday night, you might have a little bit more luck. Let me know if you guys want to see a part 2. We can play through some of the other Call of Duties and see if those are alive or dead as well. That would be pretty fun. I appreciate you guys watching this far. If you like this video, maybe check out some of my other ones. I think you're probably gonna like it around here. Let me know your thoughts, your feelings, your favorite Call of Duty down in the comments below. I read every single one, and it's been so much fun getting to interact with you guys like that. I'm gonna go load up another game on World at War, I think. All right, we'll see you next time. Peace out.
Now, a new analysis shows that the 6-ton iconic altar stone at the heart of Stonehenge originated from northeastern Scotland rather than southwest Wales.
An artificial intelligence just examined Stonehenge, and what it found changes everything. A research team fed every scan, every excavation report, every acoustic measurement, and every astronomical alignment ever recorded at this monument into an AI. Thousands of data points spanning decades of research. The system processed it all in weeks, and when the results loaded, acoustical engineer Trevor Cox at the University of Salford stared at the output without speaking. His colleague Rupert Till read it twice and quietly asked if the system had made an error. It hadn't. The AI had reached a conclusion no one in that room expected, one that reclassifies Stonehenge entirely. Not as a temple, not as a calendar, as something far more unsettling. And what it was built to do to the people inside it is something no researcher was prepared to hear. The machine. Here's something most people don't realize. When Stonehenge first started out, it looked nothing like what we see today. The monument went through multiple phases of construction, spanning roughly 1,500 years, beginning around 3000 BC as a circular ditch with wooden posts. Over centuries, the builders tore it apart and rebuilt it again and again, each time repositioning stones, adding new elements, refining the design. Later, researchers noted the stone count corresponds loosely with a 30-day month. Certain stones could mark the start of 3 10-day weeks. But the AI wasn't interested in calendar theories. It was looking at something nobody had thought to look for. When the system processed the complete archaeological record, geological surveys, magnetic field measurements, engineering reconstructions, it flagged a pattern. The stones weren't chosen for appearance. They weren't chosen for symbolism. Every single stone was chosen for what it could do. Here's the catch. Each stone contributes specific acoustic, magnetic, and resonant properties to a larger system. When the AI simulated how all these properties interact together inside the circle, the result was far too precise to be coincidence. Stonehenge wasn't assembled, it was engineered to affect the human beings who stepped inside it. And we now have the science to prove it. In 2020, Trevor Cox and his team at the University of Salford conducted the most detailed acoustic study of Stonehenge ever attempted. They built a precise 1:12 scale model using 3D printed stones, arranged in the exact configuration of the original monument, placed it inside a specially designed acoustic chamber, and ran hundreds of tests, voice recordings, musical instruments, frequency sweeps across the entire audible spectrum. What they found shook them. Inside the stone circle, voices sounded fuller, richer, more powerful than anything Neolithic people would have experienced in daily life. Sound didn't scatter and die the way it does in open fields. It held together, it concentrated. Drums generated vibrations that wrapped around listeners from every direction, creating what Cox later described as an almost immersive wall of sound. But here's the detail that stopped the team cold. Despite the massive stone surfaces surrounding them, there were no echoes. None. The inner stones disrupted sound waves from the outer ring in a way that eliminated sharp reflections entirely. You don't eliminate echoes by accident. You eliminate them through engineering. Someone designed this. And get this? That's not even the disturbing part. Rupert Till, a musicologist and acoustics researcher at the University of Huddersfield, expanded on Cox's work by studying the Welsh bluestones themselves. He discovered that some produce metallic ringing tones when struck, almost like bells. The region they were quarried from is called Maen Clochog in Welsh, ringing stones. The Neolithic builders selected these specific rocks from a site 150 miles away because they rang, not the rocks next door, not the rocks 10 miles out. Rocks from 150 miles away hauled across brutal terrain because they made the right sound. Then Till found something else, something he initially didn't want to publish. The stone arrangement produces low-frequency resonance, deep vibrations below the threshold of conscious hearing. Scientists call it infrasound. You don't hear infrasound with your ears, you feel it in your chest, in your bones, in your gut. Now, here's where it gets dark. Infrasound doesn't just create physical sensations, it creates emotional ones, and not subtle ones. Laboratory studies have shown that subjects exposed to infrasound at specific frequencies report chills down their spine, sudden dread, crushing pressure on their chest, and the unshakable feeling of being watched. Some see flickering shadows at the edges of their vision. Others feel a primal, overwhelming urge to flee, a deep animal panic that has no rational explanation. In controlled environments, researchers have watched calm, rational adults become visibly distressed within minutes of exposure, all from sound waves they couldn't consciously hear. And that's not even the worst part. Infrasound also induces heightened suggestibility and emotional vulnerability. Your rational mind stays intact. You can still think clearly, but your body is screaming that something powerful and invisible is standing right beside you. And in that state, you will believe almost anything someone in authority tells you. When Cox explained the implications to journalists, his voice went flat. The kind of quiet that fills a room when someone realizes they've found something they weren't supposed to find. The acoustic properties of Stonehenge weren't incidental. They weren't a lucky accident of stacking rocks. They were the entire point. The AI processed all of this and reached a conclusion the research team found deeply unsettling. Stonehenge wasn't built for worship. It was built to manufacture a psychological state on demand in anyone who entered the circle, and the acoustics were just the beginning. If you're starting to realize that everything you learned about Stonehenge was fundamentally wrong, hit subscribe, because the data gets much darker from here. The weapon. Now, imagine this from the perspective of someone living 5,000 years ago. You've traveled for days, maybe weeks, to reach this place everyone speaks of in hushed tones. You've heard stories your entire life. Your parents told you. Their parents told them. The place where the gods speak. The place where the earth hums with voices from beyond. You arrive exhausted, hungry, already overwhelmed. You see the stones rising against the sky, impossibly massive, arranged in patterns that pulse with meaning you can't quite grasp. You enter the circle at sunset, when the light bleeds red across the horizon, and suddenly you feel something you've never felt before. A vibration begins in your chest, not a sound you can hear, a pressure you can't escape. The air thickens. When the priests speak, their voices don't just reach your ears, they surround you. They fill the space between your thoughts. They seem to come from everywhere and nowhere. From the stones themselves, from the ground beneath your feet, from inside your own skull. Your heart races without reason. Your skin prickles with electricity that has no source. A wave of nausea rolls through you, then passes, replaced by something worse, a sense of absolute smallness, absolute vulnerability. Every instinct screams that you're in the presence of something beyond human, something divine, something that could destroy you with a thought. And then the priest tells you the gods demand your grain, your labor, your children for their service. You believe it, not because of faith, not because of tradition, because every cell in your body is confirming it. The terror isn't in your mind, it's in your bones. And you would do anything, give anything, to make it stop. But here's the deal. You weren't imagining any of it. The stones were doing it to you. The builders weren't primitive architects stacking rocks in decorative circles. They were masters of acoustic engineering and human psychology, operating at a level we're only now beginning to understand. They knew that a man who feels terror in his bones will believe anything you tell him about gods and punishment, and they built a structure that could manufacture that terror on demand. Not once, not for special occasions. Anytime they needed compliance, anytime they needed obedience, anytime they needed someone to believe, they had the machine. So, if Stonehenge was a precision instrument for rewriting human emotion, a weapon disguised as sacred architecture, the next question kept the research team awake for weeks. Where did all the parts come from? Because the builders didn't use local materials. They went to extraordinary, seemingly impossible lengths to acquire specific stones from specific places. And when the AI traced the origins of every component, it found something that shouldn't have been possible. The impossible journey. The smaller bluestones weigh between 2 and 5 tons. The sarsens weigh up to 25. For generations, scholars debated whether glaciers pushed these rocks into position or whether human determination alone was responsible. The AI settled that debate in weeks. By processing thousands of geological surveys, transportation studies, and environmental data sets, the system mapped the exact origin of every stone. Bluestones from the Preseli Hills in Wales, 150 miles away. Sarsens from Marlborough Downs, roughly 25 miles north. Both origins were already known, and then the AI flagged something human researchers had missed entirely. The altar stone, one of the most important stones in the monument, positioned at the geometric heart of the structure, doesn't match any quarry in Wales. Its mineral signature is completely unique among all the Stonehenge materials. When the AI compared its elemental fingerprint against every known sandstone formation in Britain, it found exactly one match. The Orcadian Basin in northeastern Scotland, 600 miles from Stonehenge, 600 miles across some of the most unforgiving terrain in Europe. In late 2024, a team led by Anthony Clark at Curtin University confirmed the finding using high-precision mass spectrometry. They analyzed tiny mineral grains trapped inside altar stone fragments, some dated between 1 and 2 billion years old, others around 450 million years. This specific mineral fingerprint exists in only one geological formation on Earth, Scotland's ancient Orcadian sandstone deposits. The match was unmistakable. Dr. Robert Ixer of University College London, one of Britain's foremost geological analysts of Stonehenge, called the results unprecedented. He went quiet for a long moment before saying what everyone in the room was thinking. Moving a 6-ton block across the full length of Britain, with Neolithic technology bordered on the impossible. And get this, Professor Chris Kirkland laid it out plainly. The builders almost certainly used marine transport, guiding massive stones along hundreds of kilometers of rugged coastline, using boats, tidal patterns, ocean currents, and navigation skills that nobody believed Neolithic people possessed. Open ocean navigation in vessels made from animal hides and timber, launching multi-ton cargo from rocky shores into unpredictable Atlantic swells, timing departures with tidal windows lasting mere hours, navigating around headlands where currents could crush a boat against cliff faces. One miscalculation, and the stone, along with the entire crew, would vanish beneath the waves. And they did this not once, but repeatedly, over generations. Kirkland paused when a journalist asked him how confident he was. "Very," he said. "The geological evidence leaves no other explanation." These weren't scattered tribes fumbling through prehistory. This was a coordinated civilization, with trade networks spanning the entire British Isles. Bluestones chosen for their ringing properties. Sarsens chosen for density and durability. Scottish sandstone, chosen for reasons the data couldn't fully explain. Every component selected with surgical intention. Every stone, a part in a larger machine. But here's what none of them were ready for. When the AI turned to the celestial data, it found an alignment that no human researcher had ever noticed. The empty sky. Everyone knows Stonehenge tracks the solstices, summer sunrise through the heel stone, winter sunset framing the trilithons. Thousands gather every year to watch it happen. We assumed that was the point. We were only seeing half the picture. When the AI cross-referenced every stone's position against reconstructed star maps from 5,000 years ago, it detected another alignment, far more subtle than the solar events. One, that researchers missed because they weren't looking for it. Dr. Giulio Magli, an archaeoastronomer at the Politecnico di Milano, who has spent decades mapping celestial alignments in ancient monuments across 3 continents, reviewed the AI's methodology line by line. When he finished, he sat back in his chair and didn't speak for nearly a minute. Then he confirmed it. The celestial geometry pointed to something he'd never encountered in 30 years of research. Stonehenge is aimed at a mathematically empty region of the night sky. The builders hauled stones 600 miles from Scotland. They selected rocks that ring like bells from Wales. They engineered acoustics that rewrite human psychology. They invested centuries of labor spanning generations who lived and died without seeing the finished structure. And they pointed their creation at nothing. A patch of absolute darkness. No star shines there. No planet wanders through it. No constellation forms within it. Every other major alignment at Stonehenge tracks something real. The summer solstice, the winter sunset, the extreme positions of the moon. This alignment points at emptiness. Professor Amanda Chadbourne, an archaeologist who has worked extensively with English heritage on Stonehenge research, noted that the intentionality of the monument's alignments has always been one of its most compelling features. The idea that one of those alignments targets empty space raises questions that current archaeological frameworks aren't equipped to answer. Here's the part that made Magli visibly uneasy. The AI calculated extremely high probability that the positioning was deliberate. Not approximate, not accidental, precise, intentional. The builders aimed their machine at something specific in that darkness. Something that wasn't there when the stones were raised. Something that might not be there yet. What if Stonehenge isn't aimed at the sky as it was, but as it will be, and that leads to the darkest? Question of all. If someone had the knowledge to build this, the astronomical sophistication to aim it at a future event, and the organizational power to sustain the project across centuries, who were they? Because the answer erases everything we thought we knew about Neolithic Britain. The hidden rulers. For generations, we told ourselves a comforting story. Separate tribes coming together to build a shared monument. Cooperation, community, peace. The AI demolished that narrative. A structure requiring this level of precision, this volume of labor, this length of sustained construction, cannot emerge from tribes working cooperatively. The mathematics don't allow it. Building Stonehenge required centralized authority, someone capable of commanding massive labor forces across multiple generations, someone who understood astronomy, geology, acoustics, and human psychology at a level we're only now beginning to appreciate. The stones from Wales, Marlborough, and Scotland weren't. Gifts between allies, they were tribute from subordinate groups, resources demanded by force or maintained through fear. The AI estimated thousands of laborers across several generations. People born into the project, people who spent their entire lives hauling and shaping stone for a purpose only the ruling class understood. That's not cooperation. That's compulsion. Now, here's the most chilling detail. There are no signs of large-scale warfare from this period. No battlefields, no fortresses, no mass graves. Just perfect silent organization spanning centuries. The kind of control that doesn't need armies, because it has something more powerful. A machine that manufactures belief and terror on demand. Who would dare rebel against rulers who could summon the voice of the gods themselves? The elite didn't threaten violence. They simply brought people into the circle, let the stones do their work, and spoke on behalf of the divine. The machine made resistance impossible, and that machine is still running. The countdown. In 2024, something happened that researchers had been waiting nearly 2 decades to witness. A major lunar standstill. An astronomical event occurring roughly every 18.6 years, when the moon reaches its most extreme positions on the horizon. The last one happened before most of the current research team began their careers. English Heritage organized an observation team at Stonehenge for the event. Archaeoastronomers set up instruments between the ancient stones as dust settled over Salisbury Plain. The air was cold, the grass was wet, and the moon crept toward its maximum declination. The farthest point north it would reach for another 18 years. Professor Clive Ruggles of the University of Leicester, one of Britain's leading authorities on ancient astronomy, stood inside the circle as the moonlight shifted across the stones. He'd spent years theorizing about this moment, Now he was watching it happen, and the stones responded. Not metaphorically, not loosely. The lunar light tracked through gaps and alignments in the monument exactly as the ancient builders had calculated it would. Shadows fell where they were supposed to fall. Light entered where it was supposed to enter. The geometry locked into place like a key turning in a lock that hadn't been opened in 18.6 years. 5,000 years of rain, wind, frost, and human destruction. And the machine still performed its function with breathtaking precision. Ruggles later told colleagues it was one of the most extraordinary moments of his career. Standing inside a 5,000-year-old instrument and watching it execute its design in real time left him, in his own words, struggling for adequate language. The machine still works. After 50 centuries, it's still tracking, still measuring, still counting down towards something the builders considered important enough to dedicate their civilization to marking. Stonehenge isn't a relic. It isn't a ruin. It's an active device. Its acoustics rewrite human emotion. Its stones were selected from across an entire nation for properties we're only now learning to measure. Its geometry locks onto celestial events with accuracy rivaling modern observatories. And one of its alignments points at empty sky, a region of perfect darkness where nothing exists. Yet, if this structure functions as some kind of cosmic instrument tracking events we're only beginning to recognize, one question becomes unavoidable. What moment was so critical that ancient people spent centuries building a machine to mark it? What alignment justified hauling stones from the far edges of Britain, engineering acoustic terror, and maintaining generational control over an entire civilization? What happens when that empty patch of sky is no longer empty? So here's the question I want you to answer in the comments. What do you think Stonehenge is really counting toward? A celestial event? Something we haven't discovered yet? Drop your theory below. I read every single one. 5,000 years ago, a civilization far more advanced than anyone imagined built a machine from carefully selected stone, precisely engineered sound, and starlight. They aimed it at an empty patch of sky. And they waited. The machine is still running. If this changed the way you think about Stonehenge, smash that like button. It helps more people see this. Hit subscribe and tap the notification bell so you don't miss what's coming next. Because we're pulling the thread on ancient sites all over the world, and what we're finding is going to change everything. We're just getting started.
Recently, there's been a rush for fuel in many parts of China. Videos circulating online show long lines at gas stations, with many cars piled high with fuel cans and storage tanks. People are scrambling to stock up on fuel in anticipation of potential supply disruptions due to escalating tensions. Look at all those cars over there. They're all here to get fuel. It's so packed, I can't even see the end of the line. I have to turn around and start from the beginning. Almost every gas station is like this now, with the lines completely full. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going on. I heard they're starting to limit which cars can fill up based on whether their license plates are odd or even. What's your license plate number? Maybe we should take turns. Mine's odd. What about yours? Oh, so many people. I don't know when this will end. It's impossible to get gas. The lines are so long. Look at how many people there are. The numbers are already past 200, and it's not even my turn yet. I heard it wasn't this crazy in the morning, but it's even worse in the afternoon. Oh my gosh, so many people. I don't know when we'll get gas. The gas stations are packed with people.
Fuel prices are going up. This is what a war does to the people of China.
On March 6, Iran warned that any ships attempting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz could be attacked. Shipping giants suspended operations, and the flow of ships, which normally averages 120 per day, dropped by 80 to 90%. A large number of tankers are stranded or rerouted, and about 20% of global crude oil transport is blocked, causing oil prices to surge and global energy markets to become tense.
Who knows what's going on today? Why are there suddenly so many people here for gas? Look at all the fuel cans. Oh my goodness, it's all cars. What's going on? How did it suddenly get so crowded? I just came back from the construction site. I was going to fill up with diesel, but when I asked the boss, there was no diesel left. Everyone's talking about it. And there's this long line at the gas station. I really don't know what's happening.
Some netizens have reported that over the past few days, they passed through 4 service areas on the highway without being able to refuel. The 2 service areas that had fuel available were packed with cars. In the end, they had to exit the highway to find a nearby gas station, then return to the highway. International oil prices have been rising rapidly. As of March 7th, Brent crude oil is approaching $95 per barrel. Qatar's energy minister, Saad Al-Kaabi, warned that if the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked, global oil prices could reach $150 per barrel within weeks, and energy exports from the Gulf region may be forced to stop altogether. China, as one of Iran's largest oil buyers, is feeling the strongest impact. One netizen posted a video showing a large number of oil tankers being forced to stop work due to a lack of oil to transport. The trucks were lined up for what seemed like endless rows. The caption read, "Now, even if you have money, you can't buy any oil." In 2025, China's daily crude oil imports were around 10.3 to 11.6 million barrels, with approximately 1.3 to 1.6 million barrels coming from Iran, making up about 12 to 13% of total imports. Due to U.S. sanctions, China stopped publicly recording Iranian oil imports in 2022. However, through the shadow fleet and third country transshipment trade, China still consumes over 80% of Iran's exported oil. With the Strait of Hormuz blocked, not only will Iran's oil supply to China be severely reduced, but around 45 to 55% of China's Middle Eastern oil supplies will also face disruption or delays. Some netizens have analyzed that although China currently has about 800 million barrels of strategic oil reserves, which seems substantial, if the war escalates and transportation remains blocked for a long time, the reserve's role will be quite limited. As one of the largest oil importers globally, China's daily oil consumption is enormous, and stable oil supply is crucial for its industrial production, transportation, power generation, and chemical sectors. In this high consumption context, even strategic reserves are more of an emergency buffer than a long-term substitute for regular imports. If the war drags on, these reserves will only sustain the country for about 3 months. After that, the domestic energy supply, oil price trends, and overall economic operation will face greater pressure. Peter Schweitzer, president of the Government Accountability Institute, pointed out that in just 58 days, China lost 2 major allies, Venezuela and Iran. According to him, Beijing is now desperately panicking, with oil sources under threat, financial chains under pressure, and even its international reputation taking a hit.
They're in a panic, Jesse. I mean, look, anytime you have these kinds of military operations that are taking place, they have ripple effects. These ripples are actually tidal waves in China. Think about it. Over the last 58 days, between what happened in Venezuela and what started happening in Iran, China has lost 2 of its most important allies in the developing world.
Some netizens also noticed that from 6 a.m. on February 27th to 6 a.m. today, there have been no Chinese military aircraft disturbing Taiwan's airspace for 7 days straight. There are several speculations regarding this unusual situation. Some believe it might be related to fuel shortages. Others think it's the lingering effects of a massive military purge. And some analysts suggest that the Chinese Communist Party may be recalibrating its pressure on Taiwan. Meanwhile, the spot price of liquefied natural gas imported by China has soared significantly, rising from about $10.21 per million British thermal units on February 27th to $18.31 on March 5th, a 79.2% increase in just a few days. The shipping market has also been severely impacted. The daily rental rate for a very large crude oil carrier, which can carry around 2 million barrels of crude oil, has doubled from about $210,000 at the end of February to about $240,000, compared to just $30,000 in early January. Meanwhile, the war risk insurance premiums for these ships have surged from 0.2% of the ship's value to 1%. For example, for a $100 million oil tanker, the insurance premium for a single voyage would jump from $200,000 to $1 million. Despite this sharp rise in premiums, major maritime insurers have announced that starting March 3rd, they will no longer provide coverage for ships entering Iranian and neighboring waters. It's also worth noting that another theory is circulating online. Some believe that China's oil supply is not a concern because Iran will let through ships from its staunch allies China and Russia, so China's oil imports won't be significantly impacted. However, a vlogger Ma Discusses the World refuted this claim. He analyzed shipping data and noted that ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has clearly tightened in recent days. The conclusion is clear. Chinese tankers can't simply sail through the war zone without issue just because they fly a flag. From the replay footage, it's clear that the number of tankers marked with red arrows has significantly decreased, and eventually no ships dare to pass through. The reason is that Iran's cost of intercepting ships is actually very low. They don't need a full-scale war. By sinking a few ships and creating deterrence, other vessels will naturally stop and watch. As for the claim online that 2 Chinese ships passed through, he clarified that one of the ships did indeed pass, but the timing was before the strait was truly blocked. In other words, Chinese tankers weren't getting special treatment. The ships most likely to risk passage are those from shadow fleets, whose background is hard to trace. Large, well-known oil tankers with clear company affiliations cannot escape the impact. Currently, China COSCO Shipping and China Merchants Energy Shipping vessels have been instructed to anchor and wait. This indicates that if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the impact on China's shipping and energy transportation will still be significant. On March 4th, a source revealed that due to the war in Iran, the Chinese government has notified several of the largest domestic oil refining companies to immediately suspend diesel and gasoline exports. As Asia's third-largest oil product exporter, China took this massive restrictive measure just 6 days after the conflict erupted, highlighting that as the Middle East crisis continues to escalate, Beijing is clearly prioritizing ensuring domestic energy supply. Sources disclosed that officials from the National Development and Reform Commission, China's top economic planning body, met with the senior management of several refining companies earlier this week. They were verbally instructed to halt refined oil exports immediately. Authorities also ordered the companies not to sign new export contracts and to renegotiate previously agreed delivery agreements. However, this does not mean China has completely stopped all oil product exports. Sources added that aviation fuel, marine fuel oil stored in bonded warehouses, and fuel shipped to Hong Kong and Macau are temporarily not included in these restrictions. As for companies with fuel export quotas, major players include Sinopec, PetroChina, CNOOC, Sinochem, and private refining giant Zhejiang Petroleum and Chemical. China has always regarded refined oil exports as a controllable strategic tool, and the amount exported is not entirely determined by the market, but essentially controlled by the government. Over the past few years, Beijing has steadily tightened this valve. Only a few large refining companies and traders with official qualifications have had the right to participate in exports. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the government has repeatedly reduced energy product export quotas or delayed their issuance, leading to a continuous decline in China's refined oil exports. Although China has vast refining capacity, this production is first prioritized to meet domestic demand, so it has not been the core export hub for refined oil in Asia. Now, with the Middle East situation suddenly worsening, Beijing has further tightened exports, sending a clear signal. Countries are now prioritizing not selling more or earning more, but ensuring their own oil supply first. In addition to further tightening oil exports, the Chinese government is also increasing controls over the export of various strategic materials. Tactical drones, rare earths, rare minerals, and refined oil are now under stricter export restrictions. Some speculate that these measures are approaching wartime export controls and may indirectly support Iran. A Chinese foreign trade insider, going by the name of Huang, disclosed to the media that recently relevant authorities have required domestic companies to strengthen export reviews for certain strategic materials. Some tech companies and trading firms have received verbal notifications to conduct additional reviews on orders related to tactical drones, their parts, rare earths, rare minerals, and energy products, especially transactions involving sensitive regions. Huang said that such measures are typically not publicly released, but are communicated within industry regulatory bodies or state-owned enterprise systems. Companies are required to recheck the countries and final destinations of these products, and some orders may be delayed. Huang also noted that tactical drones and their key components have been widely used in many international conflicts in recent years, while rare earths and rare minerals are crucial raw materials for the manufacturing of missiles, radars, electronic devices, and precision weapon systems. Once these resources are placed under strict control, the military equipment supply chain in related regions may be impacted. Additionally, Beijing trade expert Wu Kegang stated that China occupies a significant position in the global critical mineral supply chain. If exports are restricted, the international market will undoubtedly be affected. These resources are considered strategic materials in China, indispensable to both the high-tech and military industries. Given the
Today, we're eating in the age of pirates, and to understand what ends up in their bowls, we first need to understand the world that forced them to eat this way. Welcome back to Eats History. When we picture pirates, pop culture gives us a very specific image.
Swashbuckling figures like Jack Sparrow roaming the Caribbean, toasting with overflowing mugs of rum, and tables piled high with food taken from captured ships. It was the life of a reckless freedom beyond the reach of kings and empires. And pirates are remembered as rebels, living larger than life, well beyond the spoils of their crimes. It's a powerful image, but it leaves out one crucial detail, because these pirates were not living in fantasy worlds. They were living at sea, and life at sea in the early modern era was brutal, monotonous, and unforgiving. Ships were cramped, damp, and infested with pests. Fresh food spoiled rather quickly. Clean water was limited. Every meal had to survive heat, humidity, salt air, and long stretches without resupply. For pirates, food wasn't about indulgence or pleasure or feasting. It was really only about calories, preservation, and staying alive long enough just to reach the next shore. What pirates ate was shaped by the same realities that governed all sailors of the time. Hard bread that could last for months, salted meat preserved beyond recognition, and dried legumes and peas boiled into thick stews. Anything fresh was consumed quickly or turned into something that could be stretched, soaked, or rehydrated later. The romance disappears fast when you realize that the daily pirate diet looked far closer to survival rations rather than cinematic feast. So today, instead of leaning into myth, we're doing something far more interesting. We're stepping into the reality of life aboard a pirate ship and asking a simple question with a rather complicated answer. What did pirates actually eat at sea? Piracy in the Caribbean did not just begin as lawless chaos. In its earliest phase, it was professional, organized, and often officially sanctioned by the major governments of the era. During the 16th and early 17th centuries, European empires were locked in constant competition for territory and wealth in the Americas. Spain dominated early, moving enormous quantities of silver and goods across the Atlantic. England, France, and the Netherlands lacked Spain's reach, but they had something else: experienced sailors willing to fight for profit. These men were often hired as privateers, essentially state-approved raiders operating under letters of marque. Their job was rather simple: attack enemy shipping, weaken rival economies, and enrich both themselves and the crown. The line between naval service and piracy was rather thin, and many of the men who would later be remembered as pirates began their career working for governments, not against them. The buccaneers emerged from this world of semi-legal warfare. Long before they became sea raiders, they lived on the fringes of empire on islands like Hispaniola and Tortuga. They hunted wild cattle and pigs left behind by Spanish colonists, and preserved the meat by smoking it over wooden frames called bucan, a technique learned from the indigenous Caribbean peoples. This food kept them alive in harsh conditions and could be traced or stored for long periods. The term buccaneer comes directly from this method of cooking, and it's one of the earliest roots of what we now call a barbecue. As imperial conflicts intensified, these hunters were recruited into maritime violence. France and England saw their value immediately. The buccaneers were tough, adaptable, and already hostile to Spanish authority. Many were encouraged to quietly support or attack Spanish ships in coastal towns. Their raids were brutal but effective, blurring the line between soldier, mercenary, and a pirate. When wars ended and official support dried up, many just continued out on their own. This transition is crucial to understanding pirate food culture. Buccaneers carried their survival habits with them. They were accustomed to preserving meat, rationing, and cooking with limited resources. Their early experience living off smoked pork and firewood shaped how pirate crews ate at sea later on. By the late 17th century, the world that created the buccaneers was beginning to change. European wars shifted, colonial governments tightened control, and the era of loosely sanctioned raiding started to collapse.
Unfortunately, no. Thanks. If you'd like to adjust... Dean Domino is one of the trickiest characters in the Dead Money DLC, because saving him requires you to manage his ego from the very first moment you meet him. The short answer is, yes, it is possible to avoid fighting him, but if you've already progressed past your first conversation with him and used certain dialogue options, you might be locked into killing him. The golden rule for Dean. Dean is a massive narcissist. To keep him from turning on you at the end of the DLC, you have to treat him like he's the one in charge, or at least an equal partner. Whatever you do, do not pass the barter check when you first meet him. In almost every other RPG, passing a skill check is good. Here, if you use the barter 50 check to extort him or show him you're smarter than him, he will never forgive the insult to his pride and will force a fight later in the Tampico Theater. How to keep him alive. If you are starting over or have a save from the beginning, avoid skill checks, specifically barter and speech checks that make him look foolish or subservient. Some players report the explosives check is safe, but it's best to play it cool. Be polite. Don't talk down to him. Don't mention the explosive collar as a threat. And don't boss him around. The gala event. When you're positioning him for the gala, don't threaten him. Choose the options that treat him like a partner in a heist. The Tampico Theater. If you are nice to him throughout the DLC, when you meet him in the theater, you can talk him down, and he will actually help you against Elijah. Can you save him if you already messed up? Unfortunately, no. If you use that barter check at the start, his script is set to hostile for the finale. There is no speech check at the end of the game that can fix it. The game remembers your first impression. Since you're a fan of New Vegas and Fallout 76, are you trying to go for a perfect run where all the companions survive? Or are you just tired of Dean's attitude? He's definitely one of the more divisive characters.
Musketeers and Buccaneers suddenly found themselves unemployed, unwanted, and cut loose from the protection they once enjoyed. But the skills they had learned, the navigation, combat, survival, and life on hard rations, that didn't disappear at all. Instead, they migrated fully to the sea, forming independent crews no longer tied to any crown. What followed was the golden age of piracy. A brief but intense period when piracy exploded across the Atlantic and Caribbean. No longer acting on behalf of empires, these pirates operated under their own rules, codes, and brutal economic reality. Life aboard pirate ships became harsher and more dangerous and more isolated. The food they ate reflected this shift. The Golden Age didn't emerge by accident. It grew out of the collapse of empire-sanctioned violence and the sudden availability of thousands of experienced sailors with nowhere to go. By the late 17th century, major European wars were winding down, and the navies were shrinking, and privateers who had once been useful to kings and governors were abruptly dismissed. These men were trained for the sea, accustomed to danger and unwilling to return to lives of poverty and rigid discipline. Piracy became a continuation of the only work they knew how to do. And at the same time, global trade was absolutely exploding. Merchant ships were carrying sugar, tobacco, and rum, and enslaved people moved constantly between the Caribbean, Africa, and Europe. These vessels were lightly defended, heavily laden, and vulnerable to raids. The Atlantic became a floating marketplace of opportunity, and pirates organized themselves into crews, elected their captains, and operated under written articles that promised a share of the loot and a voice in shipboard life. For many sailors, the pirate ships offered more autonomy and fairness than naval or merchant ships have ever had. This is the moment when the pirate of legend truly takes shape. Figures like Blackbeard, Charles Vane, Calico Jack, Anne Bonny, and Bartholomew Roberts rise during this brief window, roughly from the 1690s to the early 720s. Their reputations were amplified by fear, rumor, and sensational reporting, turning real men and women into mythic figures almost immediately. But beneath the spectacle, daily life aboard the ships was defined by isolation and confinement. Golden Age pirates lived almost entirely at sea, which meant their food was governed by storage, spoilage, and repetition. The foundation of their diet was the sea biscuit, also known as hardtack, a mixture of flour, water, and salt baked until nearly indestructible. It could last for months or even years, though it often became infested or moldy. To drink, pirates relied heavily on grog, a mixture of water and alcohol, most commonly rum in the Caribbean. Fresh water stored in barrels spoiled quickly, growing foul and unsafe, so alcohol helped preserve it and make it tolerable. When a hot meal was possible, pirates often turned to peace pottage, dried peas boiled into a thick stew, combined with salt pork for fat and protein. The ingredients were cheap, shelf-stable, and filling, and they appeared repeatedly in naval provisioning lists and sailors' accounts. On rare occasions, pirates might prepare something more elaborate like salamagundi, a cold mixture of chopped meats, preserved ingredients, oil, vinegar, and onions. It was a dish that stood out precisely because it broke the monotony. So when you start looking at the records, a pattern becomes obvious. The same foods appear again and again because they just worked. Hard bread that wouldn't rot, dried peas that could be boiled into something filling, salted meat that delivered calories and fat long after it should have gone bad. These weren't enjoyable meals by any means, but they were systems designed to keep people moving, working, and alive. So if we actually want to understand pirate life beyond the myth, the only honest way to do it is to eat like the way they did. Not just one dish, but a full day of pirate eating. That means starting with sea biscuit, moving on to peace pottage and salt pork, and finishing it off with salamagundi. Let's see what this diet actually tastes like. So let's start today with the foundation of pirate food at sea. Sea biscuits, also known as hardtack. This was the single most important survival food aboard ships for centuries, not because it tasted good, but because it lasted. The recipe itself couldn't be simpler. Flour and salt go into a bowl, then water is added slowly until it forms a stiff, dry dough. It's not meant to be soft or elastic. The drier it is, the longer it survives on the shelf. Once the dough comes together, it gets rolled out into about half an inch thick and cut into simple shapes. No decoration, no finesse. The most important step is docking it heavily with a fork. The holes aren't for looks, they allow moisture to escape so the biscuit bakes dry all the way through. Then it goes into the low oven around 300 degrees for about an hour. Historically, these were baked twice to remove every last bit of moisture. While this bakes, it's worth talking about what these biscuits were actually like at sea. One of the most vivid descriptions comes from Gottlieb Mittelberger, who crossed the Atlantic in the mid-18th century. He wrote that the ship's biscuits were often so full of red worms and spiders that sailors had to knock the insects out before eating them. Other accounts suggest that many sailors didn't even bother. When the food was scarce, extra protein was just simply accepted. Next, let's move on to peace pottage and salt pork. This was not a pirate invention, it was a staple of the British Royal Navy. And that matters, because most pirates had served as sailors at some point in their lives. They didn't just learn to eat this way after turning pirate, they brought these habits with them. The process is slow and simple. Dried peas get rinsed, then boiled in water for an hour and a half or 2 hours until they completely break down. You're not looking for whole peas here, you want something thick, hearty, and soup-like. The food is meant to sit on your stomach easily. Once it reaches that porridge-like consistency, it gets salted generously. For the protein, we use salt pork. This is pork that's been aggressively cured to survive months at sea. Before cooking, give it a quick rinse to remove the salt, and then it's boiled in fresh water for about 30 to 45 minutes. This combination shows up again and again in naval provisioning lists, ship logs, and sailors' accounts from the 17th and 18th centuries. It's cheap, filling, and dependable. When pirates left naval service and took to independent raiding, they didn't suddenly just adopt new diets. They ate what they knew. Peace pottage and salt pork followed them into pirate ships because it just worked. So let's move on to the last dish we're making of salamagundi. This one is a little different from everything else that pirates ate at sea. Salamagundi wasn't just a daily staple, it was closer to a celebration dish, or at least a break from routine. It shows up in early 18th century accounts of pirate life specifically because it felt different from just biscuits and stew. There isn't one fixed recipe for salamagundi. And that's sort of the point. It's more of a method of eating than a defined dish. Anything that could be chopped, preserved, or stretched could end up in it. Here I'm using chopped cabbage, fresh herbs like cilantro and parsley, onions, sardines, chicken, boiled eggs, and pickles. Everything gets cut small, and then you finish it with a drizzle of vinegar and a squeeze of lime. The acid matters. It brightens the flavors, helps preservation, and made preserved food feel fresh again. So salamagundi, as I said, was not everyday food, but it was memorable for the pirates. It marked moments when crews had time, supplies, and a reason to slow down. In a life defined by scarcity, a dish like this mattered not because it was just luxurious for pirates, but because it broke the pattern. And that's why I found it a perfect way to end a full day of pirate eating. Salamagundi sits somewhere between survival and celebration, and that's exactly where pirate life itself existed. So this is a full day of pirate eating laid out in front of me. Sea biscuit, peace pottage with salt pork, and salamagundi. 3 dishes that tell a pretty honest story about life at sea. None of this is romantic, but all of it just makes sense. Now the only thing left to do is to sit down, taste it, and give a review of what this diet was actually like. Alright, so now it's time for the review, and we're starting exactly where every pirate did, with the hardtack. And I'll be honest, if you try this dry, you will break a tooth. This stuff has less bread and more construction material. Historically, you'd soak it in water, broth, or grog just to try to make it edible, and that's what I'm going to try to do here. Once it's softened, it's sort of fine, but it's completely flavorless, but it does what it's meant to do. Next up is the peace pottage with salt pork, and surprisingly, this is where things get actually good. The peace break down into thick, hearty soup, and the salt pork adds a really nice smoky depth once it's been boiled down. It's nice and filling, and I could see why sailors relied on this. If you've been working all day on a ship, this would absolutely do the job. Of everything on the table, this is the one I enjoyed the most. Then there's the salamagundi, which honestly feels like a rustic precursor to a modern salad. You have chopped cabbage, herbs, onion, preserved fish, chicken, eggs, pickles, all brought together with vinegar and citrus. It's not refined by any means, but it's refreshing, especially compared to the rest of the meal. You can tell this was about variety and morale more than sustenance. After days of biscuits and stew, something cold, acidic, and shared would have felt like a luxury. And I washed it all down with a sip of grog, and suddenly the whole meal makes a little more sense. So where does that leave us? As a full day of eating, this is rather repetitive, heavy, and exhausting, but it works for a hungry pirate. You could survive on this. You wouldn't thrive, but you'd make it. All things considered, I'm giving this full day of pirate eating a solid 5.7 out of 10. Not great, not terrible, and very honest about the realities of life at sea. So when you strip away the myths, pirates stop looking like symbols of freedom and start looking like products of their time. Most were former sailors pushed out of naval or merchant service, trapped in an Atlantic world built on empire, war, and exploitation. Piracy offered autonomy, but it came at a cost. Their lives were short, violent, and constantly constrained by the hunger, disease, and scarcity of the times. The food they ate reflects this reality better than any legend ever could. Hard bread, boiled peas, salted meat. Enough to survive, rarely enough to enjoy. What makes pirate history so compelling to me isn't the romance of it, it's the contradiction. These were people who rejected authority but couldn't escape necessity. They built alternative society aboard ships, wrote their own rules, and shared loot more fairly than many governments of the time. Yet they lived on diets designed purely for endurance. Eating like a pirate for a day makes one thing very clear. Their lives weren't about indulgent or success or like that of the movies. They were about getting through the next stretch of the ocean alive. And in that way, the food of the pirate tells us the most honest story of piracy there is. So if you want to try any of these recipes yourself, the sea biscuit, the peace pottage with salt pork, or the salamagundi, head over to eatshistory.com, where I've got full step-by-step instructions, historical notes, and tips for making them in your own kitchen. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. We've got plenty more episodes on the way that explore what people actually ate in the past and why it mattered. I'll see you next time.
This episode of The Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. On April 25th, 1977, Corporal Armando Valdez was guarding a campfire in the Chilean mountains. Just before dawn, he saw a glowing purple mist. Valdez walked into the mist and vanished. 15 minutes later, he stumbled back into camp. He was shaking. He collapsed. His men checked him over. He seemed fine, except for one detail. When Valdez left, he was clean-shaven. When he returned, he had a short beard, and his watch had jumped ahead to April 30th. He was gone for 15 minutes, but he lived for 5 days. And Valdez's story isn't unique. This phenomenon has appeared all over the world for centuries. Different cultures call them different names. We know them as time storms.
Mamma mia, there you are. I've been calling you all morning.
I've been working. Like you're supposed to be.
I am working. Listen, you're a gravy guy. Are we comfortable with marinara breaching fur in under 5 minutes? Or do we pivot to a thicker sauce?
If you are using my cats as warming trays for lasagna again, I swear
Relax, human. The cats are fine. Although one of them is matted with regret. I'm talking about the beavers.
The beavers?
Hot beaver to go. Authentic Italian. Hot, loaded, and at your door in 30 minutes. Wyatt, out of the sauce. One more beaver hair complaint and we lose our 2-star rating.
Oh no.
Hot Beaver to Go has your classics. Stuffed shells, baked ziti, and a bestseller, beaver pie. It's so hot it sticks to the roof of your mouth and won't let go.
You need to take that off the menu.
And that's what someone else said. A guy phoned earlier asking if the beaver was discreet. They asked if we do late-night handling. I said absolutely, but it turned out to be a big misunderstanding.
Why did you call? I have work to do.
And I need $1 million. Seriously, I do need $1 million. But I'll take 40 grand.
Of course. No, I'm not giving you any more money. You still owe me from the last business.
It's not borrowing if it's a business loan, human. Besides, Morgan just finished painting the logo on the van.
Okay, you need to call PDS Debt before this gets any worse.
Oh, did you just stuff me into today's sponsor like a manigot?
Sure did. You laugh about debt until the moment you sit down and actually do the math. Suddenly, the joke's over. Your balances aren't shrinking, and the fees just keep stacking up. But there is a way out. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands reduce what they owe with personalized plans tailored to their situation, and there's no minimum credit score required. PDS Debt helps you save more, pay off debt faster, and put money back where it belongs, in your pocket. They're A+ rated by the BBB with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot, proof they're a trusted solution for people who need real help. We've all been there. Debt is overwhelming. The interest piles up, and you feel stuck. And every month you wait costs you more in interest and fees. Whether it's credit cards, personal loans, medical bills, or collections, PDS Debt understands your situation and offers custom options designed to help you get out of debt. The joke's over. Change your story in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/files. That's pdsdebt.com/files.
pdsdebt.com/files.
Yep.
Okay, so I fixed the debt, tighten up operations, maybe reduce the beaver handling time.
Or you could close the kitchen and come back to work.
Close the kitchen? Human, this isn't a kitchen. It's logistics. It's heat management. It's sauce distribution.
It's pizza.
It's beaver pie. Tonight only, 2 for 1 beaver. Extra sausage. Sauce on the side. Buono appetito. Wyatt, there's a hair in this.
The Valdez case follows a pattern that is repeated around the world for hundreds of years. In 1947, a British military convoy was driving through the mountains of Nepal. This was dangerous territory. Bandits were everywhere. The group included local soldiers, a British colonel, and his wife Donna. Donna was sitting in the back of a truck when the temperature dropped instantly. She said it felt like someone flung open the door to a glacier.
I just walked into my second ex-wife's bedroom. She was so cold in the bedroom that I got frostbite on my honeymoon.
Will you at least let me get the story set up, please?
No, fine, but that joke was solid and you know it.
Donna looked up. A reddish cloud was floating just above the ground, about the size of a 2-story house, and it was moving toward them. The local villagers took one look and ran. They called it a vision, and they knew the only way to survive was to hide. The colonel ran toward the cloud to investigate. He got about 20 feet before he collapsed. It looked like he hit an invisible wall. Then the red cloud got brighter. It circled the truck where Donna was sitting. She felt electricity in the air. Her skin tingled. Her hair stood up. A low-voltage current ran through her body. Then the world went silent. No wind, no birds, no engine noise. Donna saw one final image. Soldiers frozen mid-stride. Her husband motionless on the ground. Then everything went dark. When she opened her eyes, the cloud was gone, and hours had passed. For Donna, it had just been seconds. The convoy regrouped. Everyone had a red rash on their exposed skin, like a severe sunburn. Soldiers were vomiting. The colonel was dizzy and couldn't walk. 11 witnesses, physical symptoms consistent with radiation exposure, and a gap in time nobody could explain. British researcher Jenny Randall spent decades collecting cases that shared the same symptoms. First, the silence. All natural sound stops. No crickets, no traffic, just dead air. Then the tingling, like static electricity before a lightning strike. Then the mist. Sometimes red, sometimes green or white, but it always glows. Then time breaks. Hours vanish. People find themselves in places they can't explain, sometimes hundreds of miles away. And after, the physical toll. Nausea, rashes, headaches, disorientation. Medical exams documented burns and rashes that appeared during these episodes. Electronics die, car engines stall, radios only play static, watches stop or leap forward, cell phones lose signal. And then there's the isolation. Even people surrounded by crowds report feeling utterly alone. The rest of humanity fades away, like they've stepped into a pocket universe. Randalls calls this the Oz factor. Like Dorothy ripped out of Kansas, suddenly you're somewhere else, a different place, and a different time. Randalls had plenty of witnesses who lost time, minutes, hours, sometimes days. But she did find one case where a pilot didn't lose time, he outran it. Bruce Gernon was an experienced pilot. He'd flown this route dozens of times. His destination was Palm Beach, Florida. The weather was clear. The flight is exactly 75 minutes. Halfway to Florida, Gernon saw a cloud formation ahead, a lenticular cloud.
Testicular cloud? They make a cream for that.
Lenticular cloud, that's the one that looks kind of like a flying saucer.
That makes more sense.
But this cloud was massive, and it was growing. Gernon tried to climb over it. The cloud rose with him. He banked to go around it. It expanded to block his path. The cloud wrapped around the plane, a swirling tunnel of gray mist with bright flashes of light. His compass started spinning. His navigational instruments failed. The artificial horizon began to roll. Gernon looked ahead, a small patch of blue sky at the end of the tunnel, his only way out. He pushed the throttle forward. The tunnel started to close. The 10-mile gap shrank to 1 mile, then a half mile, then smaller and smaller. The wings scraped the edges of the cloud. He shot through the gap just as it collapsed behind him. He expected to see the ocean, but he didn't. Just gray haze. No horizon, no sea, no sky, just gray in every direction. His instruments were dead. He grabbed the radio and called Miami Air Traffic Control. They couldn't find him on radar. No aircraft appeared anywhere between Miami, Bimini, and Andros. He was a ghost. Then the radio crackled. Miami picked him up. The controller said, "I have a target directly over Miami Beach." But that was impossible. Miami Beach was 250 miles from where he entered the cloud. Top speed of a Beechcraft Bonanza is 200 miles per hour. That flight takes 75 minutes minimum. Gernon checked his watch. He'd been in the air for 34 minutes. Then the fog dissolved, and Miami Beach was right below him. He landed at Palm Beach shortly after. Total flight time, 37 minutes. He saved nearly half an hour. Gernon spent the rest of his life researching that day. He wrote 2 books and documented over 75 similar encounters in the same area. We call this area the Bermuda Triangle.
Yahtzee! The Bermuda Triangle, otherwise known as the Lizard People's Subaquatic Parking Garage.
Pilots and sailors have reported the same luminous fog for decades, the same instrument failures. Some traveled impossible distances in impossible times, some went into the storm and never came out. Bruce Gernon entered the storm and moved faster than physics allows. The next witness was a Royal Air Force commander. He also survived the storm. But while he was in it, he didn't just move fast, he saw the future. In 1935, Wing Commander Victor Goddard flew his biplane over an abandoned airfield called Drem. He knew the place. Hangars falling apart, tarmac cracked and full of weeds, cows grazing on the runway. A few days later, he flew back along the same route when the weather turned and a storm hit. But this wasn't a normal storm. The clouds weren't gray or white, they were glowing yellow. His biplane was tossed around like a toy. Rain hammered the open cockpit. The plane dropped toward the ground and Goddard braced for a crash. Then, in an instant, the storm vanished. The rain stopped. The sky turned bright and sunny. Goddard looked down. He was directly over Drem Airfield. But it wasn't abandoned anymore. The hangars were repaired. Mechanics in blue overalls were working on the tarmac, and 4 aircraft sat on the runway, each painted bright yellow. One of them was a monoplane, a single-wing design Goddard had never seen before. None of this made sense. In 1935, RAF mechanics wore brown overalls. RAF training planes were unpainted aluminum. Monoplanes hadn't entered the fleet. Seconds later, the storm slammed back. He fought through it and landed at Andover. He reported what he saw, but nobody believed him. 4 years later, in 1939, the RAF reopened Drem for World War II. They painted their training aircraft yellow. They introduced a new monoplane trainer called the Miles Magister, and they changed the mechanic uniforms from brown to blue. Every detail Goddard saw in 1935 became reality in 1939. This is a wing commander, not a crackpot, but a decorated officer in the Royal Air Force. He looked through a gap in a storm and saw 4 years into the future. He wrote about it in his book, Flight Towards Reality. Now, most witnesses lose time. Goddard gained it. But if you can slip into the future, can you also slip into the past? Well, according to 2 families in France, you can. October 1979. The Simpson and Gisby families were driving through France, heading for a vacation in Spain. They were looking for a place to sleep near Montlamar. As they drove down a rural road, the Oz factor hit. The car engine faded, the traffic vanished. They drove in eerie silence until they saw an old-looking hotel. They pulled in. The road wasn't paved, it was cobblestone. Inside there were no phones, no elevators. The windows had wooden shutters, but no glass. The staff wore uniforms that looked like they were out of an old movie. A policeman walked by wearing a heavy cape and hat from the First World War. They had dinner, took photos in the dining room, and stayed the night. The next morning, the bill for 4 adults and children, including dinner and breakfast, was 19 francs, less than a cup of coffee in 1979. Mr. Simpson asked the policeman for directions to the highway. The officer looked confused. He'd never heard of a highway. They left, got back on the main road, and the sounds of the world returned. 2 weeks later, on their way home, they decided to stop at the hotel again. Cheap, good food, why not? They drove down the same road, found the same turnoff, but the hotel wasn't there. No cobblestone road, no old building, just a grove of trees. And when they developed their film, the photos of the families in the dining room didn't exist. The negatives were blank. When they drove down that road, they ended up 70 years in the past. But Randall's found something worse than blank film. These storms leave physical scars. In 1977, teenager Mark Henshaw was riding his motorcycle near Barnard Castle in England. Suddenly, a purple glow swallowed him. His motor died, but he kept rolling. Then he was pulled uphill, about 300 feet against gravity. When the glow vanished, Henshaw's leather jacket was smoking.
He wore a smoking jacket like Hef? Did he also have a captain's hat and a harem of hens fighting over his inheritance?
Not a smoking jacket. A leather jacket that was soaked a minute earlier. The water evaporated instantly from intense heat. The metal on his bike was so hot that he got third-degree burns. And another one, in 1992 in Hungary, a woman driving saw a white light rush toward her windshield. Her engine and lights died. She woke up hours later in a snowy field. No tire tracks led to the car. There was no road nearby. Doctors found burn marks on her body consistent with electrical discharge. And when they checked the car, the door handle had been fused to the body by heat.
To deal
Then
with
there's the
Christine
case of
Royce,
Steve
the
in
executive
Kansas.
suites,
Steve was
it's
on a road
much
trip
like the
with friends.
Dean Domino situation. It all comes down to how you've treated her up to this point, and your specific character skills. Since you've got that 100 barter and high-level build, you actually have some unique leverage here. but you have to be careful not to bully her like you might have accidentally done with Dean. 1. The confrontation. When you find her in the suites, she's usually standing by a terminal near the elevator. She's understandably on edge because of what Elijah did to her. If you've been nice, didn't force her into the elevator earlier, you can simply talk to her. Even if you don't have high speech, if you were kind to her during the Mixed Signals quest, the one where you put her in the station, she will trust you. You can convince her to stay and help you remotely, or just let you pass. If you've been mean, forced her into the elevator, or were rude, she will be hostile. Since you have 100 barter, look for a dialogue option that lets you strike a deal or appeal to her logic. However, if you forced her earlier, you may have to pass a speech 75 check to keep her from attacking. 2. The passive tank strategy. Since you're running a passive tank/Messiah build with 10 strength and 10 luck, you have a massive advantage if things turn into a fight. Subdermal armor and monocyte breeder. These will carry you through the beeping collar zones. If you have to rush her through the gas or past speakers, your regeneration and high defense will let you soak up damage that would kill most players. The luck factor. With 10 luck, if you do have to fight her, your critical hit chance is through the roof. If you're using those energy weapons you like, a couple of shots should end the fight quickly, though most players prefer to save her for the good ending. 3. How to avoid the fight, the best way. If you want the Messiah outcome. 1. Approach her slowly. 2. Talk about Vera Keys. Bringing up Vera and the tragedy of the Sierra Madre often softens her. 3. Do not threaten her with the collar. 4. If you have the intelligent or perception dialogue options, which you likely do at level 14+, use those to show her you understand her pain. Wait, did you force her into the maintenance elevator earlier in the DLC? If you used the strength or intelligence options to make her go down there against her will, she's going to be much harder to talk down now. Would you like me to look up the exact dialogue path to save her if you did force her into that elevator?
They pulled over at a construction site so he can use a porta potty. When he went in, the sounds of his friends disappeared. The air went silent. He felt a wave of dizziness. He unlocked the door, stepped out, and fell face first into the dirt. The construction site was gone. The porta potty was gone. His friends were gone. He was standing in an empty field. He walked to the nearest road, flagged down a car, and found out he was 600 miles from where he started. He teleported 600 miles in a porta potty.
Oh, it's like a TARDIS.
It was a porta potty.
Oh, so a TARDIS. Get it? Get it? No!
Randall's realized that if you step back and look at the big picture, these stories sound familiar. UFOs, alien abductions, ghosts, missing time. They aren't different mysteries. They're all connected, and they're all time storms. Jenny Randles looked at her 300 cases. Then she looked at the entire history of paranormal research. UFO sightings, alien abductions, ghost encounters, near-death experiences, missing time, poltergeist activity. She made an argument that nobody considered. They were all the same thing. Betty and Barney Hill may be the most famous alien abduction case in history. In 1961, they drove through the White Mountains of New Hampshire. They saw a strange light. They felt disoriented. They arrived home 2 hours late with no memory of what happened. Now strip away the UFO narrative and look at the raw facts. A couple driving at night encountered a light. Disorientation, missing time, amnesia. Their car's instruments malfunctioned. They later recalled the experience as a vivid, dreamlike episode. That's a time storm. But what about the aliens, the entities people see? Well, Randall's found a clue. People who walked into these storms often report a specific sensation right before the time shift, a pressure. Witnesses describe a heavy pressure from above, not like wind, like a weight pressing down on them. And the pressure feels alive. One witness described it as an intense feeling of being watched, like an invader, a consciousness pressing against them. So the storm isn't just weather, or at least our brain doesn't interpret it as weather. Canadian neuroscientist Michael Persinger built a device nicknamed the God Helmet to test this. He aimed weak electromagnetic fields at the temporal lobe. Test subjects reported exactly what time storm witnesses described: the sense of a presence, time distortion, feelings of floating, out-of-body experiences, vivid hallucinations of being.
And that's because for many decades our understanding of these
In the Four Corners region of the American Southwest, there's this unique, crater-like feature that caught my eye a while back while I was mapping out a route for an earlier adventure on the channel. It has stayed with me ever since. Knowing I'd be driving through the area again soon, I committed to finding my way there. I wanted to stand on the rim of this massive cliff and to explore this impressive surrounding landscape, specifically to answer a few questions. How did this huge crater-shaped depression get here? And could I navigate through this jagged, yet stunning uplift just below it to gain access to it? Instead of off-roading straight to the top like it appeared I could, I started low and to the east, moving on foot to get a close, personal, and detailed look at it all. So we have two unique challenges today, one being geographical and the other navigational, and they kind of compound. I chose a route without a trail, so we're just going to be route finding through the backcountry here, and we're going to have to get through that massive linear escarpment, the monocline, with all of those really cool fins, beautiful colors. I'm really excited to actually get in there and check those out. But that also presents a geographic challenge because a lot of those fins drop into cliffs, and there's right ways and wrong ways to go, at least looking on Google Earth and the maps. And from the bottom, it's going to be impossible to tell if you're choosing a good route because you're so far below you cannot see if the little drainage that you're going up goes through or just turns into a box canyon. So between my maps, my drone, trial and error, we're going to do our best to summit this ridge, get up on top. If you've spent a good amount of time exploring the Southwest, then you know what this huge hedge of shrubs behind me is tamarisk. It's an invasive shrub that came from Asia and has just completely dominated the river corridors and riparian areas of the Southwest over the last decades. We've done a lot to try and eradicate it. I mean, scientists have engineered genetically modified beetles to specifically predate on it. I've been involved in a number of restoration projects, just going in and through brute force digging it out and planting it native willows. But sometimes it kind of feels like it's all in vain because you'll go back and visit these places and it's just come back twice as thick. And it's creating another barrier for me. We got to get through this. I thought I had, like 2 barriers. I thought it was just going to be navigation and that massive monocline, but we have this great wall of tamarisk to get through, and it can just be nasty. Thankfully, it's not full of thorns like some of the other invasive species in these corridors, like Russian olive, but it's still really nasty to get through. Okay, let's see if we can find a way through this. Easier for you, huh, cowboy? Okay. We are through. As I moved closer to the uplift, I needed to find a way through it. One useful technique in terrain like this is to study the fluvial deposits spilling out of each canyon. The larger the debris fan at the mouth, the larger the drainage above it. And the larger the drainage, the more erosion it's likely experienced, which usually means a wider, more navigable route. So, I chose the canyon near the San Juan River, with the biggest deposit. Even though it appeared to end in impassable cliffs, there was still a possibility. If I followed the canyon floor far enough, I could break north,
onto a bench of harder stone, side-hilling out of the drainage, gaining the ridge, and eventually climbing onto the mesa towards our final destination. It wasn't guaranteed, but it's our best bet.
I'm liking our odds with that approach. Instead of trying to stay in a drainage all the way up and getting cliffed out in a box canyon, find a ridge, gain the ridge, and use the more eroded, sloped ridge line to access the top of that plateau. The reality is you just don't really know. Can look good from one perspective, but the drainage can be incredibly vegetated and hard to get through with boulder fields, or could have been a cliff I didn't really see and not able to get past. But we're gonna go find out. And it'll be good to visit the San Juan River before we climb up and out for both of us. Good little swim for Cowboy and a camel up for the both of us. And there she is, the mighty San Juan River. One of the life arteries in the Four Corners area. What a beaut. Cowboy's excited.
The San Juan River flows west to meet the Colorado River in Lake Powell. Historically, it was one of the Colorado River's most sediment-rich tributaries before getting dammed up, and now often flowing clear and green. Upstream near Pagosa Springs, it's a cold mountain river. By the time it reaches the Utah desert, it's warmer and more silt-heavy after rain runoff. For the ancestral Puebloan and later the Navajo and Ute peoples, this corridor was a lifeline, and their archaeological sites dot the riverbanks.
Yeah? You a gross wet dog? You gross and wet? Oh, that was a lovely and productive little visit to the San Juan River. So we're going to backtrack a little bit. We're going to go to that larger canyon entrance into the monocline. We'll gain access there, and that'll be cool because starting by staying low, deep into that canyon, we're going to get a nice cross-section of all of the layers that we're going to have to ascend up to gain that higher plateau. You know, it's funny, every once in a while you'll feel like you're exploring something, maybe seeing something that no one else has seen, and I had my eye set to like large scale observation, looking at these huge features, and I came walking across right here, and then you can't avoid just running in to evidence of the ancients out here everywhere. And we're right at the base of the monocline. It's a bit of a reminder that like I'm traveling through an utterly explored and discovered lived in landscape no matter where I go. And another one too, look at this, painted. I keep coming across these mounds. There's one here, and it's hard to see on camera, but they're kind of littered throughout the landscape. And then there's another one right over here. You can see how there's a higher density of rocks, and if you actually get close, it is full of potsherds. Okay, we've made it to the entrance canyon that we have chosen. And right alongside there's this big bluff. Curiosity got the better of me, and we have this massive carved out circular dwelling area. Clearly been worked by the hands of man at some point. We have this outer barrier of rocks kind of creating this nice level surface. And then, of course, as we get close, we're gonna see potsherds kind of everywhere, strewn about, various artwork styles hiding in the rock. pretty damn good view, too. Look out over the river. Some raptors going down the river. And I mean, this is huge. It's at least 100 feet across. All right, so we've made our way down off the top of that bluff from that hilltop site. We have entered this drainage. This will be our access. Coming up, this is the gates, our entrance. Hopefully we can gain the ridge going through this drainage. This will be exciting. Clearly this place floods frequently, but this is the beginning. Let the climb begin. So something that's easy to notice right off the bat now that we're in the bed of this wash is that clearly we're surrounded by this incredibly red sedimentary layer. It looks like a mudstone or a siltstone. But if you look at the floor, what we're walking on, you see a mix of different types of rocks. It's not just that red. I'm seeing this lighter limestone being mixed in alongside all of this red siltstone. So that's a bit of a preview for what we're gonna have to hike through as we ascend this drainage, gain the ridge. So yeah, we have some native reeds, a wetlands plant, which is really cool. I mean, I was partially worried because I thought it might get dense and hard to pass, but we'll just kind of navigate this, see how this goes. We have water in here too. Spring. Wow. This looks like a perennial spring almost. We've got cattails and reeds, and it looks like we're finally making our way out of this thicket. And this spring is just wonderful. Wow, man. We've officially, oh, look at that, we're in the limestone now. Look at that transition. Here we go. That's good news. So the seep comes out of the limestone. It would appear a little further up. Clear. It's gorgeous. We need to go up soon.
Pausing to scout the rest of this canyon, you can follow the lighter colored limestones and red and purple siltstones that were deposited from a shallow inland sea during the Paleozoic, all the way to the top, where it ends in an impassable cliff band that I will need to avoid.
Okay, so after doing some scanning with the drone, it's time to depart up the side of this canyon to avoid getting cliffed out in a box canyon up ahead. So we're gonna follow this ledge up. And it's a pretty rough climb, but we're gonna do it.
Although it feels silent out here, we're not the only ones moving through these canyons today. After traversing the north side ledge, this final plateau comes in sight. The climb gives us elevation, and elevation gives us perspective. To the east, you can see Ute Mountain. And looking northward, the Blue Mountains and the buttes of Bears Ear stand out against the sky. Then, after nearly half a mile of flat desert scrubland, the land falls and gives us our first view of this feature. It's a strange experience, like approaching the edge of the Grand Canyon. There's no gradual reveal, it's just a sudden, massive drop. When examining a feature like this, I try to slow down and look for clues to explain its story. At first glance, it does look crater-like. A huge circular wall, a central tower, but the first clue is in the rock itself. The layers in that central tower are perfectly preserved and identical to the surrounding wall. Same formations, same sequence. That ultimately eliminates a meteor impact. Flying above it reveals another telling detail. This formation sits directly against the San Juan River, open to the main canyon. Zoom out further, and similar features appear again and again, especially downstream at Gooseneck State Park. In fact, just upstream, the same process is unfolding right now. This isn't a crater, this is the remnant flow of the ancient San Juan River. The San Juan River used to actually flow all the way around this, and eventually the river abandoned this route. It's just like a lot of the goosenecks, downstream and upstream, but this gooseneck got so extreme that it cut itself off. This landform has a name, a rincon. A rincon forms when a deeply entrenched river meander cuts so deeply into the landscape that it eventually abandons its looping bend. The river takes a shorter path, leaving behind an isolated tower of rock, a stranded core of what was once inside of a sweeping curve. Standing here on this cliff edge, I'm standing on what used to be an ancient riverbank. Millions of years ago, the San Juan flowed right at this level. Then came uplift during the Laramide orogeny, slowly raising the Colorado Plateau. Instead of wandering across a floodplain, the river began cutting downward, carving through layers of the 300-million-year-old Honaker Trail Formation. Looking down at the central tower, I can see the story written in its layers. Resistant limestone benches, softer slopes, a bentonite-rich platform reaching outward like a balcony. Above it, stair-stepped ledges that feel inviting. It's all an extraordinary example of the relentless power of water, guided by uplift and shaped over unimaginable time. If you've made it this far, I'd encourage you to engage with my channel a little further. Subscribing helps a lot. And if you want to help get more educational adventures like this off the ground, you can join as a member of the channel or support me on Patreon. Thank you.
This is the observable universe. It's about 93 billion light years across, and it encompasses everything humans can see. Take that in for a moment. What you're looking at on screen is humanity's entire bubble of existence. And it is tiny, at least compared to the total size of Minecraft, which is not 10 times bigger, not 1,000 times bigger, but about over 32 quinquaviginticentillion times bigger than the universe. Minecraft is enormous beyond any scale humans have, and in this video, I'm going to take you through just how unfathomably massive the silly block game is. Going into Minecraft, specifically in older versions for this video, the game does not seem bigger than the universe. Looking from side to side, the core region of Minecraft is defined by the Farlands, a glitch that occurs about 12.5 million blocks from spawn. Edge to edge, this entire area of Minecraft makes up about 25 million blocks, give or take. Since each block is 1 meter, this would make Minecraft about 25,000 kilometers across. If you were to speed in a supercar and shoot down at 160 kilometers per hour, it would take you 6.5 days of continuous driving to reach Minecraft end to end. Which may sound like a lot, but even our own planet is bigger than this. Earth has a circumference of about 40,000 kilometers, quite a bit bigger. However, what makes Minecraft so unfathomably large isn't what exists within the Farlands, it's what exists out. Minecraft keeps generating its game extremely far out, and the further you go from spawn, the more bizarre and distorted the game becomes. Already at the Farlands, it becomes incredibly buggy just walking. And a bit farther out at around 30 million blocks from spawn, certain blocks start stretching, natural lighting stops existing, and the hitboxes for both cake and cacti shift over a smidge. Further out at roughly 1 billion blocks, we reach the Fartherlands, because they're farther from the Farlands. A while back, a dude named Ekwal managed to be the second person to reach the Farlands by foot, streaming the entire journey. And from these streams, we can know that it takes about 960 hours of Minecraft gameplay to walk 12.5 million blocks to the Farlands. If Ekwal was to be outrageous enough to continue walking to the Fartherlands, it would take them a bit over 8.5 years of straight Minecraft gameplay to get there. No eating, drinking, sleeping, pooping, or maintaining any social life. Just holding down on the W key, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 8.5 years. And that doesn't even include the fact that at this point, we've gone so far from the center of Minecraft, the game's really started breaking down. Terrain is broken and stretched severely, end crystals spawn way out from where they're placed, and enchanting table books will refuse to open. At this point, the distance between Minecraft's world spawn and the start of the Fartherlands would be 2.5 times greater than that of the distance between the Earth and the Moon. And Minecraft just keeps getting bigger. Beyond the Fartherlands are the Fartherlands, which begins at over 53 quadrillion blocks out from the center of Minecraft. And at this point, we're talking about blocks as if they're grains of sand. Minecraft blocks represent 1 cubic meter, and they're huge. I mean, just look at the size of a cubic meter next to a person. In fact, in the Minecraft movie, they had to rescale the block size to be about 2 feet instead. Otherwise, it just would have been impossible for actors to move around the enormous cubic meter sized blocks. So, just know that 53 quadrillion Minecraft blocks is a lot. It's the equivalent of 5.7 light years, more than the distance between us and Alpha Centauri, the closest solar system to our own, which is 4.37 light years away. If you were to get in a Saturn V rocket at Minecraft's world spawn, take off, and fly at a max speed of 37,000 kilometers an hour, it would take you about 1,663 centuries to reach the Fartherlands. At anywhere here past 2.147 billion blocks, the game's code is so butchered that Minecraft isn't able to load blocks anymore. All that appears are clouds and an empty void. If you want the full Minecraft experience out here, you'll need some incredibly powerful mods. The next distance limit is the Farthest Lands, which at this point are over 4 quintillion blocks from spawn, or over 455 light years out. The very edge of our solar system is defined by the Oort cloud, a vast, extremely distant cloud of ice and space debris orbiting our sun. NASA estimates that the very edge of the Oort cloud may be 1.6 light years away. Based on that, the distance of the farthest lands from spawn would be equivalent to roughly 142 of our solar systems stacked right on top of each other. On August 1st, 1936, Adolf Hitler delivered an opening speech to the Olympic Games. This speech, broadcasted to 41 different countries, was using radio equipment powerful enough that its signal would have been sent out from the Earth and into the cosmos. Moving at the speed of light, it would at this point today have a distance of 90 light years away from Earth. It would be the first message extraterrestrial aliens could theoretically hear from us. not the best first impression. And Minecraft would still be about 9 times larger than the farthest receivable message humans have ever sent. But at this point, you might be wondering, Snifter, I'm a bit of an expert in the English language, and I know that is a superlative for adjectives and adverbs. So what's so superlative about the farthest lands? Well, that's it. The farthest lands really are the farthest that Minecraft generation goes. At 9.2 quintillion blocks out, Minecraft reaches a roadblock. Computers are no longer able to process information higher than this value, and most mods cannot extend the game any further, and Minecraft just simply ends. And that's all there is. Until, one day, a Minecraft user by the name of Oregunner woke up and chose to make Minecraft history. Using extremely powerful modifications to the game, they were able to reach the literal end of Minecraft. At 1.8 times 10 to the power of 308 blocks out, if you go any further, the game will register your position as infinity. If we account this amount of blocks as meters, this would indeed make Minecraft over 32 quinquavigintillion times greater than the observable universe. Except that the observable universe is not the end of the universe. It's just the farthest that we can see out, as light from the rest of the universe hasn't reached us yet. According to some nerd, Dr. Alan Guth, and his theory of cosmic inflation, since the universe has been continuously expanding faster than the speed of light since the Big Bang, the entire universe, everything outside of what we can see, may be 150 sextillion times larger than the observable universe. That's pretty cool. But now imagine that this, the universe, the biggest thing, is shrunk all the way down to the smallest thing, Planck length. What's the big deal with Planck length? Well, it's 100 quintillion times smaller than a proton. And it's significant because anything smaller than Planck length would behave in a way that goes against our laws of physics. As far as we know, this is the smallest possible thing. Anyways, if the whole universe is reduced to this size, that would relatively make the entirety of Minecraft the size of the universe. No, I'm kidding. Minecraft would still be over 346 centillion meters long, an incomprehensibly large number. Minecraft's scale is way bigger than anything and everything, and this is the end of it. The end of a small bubble of reality that slowly unravels itself at its edges. Thanks for watching.
Willy Wonka golden ticket to go into the women's locker room and the women's bathroom and stare at women and pretend you're a woman when you're just a crazy man and you're actually into women.
Well, he's not wrong, and this is making trans activists pissed.
But in this situation, talk to this transgender person, like, hey, can I run something by you? And I spoke with them. They described to me a level of oppression that genuinely fucking broke my heart. They said, hey, let me tell you, like, I am not allowed to use the bathroom at my own place of work. We've got, like,
That's not true. They're just not allowed to use the bathroom. It doesn't align with their biological sex.
Okay.
Bam! It's so good. I had to do one on this. How could I not? It's actually so good. Bam! That's the truth. That's the actual real truth. Not my truth, not your truth. The universal.
Tonight, an Imperial family is now without a home after a gas leak sparked an explosion. Luckily, the family made it out in time. This happened this afternoon on Whitehaven Court off Miller Road. 5 on your side's Laura Barczewski talked with fire officials and neighbors about the tragedy that rocked the neighborhood.
It was an average rainy Tuesday for Katie Cronus. She was working from her home on Whitehaven Drive.
I was seeing that we're getting fiber installed in this area, and there were a lot of fire trucks and Spire trucks coming, so I was like, something's up. And then a couple of minutes later, you heard a boom, and the house shook, and then more fire trucks. You could see the smoke and the flames coming from the house.
A spokesperson with AT&T confirms a subcontractor was in the neighborhood installing fiber optic cables when they hit a gas line. The Rock Community Fire Protection District responded around noon for reports of a possible gas leak, and a little more than an hour later, the home near Whitehaven Court exploded. Moments later, it erupted into flames, a neighbor capturing it all on camera.
From my window when it happened, you could see like the front of the house had kind of fallen into their driveway and fallen onto their car.
Spire says their crews worked quickly with firefighters to evacuate homes and stop the leak. 5 of the 6 family members, including a 1-month-old baby, were at home at the time, escaping just minutes before the explosion. 2 cats didn't make it out.
I can imagine it was pretty scary for the residents, especially. I'm not sure if it was a loud explosion or what that entails, but this is not something that typically happens.
Spire says after the line was hit, gas built up inside the home, leading to the explosion. The force of this explosion was so strong, it completely destroyed their home, their vehicle, scattering their belongings across the neighborhood, including some of their kids' toys. AT&T and Spire said in statements their thoughts are with the residents. AT&T said, quote, based on our initial findings, we believe this damage was the result of inaccurate markings of underground utilities. AT&T says those markings were done by another contractor for another utility. A moment that changed lives forever.
I mean, you hear about this stuff on the news and you don't think it'll happen to you, and this is like literally a little too close to home for us.
Reporting in Imperial, Laura Barcheski, 5 on your side.
Rock Community Fire officials say the neighborhood is now safe, but want residents in the area to be vigilant and call 911 if they see something or smell something.
by a common shrub. Again and again it appears with its scraggly-looking branches. Many know it as dotting disturbed, dusty lots, perhaps an insignificant plant to be ignored, sometimes run over, or even plucked and tossed away. But I came to know the creosote bush as something else, something of a desert gem and a desert mystery. And today I want to share that story with you, the surprising ways this plant survives in such arid landscapes, and even more shocking, how long it's been here.
This is the creosote bush. It dominates large areas of arid desert landscapes, especially in the low desert. You can find it in huge swaths across the Sonoran Desert, the Chihuahuan Desert, and the Mojave Desert. And it usually resides in places where a lot of other plants tend to not seem to want to grow. So what makes the creosote bush so good at desert dwelling? First, it has these really small leaves, and small leaves are a great strategy at lowering the surface area, which lowers water loss. This isn't that different than the strategy that cactus spines use in the desert as well. These leaves are also coated with a waxy resin, which also helps prevent water loss. And by far one of the biggest advantages the creosote bush has is its chemistry. This chemistry helps it reduce water loss, but it also helps it reduce damage from insects and munching from mammals. A lot of animals don't like chewing on this plant. There's actually only one that can eat the leaves, and that's the jackrabbit. One of these interesting chemicals is referred to as NDGA, and this is what's responsible for it not really being too digestible in many animals' guts. It's also something that's very interesting medicinally. It's also thought that the chemistry of these plants deter the growth of other plants around them. Well, it's kind of true. It's true for its main competitor, Bursage, and actually for creosote bush itself around it. As you can see, they grow with some considerable space around one another. But they also employ strategies that increase the nutrients around the plant directly. One of those is actually the shape of the plant. They'll grow in different shapes, from cones to other shapes, depending on the conditions and what it needs. And those shapes actually help it, such as the cone shape helps funnel down water on the branches and put organic matter around it on the ground, which increases the fertility of the soil for the plant. They also host symbiotic relationships with algae, fungi, and bacteria that live on the branches. These relationships actually help them to gather more nutrients, say from rainwater. Along with that process, it actually also gets a dusting of material, of dust after storms, and that dust on the plants also has nutrients in it. So through all those processes where it gathers all these extra nutrients, the creosote bush is able to capture 9 times the phosphorus and 16 times the nitrogen that it normally would get from just regular old rainwater. That is the southeast for me. Now, why does that matter? Well, it has to do with the creosote bush's strategy for growth and collecting sunlight and carbon dioxide. You see, the bush has positioned its branches and leaves mostly that way, to the southeast. Why does it do that? Well, the creosote bush actually only opens up its stomata in the morning hours. It does this so that it can open up only when humidity is high and the sun isn't too intense yet. And that's how it gathers CO2 without sacrificing a lot of water loss. It also has an extensive shallow root system for max water collection. And sometimes it will also throw on a taproot in times when it needs to collect as much water as possible. This is how it competes with other plants for water collection. With strategies like these, the creosote bush is able to survive several years without any water. So it can survive some of the harshest drought conditions. We'll see what climate change throws at it. And it even has a couple of other tricks up its sleeve. It can survive temperature differences of up to like 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 21 degrees Celsius. In places like the Sonoran Desert, the temperatures actually and it can get cold in the winter and at night. It survives growing right out in the open sun, but it also survives those Sonoran summer monsoons as well. And lastly, you can not only find the creosote bush in North America, but also in South America. In fact, it's actually originally from South America, but that was a long time ago.
The term creosote is more of an informal name for the North American variety of Larea.
In North America, it's typified by Larea tridentata, the ones seen all around me in the Sonoran and today here in the Mojave Desert. If I were to stroll around arid regions of Argentina, like the Pampas, I'd find nearly identical looking shrubs of Larea, also called jarillas there, where I could also find a handful of different species, but not North America's tridentata. I would, however, see its closest relative, Larea divaricata. Genetic clock analysis has revealed that these two species diverged some 3 to 4 million years ago. And sometime long ago, after the divergence, Larea made its way to North America in the southwest U.S. But how do we know how long ago? The answer, while still blurry, might be known by our little friends the pack rats, who today find the bases of the creosotes to be happy little hideaways. One great challenge is that the plant would have had to cross unsuitable habitat across thousands of miles distance. So who could have been a seed carrier? Birds have long been suspected for seed transport. One particular bird, the Swainson's hawk, has the perfect migration route from the Pampas in Argentina right to the southwest of the United States. But there's a problem. This hawk doesn't consume seeds, and even if it did, the seed would not be able to germinate post-digestion. Perhaps a small mammal was eaten, typically swallowed whole, and upon arriving in the arid regions of Mexico and the U.S. Southwest Desert, it landed on a rocky perch and coughed up a pellet of the undigestible parts, including creosote seeds. And once sprouted in North America, the creosote bushes would have began to grow larger and larger, until one day a pack rat began incorporating this new plant into her home, eventually getting entombed by crystallized urine. These rat middens, as they are called, are invaluable windows into the past, serving as tools for reconstructing ancient ecosystems, because they tell us what plants existed around these rats' homes, thereby suggesting the environmental conditions at the time the midden was created. So what is the oldest rat midden with creosote seeds in it found in the U.S. Southwest? Well, that's been dated to about 109,000 years ago. So we know the creosote bush was established in the U.S. Southwest at least by that time, probably even much earlier based on that molecular clock data. But when did Larea arrive in the Mojave Desert? Well, that's an even trickier question, and it requires us to take a closer look at the geologic history of Central and Southern California. The southwest U.S. in the Pleistocene was quite different than today in climate and landscape, characterized by glacial advances and retreats. Changes in plate interactions on the western margin of the North American continent was leading to a shifted pattern of extension or rifting of western North America. This resulted in the formation of an extensive Horstengraben topography where mountains rose and downdropped basins developed, also known as the Basin and Range. In Southern California, this takes the form of those iconic tilted fault blocks and low valleys, the youngest of which, like the Owens Valley, Death Valley, and Panamint Valley, were just being formed by about 2 million years ago. Also, the Walker Lane was forming, this immense region of mineral riches and wildly faulted landscape that still serves as one of the main causes of earthquakes in California today, as seen in my Walker Lane tour. The eventual towering peaks of the Sierras, like Mount Whitney, began their upward ascent, and basins became so low that some even dropped below sea level, like Death Valley's Badwater Basin. And those towering peaks also added a rain shadow effect, leading to even drier conditions east of the mountains. By the way, the Sierra Nevada mountains in California are actually still rising today, but you might be surprised to know why. It's not all just plate smashing. In an upcoming adventure, I'll be back in California to explore what's going on there. Perhaps you've heard that the Sierra Nevadas were carved into their rugged shapes by glaciation. Then the glaciers retreated, but where did the glaciers go? Well, down, of course. And melting glaciers revealed the classic U-shaped valleys. The last glacial maximum was about 18,000 years ago. And as the glaciers melted, the basins filled with water to make spectacular chains of ancient lakes. After that, the climate was generally drier and warmer, at least in the big picture. Researchers from various fields, from glaciology, hydrology, archaeology, botany, and on down the line, and looked at this on a finer scale and found that there were actually more fluctuations in the climate. Past climate conditions can be inferred from a myriad of evidence. Lake levels, faunal assemblages, pollen analysis, all tells the types of plants and the climate that dominated a given area. Lake levels can be determined from sediment deposition, faunal assemblages, and artifacts left from humans on the shorelines, and even unexpected globs of rat urine, those pack rat middens. A midden not only houses the ecological conditions in which the rat dwelled, but also provides some easy inferences. If the midden exists, then the dwelling wasn't flooded, therefore the lake level hasn't been that high since. Ash also accumulated in these old lake beds, like ancient Lake Tecopa, where Yellowstone ash actually deposited twice there. I did a whole adventure there if you'd like to learn more about ancient Lake Tecopa's hidden treasures. On the shores of these Pleistocene lakes would have been megafauna, like mammoths and giant sloths, wolves, horses, and even camels, like camelops, and plants, like the creosote bushes. One study revealed that pack rats were already incorporating Lurea into their homes by 7,000 years ago in the central Mojave. But other research has suggested that Lurea was probably here even before that.
After the creosote bush flowers comes their seeds. Their seeds are really different looking though. They're like these little white puff balls, as you can see here. Now, they kind of look like little Dr. Seuss images or something with their little fuzzy appearance. But these seeds, obviously they make a lot of them, spread all over the place. They actually have a very low germination rate. And so the creosote bush employs another strategy for making more creosote bushes, and that is cloning.
In this area of Southern California, about an hour's drive from Victorville, is a creosote bush clonal community called the King Clone. Their unique growth patterns gives them their upside-down cone shape, with branches sprouting outward and upward from a central crown. And as time passes, some 30 to 90 years, older branches eventually die off and the crown splits. The plant then becomes a clone, a circle of independent stem crowns, all descended from a single seed. King Clone, at 45 feet in diameter, was estimated to be really old, at least 9,000, possibly pushing 12,000 years old, depending on variable growth rates. Meaning the lucky seed that sprouted this plant did so while the glaciers retreated, while the lakes formed, while the climate changed, while the camels walked by, and while the camels died off. It existed thousands of years before even the oldest known bristlecones began to grow in the White Mountains. It existed at or before most of humans' earliest large civilizations, the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Romans. It bobbed in the wind while people chipped obsidian by fish-filled ancient lakes and rivers with their families gliding on the shores. But while King Clone has taken the spotlight, lots of other creosote clones exist throughout California and the southwest US, and some of them are quite large and likely quite old. So where are the rest? Well, that's been the work of some researchers like Frank Vasic, who worked on dating King Clone, and many desert plant enthusiasts. In the dry rain shadows of the Owens, Death, and Panamint valleys in the Pleistocene, Great Lakes filled the basins. But as the waters receded, creosotes dotted the shores and playas, perhaps happy to fill the new arid landscape that others found too harsh, and some likely became ancient clones too, maybe even older than King Clone. Today, massive creosote clones can still be discovered out there. While the creosote creosote seems to have begun its adventures in the U.S. in the Chihuahuan Desert. It can be found today all across the southwest U.S. But it turns out they aren't all genetically identical. What was once thought of as a single species is actually 3 distinct forms, each with a different chromosome count, a complex but common occurrence in plants known as polyploidy. In the Chihuahuan Desert, 26 chromosomes. In the Sonoran Desert, 52 chromosomes. And the Mojave Desert creosote boasts 78 chromosomes. In the case of the creosote, this chromosome expansion may be part of the story of how it adapted to regions with lower summer rainfall, such as the Mojave. Today, our pack rats and at least 22 or more insect species specifically call the creosote home. Hares boast the ability to munch its leaves, and foxes and coyotes thank us for plumping up their dinner. It sheds nutrients at its base for other plant babies to safely begin. It holds soil in place, which helps dampen those desert dust storms and the spread of valley fever. And it's also apparently an ancient library, housing stories, sometimes from a single seed, about ancient browsing camels and wise indigenous humans like the Tohono O'odham, serving as a kind of almost magical linkage of our current lives to those ancient ones. Well, I hope you enjoyed our journey today to discover that this seemingly boring desert plant is actually pretty incredible and deserves our great respect. Be sure to thank a creosote next time you see one, and keep an eye out for those massive clones, which might be many thousands of years old. Older than the wars, older than the space race, older than the onset of electricity, even older than the ancient bristlecones. These are indeed the wise elders of the desert. I'll be back here in the Mojave for more great adventures to come, including another look at some really old stuff, such as fossils and rocks over 1 billion years old. So I hope to see you here on the next adventure at Let's Go Geo. Just a real quick message from me, Heather, the host here at Let's Go Geo. Actually, I am host, videographer, photographer, editor, creator, all that stuff. This channel is run solely by me, and I started it because I do love geology and all things related to the topic, and I love teaching, and I thought it would be a great way to bring to people that in the field experience, but digitally. So Let's Go Geo was born. If you want to help me out, support me, and help the project move along, you can find me on Patreon, and you can become a fan there as well as get access to exclusive content.
There are key players involved in this war, the one happening tonight, who believe that what we're seeing on our television screens and on Twitter will usher in a series of events that begin with the destruction of the Dome in the Rock, Aqsa Mosque, and then the rebuilding of the Third Temple, after which the world will end. God will come back. And they mean it. And by they, we mean literally some of the guys fighting the war. So you may have read reports today that commanders in the field of American troops, a lot of them, and who knows if this is true, but it's out there, told their troops on the eve of the outbreak of this war that we're doing this for Jesus, because it is Jesus' will that we do this, and that by doing it, we will usher in a series of events that bring about the end of history, the end of time, Armageddon, the last days. It's hard to believe that's true, especially since, by the way, there are 1 million Christians in Iran. So if you were doing this for Jesus, presumably you would go out of your way not to hurt his followers in the country you're attacking. Did the U.S. government or any government make any attempt to spare the Christians? Are we making an attempt tonight? Of course we're not. And of course, when the smoke clears, ultimately we will find out, just a guess, that Christians suffered disproportionately in this, as they do all wars, from the Iraq War to the bombing of Nagasaki, the seat of the Christian church in Japan, etc., etc. Christians have a way of dying disproportionately in these wars, which tells you something about their real motive. But in any case, there was a spate of stories suggesting that U.S. commanders told their troops they were doing this for some weird anti-Christian reason posing as Christianity. But it's not just the U.S. side. Here's an IDF soldier, apparently an American by his accent, describing why he's at war. Watch this.
They call this operation the Swords of Iron. But what are we really fighting for? We're fighting for the right of the Jewish people to exist, be Jewish, practice their religion, and be free. And one day our true leader will come and we'll be united as the whole Jewish nation so we can rebuild the Beit HaMikdash.
Bet HaMikdash, probably mispronouncing it. That's the Hebrew term for the temple, the third temple. We are doing this so we can rebuild the temple. Now you'll notice he's pulling off patches on Velcro on his IDF uniform. These are not civilian clothes. This is the uniform of the government of Israel, of its military. And he has patches on that uniform, one of which is a symbol of the temple, the third temple. So it just couldn't be clearer. Why are we doing this? To rebuild the third temple. Now, if you think we're just cherry picking this off the internet, one guy wearing an unauthorized temple patch, paid for, by the way, a uniform paid by us, armaments paid for by us, the U.S. taxpayer pays for all this stuff one way or another. The U.S. taxpayer pays for the military of Israel. Boy, does it. If you think we're being unfair and just like found one guy, well, here's a bunch of guys. It took us about 2 minutes on the internet to find this today. Here is a selection of IDF soldiers. Let's put it on the screen. There you go. And all of them have the same patch. Look familiar. Look carefully at that. What is that? That's the temple. That is the third temple. And we'll get to in a minute about how this might actually happen and what it would mean for the rest of the world. And just to be clear, these are conversations that most Americans, certainly me included, never wanted to have. Everybody's religious beliefs, sincere religious beliefs, when held up to the light of the rational world, to the man-made world, seem a little spooky and crazy, which is one of the reasons that in the culture some of us grew up in, we don't talk about them in public because they're personal. They're the most personal part of a person. So it is without judgment, by the way, that we're airing this, okay? Just describing it because it is significant to the future of the world, to the future of this war, and to our future as Americans. So how exactly did the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, a military that the U.S. taxpayer pays for, that lots of wealthy Americans send money to friends of the IDF, how did all these guys wind up wearing patches suggesting the point of this war was the destruction of one of the holiest places in Islam and the rebuilding of a temple that is totally anathema to Christianity? Like, how did this happen? Well, there are a lot of ways it happened. The main way it happened is because no one in the United States noticed, because it's such a secular place, and as noted, we have eyes but can't see and ears and can't hear, but this has been going on a long time in public through, in part, the efforts of a group called Chabad, C-H-A-B-A-D. And you may know people who give money to Chabad or run into Chabad, super nice people, engaged in all kinds of charitable activities, drug rehab. You know, there's a lot about Chabad that's really good. But what is Chabad exactly? Well, Chabad, you can look it up, is a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers, who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic community. And he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and outlasted him, but he was its most visible ambassador. And Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the third temple. And it seems like, from the reading we did recently, that those patches actually came from Chabad. In any case, Chabad is pushing for the building of the third temple. But it's not just Hasidic groups from Brooklyn, and it's not just IDF soldiers. There are amazingly a lot of American evangelical leaders, Christian Zionists, whose main point is rebuilding the third temple. Now, how could an American Christian or any Christian call for the building of a temple whose inherent presence denies Christ? Who said clearly, and Christians believe this, it's a core point of faith, I am the temple. You want to speak to God, you speak through me. That's Christianity. That's the whole religion right there. So if you're a Christian preacher calling for the rebuilding of the third temple, you kind of missed the whole point. That's more than apostasy. That's like not even knowing what the religion's about. So it's hard to believe there could be any ordained Christian leaders pushing for the rebuilding of the third temple. Oh, but there are a lot. There are a lot. And here's just one. This is Pastor Greg Locke. Listen to this.
The Gaza Strip, which has now been cut off by Israel, and rightly so. They should have cut them off a long time ago. Now, I don't care how insensitive you think I am to that. There's 6 doors in this church. You can leave anytime you want to. They've cut them off, electricity. They've cut off their water. They should have. Now, listen, I'm not for hurting anyone that's innocent. But anybody that supports terrorism is not innocent. You understand that? Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week. Destroy the whole thing. What they ought to do is evacuate up there on the hill and get a great big missile and blow that wicked Dome of the Rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus.
It is embarrassing and shameful as an American Christian to hear that and to know that video is from a few years ago. It's been on the internet. No one bothered to highlight it. Most people weren't even aware this was going on. Oh, it's definitely going on. These are very common views. Seems obvious that Mike Huckabee has them, that a lot of the Christian Zionists, John Hagee, that you think just like Israel. They just like Israel a lot. No. These are clerics, so their lives are informed by their religious views. What are their religious views? Well, you just heard it right there from Pastor Locke, who's quite a prominent Christian Zionist. He's not some lone wacko. And there he is with an Israeli flag waving behind him, casual calls for genocidal violence. Just blow it up, make it a parking lot. Well, 2 million people live there. What happens to them? They're terrorist sympathizers. That right there is the tell. This is not Christianity. Imagine Jesus saying, just kill them all. They're terrorists. Is there anything in the gospel that suggests Jesus believed that? No, there's a lot to suggest, in fact, to tell us in very clear terms. He thought the opposite, of course. But the last part, let's build the third temple and bring about the return of Jesus, is a direct contradiction of core Christian theology. And even people without theology degrees who didn't go to some eminent Bible college can tell you, what? Jesus says, I am the temple. That is not Christianity. It's not even a close facsimile of Christianity. It's clearly evil. And it is, in some sense, the driving force behind the efforts to rebuild the third temple. Julian the Apostate, who was the last guy to try it, who died invading Iran, he was not Jewish. He was a pagan, just like Pastor Locke. But for some reason, he was the instrument of trying to do this. There are many of these people, and not just in the theological realm, in the political realm. And that's relevant to you, whether you believe in God or not, or interested in the history of the Abrahamic faiths or not. Global leaders believe this. People you wouldn't expect, and you wonder, what is going on here? It's enough to make the hair on your arms go up. Did everyone know there was an effort to rebuild the third temple and the foundation stone except me? I can't believe I was left out of this conversation. No, all of this took place in public. And if we'd been paying attention or been tuned into that frequency, the spiritual frequency, we've been spiritually sensitive enough to pay attention, we would have known this. But of course, when you grow up in a materialist culture, when the only things you believe are real are the things that can be measured or purchased on Amazon, you tend to miss a lot. And we missed this.
Inflation makes credit card statements particularly scary. You work 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries and gas, things you used to be able to afford without thinking that much about it. Then the banks charge you 20% interest. If the system is designed to keep you underwater, it's working. But there's another option. Our friends at American Financing are doing something the big banks despise. They are helping people. Mortgage rates in the fives, supporting the American dream of homeownership. And they're showing homeowners how to take their hard-earned equity to wipe out high-interest debt. Now, we're against debt in general, but in this economy, most people have no choice at all. So don't go bankrupt, enslaving yourself to a lender. Average savings are about $800 a month, and it takes only 10 minutes to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. No upfront fees or obligation to see how much you can save. Give American Financing a call, 800-685-5696. That's 1-800-685-5696, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Tucker, America's home for home loans.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video. We hope you'll do that also.
The choice between a brownie and basically anything else, I will always choose the brownie because I love them so much. But I ask, have they always been so frickin' delicious? Well, we can go back to 1904 and make one of the very first recipes for brownies to find out. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we endeavor to find the origin of brownies, this time on Tasting History. So today I've decided to make one of the oldest recipes for brownies, which seems like it would be a simple task, but it's not so straightforward. See, the very first recipe for something called a brownie is from 1896, and while it's called a brownie, it doesn't have any chocolate. Instead, it has molasses in it, so that's not really what I'm looking for. And the oldest dish that is something that we would call a brownie, made with chocolate, wasn't actually called a brownie. It was made at the Palmer House in Chicago, but it wasn't called a brownie until many years later. So I decided to go with the first recipe that is called a brownie and has chocolate in it, though even then there were two recipes published at the same time that fit the bill, so I just picked one. It comes from the Service Club Cookbook, published in Chicago, Illinois in 1904, and it's for Bangor brownies. Cream 1/2 cup of butter, 1 cup sugar, add 2 squares, 1/4 cake baker's chocolate, melted, 2 eggs, 1/2 cup pastry flour, and 1/2 cup chopped walnuts. Spread on baking tins and bake 15 minutes in a moderate oven. So already 120 years ago, we have basically all of the ingredients of the modern day brownie. It's just that the ratios are a little bit different. But at least the recipe gives us exact measurements so we can recreate what it would have been like, except there is one measurement that is a bit of a head scratcher, and that is the 2 squares or 1/4 cake baker's chocolate. Well, how much is a square? Or actually, how much was a square in 1904? Because the Baker Chocolate Company has been around since 1780, and surely during that period of time, the quantities of their packaging have changed. And they have, because when I went to buy Baker's chocolate, which you can still buy today at the store, it came in a 4-ounce package. But in 1904, it came in an 8-ounce package, so we know that a quarter of the cake would have been 2 ounces, and so each square is 1 ounce. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 2 ounces or 57 grams of Baker's unsweetened chocolate. Then a 1/2 cup or 115 grams of salted butter, 1 cup or 200 grams of sugar, 2 eggs, a 1/2 cup or 60 grams of pastry or all-purpose flour, and a 1/2 cup or 60 grams of chopped walnuts. And once you have all of your ingredients measured out, you are ready to start cooking, which is something that I really appreciate from today's sponsor, HelloFresh, because when you get a package from HelloFresh, all of the ingredients are already measured out, so you just open that box and you can get right to cooking. Like last night, I made the street cart style turkey bowls, which were fantastic. They were so flavorful and they only took 20 minutes to make. And I love that they give you the opportunity to customize your meals. Like instead of rice, I could have had cauliflower rice. I didn't, I had the regular rice, but it's nice to have the option. And they have a lot of different options in swapping things out. You can swap out the protein or the vegetables. And they have lots of meals to choose from that you can customize, whether you're a meat lover, a vegetarian, pescatarian, or just looking for a recipe that's quick and easy. And they even have breakfast items, like spinach and feta egg bites. And right now, you can get free breakfast for life when you click my link in the description or visit HelloFresh.com and use code FREETASTINGHISTORY. That's one free breakfast item per box while the subscription is active. Just visit HelloFresh.com and use my code FREETASTINGHISTORY. And now we are back to the brownies. So this recipe says to cream the butter and sugar together. Often today, you melt the butter for brownies, but this has you cream them. Let the butter soften and then begin to beat it until it's nice and smooth, and then add the sugar and mix until it becomes creamy and fluffy. And then we need to melt our chocolate. So you just heat a couple of inches of water in a saucepan to boiling, and then set the chocolate in a heat-safe bowl on top of the pot, making sure that the bottom isn't actually touching the water. As it melts, give it a couple stirs, and it should be ready in a couple minutes. Then pour that into the creamed butter and mix. You want to mix for a minute or two to make sure that everything is well incorporated, but also to let the chocolate cool, because once you add the egg, if it is still hot, it will scramble the egg, and that's no good. So after a couple minutes, add the eggs and mix until they're fully incorporated, and then you can add half of the flour and gently mix it in, then add the other half and continue to mix. And once everything is mixed together, stir in your walnuts, then your batter is ready. And you can butter and line an 8x8 inch baking pan with parchment and pour the batter in, making sure it spreads into the corners evenly. Then set the pan in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius for 20 minutes. The recipe says for 15 minutes, but I checked on mine at 15 minutes and it's still pretty much liquid on the inside. You don't want to overbake them though. You don't want, when you put a knife in and pull it out, you don't want it to be dry. You want kind of a gooiness to come out, but it shouldn't be liquid. Once they're ready, set them on a wire rack to cool for 5 minutes, then turn out the brownies and let them cool completely before cutting them into squares. Now, like I said, this is one of the oldest recipes that is actually called a brownie that has chocolate. But a decade before this, another chocolatey, fudgy treat made its debut at the Chicago World's Fair. The year is 1893, and Chicago is playing host to the White City, home of the world's Columbian Exposition. Here you will marvel at the debut of George Ferris's Great Wheel, and you can tantalize your taste buds with new inventions like Juicy Fruit Gum and Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. And for a select few, they would get to try a square of chocolatey, fudgy goodness that was not yet called a brownie. So if you ever visit the massive Palmer House Hotel in Chicago, which I did last year, and it is pretty spectacular, you will be inundated with stories of the first brownie being made at the Palmer House, and it is still made there today, and you can actually order it. And I ordered it and ate it, and it was delicious. Not really a brownie the way that I would usually get it. It was much more dense, much more chocolatey, but still really, really good. So their claim that they invented it actually begins with the socialite and businesswoman Bertha Honoré Palmer, a woman described as beautiful, dashing, quick, and smart, and more than that, she was sure of herself. So it's no wonder that in 1891 she was selected to lead the board of lady managers for the upcoming World's Columbian Exposition, the World's Fair. These ladies were to oversee the construction of the Woman's Building and organize the World's Congress of Representative Women. This building was planned, designed, and decorated entirely by women, something rather unheard of at the time, and it was said that it will be a long time before such an aggregation of woman's work, as may now be seen in the Woman's Building, can be gathered from all parts of the world again. It's also worth noting that of the 12 main buildings at the exposition, the one entrusted to the Board of Lady Managers was the first to actually get constructed. No doubt due to the efficacy of one Bertha Honoré Palmer. But what does this have to do with brownies, you say? Well, the story goes that during their meetings, they wanted to have meals, but Bertha didn't want them taking away time to have a full meal brought in with servants and yada yada yada. So she asked her staff, her kitchen staff at the Palmer Hotel, to put together a box lunch for the ladies, and this would need to include a dessert that was smaller than a piece of cake and wouldn't require a fork to be eaten. Thus born was the Palmer House brownie. It was a dense, chocolatey square topped with an apricot glaze and walnuts. And it was such a hit that it was not only served to the occasional guest of the World's Fair, but also to those who visited the Palmer House, where it is still served to their guests today. Now, this is the story that is told by the Palmer House today, and I have no reason to believe that it's not true, but I couldn't find any, period documentation that confirmed it, but still, great story. And they will actually give you the recipe for this brownie. But they say that it hasn't changed, and it is the original recipe. But it is definitely not the original recipe because it's written in a very modernized format, so who knows how it's changed. Maybe it hasn't changed at all, but knowing how recipes work over 130 years, I'm pretty sure it's probably changed in some way. So I decided not to make that one. I decided to go with the one from 1904 that we're making today. Also, that original Palmer House brownie was definitely not called a brownie. So where did the term come from? Well, it turns out in the late 1800s, the word brownie was everywhere. It was a really big thing, probably because of a book published in 1887 by Canadian author Palmer Cox. The book was called The Brownies, Their Book. And it was all about these little fairy-like goblins who come out at night in people's homes and sometimes help with the chores, and at other times play little pranks on them. These brownies were actually a part of Scottish folklore, and they went back for centuries, but Palmer's book gave them a new jolt of popularity, especially here in North America. One thing to know about these brownies is that basically they did work around the house. They were like little elves, little house elves, and if you ever wanted to get rid of one, you did so by giving it clothes. Seems familiar, yeah? Specifically, the clothes were called a brownie suit, and they became very popular with young boys at the time. In the 1897 Sears Roebuck catalog, there's an ad for brownie suits for children. Just the thing for a boy's everyday go-as-you-please suit. Our brownie suits will delight your boy. They are worn everywhere this season. Our price per suit, 50 cents. Also, I love looking at these old catalogs. Just the pictures alone are amazing. Look at these fancy little lads. I will put a link to where you can look at the whole catalog down in the description. It could take you hours. Another thing to know about these brownies is that, yes, while they did help out with chores from time to time, they also had a habit of stealing things, specifically keys. They might take your keys, and the only way to get those keys back was to leave a little treat, a little piece of cake or candy for the brownie. This was called Brownie's Food, and it is perhaps the inspiration for the name of a confection sold in that same 1897 edition of the Sears Roebuck catalog, where they are listed under fancy crackers, biscuits, etc., and were sold in 1-pound papers for 14 cents. The first brownie that we do know what was actually in the recipe is from Fannie Farmer's original 1896 Boston Cooking School cookbook. But while it bears the name of the brownie and is cake-like, it's made not with chocolate, but with molasses. And so the question is, did it get the name brownie from these sprites, these little fairies, or was it just because it was brown? Or maybe it was a little bit of both. Who knows? It's a little more clear for a later recipe from 1899, where the Macias cookbook has a recipe for Brownie's Food, clearly named after the characters. And here, I feel like we are getting closer to what we would call a brownie today, because instead of molasses, it gets its color and flavor from chocolate. But the chocolate is not part of the cake, rather it is a plain cake layered with chocolate ganache and a creamy frosting on top. The next time we see an evolution in brownie technology, it is in 1904 with the recipe that we're making today, and this is where we get to the second origin story for the brownie. Supposedly, it was in Bangor, Maine, and there was a housewife who was making a chocolate cake, but she forgot to put in the baking powder, and so when it came out of the oven, it was just flat, gooey, chocolatey goodness. But if you're actually just forgetting the baking powder, that is not how that would turn out, because all the other ratios of ingredients are totally off. You would just end up with a very flat cake. But still, maybe the story has some merit. And I say that because this is not the only brownie that is called the Bangor brownie. There were a lot of different brownies during this time period that had the moniker of Bangor brownie. Also, I had to look up how to say that word, Bangor, because I've heard it Bangor before, but I was like, I want to see how people from Bangor say it. And so I ended up finding this wonderful video on YouTube from Bangor, Maine, that is like a public service announcement in the form of song explaining that it is pronounced Bangor, not Banger. It's really, really good. You should watch it because the song is a banger. Anyway, over the years, brownies started to kind of become the same thing. And it is the Bangor brownie style that we see evolving into the 1920s and 30s and beyond, even to today. Really, the only thing that would ever change is the ratios of the different ingredients. Once in a while, you see these recipe outliers that add other things. Like there's the cream cheese brownie, and some of them I saw had cherries in them from one period. There's a 1926 recipe that has raisins. I love raisins, but I think putting raisins in a brownie should be punishable by at least some time in prison. But overall, brownies haven't really changed all that much. I know Katharine Hepburn had a recipe for brownies where she just cut the flour to like less than a quarter of a cup, and she said that made them super gooey, and now you can make them with a shiny top in different ways. I think that's mostly by melting the butter. It helps to do that. Variations, but essentially a brownie is a brownie is a brownie, and we're going to see if that's always been the case by trying these 1904 brownies. And here we are, the first recipe for chocolate brownies. So they smell like brownies. They look like brownies, though not as dark as the brownie that I would prefer, but I've seen brownies this color before. Very dull top. It is cracked like a modern brownie. Very dull top. It doesn't have that shininess. But everything else looks the same. Let's give it a try. I love brownies so much, you guys. I don't know how to express my adoration for this food. Even the worst brownie I've ever had, haven't had one with raisins, but every other brownie, even when it's really cakey, which is not my favorite, I still freaking love them. I like a more gooey, like fudgy brownie. And this is more along those lines. It's not as gooey as some today, but it's dense without being too heavy. It is chewy. It is chocolatey, more chocolatey than I expected given the amount of chocolate in it. I would probably add another square, personally, but this is a brownie. It really hasn't changed much in 120 years. I'm very, very happy with them, and I will be eating all of them probably tonight. I need to go buy some milk because I can't eat them without milk. They're just so good. So make these brownies. Go buy some brownies. Do whatever you have to do to get some brownies in your life, because life is better with brownies. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to discuss some of the more unusual and more
It's actually crazy the amount of people TikTok are like, wait, what? Wait, what? No. It's actually crazy the amount of people TikToker facing life in prison humiliates herself in court. Isn't it insane how many of these people think that it's basically all a game to them until they actually get sentenced or they go to jail, and then they're like, wait, what? Wait, what? No way! Wait a minute! Oh my god! Are you telling me that I can actually get in trouble? No way!
This TikToker is facing life in prison for ending her boyfriend's life, but I guess she's also blowing kisses in court. Welcome back to another episode of What in the World is Going On with these darn influencers?
Fuck?
Because for some reason, a whole bunch of them just can't act right. So, okay, after sitting in jail for more than 3 years awaiting trial, and after being denied bond, yet again, she shows up to a motions hearing, sticking her tongue out and puckering up at the people in the courtroom. Okay, ma'am, you're charged with second-degree murder. You're about to stand trial this spring. Why are you acting like this? Because if you're claiming self-defense and your entire future depends on a jury believing you were terrified and had no other choice, why are you blowing kisses like this is some sort of like a red carpet event? Like, hello? And also, like, I know a lot of you guys are probably lost here, but the story starts in April 2022 because police were then called to a luxury apartment building in Miami. And inside the apartment, they found a 27-year-old Christian Toby Abumseli, no longer responsive. Courtney here took his life with a knife, and she's claiming
What the fuck?
self-defense. And Courtney Clemmy, she's a TikToker, Instagram model, and OF girl. And she has millions of followers, and she's known online as Courtney Taylor. But by the time first responders arrived, Toby was bleeding heavily and would later lose his life to those injuries.
In the next room, paramedics are trying to help Christian.
Sit down, sit down, sit down. Do me a favor, sit down. Do not move. Why are you yelling at me? Do not move. Why are you yelling at me? Do not move, sit down.
Okay. Oh my god, oh my god. Courtney is begging to see him, but police explain she cannot go back inside because the apartment is considered a crime scene.
I'm covered in his blood because I'm trying to save him.
I understand that.
I'm trying to save him.
I understand that.
And if I don't, and you can't, then what will I do with my life? I need him. He's like my other half.
And Courtney didn't deny what happened. She acknowledged that she ended his life, but said that she was acting in self-defense. She told investigators that Toby had pushed her and thrown her to the floor, then claimed that she grabbed a knife and threw it at him from about 10 feet away. And that's the version of events her defense.
What does she think? She's like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? She's like a ninja, some shit like that? Like, what is this? Like, that's hard to do, by the way.
Stood by. But it's safe to say the medical examiner's stories complicated that story because the autopsy concluded that Abumseli, he passed away from a forceful downward thrust from a blade that went 3 inches into his chest, which, was piercing a major artery. And investigators essentially say that the fatal wound could not have been caused by a knife thrown from that distance. And
fuck.
That's the detail which has people questioning everything about her story. Because thrown knife versus downward plunge, that's the question. And this has been the biggest point of tension for the entire case. But she wasn't arrested that day or even the next day. In fact, she wasn't taken into custody until 4 months later, in August of 2022. Because then she was arrested in Hawaii at a rehab facility, and she was then extradited back to Florida to face a charge of second-degree murder. And at the time of her arrest, Miami-Dade...
Wait, so, oh my God. So they let her... Like, number one... Like, if you have the idea, I mean, I guess they didn't know whether she did it or not, right? Because there's like a degree of uncertainty, so I guess that's why they let her out. I don't know, man.
State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle described the incident as coming from a tempestuous and combative relationship that began in November of 2020. And that relationship had already drawn attention long before Toby lost his life.
Wait, what?
Because the couple had previously lived in Austin, Texas. And there,
Oh, boy. Oh boy, that's my town. Yeah, bro. We got a lot of crash outs here. We do.
Former neighbors said that their fights were so frequent and intense that, according to reporting at the time, police were called to their residence multiple times. So after moving to Miami, prosecutors said the violence continued and that their building was even preparing to evict them because of the repeated disturbances.
Holy shit.
Like, do you know how bad the fighting has to be to get evicted over fighting? Then, video surfaces from a trip the couple took to Aspen just months before Toby's life was ended. And in that footage, Courtney can be seen hitting him repeatedly during an argument. I'm unsure how much we could actually show of that footage here,
Do we get to
but
see
it looks bad.
Sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now why am I not sober? Because of you.
Oh, yeah, bro. She stabbed him. Dude, like, listen to her. She's, yeah. Dude, this is so... She should have gotten locked up, bro. Like, this is the kind of person... This is a wild ass... Listen to the way she talks. Listen to the way she... Oh, bro. Absolutely, totally a crash out. Absolutely white trash crash out. Trailer park. Like, again... Should have never been on the internet. Should have never been an influencer. This is somebody that, like, their life should have been, again... Like, this is somebody who should have been digging potatoes out of the ground. Right? That should have been her life. Somebody gave her a cell phone, and now this is what happens.
Video shows model Courtney Clenny hitting then-boyfriend Christian Obumseli over a dozen times while on a trip in Aspen, Colorado. This is one of more than 100 pieces of evidence released to the Obumseli family civil attorney as part of the investigation.
In that video, you can see Courtney acting erratically. You can see her hitting Christian multiple times, which unfortunately is consistent with her behavior throughout this entire case.
But her attorney later described the relationship as toxic and said that evidence exists that Obumseli physically abused Courtney on prior occasions, and on April 3rd, 2022, Courtney was forced to defend herself from Obumseli's physical attack. Well, I mean, it's hard to say because we weren't there and we don't have camera footage of what happened. But to me, it looks like there's also evidence that Courtney did this back to Toby. So, from the beginning, this case has not been simple whatsoever. On one side, you have a woman claiming self-defense and what she describes as an abusive relationship. On the other side, you have forensic evidence that prosecutors argue does not match up to her story. And as this case has moved forward, it's only become more and more complicated because it wasn't just Courtney who ended up facing charges. Her parents did as well. Well, that definitely doesn't make her look good.
Wait,
and
what?
Kim and Deborah Clenny were taken into custody in Texas on out-of-state felony charges connected to the case. Because according to the arrest warrant affidavit, Kim, Deborah, and Courtney were charged with one count of unauthorized access of a computer system, or electronic device belonging to Christian Obumseli. Because investigators believe that Obumseli's laptop had been taken from the Miami apartment after his passing and accessed without permission. And the Obumseli family's attorneys released a statement saying the Obumseli family is saddened to hear the reports that Courtney's parents illegally took possession of Christian's laptop.
So they could have theoretically taken the laptop in order to delete evidence of her being violent. The good thing about that is that they can probably recover that evidence. Like, usually a soft delete, like the way that, like, basically a, parent would do, probably just removes the file from the registry, and they might be able to recover that information.
And this is yet another disturbing reminder of the horrible crimes committed against their family. The Clenny's family's attorney fired back, basically saying that they were saddened to hear her parents were arrested, and it was an overstep by the prosecution. They also said, we believe the Clenny family has been targeted.
If they took the guy's laptop right after she killed him, then, couldn't you easily just look at the phone conversations if he she calls them, they get the laptop. I feel like this is pretty easy to figure out, right?
With some trumped up
wait
charges.
a minute. So they didn't delete, they destroyed everything? Wait a minute, let me see if I can understand this. I wonder if they still even have the laptop.
To discredit them in the press and make their lives miserable. It stinks of a power play by prosecutors to control the narrative. So now, not only was Courtney facing a murder charge, her parents were facing felony charges tied to alleged computer access. And in July of 2024, the computer hacking charges were dropped because of a circuit judge ruled that Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office violated attorney-client privilege when investigators seized text messages and emails between Courtney, her parents, and her attorneys. And that doesn't mean that they didn't take the computer, it just means the investigators got a hold of information that was meant to be between Courtney's family and their lawyers. And on the murder charge side of things,
that seems like bullshit to me.
Courtney was charged with second-degree murder. When she first went into the judge, her legal team pushed for a bond. They argued that she was not a flight risk and that she should be allowed to await trial outside of jail. But the judge disagreed. She was denied bond, and she's been behind bars.
A base judge.
Bars ever since. Over the next few months, though,
we need more of
evidence
them.
started coming out. And through all this, through the public hearings, the public statements, the video evidence, the parents' arrest, Courtney Clenny, she remained in jail. And by the time 2025 rolled around, Courtney Clenny had been in jail for more than 3 years. So her defense team tried again. In December, she was back in court asking the judge to reconsider bond. Her attorneys argued that she didn't have the money she once did. They said that she wasn't a flight risk and that she didn't pose a danger to the community. They told the court that if she was to be released, she would go back to Texas and live with her parents in BK. And prosecutors argued that the evidence presented by the defense did not change the situation and that Clenny should not be considered for bond. The judge also agreed with the state, and bond was denied yet again. Which means, she has to wait in jail until her trial.
That's what you get.
The December hearing did actually lead to a trial date. So the judge set the trial to begin on April 27, 2026. And prosecutors said they believe the case would take less than 2 weeks to present. So after years of legal back and forth, after motions, hearings, and privilege disputes, and public statements, this case finally has a clock on it. Spring of 2026. And honestly, the stakes could not be higher because if convicted, she could face life in prison. Her defense is still centered around the self-defense, but they also have pushed for the case to be considered manslaughter instead of second-degree murder. And the prosecution maintains that the evidence shows an intentional act, pointing again to the autopsy finding of a forceful downward thrust. And that couldn't have just been made from a knife being thrown from 10 feet away. And I guess
also, if it was self-defense, wouldn't she have marks on herself as well?
At this time, a jury will eventually decide, was this self-defense during a violent domestic dispute, or was it all intentional? And then, just as trial season was approaching, she walked into court last week and went viral once again. Because this court appearance was for, I guess, her motions hearing ahead of the trial. So this wasn't her trial itself. This was one of those hearings where lawyers argue about what evidence the jury will and won't see. And before the proceedings even began, she started making faces at the people in the courtroom. And according to...
Why would you do this? Actually, I can tell you why she's doing this. People like her... There are a lot of girls that are violent, aggressive, psychopathic, sociopathic, and problematic that get away with it because they're hot. That's the real reason.
Reporting from the hearing, Clenny was seen sticking out her tongue and puckering like she wanted someone's kiss. Like, again, man, your life is on the line here. Why are you acting like this?
Because she's probably spent her entire life getting privileges and advantages and other amounts of, basically excuses made for her and her bad behavior for her entire life. And now she's being held accountable and she doesn't realize it. That's, I think, what's happening. And so, she's
been
not
in jail
used to it.
For more than 3 years.
Like, basically,
she's facing second-degree murder.
Basically, people like this never really have to grow up. I think that's the best example.
Murder charges, and, she could spend the rest of her life in prison, and this is what she's deciding to do. So, yeah. But our defense team tried to strike down one of the prosecutor's expert witnesses, Dr. Michael Brannon, because apparently the issue is that Brannon had sued the defense proposed expert, Dr. Lenore Walker, for defamation more than 20 years ago. And the case was settled with an agreement that they would not personally malign with each other. And Walker testified that it would make her uncomfortable to remain involved if Brannon stayed in the case. Basically, the defense and the prosecution's star witnesses are fighting on top of everything else happening here.
What a surprise.
So, that makes this case even more interesting. But Brannon testified that there's no reason why both sides can't continue if everyone keeps it professional. But Judge Andrea Wolfson denied the defense's motion, and there was also a fight over recordings. Because prosecutors also want to introduce recordings that Christian Almcelli secretly made of Courtney before his passing. And the defense argued those recordings were illegal recordings and should be excluded. And Judge...
Dude, if it wasn't, like, illegal recordings, like, what are we talking about? If it's a one-party state, it's not an illegal recording. Like, that just sounds like bullshit, so they're trying to get stuff thrown out.
Wolfson ruled to exclude most of them, but we'll still see some of these secret recordings when the trial comes around. Because recordings made in the apartment's lobby and on the balcony can be used, ruling there was no reasonable expectation of privacy in those areas. So apparently, some of that audio will also be played for a jury.
I'm actually not having a good day, where I actually literally want to kill you, but you don't take me seriously.
I want to kill you. And now, then she killed him? Okay.
So her trial is set to begin on
happened.
April 27, 2026. 12 people will be asked to decide whether this was self-defense in a volatile relationship or whether this was an intentional act. And honestly, when you're about to ask 12 strangers to believe you were terrified for your life, blowing kisses in court doesn't really seem like the best.
Well, again, these are people that are used to getting everything they want in their entire life. And they never have to grow up. They can act like adult children because people put up with them. And you see this with rich people. You see it with pretty girls. You see it with other groups of people that have privileges. And that is the reason why it happens. They're like spoiled children, even though they're like 23 or something like that.
Idea. So, hey, this will be interesting to see how it all plays out. But until then, I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. I am back with daily uploads again. I took a break after all my traveling, but I have so much content that's stacked up for you guys.
Holy
I'll
shit.
see you guys soon. Peace. Subscribe if you're new. Drop a like if you enjoyed the video. Peace. That was like my third outro.
I remember him. Oh my god.
In 2 seconds. See ya. That was the fourth.
Okay, well, anyway,
we need to talk about the Discord store.
Let me go back. Sorry
This TikToker is facing life in prison for ending her boyfriend's life,
Jesus,
but I guess...
why is it so laggy? So, yeah, that's what you get. I think this is another example of somebody thinking that they totally, absolutely, there's nothing that's going to happen to them. They're never going to be held accountable. There's never going to be any consequences. And then somebody like this thinks that they're going to get away with it. I think that she thinks she's going to get away with it even now. She probably thinks she's going to get away with it even after 4 years, right? She sounds like a keeper. I mean, keep her in jail. Yeah, there you go. Not a flight risk. Crime committed in Florida, arrested in Hawaii. Well, to be fair, that's not really what a flight risk means, but yeah. Abuse knows no gender, kids. Yeah, but there's definitely an advantage that you have if you're one gender. I'll tell you that. No, I saw this, and it's like some of these content creators are just so fucking deranged because she will get away with it. I don't think that she will, but I think the chances of her getting life in prison are very low. Women usually get very reduced sentences for crimes, and while this is a very serious crime, I still don't think necessarily that's what's going to happen. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I just seeing content creators do this is kind of like weird for me to look at, right? I'll be honest, it is.
What's up, guys? This is Benny. You can spare me your speeches, your data, your research papers, or your hype edits on how important it is to deport millions of criminal aliens and third worlders back to the third world because they're incompatible with Western civilization. It's obviously something that I believe. But all you actually needed to prove that point to the vast majority of normies that are sitting here saying diversity is our strength is this short 20-second video. This is a video of a woman in England, and she heard a knock at her door at 2:30 a.m. She looked up and she saw this. This was what was staring at her through her door. A criminal psychopath third world invader, somebody who was looking clearly to harm her and her husband in the house. She called the police and they took him to the hospital, and then they released him. What if they come back again? She said. He just said, call the police. Just call us. Oh, okay. This is what they want for you. This is... This is the future they want for you and your children. This is the future they want for you and your children. It gets so much worse. The woman in this video, by the way, who has a public account and everything like that, she's a real person. She tells me later, after the police left he attacked the staff at the local hospital. Here the man is trying to break into her home. So thank God they had another camera angle. You can see him trying to smash in and break into her home. This is, of course, a British woman. Perhaps no other people on planet Earth have been more persecuted by their own government. Look at him. Look at him smashing the doors, smashing into the home. Oh, yes. Help me, cries the snake, right? Look at him. Physically, look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's just horrifying. Look at this. Look at the face. The face of evil. New Ethereum logo just dropped. This is why you guys need guns. I was told on good authority that migrants were just like Brits and they would assimilate seamlessly. I feel perplexed. She should be allowed to shoot through the door. Keir Starmer did this. New meme just dropped. That's right. What's the problem? He just wants to come in. You're a racist. Yeah. Here's Abdul. Goodness gracious. Terrifying. Anyway, yes, this is a new meme template. Cultural enrichment, people are saying. Restore Britain will deliver mass deportations. Restore Britain coming in over the top with absolute banger after banger meme post using this, which has gone, by the way, properly viral. 9 million views, 15,000 reposts, 3,000 comments, 78,000 likes. Just freaking terrifying. Look at this. Oops, a bucket of hot water just fell from my second floor window. Scary. This is a petrifying, scary time to be alive and alone. This bloke turns up at my house. And I'm ending up in prison probably. Suffice to say, he wouldn't end up in prison, obviously. True follower of Islam. England fought for this in World War II. I, for one, am happy for them. Happy for them. Oof. Look at this. Here you go. Labour Britain, Great Britain. These are the political parties. Reform Britain, Restore Britain. He's gone. He gone. There you go. Restore Britain, obviously. You forgot the Netflix version. Oh no. Okay. You see different results in different states. Florida, Texas, Idaho. Problem solved. Here's Abdul. 28 days later. Yeah, that's right. Look at this. People are saying this is literally like the 28 days later scene. Oof. Yeah, for real though. This meme should be in jail. Like Home Alone. Okay, everyone use it as a Restore Britain. Restore Britain opportunity. Western Europe is headed towards a very dark place. We've got to do something. If you gaze long enough into diversity, diversity will gaze back into you. Seems to be assimilating just fine. Just not the way that we'd like. Yeah. body cams and Ring doorbell. Nothing has been more radicalizing for the people of our country than the Western civilization than body cameras on police officers and Ring doorbell footage. Look at me. This is my house now. Yeah, has the same energy. That's right. I just started blasting. It's go time. After they're all deported. There you go. Yeah, that's right. Britain after Restore wins. Restore Britain is again using this as a campaign tactic. Check this out. This excellent deportation meme. There you go. Yeah, I mean, these kind of things are very, very serious, obviously have real world consequences. It's why Restore Britain is such a popular party right now, mainly because their viral ad talked about exactly this, doing the hard thing. And if millions have to go, then millions have to go. Here we go.
Restore Britain will not just stop mass immigration, we will reverse it. Every single illegal migrant will be securely detained and then deported. The message will be unrelenting. If you are in this country without our permission, you will be removed. For the foreseeable future, far more people must leave Britain than arrive. If a foreign national is unable to speak English, lives in social housing, claims benefits, refuses to work, fails to integrate, commits crime, or even actively hates our way of life and wishes to do us harm, then they must leave or be made to leave. Restore Britain will make our communities safe again for women and children. That I promise you. If that means millions go, then millions go. We're constantly told that the economy needs vast swathes of low-skilled migrants. We know that's simply not true. What we need is to get millions of healthy Brits back into work. A radical overhaul of how welfare is delivered. Protecting those in genuine need, but not funding healthy shirkers to live off the back of hard-working men and women. If you can work, you must work. It really is that simple. Restore Britain will be abundantly clear. If you consistently refuse work, then you will lose your benefits. We will punish indolence, and more importantly, we will reward success.
Pray for Britain. Nobody should have to live like this. Make Great Britain great again. It's your boy Vanny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
American B-1B Lancer bombers have arrived at British air bases as they wait to be potentially deployed for large-scale strikes against Iran. It comes as President Trump tells UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer that their aircraft carriers are no longer needed. Brian Yanis is live in London with the very latest. Brian, that was a very spicy tweet by the president.
A spicy tweet, and the special relationship has turned spicy in the last week. Rachel, good morning. A week after UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer changed his mind and allowed U.S. bombers to use UK military bases for Operation Epic Fury, American B-1B Lancers finally landed at the Air Force Base in Fairford, the UK Air Base, on Friday. And this, as the HMS Prince of Wales, one of two British aircraft carriers, has reportedly now been placed on advanced readiness to leave port in the next 5 days to head to the Middle East. President Trump, though, who's criticized the UK for being uncooperative and says Starmer is no Winston Churchill, said these latest moves by the UK are too little, too late.
Give me the offer to send 2 aircraft carriers? Maybe, but they're not sure. I just put out a response to them. I said, we don't need them. It's not the right time. It would have been nice to have had them 2 weeks ago.
President Trump went on to say about the aircraft carriers, quote, "That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won." Former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, who famously stood shoulder to shoulder with the U.S. in the 2003 Iraq War, is also now criticizing Starmer for not being there for their biggest ally. The Daily Mail reports at a private event, Blair said, quote, "I think we should have backed America from the very beginning. If they are your ally and they are an indispensable cornerstone for your security, you had better show up." Prime Minister Starmer insists the UK will not join the U.S. in attacking Iran in Operation Epic Fury. This morning, writing an op-ed, quote, "My focus throughout has been simple, calm and level-headed leadership in the national interest. At moments like this, the country needs seriousness, not political games." Rachel, UK political opposition leaders have called Starmer slow and weak when it comes to Iran, particularly when it comes to defending British nationals and UK military bases from Iranian attacks. Rachel?
Very interesting story. Thank you so much, Brian.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
ये ऑटोमेटिक ऊपर आता है। तो ये कौन सा वाला बन रहा है भैया? ये एग रोल। अच्छा नहीं, ये नॉर्मल रहेगा? नॉर्मल। अच्छा। ये सब मसाले जाएंगे? ये नॉर्मल मसाला है। अच्छा। घर में यूज होता है। कौन से मसाले जा रहे हैं बता देना। ये अपना धनिया पाउडर है, हल्दी पाउडर है और अपना नमक। अच्छा। और ये क्या है? ये अपना ग्रीन चिली लहसुन। अच्छा। हरी मिर्च, लहसुन, अदरक इनका पेस्ट है। अच्छा।
chwilę. Tu się simulat. Yürü silok bir tane içine ha.
Iran's regime has been heavily struck, and Beijing finally couldn't hold back. It even begged the US and Israel to stop the attack. Meanwhile, Taiwan unexpectedly became embroiled in a media storm. According to China's state-run media Xinhua News Agency, Foreign Minister Wang Yi called Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, urging the immediate cessation of military actions. Wang Yi stated that military force cannot truly resolve the problem and will only lead to severe consequences. He boldly claimed the real value of military power lies not on the battlefield, but in preventing war. He also emphasized that China always maintains a fair position on Middle East issues and will continue to play a constructive role in promoting de-escalation. However, this statement prompted a lot of mockery from netizens. Taiwanese netizens said this message was probably aimed at Taiwan's blue and white camps. They frequently criticized the Lai Ching-te government, claiming that the Democratic Progressive Party's military purchases were intended to enhance defense capabilities and that their goal was to start a war. Netizens sarcastically commented, "Blue and white, come and listen. Your big brother says military strength is to prevent war." But the KMT says the Lai government's military purchases are to start a war. Is something wrong here? As expected, they're not embarrassed. It's only embarrassing for others. And only China can say something so shameless. It is well known that independent social media outlets with CCP ties and so-called military commentators have become infamous. Their analyses are always most accurate when you reverse them. The CCP has also cultivated infiltration forces and spokespeople in Taiwan over the years, and their performance in this instance is particularly notable. After the US and Israeli forces completely wiped out Iran's highest leadership, members of Taiwan's blue and white camp suffered another major setback. Former legislator Guo Chengliang's remarks were dug up. Just a day before the war, Guo Chengliang confidently analyzed the situation, saying,
"The US is in a difficult position right now. Without internal support, what are you going to strike? What's your target? You can't possibly expect American planes to just go in and bomb recklessly." He also worriedly asked, "Are you going to decapitate that president and Khamenei? Does that even make sense? Even if there is war, Israel can't even get in. Israel is 1,300 kilometers away from Iran. How can they strike? You won't have enough ground troops. If the US really wants to attack Iran, it would need at least 50,000 troops to make any significant progress. Iran is 1.6 million square kilometers, with a population of 90 million.
However, as soon as Guo made this statement, the US swiftly carried out the decapitation of Khamenei within 24 hours, and without the need for ground forces, they wiped out dozens of high-ranking officials, including Iran's defense minister. Not only that, Israel, located 1,000 kilometers away, also participated in the attack, completely going against Guo Chengliang's predictions. Guo Chengliang's remarks once again became a reverse indicator, but he stubbornly stuck to his guns. He even claimed that the US would still need to conserve its stockpiles and that the Tomahawk missiles aimed at Iran could only be used for 7 days. Now even his pro-CCP media followers can't stand it anymore. They commented on related posts. "Every time, you're wrong and say they won't strike, but now they've struck for 7 days. Can we still trust Guo Chengliang's words?" In response to netizens mocking his predictions, Guo Chengliang made another shocking statement on March 1st. He spoke during the political talk show International Fastball. He claimed that the 86-year-old dictator Khamenei insisted on going to his office that day, intentionally to martyr himself. This conspiracy theory sparked a massive online backlash. On the show, Guo confidently analyzed that as the national leader, Khamenei should have been hiding in an underground bunker, but instead he went to the office with his daughter, son-in-law, and several high-ranking officials, creating an atmosphere of martyrdom, as if he wanted to be bombed in order to inspire millions of Iranians to unite and take to the streets. Guo Chengliang further criticized the US and Israel for launching their attack while progress was being made in mediation talks, likening their actions to a Pearl Harbor attack. He also cited remarks by Chinese martial arts fraudster Ma Baoguo. Ma said that Trump lacked martial arts ethics, or sportsmanship. He concluded by stating that unless the US mobilized 1 million ground troops, airstrikes alone would never be able to overthrow the regime solidified by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. However, this theory of self-sacrifice clearly failed to convince a wide array of netizens. Social media platforms like PTT were filled with sarcastic comments. Netizens criticized Guo's logic as extremely creative and amusing. In response to Guo Chengliang's performance, Professor Chen Shifen, a scholar living in the US and writing under the pen name Wang Darui, sharply criticized his statements as logically flawed. Wang Darui posted on Facebook and mocked Guo's earlier prediction that the US wouldn't dare to strike. When the US not only deployed forces but also decapitated Iran's supreme leader, Kuo became a laughingstock in the media. Undeterred, he once again claimed that Khamenei's death was a deliberate martyrdom. Wang Dare humorously noted that Kuo's mystical interpretation earned him a title of a top idiot, and he became a media joke again. Wang Dare explained that if we consider whether the US would strike or not, and whether Khamenei would be decapitated or martyr himself, decapitation was the most likely scenario, and the actual result. Martyrdom was another possible outcome. It was unlikely, since Iran and the US had prearranged it. Chen Liang's prediction of no strike combined with martyrdom is logically impossible. Since the US did strike and Khamenei was killed, Kuo's prediction was clearly wrong. Wang Dare sarcastically added that if Kuo Chengliang's predictions and claims were true, the possibility would be that Iran and the US had secretly colluded. He continued to mock. Originally, the US was not going to strike, as Kuo predicted, but Khamenei's determination to martyr himself was so strong that he asked the US to intervene. The amazing thing is that Trump agreed, and to fulfill his martyrdom wish, Khamenei helped the US complete the mission by shutting down China-provided radar systems, preventing missile interception, and not allowing fighter jets to take off. Wang Dare sarcastically remarked that the most thoughtful part was that Iran's supreme leader had preemptively informed the US military of his whereabouts. In other words, the US was initially unwilling to attack Iran, but at the request of Iran's supreme leader, the US sent troops to assist him in fulfilling his martyrdom wish. More importantly, Chinese weapons weren't as ineffective as some might think. If the Iranian supreme leader hadn't ordered the shutdown of all air defense systems, US fighter jets would not have been able to move freely, and would certainly have been shot down by China's air defense systems. Wang Dare also added a bonus explanation about Venezuela, claiming that the Venezuelan president wasn't captured by the US forces, but had deliberately surrendered. Even before the US intervened, the Venezuelan president had publicly said, "Come and arrest me." Wang Dare sharply criticized. Kuo Chengliang forgot to advocate for this, losing an opportunity to whitewash Chinese-made weapons. Some netizens expressed confusion, questioning why a dictator would bring his succession team and biological family to die together. Regarding the outlandish remarks from Taiwan's pundits, the DPP's China department warned that these inaccurate statements might not just be simple misjudgments, but instead are packaged as Taiwan's internal voices and part of a cross-border information warfare strategy. The DPP urged society not to be misled by false information. On March 1st, the DPP's China department posted, noting that if it were just a single mistake, it could be attributed to unverified facts or occasional inaccuracies. However, what is concerning is that these judgments always turn out to be wrong in the same direction, and that the narrative is highly consistent. The DPP's China department stated, "This is no longer just a mistake, it's a pattern." The post also referenced the so-called US surprise attack on Venezuela, noting that besides Kuo Chengliang, there was a group of similarly mistaken pro-blue pundits, referred to as the 11 idiots of the major crash site. However, despite repeatedly being proven wrong, these commentators still claim to society that they're just analyzing or simply judging based on facts, but their conclusions continue to be overturned by reality. The post further pointed out that there is a recurring familiar script in Taiwan's information environment. Specific media and political talk shows first introduce seemingly insider topics, which then are edited and spread on social platforms. Pundits add their own commentary. Finally, Chinese state media and unified front platforms amplify it as Taiwan's internal voices, which then circulate back into Taiwanese society, creating new divisions and counterattacks. The DPP's China department emphasized that in the context of cross-border information warfare, what's most valuable is not the truth, but quotable words. As long as someone in Taiwan's media says something, it can be packaged as Taiwan's internal voices and processed into propaganda materials, continuously feeding narratives of distrust in the US, distrust in the military, distrust in the government, and distrust in democracy. These judgments often come with no consequences, and pro-blue pundits can repeat the same tactics with a new issue the next day. Analysts note that within the CCP system and among certain pro-CCP political parties, truth and facts are not only worthless, but are the very information they fear and strive to cover up. Lies are what the CCP and its allies rely on for survival. These so-called pundits in Taiwan are essentially no different from the many disreputable military experts in China. They are not simply naive, but are malicious. It is also noteworthy that while Taiwan's various sectors are reacting fervently to the Iran conflict, the US government has also turned its attention to Taiwan. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio stated on March 3rd,
You're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days.
"We're going to unleash Chiang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and intensity of these attacks." The phrase "unleash Chiang" likely refers to Chiang Kai-shek, the former leader of the Republic of China. He was associated with strong military leadership and opposition to communism. Rubio mentioned that all operations are proceeding according to plan, and some even ahead of schedule. He emphasized that the two strongest air forces in the world would destroy a terrorist regime, depriving it of its deterrence and its ability to threaten neighboring countries, or continue its nuclear ambitions. Rubio further said, "They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us." The phrase "unleash Chiang" raised considerable attention, with many speculating about its meaning. Veteran media personality Tang Hao posted on X, commenting that the most interesting news today was Rubio suddenly invoking Chiang Kai-shek. He said, "We're going to unleash Chiang," which can be translated as "we're going to mobilize Chiang." This remark immediately sparked discussion on American social media, with many asking, what does Chiang mean? Even though a few people found out that Chiang referred to Chiang Kai-shek, they didn't understand why Rubio mentioned the old Chinese leader. Tang Hao explained that in political and military circles, senior officials or military officers sometimes use Chiang Kai-shek as a metaphor for strong, overwhelming military action. This reference relates to Chiang's leadership in China's resistance against Japan during World War II and his firm stance against communism. Tang Hao found it even more interesting that Rubio, when targeting Iran, evoked Chiang Kai-shek, especially since everyone knows that China is Iran's primary backer, and Chiang Kai-shek was the CCP's greatest fear during the anti-communist campaigns. Tang said, whether Rubio meant it or not, bringing up old Chiang to fight Iran might also signal that the next cleanup target would be Beijing communists. Moving on, there's another interesting piece of news. While heavy fighting rages within Iran, reports suggest that Iran is severely divided internally. Some blame the destruction of the supreme leader and the military's collapse on insiders and points fingers at Ismail Qani, the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' Quds Force. He has reportedly survived multiple assassination attempts by Israel. Qani, who took over from the slain Qasem Soleimani in 2020, oversees Iran's foreign military operations and regional proxy forces, including Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Recent rumors suggest that during multiple rounds of Israeli strikes, Qani has repeatedly escaped unharmed. He mysteriously disappeared before and after key meetings, even surviving attacks following meetings with Khamenei. As a result, some have accused him of being infiltrated by Israeli forces, or even providing information to Mossad. In addition to Qani, high-ranking members of Iran's police force have also been drawn into public debate. Online posts claim that Iran's police chief, Ahmad Reza Radan, may have used a code to transmit messages to Israel, signaling the completion of an assassination mission. Additionally, there are reports that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has launched an investigation into Qani, even detaining and interrogating him. Meanwhile, rumors have spread concerning Khamenei's son, Mojtaba. Reports suggest that Mojtaba was killed in the explosion, and Khamenei had summoned military leaders just 2 days before the incident to entrust him with his son's succession. He reportedly asked for their support while planning to retreat to a hidden underground location. Analysis suggests that the high-ranking Iranian officials' collective betrayal stems from their disillusionment with Khamenei's dangerous policies, including plans for dynastic succession. These wise insiders no longer want to be involved and risk being eliminated by U.S. forces, so they have collectively sold out the Khamenei regime. There are even rumors that Khamenei's son is not dead and that Khamenei himself is the mole. All these signs are seen as the most significant indicators before the collapse of a regime. Turning back to Beijing, it is widely known that Iran is essentially Beijing's proxy. Now, Beijing has lost face and has resorted to pleading and calling for an end to the attacks. As Iran's vanguard, it too must echo the calls for negotiations. It is rumored that Iran repeatedly requested peace talks, attempting to halt U.S. military action. The CCP stepped in as a mediator to buy time, only to later unexpectedly trigger a nuclear test as a way to continue threatening the world. However, this scheme has already been seen through by President Trump. On March 3rd, Trump shared an article from the Washington Post. Their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. Trump firmly stated that he was unwilling to compromise or negotiate, emphasizing that the U.S. military's mid to high-level weapons are completely unlimited. He also criticized reports claiming that U.S. defense missiles and other important weapons would soon run out, calling such content incorrect and shameful. Analysts note that both Trump and Rubio's statements are well coordinated and identical in rejecting China and Iran's pleas for mercy. Trump understands that there is no turning back once an arrow is launched. The only solution to deal with China and its most brutal war proxies is their complete annihilation. For the CCP's senior leadership and General Secretary Xi Jinping, being rejected and losing face is not the worst part. What truly worries them is that their suffering has only just begun. As they face the next target of U.S. military pressure, they will find a particular phenomenon. They'll start to suspect everyone around them. Everyone will look like a potential traitor.
Do not take anything that we said personal, only for entertainment and fun. I do not know which Hiroshima we should work on today. Let's call today the Hiroshima Day, because a lot of the boards that we got in had prior repair attempts and damage down to the bones. A customer mailed over those two boards, Xbox boards, and I was wondering why the customer mailed this second board, because I do see a ripped HDMI connector on this board or a prior repair attempt right here. And I was wondering, why did the customer mail this board over? And it turns out that this board has damage also. Let me show you what's going on. We have damage right here. And if we look at the main board, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missing pads. I do not know if there's anything else wrong with the board. Let me put it on the side, and we have another board here. And what's wrong with this one? I mean, it's hard not to see. It's really hard not to see what's going on with this one. That's the charging connector. What's going on here? What happened? I'm very anxious to read what the customer wrote, because this, I've never seen anything like this in my life. I've never seen anything done to a charging port like it's been done here. Let's read what the customer wrote. This is insane. Referral, your YouTube page. Description, I had attempted to remove the DC jack from a very expensive motherboard and put too much pressure on it while trying the barbaric move of cutting out the original DC jack. I cracked the ground plane that also has two of the DC harness pins on it. Barbaric, I think barbaric is not the right word. Do not be too hard on yourself. Savage maybe, or brutal, or bloodthirsty, vicious, I don't know. You need to pick a different word. Barbaric is not the right word. I don't know, what other words can we use? Cruel, inhumane. I mean, it's a board, so inhumane will not work. Atrocious, outrageous. Let me know. We want to pick a nicer word for the customer. Barbaric will not do it. Oh, the board is cracked. Okay, so that's what the customer meant by cracked two ground planes. Who cares about a cracked board, right? What's a cracked board between friends? As long as we don't have anything important here, if it's only ground, that's okay, because we have ground here. We should be okay. Let me flip the board. I think we should be safe. Who cares about a tiny board? When so much damage has been done to that connector, who cares about a tiny little cracked, broken, tortured board? Low melt solder, because low melt solder is magic. How many times have I mentioned low melt solder since we started the channel in 2018? I would say millions of times. And I always mention how low melt solder is magic. Where do you buy low melt solder from? I've also mentioned that like 6 million times. Log into northridgefix.com, click on shop, add to cart, checkout, pay, and we almost always ship out same day, along with this amazing flux that we use. Soldering stations, hot air stations, thermal camera, tweezers, whatever you need. One-stop shop, checkout, pay, and we almost always ship out same day. If you have ordered from us before, you know how fast we ship. So something is going on here. Maybe there is a stuck pin here. Okay, so we're gonna put in a new connector. Hold it from the bottom. Alright, let's check back of the board or front of the board. Make sure solder made its way. And look at this. We see solder made its way on the side. 1, 2. It made its way here, here, and the two middle pins where the rings broke on the back. Let me just go over this one more time quick. And then I can hand the board over to Big Bus to reassemble and test, and hopefully we have a working laptop. What a mess. Now the connector will be limping on one leg because it lost a leg. What can you do? The connector is solid. I mean, it's soldered on to how many pins? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pins. It's solid. If you have 10 legs and you lost 2, you're okay. I just hope that you do not have 10 legs. Otherwise, you do not belong on this planet. We're gonna tell the customer to be gentle when plugging in and out the connector, the charging cable. And we're gonna ask him from now on, do not handle knives, screwdrivers, cutters, blades. What else? Alright, I'm gonna hand the board over to Big Bus to reassemble and test, and I'll be back to finish the video. Big Bus told me that the customer also mailed over a letter, and the customer knows that we're gonna scold them. Only for entertainment, nothing personal. Do not take anything that we said personal, only for entertainment and fun. I'll take a snapshot of this and I'll post it so you can read it. And I'm just waiting for Big Boss to reassemble so we can test the laptop. Alright, so moment of truth. The laptop is almost assembled except for the back cover. The customer mailed over all the screws in one bucket, so Big Boss has to figure out where each one goes. The charging connector that we replaced is right here. You can see how it's soldered on from one side. And let's go ahead and try it. The battery is disconnected. And hopefully all that work did not go for nothing. Plug it in, and yes. Look at the keyboard backlight. Now the laptop may take 10 to 20 seconds